Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. New York. A car pulled up outside Crystal Lake Resort Villas. Hi Dr. Cruz. You're here. In the car, a blonde woman smiled and greeted a middle-aged man named Cruz who was not far away. I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long. The blonde woman smiled as she got out of the car. No, the scenery here is very nice. I like it very much. Dr. Cruz smiled as he helped carry the gifts while looking at the blonde girl getting off the other side of the car and said, "Tina, this is going to be a great trip." "I hope so." Tina answered perfunctorily, then glanced at the familiar crystal lake in front of the villa. As if she recalled something bad, she immediately turned her head to calm her flustered heart. Suddenly, she found a tall man in black combat uniform standing by the crystal lake, staring at the lake motionlessly. This made her feel a little strange. "Hi." At this time, a boy who was also on vacation came over to the villa and said hello. "Hi." Tina greeted him politely with a smile. "Hello, my name is Nick." "My name is Tina." Tina casually introduced her name. "Do you want me to help you?" Nick saw Tina packing her luggage in the trunk of her car, so he offered to help. But Tina shook her head. "No need." Nick stood there scratching his head in embarrassment when he heard this. "By the way, what does that man over there do?" Tina suddenly asked about the strange man by the lake. "Oh, that person." Nick thought for a moment and explained, "I heard he's also here for vacation, right next to our house, but he looks difficult to get along with, and he's weird, so it's best not to get in touch with him." "Yeah." Tina shrugged noncommittally and said nothing. At the same time, the man by the lake also noticed the situation here. After waiting for so long, it's finally going to start. The man took a deep breath to calm down his adrenaline. It was not yet time to fight with Jason. You have to wait for the right time. The man's name is Roka, and he is a time traveler. It was not until 18 years after he came to this world that he awakened his memories of his past life. At the same time, a task system also awakens. In this horror world full of ghosts, you can get rewards as long as you complete the tasks issued by the system. That's why Roka came here 2 days ago. The purpose is to find the immortal killer Jason hiding in the Crystal Lake. After getting to know the students who came for vacation in the past 2 days, as well as the newly arrived heroine Tina and others, he can confirm that the current situation should be the plot of Friday the 13th 7. It's okay. Roka breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was the 7th part. If it was the later parts, he would not be able to play. You should know that every time the immortal Jason is resurrected, his strength will become stronger, and he will be resurrected almost every step. By the 9th part, it is even more outrageous that it cannot be killed and can even possess souls. If it was the 7th part, it would be much weaker. At least these guys he brought should be useful. Thinking of this, Roka couldn't help but feel more confident. You have to know that for this mission, he spent a lot of money to get an AK-47 assault rifle, a Saiga 12K shotgun, a Desert Eagle, grenades, and other equipment. It's a pity that the conditions are limited, otherwise he would like to get both the Gatling gun and the RPG. Judging from Jason's performance before the 7th film, guns are still very useful. If we were more cautious, we should be able to kill Jason. If worst comes to worst, there is a girl with superpowers who can help. Thinking of this, Ross looked thoughtfully at Tina who was leaving. Tina's superpowers are extraordinary. She can control objects with her mind and predict the future, which is somewhat similar to the abilities of the 5th-level mutant Phoenix. They are all spiritual abilities. But compared to Phoenix, Tina's ability is obviously weaker. And she had no control over her own abilities. If you can fully control it, it might be a good helper. Time came to evening. Roka was wiping the Saiga 12K shotgun in his hand. This thing was very powerful, equipped with 20 caliber shotgun shells, and a magazine had 10 bullets. Even an elephant is vulnerable in front of it. It only takes 1 shot to kill the elephant. Not to mention 10 full bullets. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with Jason, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from downstairs of the villa. He went to the window and looked. It turned out to be Tina with blonde hair. So he decisively went downstairs with his gun on his back. Soon he found Tina on the wooden bridge next to Crystal Lake. It's very dangerous to be out alone this late at night. The sudden voice startled Tina, who was already in grief. When she turned around, she saw, You are the person I saw during the day. Just call me Roka. Roka walked over slowly. When Tina saw how tall and mighty he was, she felt less afraid. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said, My name is Tina. Tina, why do you come here so late? It's very dangerous here. Roka came up to her and said seriously. I'm just a little unhappy. Tina wiped her tears and looked at him and said, Are you willing to listen to me? Sure. Roka nodded, looking calmly at the calm lake in front of him, acting like a qualified spectator. When I was little. Tina began to tell what happened in her childhood. Because she was born with superpowers, her father had always been very strict with her. That day, she ran out in anger, but accidentally killed her father. This incident has always been a psychological shadow for her. Until now she has not been willing to face it. As she spoke, her emotions became more and more excited, and her superpowers were activated unconsciously. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles rose in the center of the lake. Roka was shocked, knowing that this was how she released Jason, so he subconsciously grabbed the Saiga 12K shotgun. You have to know that this time you are facing the murderer Jason, and you will die tragically at his hands if you are not careful. This is no joke. And as Tina's superpowers become stronger and stronger, the bubbles on the lake surface are getting bigger and bigger. Then a head wearing a hockey mask emerged from the lake. It was the immortal killer Jason. A feeling of terror came over him, and even though Roka was well prepared, he couldn't help but feel frightened. After all, this was the legendary killer Jason. Jason's eyes first turned to the two people on the wooden bridge. However, perhaps because he had just awakened and his strength had not yet recovered, Jason did not rush towards the two of them immediately. Instead, he swam towards the other side. Chapter 2. Lin Su raised the Saiga 12K shotgun and pointed it at Jason in the water, but did not shoot. First of all, the distance is too far. Secondly, bullets cannot cause fatal damage to Jason in the water, but will instead alert the enemy. You know, Jason is very intelligent. So you have to kill it with one strike. Are you okay? Seeing Jason disappear on the other side of the lake, Roka finally had time to help Tina, who was about to faint after using her superpowers. Tina was in a daze for a while before she came to her senses. After she opened her eyes, she immediately looked towards the lake. Where is he? Left. Roka naturally knew who she was asking about, so he pointed to the other side of the lake. Tina couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard that. Let me take you back. Roka said as he picked her up like a princess. Thanks. Tina felt a little embarrassed, but she still took the initiative to put her arms around his neck. I have to say that this girl is really beautiful, with smooth blonde hair and a plump figure, a standard blonde beauty. But Roka had no other ideas at this time. The most important thing now is to deal with Jason. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Tina. The entrance of the villa. When Tina's mother Amanda Shepherd saw her daughter being brought back, she immediately came over in panic. Mom, I'm fine. Seeing that her daughter was fine, Amanda Shepherd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for bringing her back. Dr. Cruz on the side thanked Roka. It's okay, let her have a good rest. Roka put Tina on the sofa and turned away. Where the hell have you been, Tina? Amanda Shepherd couldn't help but ask. Tina had no choice but to briefly recount what had happened. I saw him coming out of the lake, but I couldn't describe him, but Roka was there. After saying this, Tina recalled the time when Roka took her back home. She always felt a sense of security in his arms, which she had never experienced before. You said a strange man came out of the lake. Dr. Cruz shrugged his shoulders, obviously not believing what she said. I know what you're thinking, but it's true. Tina became a little excited, and in an instant the whole room shook slightly, as if there was an earthquake. Now Dr. Cruz didn't dare to say anything more. The other side. Roka didn't sleep all night. After all, Jason was now resurrected and danger could occur at any time. He did not forget that this guy had the ability to teleport. Jason will suddenly appear behind the target and then attack. Such attacks are generally difficult to resist. Moreover, Jason has superpowers such as unlimited resurrection and regeneration, extraordinary strength, endurance, attack speed, and perception, etc. He is definitely not that easy to deal with. So he has to be extremely alert. But don't worry too much during the day. After all, Jason usually does it at night. So during the day Roka slept until noon, then ate something and prepared for the battle at night. If nothing unexpected happens, Jason will approach the villa at night. That will be an opportunity. Soon, it was night time. Boom boom boom. Tina. Roka opened the door and looked at Tina with some surprise, who was smiling, and the boy named Nick behind her. Nick invited me to his birthday party, I want to ask if you want to come. Tina invited with a smile. It's a surprise birthday party for my cousin Michael, if you want to come. Nick shrugged his shoulders after saying this, and it was obvious that he was not very welcoming to Roka, but in order to invite the beauty, there was nothing he could do. Can. Roka thought about it and agreed. Jason's whereabouts are mysterious, and going out to look for him will mean early death. It would be better to use those students as bait and then seize the opportunity to attack Jason. And Tina's superpowers might be able to play a role in critical moments. Then let's go. Tina was very happy to see that he agreed. Oh, okay, but wait a moment. Roka said as he entered the house. After a while he came out fully armed. Wow! Tina was a little surprised to see him dressed like this. It's safer this way, don't you mind? Roka narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course not. Nick looked a little unnatural, after all, the other party was fully armed. There's no reason for him not to be afraid. Seeing that he had behaved himself, Roka didn't say anything else. Anyway, it was a question whether this guy could survive. Soon the three of them returned to the villa on the other side. Because it was a surprise birthday party, the villa was decorated very gorgeously. Enter the house. Roka casually greeted him and sat down without saying anything. Everyone was a little surprised to see him fully armed, but no one said much. After all, the truth is in the hands of the other party. Tina, on the other hand, was having a great time chatting with everyone. However, Tina soon began to behave abnormally. She seemed to have seen something terrible and subconsciously came to Roka's side. Tina, what's wrong with you? Nick was a little confused. Wasn't he fine just now? Tina wanted to say something, but couldn't. Should she say that she saw them die? Have you seen him? Roka said calmly. You know. Tina looked at him in surprise, because even she herself couldn't explain what she had just seen. Don't be afraid. Roka reached out and held her in his arms. This made Nick on the side clench his fists in jealousy, but he dared not say anything. Chapter 3. Wow, so manly. The other girls' eyes lit up when they saw this. In fact, they had already noticed the handsome guy Roka, but he was just too cold, making it difficult for them to approach him. Now he looked at her unscrupulously. He was tall, at least 1.85 meters, and his sturdy figure gave people an inexplicable sense of security. Coupled with his handsome and resolute face, he is completely irresistible to these playful girls. Roka is a mixed-race child. His father married a blonde beauty to bring glory to his country, and later settled in America. It's just that the two of them passed away early due to a car accident. That's why he was left alone. For Roka, this doesn't matter. Tell me what you saw. After everyone left, Roka lowered his head and whispered in Tina's ear. Tina, lying in his arms, felt extremely relieved. Even the fear she had just felt disappeared. She recalled what she had just seen and said, I saw him coming and killing everyone. Oh? Did you see me being killed? Roka was quite curious. What Tina saw was what would happen in the future. He really wanted to know whether he had killed Jason or not. Or be killed by Jason. Tina looked up at him, but soon she shook her head, I can't see it. Yet. Roka frowned. Is it because she has a system that Tina cannot see her future? Or was it because he killed Jason? Wait, now Tina can't control her abilities as she wishes. She would see that the future of those people was just a matter of chance. I think you already know who he is, the undead killer Jason. He is resurrected. The legend of Jason the Immortal is well known throughout New York. It's just that although this guy is terrifying, he doesn't kill many people. Each time he resurrected, he only killed a few dozen people. The number of people killed by so many resurrections probably does not exceed 300. But it is precisely because of this that it did not attract the attention of the authorities. What should we do? When Tina heard the name of the immortal killer Jason, she suddenly became panicked. She naturally knew the legend of the undead killer Jason, and the other party's horrific killing methods were enough to make people tremble with fear just by hearing about them. Don't be afraid. In fact, I'm here to hunt down the immortal killer Jason, Roka said as he patted Truth behind him. Hearing this, Tina felt much more relieved. Should we tell them about this? Tina was talking about Nick and several other students who were having fun. If Jason suddenly killed people, these people would definitely not be able to escape. Roka shook his head. Haven't you seen their future? The future cannot be changed. Besides, even if you tell them, they won't believe it. So, what should we do? Tina was a little confused. I can't just watch them being killed by Jason. Roka looked her in the eyes seriously and said, the most important thing right now is to master your abilities. This will be helpful in the next battle. You know. Tina was a little surprised, because not many people knew that she had superpowers. Why did Roka know? You are not the only special one in this world. Roka did not explain much. However, the speaker may not have any intention, but the listener may take it seriously. In Tina's understanding, Roka must have special abilities like her, otherwise he would not have said that. For a moment she felt like she had found someone of her own kind, which made her very happy. Come, I will teach you how to control your abilities, even though I have no experience in this area. Roka said and pulled her to the next cubicle. He certainly has no experience in developing superpowers, but even if he has eaten pork, he has seen a pig run. First, you need to understand what your abilities are and what you can do. You should be able to control objects with your mind, right? Let's do some training. You need to concentrate and then keep imagining using your mind to move the water cup on the table. Roka guided step by step. Tina was also very serious because this was much more detailed than what Dr. Cruz explained. She gradually tried to do as Roka said, emptying her mind and thinking of nothing, staring at the water cup in front of her, imagining the feeling of controlling it with her mind. Gradually the water cup on the table began to move. Then the water cup gradually flew up. Hi! Tina relaxed and the cup fell down. Fortunately, it was caught by Roka. Very good, it seems that you already know how to control your abilities. Thank you, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Tina was also very happy. She didn't expect that controlling her superpowers would be so easy. But this is not enough. If you want to defeat him, you need to become stronger. Roka knew very well that Tina's superpowers were far more than that. In the movie, he could easily teach Jason a lesson just after he awakened, if Jason didn't have terrifying recovery ability and immortality. He is no match for her at all. Tina nodded thoughtfully. She had always been resistant to her superpowers and had never thought about how strong they were. Maybe she can really defeat it. Wouldn't this save everyone? After all, she was just a young girl, and naturally she didn't want to see these people die tragically here. Don't think too much, go back and rest first. Roka installed a lot of surveillance cameras around the villa, but he hasn't seen Jason yet. It seems that this guy will not come back tonight. He remembered that in the movie Jason would definitely invade the villa tomorrow night. So you can have a good sleep tonight. Kindness. Tina couldn't help but feel relieved when she heard him say that. Chapter 4. The next day. During the day, everything was peaceful. Although Jason is terrifying, he generally doesn't attack during the day. So it is relatively safe during the day. Tina invited Roka to play around nearby early in the morning. Tina hesitated for a moment by the crystal lake, then mustered up the courage to say, "Roka, you are a good person. I want to try to date you. I wonder if you are willing to accept someone who suddenly enters your life." Kindness. Roka was a little surprised by the sudden confession, but when he thought about the fact that this was in the open America, he was not so surprised. "For the girls here, just confess if you like someone. This is normal." But Roka still wanted to ask. "Why?" "Because I feel safe around you, and no one else believes in me, but you are the only one who is willing to believe in me and help me." Tina looked at him closely as she spoke, and felt a little disappointed when she saw that he didn't react at all. But the next moment, Roka hugged her waist tightly and kissed her directly. A real man doesn't need to say much, just prove it with actions. A long time. It was not until Tina was almost out of breath that she pushed Roka away with force. "Tina!" Just at this moment, a voice interrupted their lovey-dovey conversation. "Mother!" Tina immediately came out of Roka's arms feeling a little embarrassed. "Hello Mr. Roka, I haven't thanked you for saving Tina yet." Tina's mother thanked Roka with a kind smile. "You're welcome." Roka smiled slightly awkwardly. He didn't expect to be caught in the act. Tina's mother didn't say much when she saw this, but just took Tina away. Before leaving, Tina mouthed to him that she was going to attend the birthday party next door that evening. Roka naturally nodded in agreement. Time came to night. Nick was feeling upset about not being able to contact his cousin Michael. After all, how could this surprise birthday party be without a protagonist? However, what he didn't know was that his cousin had been killed by Jason. Roka sat on the sofa in the corner in silence. "Roka, are you saying he will really come tonight?" Tina asked softly in his ear. "Well, as expected, the dead person you saw should be Nick's cousin. Jason has killed the lone man, so he will definitely find us. Then isn't my mother in danger?" Tina suddenly thought of her mother who was alone with Dr. Cruz. It would be terrible if the two of them met Jason. Roka frowned. "This is indeed a problem, but we absolutely cannot act alone now. Looking at countless horror movies, the male and female protagonists and supporting characters are separated after encountering danger. Give the enemies a chance to defeat them one by one. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Then let's go back and take a look together, okay?" Tina looked at him with pleading eyes. "All right." Roka nodded, then looked at Nick and the others who were still having fun. "Nick, you'd better tell everyone not to leave here, and leave together if you have to." "What are you talking about?" Nick was very unhappy and reached out to push him away, but Roka didn't move and couldn't be pushed away at all. "That's all I have to say. If you don't believe me, forget it." Roka looked at him expressionlessly, then took Tina and left without looking back. "What's so arrogant about that guy?" Nick's friends all started to clamor in dissatisfaction when they saw this. The reason why he didn't dare to shout in person was naturally because of the truth that Roka carried with him. But after people left, there was no such concern. Nick looked a little unhappy. He didn't take his words to heart at all and continued to be happy as usual. The other side. "Mother." Tina couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw her mother in the room. "The party is over so soon." Tina's mother raised an eyebrow. "No. I mean, he is coming and he will attack us." Tina hesitantly told the story about Jason. "Ha ha ha, you mean Jason? Oh, did I hear it right?" Dr. Cruz gave a mocking expression. In fact, he did intend to create some coincidences to make Tina mistakenly believe that Jason appeared. The purpose of this is to allow Tina to unleash her superpowers. Because Cruz had long discovered that only by making Tina excited could her superpowers be stimulated. But this matter sounded different coming from Tina's mouth. He hasn't even started to arrange it yet. How did Tina know? "Well, I knew you wouldn't believe it." Tina sighed when she saw this. Although she knew that her mother and Dr. Cruz would not believe this, she was still a little disappointed when it really happened. Fortunately, Roka is willing to believe in himself. "Mr. Roka, I think you should go back." At this time, Dr. Cruz looked at Roka and asked him to see him off. However, Roka remained indifferent. "I suggest you not to go anywhere now. It's better to stay with us, otherwise Jason can kill you at any time. Ha ha ha, Jason wants my life? You are such a joke. Dr. Cruz seemed amused by this and laughed continuously. However, Roka ignored him. The only person he wanted to protect was Tina's mother. Whether this guy lived or died had nothing to do with him. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Dr. Cruz seemed a little bored, so he turned and left the room. Chapter 5. Beep beep. Just at this moment, the cell phone on Roka's waist suddenly beeped. His expression suddenly changed. Oh no, Jason is here. What? Tina was startled. Among those students, I'm afraid someone has been killed. Roka installed surveillance cameras and alarm devices around the villa, which would sound the alarm if someone approached. So he would never make a mistake. Tina's mother, Amanda Shepherd, also became a little suspicious at this time. She looked at Roka and it didn't seem like he was joking. So what should we do? Tina looked a little frightened. After all, the other party was the legendary killer Jason. And, if you don't mind, please come with us. I can't just abandon Tina's mother, so I have to take her along. This situation must not be dispersed now. All right. Amanda Shepherd agreed without giving it much thought. So the three of them quickly rushed to the next door. Dr. Cruz noticed the actions of the three people, but ignored them. At the same time, when Roka and the other two arrived next door, they found that there seemed to be nothing unusual here. Nick and his friends were just having fun drinking and singing. It looks like nothing unexpected happened. Tina couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this. However, Roka shook his head and said solemnly, "Didn't you notice that a few people were missing?" Yet, Tina looked around the hall and didn't notice that there were a few people missing. After all, she was not very familiar with these students and had no idea who was missing. Are you talking about someone missing? It's Kate, right? I saw her go to the bathroom just now. At this time, a black-haired woman came over and said. Hearing this, Tina looked at Roka and asked, "What should we do? Should we go to the bathroom?" "Certainly." Roka nodded. Although the explosive device was triggered, it still needed to be verified whether it was Jason. So they went to the bathroom together. It smells like blood. Before he even got close to the bathroom, Roka smelled the pungent smell of blood. You should know that human blood is very pungent. Generally speaking, you can smell the pungent smell of blood from a distance of 10 meters. This is often overlooked in movies. But not in reality. Tina also smelled the pungent smell, but she still plucked up the courage to go forward and push open the bathroom door. Yet, a scream echoed throughout the villa. Soon Nick and others also ran over. What happened? Nick walked over and asked with a frown. However, after seeing the woman with her stomach ripped open in the bathroom, he was so horrified that he was speechless. What is going on? When hearing this question, no one present could explain it clearly, and for a moment everyone's face was filled with fear. Some people even couldn't help but start vomiting. Roka narrowed his eyes without any surprise. It seemed that Jason had indeed been here. He had to be more careful next time. Just then, a shrill scream was heard outside the villa. It's Jane and David. They went to the lake. The black-haired woman said with some trembling. It's Jason the murderer. Seeing everyone's horrified expressions, Tina told the truth without hesitation. The panicked crowd became even more terrified when they heard the name Jason. The murderer Jason is nearby, so we can't act alone. Now let's go to the lake together. Tina said, asking for everyone's opinions. No one objected, and it was obvious that no one had any objections. So the group walked towards the crystal lake. Fortunately, the lakeside is part of a resort area and has many lights. It doesn't seem dark. Yet. Another scream of terror. The crowd found a naked body with a severed neck in the grove, and also found another body on a tree branch not far away. They are officially Jane and David. It's Jason, it's really Jason, Jason is here to kill us. Two people couldn't bear the fear and turned around and ran away. Hello. Nick wanted to call out to the two of them, but it was too late. Haha, they are dead. Roka sneered and stopped talking. It was impossible to persuade the damned guy with kind words. They were told not to separate, but they still left alone. If Jason doesn't look for you, who will he look for? As expected. When everyone returned to the villa, they saw the two people who had just escaped were hanging on the wall of the room in a very miserable state of death. It can be seen that both of them had their stomachs ripped open by a knife, their intestines spilled all over the floor, and the scene was extremely bloody. Tina couldn't help but cover her mouth and felt like vomiting. Roka was mentally prepared, so he kept his finger on the trigger and his attention was scattered around. It's a pity that Jason was nowhere to be found. Now, everyone who doesn't want to die should stay in the living room. Roka gave everyone a warning. No one objected. At this moment, they were already like frightened birds, fearing that Jason would suddenly appear from somewhere and kill them. For a moment everyone stayed in the living room. Dr. Cruz is still there. Amanda Shepard suddenly remembered that Dr. Cruz was still in the villa on the other side, so she became a little anxious. However, Roka shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Auntie, we can't control that much right now. If he goes out now, even he would be in danger, let alone others. Facing the elusive Jason, one could lose his life if he is not careful. Mom, let's take care of ourselves." Tina, who had no good feelings towards Dr. Brooke, naturally would not care about his life or death. Especially at such a dangerous moment. Chapter 6. Amanda Shepard sighed when she saw this, and she knew that it was impossible to save Dr. Brooke. It was at this time. A shrill scream was heard in the distance. "It's Dr. Brooke." Amanda Shepard was very familiar with Dr. Brooke's voice, so she was very sure that the voice just now was Dr. Brooke's. That means Dr. Brooke has also been killed by Jason. What do we do now? All the students, including Nick, were panicked and could only look at Roka, the fully armed man. He is the only one who can protect them now. "Stay here and don't go anywhere." Roka said just one sentence and then stopped talking, silently watching everything going on around him. At the same time, the Saiga 12K shotgun in his hand was loaded, and as long as Jason dared to step forward, he would raise his hand and spray him with bullets. Seeing this, others didn't dare to say anything. The whole living room fell silent for a moment. But Jason wouldn't let them stay in the living room forever. Snap! The next second the whole living room was plunged into darkness. The students, unable to bear the shock, screamed in surprise. "Be quiet, Jason cut off the power in order to confuse us." Roka started to scold everyone. It goes without saying that this was definitely Jason's plan. It seemed that having them all together really made it difficult for him to do anything. After hearing this, everyone finally quieted down a bit. However, the pitch-black surroundings will cause the fear in everyone's hearts to grow. "We won't be able to sustain this for long. Wait, why not take advantage of the situation?" Roka's eyes suddenly lit up. Since Jason wanted to keep them apart, it would be better to use the same trick against him and let someone be the bait to lure Jason out. Then attack from behind. It would be best if Jason could be killed, but if not, at least he could be severely injured. "Come here, I have a plan." Roka whispered the plan. However, after knowing that they needed to use bait to lure Jason, all the students dared not breathe, for fear of being selected. Even Nick is like this. After all, seducing Jason is a life-threatening thing, and no one dares to gamble their life here. Seeing that no one spoke, Roka's face turned cold. If necessary, he would take coercive measures. Otherwise, all of them will die here. "Let me go." At this time, Tina took the initiative to stand up. "Let me be the bait." "Tina." Amanda Shepard anxiously pulled her arm, trying to get her to sit down. As a mother, she naturally doesn't want to see her daughter go through such a dangerous thing. "Mom, it's okay. I believe Roka." Tina comforted her mother. She was the most suitable bait here. Firstly, she believed in Roka, and secondly, she possessed superpowers, which might save her life in times of danger. Naturally, the other students had no objection to this. Roka frowned. "Okay, Tina, you are indeed the most suitable one. Remember our previous practice, control Jason once he gets close." "I see." Tina took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay. Roka said without further ado, taking down the AK-47 and Desert Eagle behind him. Who among you knows how to use a gun? I will. And me. Nick and another boy raised their hands. Okay, I'll leave these to you. Just follow my orders and shoot. Do you understand? Roka looked at the two of them seriously. Clear. The two nodded seriously. Since their lives were at stake, they naturally did not dare to be careless. After arranging these things, next comes the bait. Following Roka's instructions, Tina opened the door and walked out carefully. However, before everyone could react, Jason attacked Tina from the roof. Ah! The sudden attack terrified Tina, and at the critical moment her superpowers were activated. Jason, who fell from the sky, was blown away by an unknown force. Shot! Roka yelled, picked up the shotgun and shot Jason. Then the gunfire continued. Boom boom boom. Under the firepower of the three people, Jason's body was riddled with holes. It didn't stop until a magazine of bullets was finished. Seeing Jason lying on the ground motionless, all the students cried with joy. Great, Jason was killed by us. Kill this damn monster. A student said this excitedly and wanted to kick Jason. Roka narrowed his eyes and said nothing, but he changed the magazine in his hand and looked at Jason lying on the ground vigilantly. The system did not prompt to complete the task. Jason is not dead yet. As expected. Just as the suicidal boy approached, Jason suddenly sat up and chopped off the boy's leg with the machete in his hand. The boy screamed and fell towards Jason. Then Jason stabbed him in the chest. He's not dead yet. Seeing that Jason was not dead yet, the students panicked again. However, before Jason could get up from the ground, Roka fired a shot from the Saiga 12K shotgun. Boom boom boom. Bullets kept spraying Jason's head. It only took a few shots to shatter his head. However, Roka was still worried. He remembered that Jason had a setting that he would not die unless his heart was broken. Chapter 7. In that case, there's nothing much to say. Just hit the heart hard and that's it. Until another magazine is finished. Only after Jason's chest and head were completely shattered did they stop. But Roka was still worried. Looking at so many horror movies, the protagonists were killed by the enemy because they didn't know how to finish off the opponent. This kind of thing will never happen to him. So he took off the 5 grenades hanging on his waist, pulled out the pins and threw them at Jason. Boom boom. No one expected that Roka would be so cruel. He not only beat the opponent's body to pieces, but also used grenades. This is too cautious. But no one dared to say what it was. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, Jason's body had been torn into pieces, with not a single piece of intact flesh left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Hunting Jason mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect super soldier serum. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task for the first time, opening the system space. Ding! The task has been updated for the host, please check it yourself. It was not until he heard the system prompt that the task was completed that Roka breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally killed Jason. Of course, Jason is immortal, but no one knows how long it will take for him to be resurrected again. It's the perfect super soldier serum. Roka was a little excited. Although the super soldier serum only enhanced physical fitness, it was still beyond the scope of human beings. Even when facing a monster like Jason, he can crush him with his own strength. It's also a very good reward. And the system space has also been opened, so that guns and other things do not have to be carried on the body all the time, which is a lot more convenient. As for the new tasks, he was not in a hurry to check them. Roka. Tina, still in shock, threw herself into Roka's arms for comfort. I'm sorry to have startled you. Roka felt a little guilty for letting her act as bait, but she didn't expect to be attacked by Jason as soon as she went out. Fortunately, Tina's superpowers saved her life, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. It's fine. Tina shook her head and didn't blame him. She knew very well that someone had to act as bait, otherwise they would all die here. Fortunately, Roka did not let her down and successfully dealt with Jason. Okay, Jason is dead. Take your aunt back and have a good rest. Roka comforted Tina and then took her to Amanda's shepherd. Mom, are you okay? Tina seemed to remember to comfort her mother only at this time. I'm fine. Fortunately, Roka is here. Amanda's shepherd also looked frightened, but fortunately Jason had been dealt with. This made her very grateful to Roka. Go back and have some rest first. We'll call the police tomorrow to handle these matters, and then everyone can go back. Kindness. Tina nodded, but felt a little reluctant at the thought of parting with him. Go back to the other side of the villa. First, they saw Dr. Cruz, who was brutally killed by Jason. His eye sockets were pierced and his death was extremely miserable. Tina covered her mouth and felt like vomiting, then turned her head away to avoid watching the scene. Roka was fine. He immediately took the initiative to drag Dr. Cruz's body and threw it out. But even so, the room was still filled with the smell of blood. Don't go. Just when Roka was about to leave, Tina suddenly grabbed him. How could the girl sleep after being worried and frightened all day? Of course she wanted to be comforted. Roka naturally wouldn't refuse. After Tina took a shower, he also went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he took out the perfect super soldier serum rewarded by the system and injected himself without hesitation. There is no pain. When he climbed out of the bathtub, he felt that his whole body had become different. Not only the power, but everything around seemed to be slowed down to 0.5 times the speed. He even heard the sound of Tina taking a shower next door. Great, my body has been strengthened at least 5 times. Roka clenched his fists excitedly. You should know that this strengthening is all round, not only the body and 5 senses, but even the mental will. In other words, his strength has increased by more than 5 times. Originally he was considered tall, but now his figure was even more perfect, with a muscular body, 8-pack abs, and not a trace of fat. Can unleash its own strength to the maximum extent. Perfect. Roka is very satisfied with the changes in his body, but being physically strong alone is not enough. You have to know that many problems in American horror films cannot be solved by relying on physical strength. Especially the weirdness associated with Cthulhu. Of course, just don't provoke those beings for now. Task 1, Man in the Mirror. I looked at the system tasks and found that there was only one. The person in the mirror. Roka had some impression of this horror movie. No, I should have an impression of the heroine in it. The heroine of the mirror is called India Isley, who plays an 18-year-old girl Maria, a very beautiful girl. And it seems that this girl is his classmate. Roka then remembered that he and Maria were in the same school and in the same grade. He hadn't noticed this before. Wow! Roka, who came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, was still thinking about Maria. However, seeing his perfect body, Tina couldn't help but pounce on him and touch his perfect muscles. What's wrong? Roka found it strange that she looked so impatient. I have no idea how attractive my figure is to women. Chapter 8. Come on, let's go to the room. Tina pulled him into the room without saying a word. Everything that happened next required almost no action from Roka. Tina had already helped him complete it. Although it was her first time, she was quite talented at this kind of thing. It was almost dawn when the two fell into a deep sleep. At noon, the two of them ate something awkwardly under the gaze of Amanda's shepherd. The police then came to deal with the matter. Although Jason's reason for killing people was outrageous, it was not surprising to the police here. Because they have dealt with this kind of thing many times. So there were no surprises. After taking the statements, everyone couldn't wait to leave this nightmare place. Roka, I can't bear to leave you. Before leaving, Tina lingered in his arms reluctantly. Okay, Tina, our schools are not far away, we can meet again on our day off. Roka ruffled her blonde hair with some amusement. Both of them went to school in New York, but in different schools. But Tina still felt a little reluctant. Until Amanda's shepherd called out to her from the car. I'm planning to open an exorcism agency. Would you like Tina to come and help me? Of course. Tina agreed almost without hesitation. Okay, call me if you have anything, go ahead. Roka ruffled her blonde hair and then helped her into the car. After waving goodbye, he also drove away in his car. Soon, Roka returned to his rental house and registered a company called Exorcist on the website so that he could receive more system tasks. After doing all this, he can finally have a good rest. The next day, he took the school bus to school even though he had been on leave for a few days. Roka doesn't have many friends at school. Although he is very handsome, he is like a transparent person. Others don't bother him. He won't take the initiative to provoke others. But a few girls still greeted him. After responding politely, he sat down in the window seat. The school bus was driving slowly on the road. Soon it stopped again. At this time, a black-haired girl with a delicate and lovely face got on the bus. Her face was delicate and picturesque, her eyes were as deep as a lake, her figure was thin, and her lines were elegant, giving people a feeling of fragility. But at this moment she revealed a timid temperament, as if she was afraid of the people in the car. However, what you fear will come true. Just when she wanted to go to the back seat of the car, a leg blocked the aisle. Seeing her hesitation, the classmates burst into laughter. If you still want this leg, take it away now. Just when all the students were laughing wildly, a discordant voice was heard. The golden-haired boy stretched out his leg and looked at Roka who was speaking, and immediately shouted, "What? What's wrong with me putting my leg here? Hey, did you see that someone actually stood up for Maria? Ha ha ha." The other boys laughed loudly as well. In class, Maria has always been the target of bullying. It is impossible to say that she is not bullied because she is beautiful. In their opinion, it was all because of her timid appearance, which made people want to bully her. Even Maria was a little surprised. Whenever she was bullied, no one ever spoke up for her, not even her best friend Lily. I didn't expect that this boy who usually doesn't talk much would stand up for her. For a moment, she felt touched. But then came worry. After all, with so many boys present, he will definitely suffer. However, Roka said nothing, but stood up and walked to the boy who stretched out his leg. "Why? You want to fight?" The boy stood up suddenly. Although he was not as tall as Roka, his momentum was just as great. But in front of Roka, it was just a barking vicious dog. He reached out and grabbed the boy's neck, then lifted him up with one hand. The boy who originally wanted to resist could only struggle in pain. The other boys were also stunned. You have to know that the weight of an adult male is definitely more than 120 kilograms, and considering the force of the struggle, it is impossible for an ordinary person to lift it with both hands. This shows how shocking it is to lift a person up with one hand. For a moment, all the other boys were frightened and didn't dare to step forward. "Pa pa pa!" Roka raised his hand and slapped the boy a few times. The boy, who was already struggling in pain, suddenly turned purple in the face and was about to suffocate to death, so Roka let go. Cough cough cough. The boy who was put down coughed dryly in fear. At that moment he really felt like he was going to die. "Remember, if I see you bullying your classmates again, I will bully you severely. Do you hear me?" Roka grabbed his hair and asked calmly. "Yes, yes." The frightened boy nodded repeatedly in agreement. Roka threw him onto the seat and then turned around and sat down in his own seat. He didn't care about other people's expressions, as if he had done something insignificant. He doesn't have a good temper towards bullies. "Thanks." Just as Roka was looking at the scenery outside the window, a soft voice sounded in his ears. "Nothing." Roka continued to look at the scenery without turning his head. Can I sit here?" "Certainly." Only then did Roka turn around and look at Maria's pretty face that was full of unique charm. "Thanks." Maria's smile was as bright and beautiful as a blooming flower. Chapter 9. Even Roka couldn't help but admire that this girl was truly extremely beautiful. However, her father still thought she was not perfect enough and wanted to give her plastic surgery. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door for something outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. But how to complete the task? Roka. Maria felt a little shy for a moment when she saw him staring at her. After all, he was the first person who was so nice to her. She was always bullied at school, so she didn't have many friends. The only good friend is Lily. But it never gave her such a sense of security. What's more, he is so handsome. Thinking of this, Maria felt a little shy, and even her fair face turned a little red. Nothing, just thinking about something. Roka only reacted at this time. He didn't expect that just an unintentional action would make the girl blush. At the same time, he also thought about how to complete this task. We're at school, get off the bus. Ah? Oh. Maria was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Soon, the two of them got out of the car and entered the school. Hey! At this time, Maria's best friend Lily came up to say hello, and next to her was her boyfriend Sean. Roka ignored the green TBCH and kept walking forward. Excuse me. Maria followed after him, apologizing. This made Lily so angry that she jumped up and down, and she decided to have someone find trouble with these two people during lunch break. Although nominally she and Maria are good friends, in fact she just likes to show off in front of Maria, the clown. Maria never said anything when she was bullied, let alone stood up to help. Time came to finish school in the afternoon. A scream of pain was heard in the school corridor, followed by the laughter of a group of people. Roka, who was just walking out of the classroom, frowned. Originally, he didn't intend to pay attention to these things, but when he saw that the girl who was surrounded was Maria, he immediately walked over. I remember I told you not to bully your classmates, but it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. The person who bullied Maria was the boy in the car. I didn't expect that he would bully Maria again so soon. To be honest, Roka doesn't understand this kind of bullying. But it doesn't matter, let him be the bully today. It's you, kid. The boy who was called suddenly had tears in his eyes when he saw Roka. He would not just let go of what happened in the car. So after school, he gathered a group of brothers to seek revenge on Roka. But I just happened to meet Maria at the door. Then of course I have to bully Maria again. But now that the real culprit is here, revenge is of course the most important thing. The boy rushed over with his fist raised without saying a word, and the boys he called over also rushed over. Careful! Maria could only remind loudly and anxiously. But the next moment, a series of screams were heard in the corridor. Under the gaze of many students in the corridor, Roka knocked all the troublemaking boys to the ground with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. That's it. Roka stepped on the golden-haired boy's face and said with disdain. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a little jerk. The boy who was stepped on the ground didn't dare to say anything back, for fear of being beaten up. Remember, behave yourself in school from now on. If you see me, take a detour. Do you hear me? Yes, yes. The golden-haired boy was about to cry. Seeing this, Roka let him go with satisfaction. Are you okay? Roka came to Maria and stretched out his hand to her who was still lying on the ground. Thank you. Maria came back to her senses and thanked him quickly, then extended her hand. Roka pulled her up from the ground, but she lost her balance and fell down. This is too bloody. Roka complained in his heart, but his body was very obedient and he hugged her soft body. At the same time, a refreshing fragrance came, which was quite pleasant. Are you okay? Fine. Maria's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible if you didn't listen carefully. Come on, I'll take you home. It just so happened that the two of them were going the same way, so Roka was able to send the Buddha off to the west. We are still provided with school bus service. Along the way, Maria seemed to have regained some of her liveliness, and Roka was chatting with her in a casual manner. And this was definitely the happiest day for Maria. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. When they arrived at the door of her house, Maria waved goodbye to him, then quickly kissed him on the face before shyly turning around and getting out of the car. Roka couldn't help but be a little surprised, then shook his head with amusement. He didn't expect that he could win over this beautiful girl in just one day. Back home, Roka received a call from Tina. Hey, did you miss me after not seeing me for a day? Of course I did. On the other hand, Tina was very satisfied with this answer. Didn't you say you wanted to register an exorcism company? How's that going? Well, I've registered, but for now, no one has asked me to perform an exorcism. This is normal. After all, the company has just been registered and no one knows about it yet. How about this, I help you promote it? That's fine. Roka was not in a hurry about this. There were too many horrors in this world, and he could not solve all the problems. Especially since he doesn't have the ability to deal with ghosts yet. Let alone crush, it's best not to meet him if you can. Chapter 10. By the way, there's a social gathering this weekend, and I want you to go with me, what do you think? A fraternity? One where boyfriends and girlfriends attend together. Right, so do you want to go? Tina's voice was slightly teasing, and it was obvious that she was certain that he would go. After all, no man would allow his girlfriend to attend such a social gathering. It's almost like a blind date. The boys and girls who participate will express their love to each other and even have an indulgent party. Of course, you know, I can't tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes. Roka naturally agreed readily. After all, since he was invited to such a social gathering, it would be difficult not to go. Otherwise, it will be difficult to live in school in the future. School is like a small society. You don't have to flatter, but you have to at least learn to protect yourself. After reaching an agreement, the two hung up the phone. The weekend came quickly. In addition to going to school every day, Roka has also collected a lot of places where horror legends occurred. It's a pity that the system task was not triggered. At present, he has only one task, and that is the man in the mirror. And after these few days of contact, Maria also fell in love with him completely, but she was too inferior to say it out loud. Roka didn't say anything either. The relationship between the two remained at a stalemate. He was not in a hurry about this, after all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Hi! On the busy street, Tina, dressed in trendy clothes, waved to Roka in the car. Come up. Roka smiled and waved. Tina immediately opened the door and got in the car. Beiji. After closing the door, Tina immediately gave him a kiss on the cheek, and then began to talk about the interesting things that happened today. And soon the two of them arrived at the social gatherings hotel. As soon as the two entered the social gathering, they immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Tina, is this the boyfriend you were talking about? So handsome. I didn't expect that this was the reason why you didn't accept Jimmy, Tina. I have to say you have good taste. Now Jimmy will be very sad. Handsome guy, let me introduce myself. My name is Susan. All the girls present were surprised by Tina's boyfriend, and some bold girls even twisted their waists to come up and greet him. Roka was not interested in these girls, although there were indeed some good-looking ones among them. But it's far worse than Tina. Seeing how popular he was, Tina was not angry at all, but rather a little proud. She then spoke up to help him out. Roka, let me introduce them to you. This is Tatum, this is Sydney, and this is... The boys were a little unhappy to see how heated the fight was, and they began to plot how to teach this man who stole the limelight a lesson. Especially the boy named Jimmy, he has always liked Tina. It's a pity that every time he confessed his love, he was rejected. Originally, he felt more balanced because Tina didn't have a boyfriend. Thinking that he could always get Tina. But I didn't expect that Tina already had a boyfriend without telling anyone. How could he not bear a grudge? Roka did notice what was happening with the boys, but he didn't care much about it. After introducing each other, Tina started chatting enthusiastically with the girls. As for Roka, he sat aside reading a book with a bored look on his face. Hey, have you heard about the ghost-faced man that's been going viral recently? Ghost face? Do you want to watch a horror movie? That's fine. I have some here. The blonde said as she turned on the TV to play a horror movie. Tina shrugged it off. After experiencing what happened with the killer Jason, she became much braver. A horror movie of this level naturally couldn't scare him. However, the speaker may not have any intention, but the listener may take it seriously. Ghost-faced man. Roka, who was drinking red wine alone, raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, the people Tina introduced just now included Sydney and her boyfriend Billy, as well as Stu and a few other people who sounded slightly familiar. Could it be? Ding! The system has updated the task. Scream 1, Please find the murderer of the ghost-faced man. Is it really a scream? Roka felt familiar with the ghost-faced man. Combined with the male and female protagonists, Sydney and her boyfriend Billy, it was indeed a screaming plot. He was so happy that he burst into laughter. After all, no matter how elusive the ghost-faced man is, he is just an ordinary person. In front of him, he is like a little chicken and is easily controlled. But who is the murderer? Billy? The plot today is very different from that in the movie, and Roka is not quite sure about the process. But Billy should be one of the murderers. Who is the other one? He thought for a long time but still couldn't remember. Forget it, just keep an eye on Zinni. By then, the two ghost-faced murderers will show up. The party went on. Some boys also took the initiative to provoke him, but he easily dismissed them all. After the party, Roka pulled Tina away, but not too far. You said Sydney would be in danger. Tina was still a little confused. No time to explain, let's follow them. Roka didn't explain much and just pulled Tina to follow. The two followed Sydney all the way to her home. We'll just wait outside, and if there's any screaming in the house, we'll go in. Roka pulled Tina and hid in the grass by the roadside. Tina didn't ask any more questions when she saw this, but instead became a little excited. Time passes by every second. Just when Tina was yawning, two boys entered the house. It's Stu and Randy. Tina recognized the two people immediately. Walk. Roka didn't waste any time and rushed towards the house. The door to the room was totally useless. He raised his foot and kicked it open. Bang! Just then, a gunshot was heard, and then a boy fell down. Chapter 11. Randy. Tina looked at the person who was shot in surprise. Roka pulled her to the corner in an instant, and when he glanced over, he saw that the person who fired the gun was the ghost-faced man. Snap! The ghost-faced man, relying on the gun in his hand, actually walked straight towards the two of them. Roka couldn't help but sneer, and when the other party approached, he suddenly jumped out, then grabbed the other party's gun hand and exerted force suddenly. Kaka! There was only a crisp sound, and the ghost-faced man's arm was broken. Ah! At this time, the ghost-faced man finally couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Tina, Roka! When Zinni saw the two of them, she ran over subconsciously. Her sixth sense told her that Tina and Roka were safer than her boyfriend Billy. Are you okay? Tina hurriedly asked with concern. I'm fine. Zinni shook her head and looked at the ghost-faced man who was wailing with his arms folded. Then she reached out her hand and carefully stepped forward to lift the other's ghost-faced man's mask. Stu! Zinni's eyes widened. She had never expected that the man with the ghost face would be Stu. They were at a party together not long ago. I didn't expect you to be the ghost face man. At this time, Billy also came over and pointed at Stu with an incredulous look. However, just as he approached Roka, a dagger appeared in his hand and he stabbed Roka in the chest unexpectedly. The sudden scene left Tina and Sydney unable to react. But the next moment, Billy's hand was firmly grasped. Roka looked at Billy with a joking expression and said, "It seems that you are also a ghost-faced person." Billy tried to pull his arm back in confusion, but found that he couldn't. "Let me go." Billy punched me with a ferocious look on his face. Snap! Roka simply grabbed it and twisted it hard. The next moment, Billy screamed and hugged his arms and wailed. It's totally incomprehensible. Roka sneered and blamed himself for letting them fall into his hands. In the movie, these two people are elusive and kill people without blinking an eye, playing with everyone in the palm of their hands. But in front of him, they were like little chickens, without any power to resist. You are also a ghost-faced man. Zinni also reacted at this time. She had suspected that her boyfriend was a ghost-faced man before. Now her guess has been confirmed. I'm not, Sydney, you misunderstood. Seeing that things were hopeless, Billy pretended to be pitiful. After hearing his explanation, Zinni became a little suspicious. Indeed, they had no evidence to prove that Billy was the ghost-face man. Even if Billy attacked Roka in person. Tina couldn't help but frowned. Roka, do you think he is the ghost-faced man? The answer is simple. Roka chuckled and said, "Admit it, you are one of the ghost face men. The two of you have been together from the beginning to the end. You slander me. I am not a ghost-faced man at all." Billy still denied it. "Don't admit it? Then don't blame me for killing you," Roka said as he picked up the dagger that Stu had dropped. Billy understood his plan in an instant. He was trying to frame someone, and even if the police came, it would be useless. This was also his original plan. But now everything is reversed. I said, I am indeed the ghost-faced man. Oh, now you know how to tell it? Then just tell me everything." Roka was not in a hurry to kill him. It would not be too late to get rid of him after he explained everything clearly. "Why would you do that?" Sydney still doesn't understand why Billy would do such a thing, even though they played poker before. But he didn't expect that he would kill himself in the blink of an eye. "Because you answered your question incorrectly." Billy didn't hide it, but told her the answer directly. In fact, he is just a psychopath, so he planned all this. He chose to kill Zinni in the end, and then frame her so that no one would know it was him who did it. But he didn't expect Roka and Tina to suddenly appear. Originally, he was thinking of making these two people his next target. "Okay, now that things have been sorted out, it's time to send you on your way. Are you going to kill them?" Tina was a little worried that it would be bad if she got into a lawsuit. "I'll kill him, nothing will happen." Zinni took the initiative to step forward. After finding out everything, she hated these two people to the core and naturally would not let them go. Roka shrugged and said, "It would be great if someone took action." Puff puff. Sydney ignored Billy's pleas for mercy and stabbed him in the chest without hesitation, followed by Stu. Only after killing the two men did Zinni call the police in an orderly manner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Scream, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super regeneration. Super regeneration. Roka touched his chin. This reward was not bad. With this super regeneration, at least he wouldn't have to worry about getting injured. After I finished recording my statement with the police, it was already very late. Tina naturally wouldn't go back to school. So the two of them booked a room nearby. The next day, Roka was woken up by Tina early in the morning and was just about to teach her a lesson. Tina took out her phone and said excitedly, "Roka, I found a legend about a murderer on a blog. It is said that all the missing people were made into pancakes. What do you think? Do you want to go and have a look?" Chapter 12. Murderer. Roka raised his eyebrows. He was not very interested in murderers. However, at this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding! The system task has been updated to Axe Maniac. Please kill the Axe Maniac. "Well, let's go and take a look, but..." Roka said as he pressed her head. Tina immediately gave him a knowing look, but still immediately lay down and started biting. Originally, he had no intention of going to see any murderer. There were so many perverted murderers in America. But since the system has released the task, I have to take a look. And strictly speaking, this Axe Maniac is no longer a human being. Its body is not afraid of pistol bullets and its strength is incredible. But this thing's weakness seems to be syrup. It's easy as long as you know the weakness. In the afternoon, the two drove dozens of kilometers to their destination. At this time, in a small town near the murderer, students from a school were holding a graduation party. Perhaps because Roka and Tina were also students, they were also invited to join the party. "Hey, my name is Laura, what about you, handsome guy? Your muscles are really strong." At the party, Roka felt the enthusiasm of these young and beautiful girls. "I'm sorry, he already has a girlfriend." Seeing that these girls were becoming more and more outrageous, Tina immediately asserted her sovereignty. Seeing this, the girls had no choice but to leave angrily. Roka shook his head with amusement, and then asked the teacher beside him for information, "I wonder if you have heard of the legend of the murderer around here." "A murderer? There are some rumors, but I'm not sure about the details." The teacher shook his head. He didn't care about these things. "Hey, I know this." At this time, a beautiful woman with big wavy blonde hair came over. After hearing her words, the students looked over with some curiosity. I heard a story that in recent years, all the missing people in the area were made into Rigiamo by a murderer. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. The blonde with big wavy hair smiled mysteriously and said, "And I heard that this killer was once a famous chef." The aroma of his Rigiamo attracted hunters nearby. The killer enthusiastically invited him to taste Rigiamo. The hunter had never eaten anything so delicious before, so he wanted to pay for the Rigiamo recipe, but was rejected by the killer. The hunter was so angry that he caught the murderer and drowned him in the syrup he made. Then he found the recipe of Rigiamo in the cabin. From then on, the hunter opened Rigiamo branches all over the country, and the unwilling killer was reborn on a stormy night. He dragged a pancake cart and killed all those who broke into his territory. After hearing this story, the students looked at each other in confusion, and after a moment they resumed their playfulness. Apparently no one took this story seriously. However, Roka knew that he had found the right person, and the axe maniac was the chef who made Rigiamo. Just find him and kill him to complete the mission. However, it is not easy to find the axe maniac nearby. After the party, Roka and Tina started looking for it. I was attracted by the honking police cars in the town. Just ask around and you'll get the news. There is actually a murder case. Could it be that murderer? Tina made a bold guess. It's possible. Let's follow and see. Roka drove after him without saying a word. It would be great if we could find the murderer, but it doesn't matter if we can't. So they were led by the police car. The surrounding environment is becoming more and more remote. Finally we stopped in front of a dilapidated house in the forest. Then a slim blonde policewoman and a middle-aged male policeman got out of the police car. The two men slowly approached the house with their guns drawn. How about it? Should we go over there? Tina said after seeing the two people enter the house. Don't worry, maybe the murderer is not here. Roka didn't hold out much hope. This place was indeed quite remote and the houses were rather old, but it was hard to say whether the killer was still here. If he wasn't there, it would be very troublesome for them to go there. By then, the two policemen will definitely keep a close eye on them. So it's not too late to wait until the murderer appears. Tina naturally had no objection. The two waited for a moment. Suddenly there was a scream from inside the house. This was followed by a burst of gunfire. The policewoman then fled from the house covered in blood. The killer has appeared. Tina couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, the female police officer who escaped also saw their car. Help! The policewoman screamed for help, looking completely frightened. The killer behind her finally showed up. It was a monster wearing black cloth, with thick hair all over its body and a head like a dry tree stump. It was dragging a pancake cart behind it. The most important thing is that he runs faster than the policewoman. Seeing that the female police officer was in danger, Tina glared and activated her superpower. The next second, the killer was blown away by an invisible force. Chapter 13. Well done! Roka praised. Because she didn't have a direct battle with Jason, Tina's superpowers are obviously weaker, but this level is already very good. As long as you keep training hard, you will become stronger sooner or later. Unfortunately, my superpowers can't hurt him. Tina shook her head with some regret. Her superpowers could indeed knock the murderer away. But it cannot cause much damage to it. As expected, the killer who had just been blown away stood up again and charged forward as if nothing had happened. This guy is just as strong as Jason. And not afraid of pistol bullets. What about 20-gauge shotgun shells? Roka took out the Saiga 12K shotgun from the system space when the killer was only 5 meters away. Bump! The terrifying power of the shotgun directly blasted the killer away, followed by the second shot and the third shot. Roka kept pulling the trigger until he had finished firing a magazine. The murderer also fell down with his body in tatters. That's great, thank you. The policewoman thought the murderer was dead, so she stepped forward to express her gratitude. If no one had rescued her, she would have surely died at the hands of this murderer. Don't be in a hurry to thank him, that guy is not dead yet. Roka stopped Tina, who wanted to go forward to check. Because the system did not send any sound indicating that the task was completed, he dared to conclude that the killer was not dead. It's a pity that he has run out of grenades, otherwise he wouldn't mind giving you a few. He's not dead yet. Tina was a little surprised. What kind of monster is this? The blonde policewoman was shocked. She thought the monster was dead, but she didn't expect it was still alive. As expected. After lying down for a while, the murderer stood up again and rushed over with an axe in hand. Tina, do you want to try it? Roka intended to let her practice her superpowers. Although she practiced them normally, the effect was still inferior to that in combat. No, no. Tina shook her head repeatedly. She didn't think she could defeat this monster. In fact, her superpowers up to now can only inflict some damage to the opponent like telekinesis. It was obvious that such a blow could not kill the murderer in front of him. All right. Roka felt a little helpless, but he didn't force her. Just when Tina thought he was going to continue using his gun to deal with the killer, she didn't expect that he would go straight towards the killer. Roka! Tina screamed. However, before she could step forward to stop him, she saw Roka raise his hand to catch the axe that the murderer had chopped down. Wow, the power is not weak. Roka was a little surprised. The power of this killer was really incredible. The force of this axe was at least 1,000 pounds, and there was no doubt that he could chop a person in half in an instant. But he was still a little weak in front of Roka. He just raised his foot and kicked hard, and the killer's tall body was kicked more than 10 meters away. Marvelous! Seeing how fierce he was, Tina couldn't help but jump up excitedly. I didn't expect that my boyfriend is not only good in bed, but also so good in fighting. The policewoman standing by was even more stunned that someone could actually kick the murderer away. This is amazing. This axe is pretty good. Roka weighed the axe he had snatched from the killer, then slowly walked up to the killer. The killer didn't seem to be very smart. He got up and pounced on him again foolishly. Roka dodged sideways, then held the axe with both hands and chopped it hard on the neck. The murderer's neck was as hard as dry wood. But the next second... Phew! Without any surprise, the murderer's neck was chopped off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Axe Maniac. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million and the speed ability. There are actually 2 rewards. Roka was a little surprised. Not to mention the $1 million, he also gained the power of speed. After taking a look, he found that this speed ability was quite good and could burst out at 10 times its own speed. It's a pretty good superpower. Roka, you are awesome. Seeing the murderer being solved, Tina ran over and gave him a passionate kiss immediately. Is he really dead? The blonde policewoman also approached cautiously at this time. The shotgun blast just now didn't kill it, which made her a little unsure whether the monster was really dead. Don't worry, unless he can be resurrected. Holding down Tina, who was still trying to play tricks, Roka looked at the beheaded killer and found that his body had begun to rot. I think it will become a pile of rotten meat in no time. He would be really convinced if he could be resurrected under such circumstances. Thank you very much. The blonde policewoman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard that, and at the same time expressed her gratitude. It's okay. Can you handle the follow-up matters? Roka was asking about the follow-up treatment of the murderer. He has no interest in participating in this kind of thing. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything, I will take care of this matter. The blonde policewoman naturally understood what he meant. Then we'll go first. Roka nodded with satisfaction, then took Tina and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, sir. I don't even know your name. Why don't we exchange contact information? To be honest, the blonde policewoman was a little envious of Tina for having such a powerful boyfriend. She even wanted to poach him. Anyway, we are not married. Besides, even if you're married, you can still poach your boyfriend, right? Chapter 14. Roka looked at the blonde policewoman. To be honest, she was quite pretty, not much inferior to Tina. The only thing he didn't know was whether she had ever had a boyfriend. He has no interest in second-hand goods. But after thinking about it, he left a contact number. After a while, they drove back. How is it? Isn't that policewoman pretty? Inside the car, Tina was obviously unhappy with the blonde policewoman. Roka replied with some amusement, of course not as pretty as you. How about asking her out to get a room? Tina said something shocking. Even Roka was a little slow to react, and he immediately joked, I don't mind if you want to. Snort. Tina naturally didn't want to hear that. After playing and fighting all the way back, they sent Tina back to school and Roka returned to his rental house. Now that he has money, he also plans to purchase some heavy weapons. He was no longer satisfied with the Saiga 12K shotgun. We have to get some big ones. The next day, Roka got on the school bus to school as usual. Hi. Soon Maria also got on the car, and the moment she saw him, she showed a sweet and beautiful smile. Morning. Roka smiled and raised his hand to greet her. How about this weekend? Maria smiled as she sat down next to him. Not bad, I attended the social gathering next door and even captured the ghost-faced man. Ghost-faced man? Is it the ghost-faced man that's been popular recently? Have you met a ghost-faced man? When Maria heard about the ghost-faced man, she immediately became interested, but at the same time she was a little worried about him. After all, she knew that the ghost-faced man killed people. Of course, not only that, I also went to XXX to see a murderer. Roka simply recounted what happened over the weekend. Maria's eyes lit up after hearing this, but she was a little hesitant, not knowing whether she should tell others about the strange things that happened to her. Will he believe it? Arrived at school soon. That. Maria hesitated before finally speaking. She wanted to tell Roka about the strange things that happened to her. However, he was interrupted by the bell for class. It's time for class. Let's go to the classroom quickly. Roka didn't notice anything unusual about her. Maria was a little discouraged by this. She had finally mustered up the courage to speak out, but now she could only wait until next time. It's really useless. Just at this moment, Maria heard a reprimanding voice in her ears, which made her a little flustered. A strange thing happened to her a few days ago. She found that the person in the mirror could actually speak, and she was shocked at the time. As a result, I didn't sleep well for the past 2 days. Now when she heard that voice again, she felt a little flustered. Fortunately, there were many people in the school, and Roka was right beside her, so the fear in her heart was alleviated a little. I returned home from school soon. Maria locked herself in her room. But the voice sounded again. If you don't do anything, he will be snatched away by someone else. You should know how good he is. Maria became a little worried when she heard this. She liked Roka very much. If it weren't for Roka, she would probably still be bullied. She couldn't imagine how disappointed she would be if Roka was taken away by another woman. What are you still hesitating about? Just confess your feelings to him boldly. But. Maria was still a little worried. What if her confession was rejected? She has a low self-esteem and is afraid that she won't even have friends if she's rejected. She would really break down then. It's really useless. Why don't you let me do it? I'll help you catch him. You. Hearing this, Maria came to the mirror with some doubts. She saw herself in the mirror, who looked exactly like her. But that was definitely not her. Yes, I'm here to confess my feelings for you, and I promise that I will definitely make him your boyfriend. Really? Maria was a little hesitant and a little excited, but she was not stupid. What should I do? It's very simple. Give me your body, and we'll exchange it after you fulfill your wish. But Maria was a little worried. What if the exchange couldn't be completed? Don't worry, you should know that I have no ill will towards you. I will help you fulfill your wish. Well, then. The love in her heart for Roka overcame her reason. When she thought that Roka would become her boyfriend, she chose to believe herself in the mirror without hesitation. The next day. Still on the school bus. Hi. Roka greeted Maria as usual when she got on the car. But Maria seemed a little different today. The first thing she said after she sat down was, Roka, do you think I'm pretty? Am I suitable to be your girlfriend? Ah. Roka looked at her in surprise. This was not something the quiet and timid Maria would say. And he found that Maria's temperament and demeanor today were completely different from usual. He immediately realized that this Maria in front of him had exchanged souls with the twin sister in the mirror. In other words, the person in front of me is Alan, not Maria. Before he could react, Alan kissed him directly. For a moment, the sweetness of the girl filled the mouth, like a ripe cherry. The sweetness spread on the tip of the tongue, and then slowly filled the entire mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. The other students on the school bus were no longer surprised by this. After all, kissing in public is the norm in America. Chapter 15. After a moment, Alan was the first to open his mouth. After taking a deep breath for a while, a bright smile appeared on his face. From today on you are mine. Alan declared his sovereignty in public. Roka shook his head with amusement. I didn't say I wanted to be your boyfriend. Isn't that enough? Alan said as he came closer. But Roka held his head. After trying in vain, Alan became a little agitated. Am I not pretty enough? No, you haven't opened your heart to me yet. Don't you intend to make things clear? Roka said meaningfully. Alan was stunned for a moment and then he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Did he know? But how is this possible? No one else should know that she and Maria exchanged souls. While I was lost in thought, the school bus stopped at the school gate. Seeing that she remained silent, Roka was not in a hurry. This matter needed her to speak it out herself. Until noon. Alan suddenly pulled him to the health room and then gave him a wall bang. Don't you want to know my secret? It all depends on whether you are willing to confess. Will you accept me then? Alan was a little nervous because she had agreed with Maria that Roka would be her boyfriend. If she failed, she didn't know how to face Maria. Yes, I will accept you no matter who you are, but I also hope you can accept the fact that I have a girlfriend. Roka said it directly without hiding anything. What? You have a girlfriend? Alan suddenly became excited. She didn't expect that Roka already had a girlfriend. Yes, she is Tina from the school next door. We met at Crystal Lake. Roka briefly explained the situation, and now it depended on whether Alan would accept it. He really liked this delicate and lovely girl, but there was nothing he could do if she didn't want to. Alan felt sad after hearing this. She didn't expect that Roka already had a girlfriend. This was a little hard for her to accept. But on second thought, what's there to be afraid of if you have a girlfriend? Just snatch it away. I want you to break up with her, and I will give you everything I have. As Alan was speaking, she prepared to take off her clothes. She believed that she would never lose to the woman named Tina, and she was very confident about her body. However, Roka grabbed her hand and stopped her. Maria, I hope you can understand that I am willing to accept everything about you, but I also hope that you can accept everything about me. If you can't do that, then let's end it. Hearing the word end, Alan trembled all over and felt a little scared. She was afraid that Roka would really leave her. I'm not actually Maria. Alan finally spoke out tremblingly. In fact, Alan is Maria's twin sister. The twins were born at the same time when they were very young. But unlike Maria, Alan was born with congenital defects. But because of this, her father left her in the snow to die. Her spirit has been with Maria ever since. Until yesterday when I exchanged souls with Maria. She promised Maria that she would make Roka her boyfriend. After telling everything, Alan looked at Roka with some concern. All this was really too bizarre. If an ordinary person heard this, they would probably think she was a fool. Soul exchange is simply a fantasy. But Roka believed it without hesitation. You mean your name is Alan? That's a good name. Alan, who was originally a little nervous, was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she smiled brightly. She was right about this man. You really don't dislike us? No, as long as you can accept Maria, I will disappear after that. Alan looked a little lonely after he finished speaking. However, Roka suddenly pulled her into his arms and said, Who said I dislike you? And I won't allow you to disappear. Be good and let me see Maria. Alan, who had originally looked lonely, was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes when she heard this. She didn't expect that Roka didn't dislike her at all for taking over Maria's body. Then she pulled Roka to the mirror. "Maria, come out soon. I will help you fulfill your wish." However, Alan shouted for a long time but Maria didn't come out. Roka thought about it and understood why Maria didn't come out. It must be because she wanted to see him here. "Don't be afraid, Maria. I already know that you and Alan have exchanged souls, and I have agreed to be your boyfriend, so come out quickly. I have something to ask you." After she finished speaking, Alan in the mirror suddenly made a different move from her. No, she should be Maria. Roka. Maria looked at Roka with some excitement. She even doubted what she had just heard. Was Roka really her boyfriend? "Maria, don't get excited. Now I have a preliminary understanding of your situation. In fact, Maria, you have always been in your own body. Only with the help of the mirror can the soul exchange be achieved." Yes. In fact, Maria is not quite sure about this, but it is true that she can swap bodies using a mirror. "Maria, you don't want Alan to disappear, do you?" Yes. Maria hesitated for a moment and then nodded. In fact, she already understood that Alan was her twin sister. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to exchange souls so easily. Chapter 16. That's easy. From now on, you will share the same body. Maria, if there is anything you can't do, you can let Alan solve it. Of course, I will also help you. Roka briefly talked about the best solution. There shouldn't be any problem if two people share the same body, as long as there's no fighting over it. Although this is a bit unfair to Maria, I think she would agree. I'd like to, but is this really okay? Roka, are you sure you don't dislike us? Maria, who has always had low self-esteem since childhood, is still a little worried. This situation seems like a freak to others. Roka shook his head with amusement. Don't think too much, I'm so happy. Happy? Maria was a little confused. Of course I am happy. This way I can have both a shy and timid girlfriend, Maria, and a careful and bold girlfriend, Alan. Others can't find them even with a lantern. One is timid and shy, the other is bold and unrestrained. Having a girlfriend like this allows you to experience two different styles. Roka made a lot of money, okay? Both Maria and Alan were very happy to hear this. The passionate Alan even gave Maria a passionate kiss, which made her in the mirror shy and excited at the same time. If she wasn't so shy, she would definitely let her do it. She hasn't even tried kissing yet. Fortunately, Alan did not forget her, and after a long kiss, he exchanged souls with her. Roka naturally couldn't show favoritism and gave her a long kiss. The girl's lips were so sweet that people couldn't stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Man in the Mirror. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining the hearing ability. In an instant, Roka heard voices coming from all directions. You can hear cockroaches crawling, spiders hunting prey, students playing and fighting outside the health room, and even the sound of lovers biting each other's lips in the woods in the distance. For a moment, a lot of noise came, making him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he adapted quickly. Just actively block out those noisy sounds. That's a good ability. Roka was very satisfied with this reward. Roka. Maria then kissed him again. No, it should be Alan who was so passionate and unrestrained. Then she boldly pushed Roka down and rode on him. Then he couldn't wait to take off his clothes. I didn't expect her to be so impatient. Roka was a little amused and held her next to the mirror, allowing Maria in the mirror to watch their fight up close. When Alan couldn't hold on any longer, they switched places. Maria replaced her. The two women with different styles really gave him different kinds of pleasure. Fortunately, no one usually comes to the health room. But you need to talk to the teacher about skipping classes. After school in the afternoon, Roka brought Maria to the company he rented. Although no one had asked him to perform an exorcism so far, the company still needed one. Exorcist agency. Maria was a little surprised when she arrived at the company. Is it weird? Maria, do you think that Jason and the axe maniac I told you about before were a joke? No, I'm just a little surprised. Maria shook her head. Actually, it was not surprising that Roka accepted them so quickly. How could people who have never been exposed to these magical things accept them so quickly? I came to take a look. It seems that there is a commission coming to the door. Roka sat in front of the computer and found that there was already a commission on his company's website. The commission was about a doctor named Loomis who, after discovering that the serial killer Myers had returned to the town of Haddonfield, asked the police to kill Myers, but was not believed. Somehow he found the website of Roka's exorcism agency. Myers, the killer? Is he the one who is known as one of the 4 greatest killers in Western film history? Ding! The system has updated the task Halloween 4, please kill the murderer Miles. After hearing the system's prompt, Roka completely confirmed the mission. I didn't expect that just after dealing with Jason, I met Miles. It seems that these 4 murderers can't escape his control. Can I come with you? Maria was a little worried that he might get into danger, so she wanted to go with him. Sure. Roka agreed without thinking too much. Although Miles also possesses the ability of immortality, his strength and speed are not as good as Jason's. It's not difficult to solve. But is it really okay for you not to go home? Roka remembers that her father was very strict and even wanted to give Maria plastic surgery. He would never allow such a thing. Such a beautiful face might become ugly if it undergoes surgery. And no man likes his woman to have surgery on her face. Alan told me to resist bravely, and you said you would protect me, right? Maria was also a little afraid of her father, but Alan told her that she had to resist, otherwise she would really be forced to have plastic surgery. Roka smiled and held her petite body in his arms and said, "Of course I will protect you. If your father forces you to do this, then come live in my house and I will support you." Kindness. Maria was very happy to hear this. She has always been misunderstood by her parents at home and bullied outside. She has long thought about running away from home. But she had no means of survival. Chapter 17. And given her cowardly character, running away from home was just a thought. But with Alan's instigation and Roka's promise, she was naturally not afraid. It's getting late. Let's set off tomorrow. It's time to rest now. Roka said this and picked up Maria by the waist, then walked into the room. Maria exclaimed repeatedly but did not resist at all. Instead, she took the initiative to hug his neck and kiss him. The next day, the two drove to the small town of Haddonfield. The two of them were on vacation along the way, enjoying the scenery along the way, and even stopped on the side of the road where no one was around to have S*X in the car. When they arrived at the small town of Haddonfield, it was already evening. Because it was Halloween, the whole town was in a carnival. At this moment, several bright lights forced their vehicle to stop on the road ahead. "Who are you?" The person who came forward to ask questions was wearing a police uniform and was obviously a policeman in the small town. "We are here at the request of Dr. Loomis." Roka didn't explain much. The policeman's expression was obviously relieved after hearing Dr. Loomis's name. "There is a vicious murder case happening in this town. If you have nothing else to do, please leave as soon as possible." After saying that, he let him go. Roka nodded and drove into the town. A moment later the car stopped in front of the police station in the town. Dr. Loomis, who had received the news in advance, came out to greet them. "Welcome to Haddonfield, Mr. Roka." "Hello Dr. Loomis." Roka shook his hand politely. However, when Loomis saw how young he was and that he was accompanied by a female companion, he frowned and his attitude suddenly changed for the worse. "Maybe I'm desperate and trying all kinds of methods. This time, dealing with Miles is no joke. He is a cold-blooded murderer. Please rest assured, Dr. Loomis. Since I have accepted the commission, I will certainly be able to solve it. People judge others by their appearance wherever they are, but Roka doesn't care about it." "All right." Loomis did not refute, perhaps the young man in front of him really had some abilities. "Myers has killed 6 people and blew up a gas station. He is now hiding somewhere in the town of Haddonfield. We must catch him as soon as possible. So what do you have to say?" Roka raised an eyebrow and asked. "No." Loomis shook his head. He had already told the police station about the matter, and the police station also dispatched many police officers to search for Miles overnight. In the small town of Haddonfield, the murderer Myers is very famous. No one will take this matter lightly. There is no other way. So the most important thing now is to find Miles. Roka touched his chin. It was indeed difficult to find a murderer who appeared and disappeared so elusively in such a big town. But he remembered that Miles had a different setting from the mama's boy Jason. Jason will kill anyone who comes near Crystal Lake. Miles will kill his own blood relatives or others who stand in his way. If he remembered correctly, Miles' target in this work was his niece Jamie. Jamie's mother Lori is Miles' biological sister. So just find Jamie. Dr. Loomis, I already know what's going on. I will catch Miles as soon as possible. Roka said goodbye to him. Then he drove away with Maria. Loomis didn't say much when he saw this. One more person means more strength. If the two were unfortunately killed by Miles, it could only be said that they were too unlucky. Michael Myers, when he was a child, killed his sister with a kitchen knife. Later, his parents sent him to a mental hospital. Roka, where should we find this murderer? Maria found some relevant information about Miles. You've read about Miles' deeds. Who do you think he would target for murder? Murder target? Miles has killed many people, but his targets always seem to be his parents and sister. Are you saying? Maria reacted quickly. That's right. Every time Miles kills someone, he always targets his relatives. You can check who Miles has now. I came to see, it's Jamie, Miles' niece. Maria exclaimed. So now we just need to find Jamie. Roka, you are so smart. Maria kissed him on the face happily. After some inquiries, the two came to the town center. At this time, some policemen were searching for Miles, but for fear of causing panic, they did not tell the news to the residents of the town. So the town is very lively. Some children also went door to door asking for candy as per Halloween custom. Roka, according to the eldest sister over there, Jamie is among those children. That woman should be Rachel, the sister who adopted Jamie. After Maria asked around, she pointed at the lively children not far away. Well, let's go over and get to know each other. Roka opened the car door and got out, then walked over with Maria. At this time, Rachel seemed to have an argument with a man. After listening carefully, it turned out to be Rachel's boyfriend Brady. Because she had to take care of Jamie, she didn't spend Halloween with Brady. Chapter 18. But I didn't expect Brady to spend Halloween with another woman. Rachel was so angry when she found out she was cheated on that she didn't even notice that Jamie had run away alone. Follow them. Seeing Jamie running away, Roka immediately pulled Maria to follow him. Little boy, it's not safe to walk alone at night. Roka stopped the little girl Jamie. When Jamie saw the two people blocking the road, she was subconsciously a little scared. Then she looked at a person wearing a white mask beside her and screamed in fright. When the children saw that their prank was successful, they immediately ran away laughing. On this Halloween night, children will dress up as monsters and ghosts. The white mask costume just now is exactly Miles' classic look. That's why Jamie screamed in fear. It's fine. Roka hurriedly grabbed Jamie, who was trying to escape, and comforted him. Jamie. Just then, Jamie's sister Rachel came over. After seeing Jamie being caught by a stranger, he rushed over anxiously and pulled Jamie over. Don't worry ma'am, I mean no harm. Roka explained helplessly. Jamie, are you okay? I'm fine. Jamie was still a little frightened, but still shook her head. The two people in front of her did not hurt her. Rachel heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this, and then he looked at Roka and the other man. Who are you? We are here to deal with the murderer Miles. Jamie is Miles' niece, so he must have come back to attack Jamie, and that's why we found this place. Roka briefly explained the situation. Rachel's face changed when she heard that, but she felt relieved when she knew that the two were here to deal with Miles. Thank you. Rachel was about to say something when she heard gunshots in the distance. Is it the police station? Did Miles attack the police station? Maria guessed after looking at the direction where the gunshot came from. Well, it's very likely. Roka remembered that in the movie, Miles actually attacked the police station and killed all the police officers who remained. Ordinary police officers are no match for Miles. Rachel pulled Jamie and was a little overwhelmed. How about this, Ms. Rachel, you take Jamie with you to the police station with us. No, you can't go anywhere. Rachel knew that Miles had killed someone in the police station, so how could she dare to go there on her own initiative? She wanted to drive away from Haddonfield with Jamie immediately. Don't be afraid. We are here to deal with Miles. As long as he shows up, I am sure I can kill him. It is safest for you to act with us. Otherwise, if you want to escape, you might run into Miles. Hearing this, Rachel hesitated. She didn't know whether she should believe the man in front of her. But she has no other choice now. After a moment, the four drove to the police station. However, when they arrived at the police station, the fight was already over. All the police officers who stayed in the police station died tragically. Upon learning that the house had been robbed, the sheriff who was patrolling the town also rushed over. Even Dr. Loomis was among them. Some town residents who heard the gunshots also came over with shotguns to check the situation. What on earth is going on here? The bar owner asked. The sheriff didn't know how to explain it for a moment. This matter cannot be concealed, after all, so many police officers died. But once the matter is made public, it will probably cause panic among the residents of the town. However, Loomis on the side had no such scruples. It's Miles. Miles is back, and he wants to kill all of us. Hearing this, the townspeople were immediately shocked. The legend of Miles has always been circulating in the small town of Haddonfield. Even some kids dressed up as Myers and killed people on Halloween. Now that they heard that Miles was back, how could the residents of the town not be surprised? However, the bar owner took the lead and stood up. He shouted angrily, "That guy actually dared to come back. This time I must avenge my son." 10 years ago, the bar owner's son died at the hands of Miles. He wanted to kill Miles all the time. Now that the opportunity has come, he will naturally not let it go. Like the bar owner, several other people in the same situation wanted to find Miles and kill him. When the sheriff saw that the people were incited, he immediately wanted to persuade everyone to calm down. After all, fully armed police officers are no match for Miles. What good are a few residents? But the bar owner, who was already blinded by anger, would not listen to these words and immediately drove away with his people. "Loomis, this is all your fault." The sheriff grabbed Loomis by the collar in anger, saying that these people were seeking their own death by being instigated to find Miles. By then, the town will suffer greater casualties. This is also why the sheriff is angry. But Loomis believed that the townspeople had a right to know. For a while, the two of them argued. "Sheriff, I wonder if Dr. Loomis would listen to my opinion." At this time, Roka and others came over. "You." Loomis frowned, he thought the exorcist had been killed by Miles. "What do you want to say?" The sheriff didn't have any good ideas at the moment, so he wanted to hear the opinion of the young man in front of him. "It's actually very easy to catch Miles. What can you do?" The sheriff's eyes lit up and he asked impatiently. Chapter 19. I think you should know Miles' goal. We just need to spread the news that Jamie is here throughout the town, and then Miles will definitely come looking for him. That will be our chance to eliminate him. It's still a bait tactic. As long as Miles dares to show up, Roka will be able to kill him. Can't. Before the sheriff even spoke, Rachel strongly refused because Jamie would definitely be in danger. "You still don't believe me, Ms. Rachel?" Roka was a little helpless, and then he turned around and took out the Saiga 12K shotgun and several grenades from the trunk of the car. He had purchased some heavy weapons on a black website before, but it was not convenient to take them out now. But just the Saiga 12K shotgun and grenades were enough to surprise everyone. You have to know that the small town police station only has some standard pistols and hunting rifles in the hands of the residents. They don't have such things as grenades. With these weapons, maybe we can really kill Miles. Rachel was silent now. Seeing this, the sheriff immediately decided, "Okay, then we will act according to this gentleman's suggestion, but we can't stay in the police station, let's go to my house. Everyone had no objection when they heard this. It's not safe anywhere in this town now, so it's better to go to the sheriff's house. The sheriff then delivered Jamie's message over the town radio. The group then headed to the sheriff's house. Don't be afraid, little Jamie. At the sheriff's house, Maria comforts the little girl. Perhaps because of her natural beauty, Jamie was not at all averse to her. The message should have been delivered, but why hasn't Miles come yet? The sheriff paced back and forth anxiously. Now we can only wait. Loomis was also a little impatient. He was afraid that Miles would not come here but would kill people everywhere. That way, no one can stop Miles. Roka was not worried at all. Based on his understanding of Miles, he would definitely come here. It was at this time. Snap! All the lights in the house dimmed. What's going on? Laurie held Jamie in his arms in a panic. Why did the power suddenly go out? The sheriff frowned. It was impossible for the power to be out during this period of time. There is only one explanation. It looks like Miles attacked the power supply. Roka knew without hesitation that this was definitely Miles' masterpiece. This is the same method as Jason's, both of which create panic and opportunities by cutting off power. Anyone left alone will be attacked. What do we do now? The sheriff was also getting impatient at this time. Roka said firmly, don't worry, this is just Miles's trick, and it also means that he will definitely come here. After hearing these words, the sheriff finally calmed down. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a young man could remain so calm when faced with such a thing. It's really impressive. Don't worry, Roka will definitely be able to deal with that monster. Maria said with trust in her tone as she held Roka's arm. No one was talking. Everyone was alert to everything around them. After a moment. Here we go. Roka's deep voice startled several people. Where? The sheriff raised his pistol and asked nervously. Dr. Loomis, Laurie, and the others were also looking nervously at the doors and windows around them. 500 meters away from here, he is very fast. Roka's ears moved slightly. With his hearing ability, he could easily hear the movements 500 meters away. And that heavy step could only be taken by Miles. The sheriff and Loomis looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard what he said. How on earth did this guy know what was happening 500 meters away? And are you sure it's Miles? At this time, Roka stood up and walked towards the door. The sheriff was shocked. Mr. Roka, where are you going? Now that we know Miles' location, the natural thing is to kill him. Leaving this sentence, Roka left the room directly. Maria followed immediately. Seeing this, the sheriff, Loomis and others hesitated for a moment and then followed. For now they can only trust this young man, otherwise they will all die here. Stop hiding, Miles. I know you're here. When he arrived at the gate, Roka stared at a shadow outside the yard. However, no one answered. There was no movement. Mr. Roka, you are not mistaken, are you? The sheriff who followed him looked in the direction of his gaze, but saw nothing. The same thing happened to the others, who found nothing. Roka didn't waste any time, he walked forward with the Saiga 12K shotgun in one hand and started firing a shot. Bump! The loud gunshot startled everyone. Then a figure was seen being blasted out. The sheriff and several others immediately shone their flashlights over there. It's Miles, it's him, I won't make a mistake. Dr. Loomis screamed. He would never forget the appearance of Miles in his life, so he would never make a mistake. Kill him now. The sheriff raised his pistol and fired a burst of shots, but only a few of the bullets hit Miles. This guy's shooting skills are really bad. Fortunately, Roka is there to back us up. Miles, who was knocked down by the spray, stood up again, then rushed over with a kitchen knife in hand. Madness! Roka sneered and then pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom! Accompanied by powerful gunshots, Miles was sprayed back repeatedly. Chapter 20. Although Miles was named one of the 4 greatest killers along with Jason and Flanders, his abilities were much weaker than the former, and he was even inferior to the axe maniac. In the third film, the burns from a fire left him bedridden for 10 years. Not to mention being hit by a 20-gauge shotgun shell like now. When Roka finished a magazine, Miles' body was already riddled with holes, and his waist was almost broken. The head was beaten beyond recognition, with half of the head missing. He looked extremely miserable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Moonlight Panic 4 and killing Miles. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superpower of steel bones. Ding! The personal attribute panel has been opened, please check it yourself. Kindness. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system would enable a new function. He was also somewhat curious about what his current personal attributes were like. Host, Roka. Number of completed tasks, 5. Used item, Perfect Super Soldier Serum. Superpowers, Super Regeneration LV1, Super Speed LV1, Super Hearing LV1, Super Steel Bones LV1. These superpowers I have obtained are only level 1. Roka was a little surprised. So these superpowers can be upgraded? How strong will it become after upgrading? Great, finally killed him. After seeing Miles' body was beaten to pieces and motionless, the sheriff and Loomis all breathed a sigh of relief. Miles has always been the nightmare of the small town of Haddonfield, but now they don't have to worry about him anymore. Thanks. Rachel pulled Jamie over and thanked him excitedly. If it weren't for Roka, they would probably still be hunted by Miles. I just received a commission from Dr. Loomis. Roka smiled and shook his head, glancing at the little girl Jamie inadvertently. In his memory, the reason why Miles became a murderer was not just because he was a murderous pervert. There is one biggest reason. That is, the nanny who took care of him since he was a child and the later director of the mental hospital were both members of a cult organization. It would be strange if Miles didn't become a murderer after being brainwashed by the cult. Moreover, Miles was a person sacrificed by the cult, so he chased after his relatives and killed them. And Jamie also seems to be showing signs of turning into a murderer. But these are not things Roka needs to worry about. Of course, he didn't mind reminding the sheriff and Rachel. Because it's already very late. Roka and Maria stayed at the sheriff's house. The next day, upon learning that it was Roka who killed Miles, the people in the town enthusiastically prepared a party for him. The two drove away only after attending the party. On the way back, Maria was a little excited because they had experienced such an interesting thing together. But as she got closer to returning home, she just couldn't be happy anymore. Because her cell phone has been turned off since the night before yesterday. I'm afraid her father is looking for her now. Don't worry, just give your father a call. If anything goes wrong, you can just come to my house. Roka drove while holding her tender little hand to give her courage. After hesitating for a moment, Maria mustered up the courage to call home. As expected. Her father was furious that she had turned off her phone for 2 days and had not returned. Maria was so frightened that she hung up the phone without saying anything. Seeing her aggrieved look, Roka felt distressed. Forget it, just go to my house. When your father comes to his senses and apologizes to you, consider going back. Kindness. Maria nodded repeatedly when she heard this. She was particularly afraid to face her father now. So it's best not to go back. But it is obvious that we cannot avoid facing it. Maria's father found out through the school who approached his daughter, and soon came to the house, wanting to take Maria away. However, he was rejected by Roka in a domineering manner. In the end, Maria's father had to leave angrily, but Maria's mother had a good impression of him. That's pretty much the end of it. And Roka also has to apologize for not spending Halloween with Tina. Okay, I forgive you. After a whole day of dating, Tina finally stopped being angry. Of course, she wasn't actually angry. She just blamed Roka for not calling her when he went to deal with Miles. Oh, by the way, I recently heard a classmate of mine tell me about a horror legend, about a dream demon that likes to kill people in dreams. Tina seemed to want to help Roka's exorcism agency attract business, or maybe she was very interested in this kind of mysterious incident, so she had been asking her classmates about similar things recently. Dream demon? Freddy. Roka reacted instantly. Tina nodded, yes, the name of the legendary dream demon is Freddy. Roka frowned, is your classmate trying to harm you? As far as I know, if you say Fred's name, he will pull you into your dream and kill you. No way. Roka, you know. Tina was frightened. Killing people in a dream sounded terrifying. It was completely impossible to guard against. She didn't know if her superpowers would be useful. Haha, don't be afraid. Roka suddenly laughed out loud. He was just trying to scare Tina. Freddy does have the ability to drag people into their dreams and kill them, but it is limited to Elm Street. He couldn't leave Elm Street. Tina patted him with her hand and rolled her eyes, then she said excitedly, why don't we go see that Fred? Chapter 21. Ding! The system has updated the task A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, please kill Freddy. Roka raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the task was updated again. But this time is different from the past. Freddy is more dangerous than any monster he has encountered before. Neither Jason nor the Axe Maniac were as dangerous as Fred. After all, he didn't have the ability to fight back against Freddy's dreams. But since this is A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, there is a way to deal with Fred. He remembered that there was a girl in the movie who had the ability to pull people into their dreams. And that's exactly how Freddy was dealt with in the movie. You can go, but only I can go. Why? Tina was very dissatisfied after hearing this, because she was very eager to go on an adventure with Roka. Because Freddy's ability is very dangerous. He can kill people just through dreams. I'm afraid even I can't protect you. Roka's attitude was very firm. He was not afraid of Freddy. Freddy's ability was indeed very strong, and he was an unsolvable existence in the dream. But it's not so easy to hurt him. His superpowers are no joke. Freddy couldn't even handle Jason, so how could he handle him? As long as his plan went well, killing Freddy would be easy. All right. Seeing how determined he was, Tina knew she couldn't change his mind, so she had to compromise. However, as compensation, she jumped on the horse and wanted to squeeze Roka dry as revenge. It's a pity that she was the one who lost in the end. The next day, Tina was still lying limply on the bed, sleeping soundly. Roka left a note and drove to Elm Street, Westfield, New Jersey. Okay, baby, don't worry. I'll be back after I take care of Freddy. Just be obedient and stay at home. Wait for me to bring you a gift. When I get back, call me if you miss me. After hanging up the phone with Maria, Roka looked at the road signs. Elm Street is just ahead. That's Freddy's territory. Without stopping, he drove onto Elm Street. After a while, after some inquiries, they arrived at a mental hospital called Western Hills. Not surprisingly, this is where Freddy was born. Before this, the name of this mental hospital should be Orston Mental Hospital. But it was later renamed. Hello, is there a nightmare expert here named Nancy Thompson? I'm sorry, but we don't have this person here. Okay, thanks. After asking a passing nurse to no avail, Roka felt helpless. He had originally planned to find the heroine Nancy and then make plans, but now it seems that is not possible. However, it was at this moment. A girl's scream was heard from the ward not far away. Roka walked to the door of the ward with some curiosity, and saw a blonde girl in hospital gown confronting the doctors and nurses. Because the blonde girl was holding a scalpel in her hand and her emotions were extremely unstable, no one else dared to approach her. At the same time, she was reciting a nursery rhyme intermittently. 1, 2 Freddy is coming to catch you, 3, 4 lock your door, 5, 6 go get the cross. Seeing this, Roka walked in without hesitation and recited the second half of the nursery rhyme, 7, 8 stay up all night, 9, 10 never sleep. Hearing this, the blonde girl raised her haggard face and looked at Roka, then she actually threw herself into his arms and started crying. This scene shocked the doctors and nurses around. Excuse me, sir, what is your relationship with Miss Christine? Dr. Gordon asked doubtfully. No, I have nothing to do with this young lady. Roka shook his head slowly. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gordon and the nurses and caregivers were suddenly confused. I don't know you, why are you hugging someone else? The key point is that Christine, who was impatient just now, has now calmed down. What is going on? Why do you know this nursery rhyme? At this time, a brown-haired beauty came to the medical room and asked. You are Ms. Thompson. A male doctor recognized the man's identity and immediately greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Dr. Neil. Just call me Nancy. Nancy smiled politely. Roka also recognized her at this time. This beautiful brown-haired girl was none other than the heroine Nancy. A little younger and prettier than he had imagined. I wonder how you know that nursery rhyme. At this time, Nancy came up to the two of them and asked. Roka shrugged, I actually heard about it, so I came to Elm Street to confirm it. I think you may need my help. You're not from Elm Street? Nancy was a little surprised and puzzled by what he said. Roka nodded, yes, I'm here to solve the trouble on Elm Street. Nancy frowned and said nothing. She was very aware of the trouble on Elm Street, but this matter should not be known to outsiders. And she didn't want outsiders to know about this. Freddy feeds on fear, and if anyone knows his name, he will rise from hell. So the fewer people who know about it, the better. Chapter 22. My name is Roka. If you have any trouble, you can tell me. Roka said to Christine in his arms, if you encounter trouble that you can't solve, just shout my name and use your ability to pull me in. Hearing these inexplicable words, the doctors and nurses in the medical room were all a little confused. But Christine was startled, as if she remembered something. Sir, can you hand over the patient to us? Certainly. Roka nodded and let go of Christine. Christine was then taken to another medical room accompanied by doctors and nurses. Nancy glanced at him, then followed the male doctor named Neil and left. Roka was not in a hurry when he saw this. After all, these people would definitely come to him after seeing Freddy. After leaving Weston Hills Mental Hospital, Roka found a hotel to stay in. However, just as he lay down to sleep, he felt something in his heart, as if something was calling him. Is it Freddy? Roka was shocked, but he quickly denied it. If it was Freddy, I might be in a dream now. Does that mean Christine is calling me? Without thinking too much, he quickly lay down and fell asleep. It was the moment he fell asleep. The environment around you has changed. He actually came to an old house. It was pitch black all around and looked quite gloomy and scary. There was only a faint light inside the old house. But no matter how you look at it, it looks like a huge mouth of an evil spirit, ready to swallow people at any time. However, in this terrifying atmosphere, Roka seemed very calm. After all, he had killed Jason, Miles, and the axe maniac, all these terrifying murderers, so this scene certainly couldn't scare him. And as far as he knew, although Freddy was invincible in the dream, he could not be killed no matter what. But it cannot weaken the strength of the person who is pulled into the dream. It was as if Jason was pulled into a dream, and his strength was still very strong. And Freddy's strength is limited, even Jason can't kill him. This is also the reason why he dares to enter the dream. Without thinking too much, Roka strode into the dilapidated house. Yet, as soon as I entered the house, I heard a girl screaming. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Christine. Roka didn't waste any time and rushed into the inner room immediately. As expected, Christine was screaming, and the walls of the surrounding houses kept exploding and shaking, as if they were about to collapse. Quite scary. Christine is fine. She's fine. Roka rushed forward and took the screaming Christine into his arms. Christine struggled hard, but when she found out that the man in front of her was the man who made her feel safe during the day, she suddenly broke down and burst into tears. Roka, you're here. I heard your call, so I came. Don't be afraid. Freddy can't do anything to us. Kindness. Christine just felt relieved after hearing this, but she found something biting her foot. Then a black monster that looked like a loach emerged from the ground. Yet, Christine screamed in fear subconsciously. Snort. Roka snorted coldly and kicked the monster that Freddy had transformed into on the top of its head. Bump. The several tons of force from this kick directly crushed Freddy's head. Don't be afraid, I told you Freddy can't hurt you. However, as soon as Roka finished speaking, he saw Christine looking at him with horror on her face. "No, it should be behind me." Roka didn't waste any words and just punched back. Bang! Freddy, who had attacked from behind, had his head blown up again, and his body turned into black mud and disappeared on the ground. Christine was so shocked when she saw this scene that she was speechless. She didn't expect that this man could even defeat Freddy. Of course, it is impossible to defeat Freddy in a dream. As expected, the disappeared Freddy reappeared in the form of an ugly python the next second, staring at Roka, as if he was a little confused about his identity. Why can this person break up his body in a dream? The next second Freddy rushed over again. It's useless. Seeing this, Roka looked down on him and slapped Freddy's head to pieces. You have to know that his body has been strengthened by the perfect super soldier serum and supernatural steel bones. Ordinary bullets could not pose a threat to him. A casual slap from him packs tons of force, how can Freddy block it? However, even as he was thinking this, Freddy seemed to realize that this would not kill him. Then he turned and disappeared. Then the whole house began to shake violently. You want to kill me by controlling the dream environment? Naive. Roka immediately understood Freddy's intention. Although this could not pose a threat to him, he also could not pose any threat to Freddy. Christine, use your ability to bring us back to reality. Oh! Christine also reacted and quickly activated her superpowers. The next second, the two disappeared from the house. When Roka woke up again, he was back in his bed. Chapter 23. As expected, Freddy's ability seems to be quite buggy, but it's not a big threat to me. Roka showed a satisfied smile on his face. This time, I entered Freddy's dream mainly to confirm my own guess. Freddy's ability is indeed strong, but it is not unsolvable. In the dream, Freddy's strength, speed, and killing methods are effective on ordinary people, but they don't have much effect on Roka. It can be said that Freddy's ability is too low and there is no way to break through his defense. He only needs to use Christine's ability to pull Freddy into reality, and then Freddy's immortality will be destroyed. Then it can be easily eliminated. I didn't think much about it. I would have to wait until I see Christine tomorrow to discuss this matter. The next day, Roka came to Weston Hills Mental Hospital again. Then, under the guidance of the nurse, we arrived at Christine's ward. Roka. After seeing him, Christine excitedly went forward and hugged him. If it weren't for Roka, she would have been killed by that monster last night. She couldn't help but tremble all over when she thought of the consequences. It's all right. It's all right. Roka patted her back gently to comfort her. It took a while for Christine to calm down. However, just as Roka was about to say something, the door of the ward was opened. You again. It was Nancy who came in. From today on, she was the doctor of this mental hospital, and her patient was the mental patient who was sent here like Christine. Hello. Roka raised his hand in greeting. What are you doing? Nancy was a little confused. Didn't this man say yesterday that he didn't know Christine? Why are you here today? Moreover, she had already talked to Christine's mother and had never heard of Roka. Actually, I'm Christine's friend, and I came to visit her today. Roka made up an explanation at random. Christine naturally would not expose it, and nodded subconsciously. I see. Nancy nodded thoughtfully, but there was no point in pursuing the point. Come with me, Christine. Today I want to take you to see other patients like you. Hearing this, Christine looked at Roka. Then let's go and have a look. Dr. Nancy, don't you mind if I go too? Roka said with a smile. Nancy frowned. She had to conduct a survey on the patients and then come up with a treatment plan. Such things are not suitable for unrelated people. Okay, Christine, you can call me if you have anything. Roka shrugged helplessly, left his phone number for Christine, and turned away. You can tell he cares about you. Nancy smiled. Christine was a little uneasy, so she didn't say anything. Nancy didn't say anything when she saw this, and took Christine to meet the other patients to get to know each other. However, there has been no substantial progress, let alone a treatment plan. However, after last night's defeat, Fred became even more manic and angry. After night falls, he once again invaded the dreams of the children in the mental hospital and brutally killed one of them. No one in the mental hospital could sleep that night. The next day, Roka went to the mental hospital again and found Christine. Christine told what happened last night with a horrified look on her face. Okay, I already know the situation, but Dr. Nancy doesn't believe me right now, so there's nothing I can do. Do you have any idea? Christine's horrified face showed anticipation. Of course there is a way. You should know that the child did not commit suicide, but was killed by Freddy. Hearing the name Freddy, Christine shuddered all over and a sense of fear came over her. Escape is not a solution. Only by completely killing Freddy can you lead a normal life. So what should we do? Christine grabbed his arm desperately as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. I need your cooperation, especially you. You have the ability to bring items from dreams back to reality. That means as long as you bring Freddy from dreams to reality, his invincibility will disappear, and then we can destroy him. In the dream, Roka couldn't do anything to Freddy. Freddy couldn't do anything to him. But the reality is different. There are countless ways he could have killed Freddy. Even if Freddy is resurrected, it will take many years. I understand. I will convince Dr. Nancy. Christine nodded, and made up her mind to convince Dr. Nancy and Dr. Gordon. However, her idea was too simple. Regarding what happened last night, Dr. Nancy and Dr. Gordon asked the patients about the situation. Everyone was horrified by Philip's death. Dr. Gordon believes Philip committed suicide. But children who also had nightmares thought otherwise. Christine even stood up and said the name Freddy, and told him that Freddy killed Philip. But no one believes it. It was night again. All the patients and children are afraid to face the nightmare. The same thing happened to blonde Jennifer Caulfield, who sat in the living room smoking and watching TV, trying not to fall asleep. He was even so cruel as to burn his arm with the cigarette butt. Chapter 24. Just when she was feeling relaxed, she saw a terrifying face suddenly appear on TV. Jennifer was startled. At the same time, a terrifying sound was repeated on TV. Jennifer, Freddy is here to see you. Jennifer was frightened in an instant and rushed forward to turn off the TV. But I can't turn it off. Then, a disgusting black arm stretched out from both sides of the TV and grabbed her. Yet! Jennifer screamed in horror, an indescribable fear coming over her. Then a terrifying face appeared on TV. Jennifer, Freddy is here to see you. The next moment, Freddy grabbed Jennifer's head and slammed her into the TV. The same thing happened in reality. When the nurses noticed the commotion, they saw Jennifer's head stuck in the TV, falling dead in mid-air. Suddenly, the nurses let out screams of terror, echoing throughout the mental hospital. This night is destined to be another sleepless night. Until the next day. As patients continued to die, the mental hospital was under tremendous pressure. After attending the funerals of 2 patients, Nancy couldn't stand the pressure and found Christine to find out what was going on. I've said it before, we have to face him, only Roka can fight him. Christine said very seriously. Nancy frowned. If it were before, she might have been a little skeptical. But after experiencing the mysterious deaths of 2 patients, she had to believe that Freddy was the culprit behind all this. How can we fight him? Nancy asked with a frown. I have the ability to pull people into my dreams. As long as we defeat Freddy in the dream and then bring him into reality, we can destroy him. Christine said with great conviction. Nancy was a little surprised after hearing this. Did Mr. Roka say this? Christine nodded. Yes, it was Roka who saved me in my dream. Nancy was even more surprised after hearing this. Who on earth is that person called Roka? Is it possible to do such a thing? But she was willing to give it a try anyway. After all, there was no better way now. If we continue like this, I'm afraid all the children will be killed by Freddy. So Nancy found Dr. Gordon and held a meeting with all the patients. At the meeting, Nancy didn't waste any words and directly pointed out Freddy, the source of everyone's nightmare. In fact, these patients tortured by nightmares vaguely knew Freddy, but no one told them Freddy's name. So they believed it immediately. Then let me help you with the treatment. At this time, the door of the room was opened and Roka walked in slowly. I invited him here. Facing Gordon's puzzled look, Nancy began to explain. Since I proposed the plan, I will naturally be the one to execute it. In the dream, no one can defeat Fred, except me. Roka said as he sat down next to Nancy and Christine. Nancy looked at him curiously, but found that the man in front of her was not only handsome, but also quite mysterious, which made people want to explore. Seeing that he and Nancy were sitting so close, Dr. Gordon immediately said with some displeasure, "You think you can handle Freddy?" Roka smiled and nodded, "Of course, in fact, I have fought with Freddy in my dream." "How is that possible?" Except for Christine, everyone present was a little skeptical. "It doesn't matter. You just need to cooperate with me. The key is Christine. She has the ability to pull people into dreams. This way, I can pull everyone into the same dream, and then I can deal with Freddy." Roka didn't expect anyone else to help him at all, maybe they could gain some superpowers in their dreams. But it was still a little short of dealing with Freddy. So it's better not to let them die. Dr. Gordon frowned and was about to object when he was interrupted by Nancy. "Now we can only trust Mr. Roka." Nancy said this while looking at the patients and children present. Seeing that no one objected, the plan was finalized. "Tyrone, please close the curtains, let's get started." Nancy asked a girl to close the curtains, and when the room became dark, she took out a hypnotic pendulum. "Let's do group hypnosis. Now everyone should look at this pendulum. Put aside other distractions. Take a deep breath and relax. You are very tired now, you should have a good sleep." As Nancy whispered, the ward fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pendulum in front of them. The children, who were already physically and mentally exhausted, soon fell into a deep sleep. Roka was the last to fall asleep. When he opened his eyes again, nothing around him seemed to have changed. "Feel sorry." Seeing that no one was asleep, Christine apologized. She thought it was because her ability had not been activated. "Well, I hope this puts you at ease." Dr. Gordon whispered in Nancy's ear. He agreed to such an outrageous treatment experiment only for Nancy's sake. Nancy sighed helplessly, thinking that the treatment had failed. Only Roka knew that they had been pulled into Freddy's dream. Because he can't use the system space here. This is very easy to identify. "Why are you disappointed? Aren't we already in a dream?" Roka said with a smile. Chapter 25. What? We are already in a dream. Everyone was a little bit unbelieving. Because they found that there was no difference between here and reality. "Joey, maybe you could try to stand up." Roka looked at the boy wearing glasses sitting in a wheelchair. The boy had been sitting in a wheelchair because of his disabled legs. Realistically speaking, it was impossible for him to stand up on his own. Joey tried it skeptically after hearing this. The next moment, he actually stood up. "In my dream I could walk, my legs were very strong, and in my dream I was a great wizard." Joey excitedly explained to everyone, and then he picked up an iron bead and turned it into a butterfly in front of everyone. "This guy seems to have watched too much Harry Potter." "Pa pa pa." Seeing this wonderful scene, everyone immediately applauded. "Christine, what abilities do you have in your dreams?" Nancy asked Christine curiously. Hearing this, Christine pushed the seat away and then performed a front flip. This immediately caused everyone to applaud warmly again. Roka looked at it with amusement and shook his head. Perhaps they did gain some superpowers in their dreams. But it pales in comparison to Freddy. After all, Freddy had acquired the powers of an ancient dream demon, which were simply incomparable to the abilities they had temporarily imagined. But he did not discourage everyone's enthusiasm. "Wait until everyone has finished playing." Roka then spoke, "Since we have entered the dream, let's start the plan. I need a bait to lure Freddy out. It's still a bait tactic. With him here, Freddy might not come out. So they have to separate. It would be best to have one person act as bait, and as soon as Freddy shows up, catch him and send him back to reality." Then their plan was successful. "Let me do it. Since I support this plan, I will be the bait." Nancy said this and stepped forward without hesitation. Her courage was enough to make everyone admire her. No. As soon as Nancy finished speaking, she was refuted by Dr. Gordon. How can we let you take part in such a dangerous matter? No, I proposed this treatment plan, and it caused a falling out with Dean Elizabeth, so I must take responsibility. Nancy's voice was firm. Mr. Roka, let's start now. Okay, then Nancy, listen carefully, what you need to do next is. Roka explained the bait plan. Simply put, let her leave alone and go for a walk outside. If she were alone, Freddy would most likely attack her first. Then it's time for Roka to take action. Of course, the most important thing is Christine, as long as she can seize the opportunity to bring Freddy back to reality. As for the others, they stayed here and couldn't go anywhere. Avoid being defeated one by Freddy. Naturally, everyone has different opinions on this plan. Then I'll start. Nancy took a deep breath and then bravely left the room. Outside the room, things were pretty much the same as she remembered, with people coming and going. If she hadn't just experienced all of this, she probably wouldn't be able to tell whether this was reality or a dream. Doctor, come here quickly, there is a patient here who needs your help. At this time, a nurse pushed a bed past her and asked her for help. What happened to him? Nancy saw the patient and followed him without further ado. Soon the two came to a ward. This patient just tried to commit suicide. Doctor, please help him. The nurse said anxiously. Good. The situation was urgent. Although Nancy was not very professional in surgery, she acted without hesitation. After preparing the tools for surgery, she lifted the white cloth covering the patient's face. The next second, a horrible burned face appeared in front of him. Yet, Nancy was caught off guard and screamed in fear, and then her hand was grabbed by Freddy, who was lying on the hospital bed. Freddy grinned, stretched out his steel claws and slowly slashed towards her face. Under this extreme fear, Nancy tried hard to break free, but she couldn't. He was about to be murdered. The next second, the ward door was violently kicked open. Then Roka took a step forward and came to Nancy's side and grabbed Freddy's steel claws. Tear! Roka exerted force and actually pulled Freddy's arm off. Then he punched his head again and blew it up. Are you okay? Roka held Nancy, who was almost unable to stand, and said with concern. I'm fine, but Freddy ran away. Nancy looked palely at Freddy, whose head had been blown up, but he had disappeared. Oops! Roka slapped his forehead in frustration. He was so focused on saving people that he accidentally let Freddy run away again. Dr. Nancy, are you okay? At this time, Christine also ran in. I'm fine. Nancy, leaning in Roka's arms, shook her head, but even so, the shock just now still made her extremely nervous. Chapter 26. What do we do now? Christine looked at Roka somewhat bewilderedly. Roka frowned, not expecting the plan to fail unexpectedly. It won't be easy to trick Freddy now. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Hurry, let's go back first. I'm afraid Freddy has already attacked them. Hearing this, Nancy immediately realized that perhaps Freddy's purpose from the beginning was to lure the others away and then attack the ones who stayed behind. It's not impossible. So the three of them hurried back. As expected. When the three of them arrived at the original ward, all I could hear were bursts of terrified screams coming from the ward, and it was obvious that something terrible was happening inside. I can't open it. Nancy tried to turn the doorknob, but found that it wouldn't open. I'll do it. As soon as Roka finished speaking, he kicked him. Boom! The door was violently kicked open. The temperature in the ward was at least 70 or 80 degrees. If it continued like this, several people would probably be burned to death. Come out quickly! Nancy yelled into the ward. At this time, several panicked people in the ward also reacted and quickly rushed out of the ward. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief only after the last patient ran out. Nancy looked around and saw that no one was injured. It looked like a false alarm. However, the children who experienced all this are still in panic. Even Gordon, the male doctor, was still a little frightened. He had never really believed in Freddy before, until he experienced all this, he realized how terrifying Freddy was. What do we do now? After comforting the children, Nancy looked at Roka. Now the bait plan has failed and the children have been attacked. What should we do next to catch Freddy? Roka frowned. Freddy was too cunning. After knowing that he couldn't deal with him, he set his sights on other people. This is really hard to guard against. And Freddy probably won't be fooled a second time. Go out first. After thinking about it, Roka decided to go out and think about it later. Naturally, no one had any objection. Then Christine activated her ability. The next second, everyone returned to their original ward. Nancy drew aside the curtains. The dazzling sunlight shone in. But everyone seemed to be in another world, their thoughts still lingering on the horrifying scene just now. Even my whole body felt a little cold. What should we do now? If the plan fails, can we just wait to die? Dr. Gordon's mood was a little unstable, and it seemed that he had not yet recovered from the fear he had just experienced. Roka frowned and thought, completely ignoring his meaning. Well, at least we know that Freddy is not unbeatable. Now everyone is tired, let's go take a rest. Nancy stepped forward to comfort everyone, and then asked everyone to go and rest. But how could the children, troubled by nightmares, fall asleep after what they had just experienced in their dreams? There is actually another way. Roka suddenly spoke. What is it? Nancy asked eagerly, her eyes lighting up. We have to find Freddy's remains, purify them with holy water and destroy them. Roka remembered that Freddy's soul was living in the remains, and the problem could be solved by finding the remains and purifying them. Of course, we can just lure Freddy over here. In other words, as long as Freddy's remains are found, he can be killed completely. But does anyone know where Freddy's remains are? Dr. Gordon asked with a frown. Nancy took a deep breath and said, I think I know. It was the parents of the children present who burned Freddy to death, and Nancy's father was someone who knew about it at the time. As long as we look for him, we will definitely know where Freddy's remains are hidden. I'll go with you. If Freddy knew about this plan, he would definitely come to stop us. Dr. Gordon originally wanted to say something, but after hearing what Roka said, he immediately stopped talking. After all, he had no way to deal with Freddy. No one had any objection. After a moment, Roka and Nancy went to a bar in the town. Dad. Nancy soon found her father, the sheriff, who was drinking. It turns out to be my precious daughter. My sweetheart has come to see her father. Nancy's father was also very happy to see her. Haven't seen you for a long time. Nancy felt a little embarrassed. After all, she went to work in a mental hospital right after she came back this time and had not had time to visit her father. Yes. Nancy's father nodded with emotion, then looked at the man next to his daughter. This is, your boyfriend? Nancy's father said, raising an eyebrow. No, Dad, you misunderstood. Nancy explained a little sheepishly. Really? That's a pity. Nancy's father had a very good first impression of Roka. The boy looked tall, strong, handsome, and clean, and should be a perfect candidate for son-in-law. Hello uncle, my name is Roka. Hello, please take a seat. You must be here to talk to me about something, right? When Nancy's father saw the situation of the two people, he naturally guessed that there must be something important. It's Freddy. When Nancy said the name, Nancy's father's body visibly stiffened. I thought I had forgotten it. I need your help, Dad. Freddy's back. Nancy said very seriously. Nancy's father was silent for a moment, then he said seriously, Freddy is dead, he can't be alive. Chapter 27. No. Nancy became a little excited. Freddy's back, he's hurt a lot of kids, and now we have to know where his remains are hidden. Nancy's father looked at her and then shook his head. I have lost too much from this matter, so I won't tell you. Seeing her father's firm attitude, Nancy walked away angrily. Nancy. Roka followed. I'm fine, give me some time, I will convince Dad. Nancy said with a hint of sadness. It's okay, take your time. Roka comforted softly. In fact, if he hadn't forgotten where Freddy's remains were buried, he wouldn't have had to look for Nancy's father. But now only Nancy's father knows where Freddy's remains are hidden. However, it was at this moment Dr. Gordon from the mental hospital called. What? Christine fell into a dream. After hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Nancy's face suddenly changed. It seems that Freddy already knows our plan, so he wants to use Christine to contain us. Roka guessed Freddy's plan in an instant. We have to hurry back now. Nancy looked a little anxious. Okay, but let's take your father with us. Roka took out a gun and walked up to Nancy's father as if he was going to kidnap Nancy. Now Nancy's father had no choice but to leave with them. A moment later the three returned to the mental hospital. I found holy water and a cross at the church. Dr. Gordon did not do nothing. Following Roka's instructions, he had already found holy water and a cross from the town church. These will be needed later to purify Freddy's remains. How's Christine? Nancy asked anxiously. I fell into a dream 10 minutes ago. I'm afraid it's not good. Dr. Gordon said with a frown. Get ready to enter the dreamland now. Roka entered Christine's ward without saying a word. I'll go with you. Nancy followed without hesitation. And me? Gordon was not to be outdone. Our goal is to rescue Christine, who is trapped in the dream, so we don't need too many people. Dr. Gordon, please stay. Nancy turned to Dr. Gordon and said something, obviously determined to go in together. Seeing this, Roka had no choice but to agree. How about adding me? Nancy's father saw that they didn't look like they were acting, so he decided to follow them to see what was going on. Can? Roka naturally didn't mind letting him broaden his horizons. Soon Nancy had the hypnotic pendulum ready. Then the three of them entered the dream together. Is this a dream? Nancy's father looked around and found that nothing had changed, and he felt that he had been cheated. But neither of them paid any attention to him. Christine isn't here. Nancy looked at the empty bed and suddenly became anxious. Let's go look outside. Roka didn't waste any words and immediately opened the door and walked out. The most important thing now is to find Christine first. Nancy followed closely behind. Seeing this, Nancy's father had no choice but to follow. The three of them continued searching in this deserted mental hospital. It was at this time. Roka's ears moved slightly as if he heard some sound, and then he followed the sound to an abandoned and closed building in the mental hospital. Kick the door open. Then Christine's screaming voice came. Down there. Nancy looked inside the building anxiously. I saw that there was a boiler room downstairs. There was a red light flashing inside the boiler room, and it looked very scary, like hell. Go down. Roka walked down the stairs without hesitation and quickly found Christine's location. Unexpectedly, at this moment she was actually hanging in the air with an iron chain. And below is a scorching fire. Freddy stood at the mechanical joystick. As long as he pulled down the joystick, Christine, who was hanging in the air, would fall into the fire and burn into charcoal. He. Freddy pointed at Roka with an evil smile and said, "Want to save her? All you have to do is, jump down." Several fights in dreams made him very angry. The man in front of him could actually defeat him in a dream. This was something he could never forgive. That's why they designed to threaten the other party. As long as the other party is willing to jump into the fire, he will be burned to death. No. Seeing Freddy using such a sinister method, Nancy's first reaction was to stop Roka. Because she knew very well how treacherous and cunning Freddy was, and he would not let them go even if they jumped. Roka was not stupid enough to believe Freddy's lies. "Freddy, do you think I will believe you? Then I shall have no choice but to burn her to death," Freddy said as he pulled down the lever. Yet, Christine screamed and was about to fall into the burning fire. Seeing this, Roka squatted slightly, then made a sprint jump and caught Christine in midair, then jumped over a distance of more than 10 meters and landed on the other side. What? Even Freddy was shocked. Didn't expect that such a little trick could stump me. Roka sneered disdainfully. The problem was that Freddy underestimated him. It was only a distance of more than 10 meters, and he could rush over with just a single jump. Saving Christine was completely easy. Pa. Very good. Nancy clapped excitedly when she saw this. Chapter 28. As for Nancy's father, he had been in a daze from the beginning till now. He didn't expect to actually see Freddy here. And what was going on with Roka? How can he jump so far? Is this still a human being? Freddy, your end is here. As soon as Roka finished speaking, he rushed out. Seeing this, Freddy swung his sharp claws and grabbed him fiercely. However, such an attack seemed too weak to Roka. He reached out and grabbed Freddy's iron claw, then twisted it hard. The next second, Freddy's arm was twisted into a knot. Christine! Roka shouted. Christine reacted immediately, and now all she had to do was use her ability to bring Freddy back to reality. So she hurried towards where the two of them were. Freddy wasn't quite sure what she was going to do, but he felt vaguely threatened. The next second, Fred's body turned into a slippery loach and burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Damn it! Roka stomped his foot on the ground in annoyance, but unfortunately Freddy had already escaped. He escaped. Christine was a little confused when she saw Freddy was gone. Well, this guy is really too slippery. Roka didn't look very happy. In this dream, if Freddy wanted to escape, no one could stop him. What should I do now? At this time Nancy also ran over. Roka sighed helplessly. Now I just hope that purifying Freddy's remains can destroy him. After all, Freddy is living on the remains, so destroying his remains should be able to destroy his body. You can see it from the movie. Go out first. Christine nodded, then activated her ability. The next second, the four of them woke up in the ward. How is it going? Dr. Gordon asked hurriedly. Nancy shook her head and said nothing. Now we can only find Freddy's remains and try to purify them with holy water. Roka said this and looked at Nancy's father. At this time, Nancy's father was no longer as stubborn as before. After seeing Freddy with his own eyes, he also knew that if he didn't kill Freddy, they would be dead. Come with me, I know where Freddy's remains are. Nancy's father honestly told the place where Freddy's remains were buried. The abandoned Penny Brothers garage. This is where Freddy's remains are buried. It was already evening when Roka and others arrived here. Freddy's remains are in there. Nancy's father opened the door to the abandoned garage and turned to everyone. Then go in quickly. Dr. Gordon can't wait to purify Freddy. However, it was at this moment, etc. Roka keenly heard some strange noises in the abandoned car factory. The next second, a machete flew towards Nancy. Yet! Nancy screamed in horror. However, the next second the machete was grabbed by a hand. Roka said nothing, his eyes fixed on the dark abandoned garage. The machete in his hand gave him a familiar feeling. This is definitely not Freddy's weapon. Are you okay? Nancy, who had just recovered from the shock, saw his hand holding the machete and couldn't help feeling a little worried, but at the same time, she felt endless gratitude in her heart. If Roka hadn't intervened, she would have died several times. Fine. Roka shook his head. This kind of machete could not penetrate the defense at all, even if you grabbed the blade. Snap. It was at this time. A heavy sound of footsteps was heard in the abandoned factory. Then a guy wearing a hockey mask and holding a machete came out. Jason. Roka narrowed his eyes. Was he sure he saw Jason here? Wasn't this guy killed by him not long ago? How could it be here? But there was no way he would mistake this familiar image. What is going on? Are they trapped in a dream? Soon he shook his head and was able to use the system space, which meant he was not in a dream. The only real thought is that Jason was awakened from hell by Freddy. Roka remembered that there was such a setting in the movie Freddy vs. Jason. In order to make people remember him again, Freddy chose to awaken Jason's sleeping soul in hell. But in the end, Jason couldn't control himself and fought with him. I didn't expect such a thing to happen at this time. Could it be that Freddy chose to wake up Jason because he was afraid of me, and tried to make Jason deal with me? Roka's expression was somewhat ridiculous. Doesn't this guy know that he just killed Jason? Quick, kill them! At this time, a skeleton appeared behind Jason. As expected, this skeleton is Freddy's remains. What should I do? Is this guy Freddy in disguise? Christine asked with some fear. Roka shook his head. No, this guy is Jason, the undead killer next door. I don't care who he is. After Nancy's father finished speaking, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Pa pa pa. Several bullets hit Jason accurately. But it didn't have any effect. This guy seems to have gotten stronger. Roka raised his eyebrows. You know, every time Jason is resurrected, he becomes stronger, just like Asyun. But he didn't take this level seriously. Jason, I don't know if you still remember this. Roka said as he raised the Saiga 12K shotgun. Chapter 29. Jason was stunned for a moment when he saw the gun in his hand, and then rushed over angrily. It was obvious that he still remembered that he died from this gun last time. And isn't the person in front of him the one who killed him? Bump! Roka raised his hand and fired a shot without hesitation. However, this shot only made Jason pause. This guy has indeed become a lot stronger. Boom boom boom! Roka fired one shot after another, forcing Jason to retreat again and again. But such attacks obviously no longer had much effect on him. This monster! Nancy, Christine, and others behind him were frightened by this monster. They didn't expect that even the shotgun was useless. What to do now? Roka smiled and put away the shotgun. The next second, a black tube appeared in his hand, an RPG rocket launcher. Bye-bye. Whoosh. Boom. A rocket hit Jason accurately, followed by a violent explosion. The flames and gusts of air that shot up into the sky forced everyone to retreat. Roka turned around and used his body to protect Nancy and Christine behind him. Wait until the explosion is over. The spot was charred black and a hole was blown out of the ground. As for Jason's body, it was lying in the pit in tatters. Not dead yet. Roka raised an eyebrow. But it was obvious that he was overthinking it. As long as it was a carbon-based creature, it would be mortal in front of this rocket launcher. Where on earth did you come from, RPG? Dr. Gordon looked at Roka in amazement. I think it's better for you not to know. Roka narrowed his eyes and smiled. Dr. Gordon immediately shut up when he saw this. Nancy and others, who were originally very curious, chose to put this question behind them. Let's go. All we have to do next is purify Freddy's remains. Roka said this and strode towards the abandoned car factory. Seeing this, everyone followed. Soon, in a place full of waste in an abandoned garage, Freddy's skeletal remains were waiting. It's not that easy to purify me. As Freddy finished his words, the piles of car scraps around him began to tremble. It seemed as if it would collapse in the next second. However, Roka remained calm. Freddy, stop bluffing. With your ability, you can't affect reality without going through a dream, right? Then give it a try. Freddy was still very stubborn. Seeing this, Roka didn't intend to waste time talking to him and immediately strode over. Seeing this, Freddy also controlled the skeleton to rush over. But how much power can a skeleton exert? Maybe it could be used against ordinary people, but it was impossible to deal with him. Freddy, is this all you can do? Roka didn't dodge and let Freddy skeleton's fist hit his chest. This force is just enough to tickle him. You. Freddy became even angrier, but there was nothing he could do. Dr. Gordon. Roka ignored the helpless and furious Freddy and turned around to call Dr. Gordon. Here I come. Dr. Gordon nodded, then brought over the holy water and the cross. After Roka took it, he grabbed Fred's skull neck and poured the holy water over his head. A shrill scream penetrated into the soul. Chilling. Then the screams became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission A Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining thermal vision. The sudden system prompt in his mind made Roka stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened. It's thermal vision. Those who know Superman know that it is a powerful ability that can use the body's biological energy to convert it into high-temperature energy and then shoot it out from the eyes. If Superman uses it, the temperature of its high-temperature rays can reach that of the core of the sun, and can melt everything. This shows the abnormality of this ability. However, If Roka were to use it, its power would definitely not be that abnormal. But it is powerful enough. This also makes up for some of his attack methods. Although he likes guns very much and believes that guns are the romance of men, he also bought a lot of heavy firearms. But there will always be ghosts that guns cannot deal with. Thermal vision solves this problem. Even the most powerful ghosts cannot ignore the power of heat vision. Roka, are you okay? Seeing that he didn't move, Nancy couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's okay, don't worry. Roka showed a bright smile on his face. Everyone can rest assured, Freddy has been eliminated. After hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, we finally got rid of that guy. Now we should be able to get some sleep, right? Of course, the nightmare is over and soon everyone will be able to return to normal life. That's great. My dream is to get out of here and see what's happening outside. Then go and see. Seeing the children cheering, Nancy also smiled sincerely. Thanks. Maybe you should change your way of saying thank you. Roka looked at her with an ambiguous tone. Nancy immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, not knowing how to respond. Okay, we should go back. Nancy's father coughed twice when he saw this. Roka shrugged and sent everyone back. But when I returned to the hotel, there was still one person left by my side. What? You're not going home tonight? Roka looked at Nancy in the passenger seat with a smile. You ask even though you already know the answer. Nancy couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Roka chuckled, parked the car, and then pulled her into the hotel. Chapter 30. The next day. Roka woke up yawning, and subconsciously touched his side, only to find that Nancy had already gotten up. I'm getting dressed in the sunshine. The fair skin was quite eye-catching in the sun, and the beautiful figure also made him eager to try. Ahem, don't rush to put on your clothes. Nancy couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You're so outstanding, you should already have a girlfriend, right? Well. Roka was a little speechless. Nancy was a little disappointed when she saw him like this. She didn't mind being Roka's girlfriend. But she felt sad when she thought that such an outstanding boy would definitely have a girlfriend. As expected. Roka chuckled and pulled Nancy, who was wearing panties, into his arms. In fact, I do have a girlfriend, and 2 girlfriends at that. If you don't mind, you can also be my girlfriend. What? Nancy's eyes widened. She originally thought it was normal for him to have a girlfriend, but she didn't expect that he actually had 2 girlfriends. But to be honest, it is not uncommon in America to have 2 relationships at the same time. I don't want it. Really? I remember someone was so beautiful last night that she said she would make me happy for the rest of my life. Nancy struggled a little in embarrassment when she heard his explicit words. But it was obvious that her struggle was in vain. If you're worried about them, you're wrong. They all know each other. In fact, Maria knew Tina, but Roka had not told Tina about Maria. But it's not a big deal. Real. Nancy was a little surprised after hearing this. She originally thought that the man was playing with 2 women at the same time without the other party's knowledge. I didn't expect it to be like this. Come on, don't hesitate. Seeing her hesitation, Roka immediately bit her cherry lips. It has to be conquered ruthlessly. You can't run away once you're in his bed. It was not until noon that the 2 arrived at the mental hospital. Thank you, Roka. Thank you so much. You know what? I finally got a good night's sleep yesterday. Yes, no more nightmares. Dr. Gordon said that given this situation, we can be discharged from the hospital immediately. The children, including Christine, who had been troubled by Freddy, were very excited and happy to see them. And chattered non-stop. After getting rid of Freddy, they won't have nightmares anymore, which is more important than anything else. Nancy also smiled happily when she saw this. I feel relieved to see you recover. Although it took a lot of effort to deal with Freddy, the results were quite good, so Roka was in a very good mood. Roka, are you leaving? Christine realized that he was going to leave and felt reluctant to let him go. In fact, I'm still a student. Roka shrugged. It's not hard to guess what the little girl is thinking, but he's not in a hurry. Maria and Tina were very worried after being away for so many days. It's time to go back. Nancy was also very reluctant to leave, and she immediately suggested, "Why don't we all get together to celebrate?" "Okay. I agree." "Very good." It was obvious that everyone agreed with this proposal. All right. Roka didn't refuse, and it was no problem for him to stay for a day or two. Thanks to the efforts of Nancy and Gordon, Director Elizabeth finally agreed to let the patients leave the mental hospital. So they went to the hotel to celebrate. The celebration didn't end until the evening. Except for Roka, everyone was drunk. For example, Nancy and Christine, who are beside him. There was no other way, so he had to send the two back to their room. The next day, with Nancy, Christine, and others seeing him off, Roka drove away from Elm Street. "Be careful on the road, and I will be transferred to New York Hospital." Nancy waved goodbye to him with reluctance on her face. "I'll be going to school in New York, too. Christine has decided to go to school in New York. Then we can meet often again. Then I'll wait for you in New York." Roka smiled and waved, then stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and drove away. Back to New York. "Okay, baby, I'll talk to you about how to deal with Freddy this weekend. I'm almost home now. Don't worry, I promise I won't let you down. Baby is dead." After hanging up the phone with Tina, Roka parked the car and returned to his rental house. Roka. Maria, wearing only a white t-shirt and shorts, rushed over excitedly. "Hey baby, you missed me." Roka smiled and took the girl's delicate body, his hands already starting to get restless. "Of course I do, hurry up." Unexpectedly, Maria was even more anxious than him and couldn't wait to pull at his clothes. Roka was a little helpless. Now he could only feed this little greedy cat first. Until Maria fell asleep. Roka picked up his notebook and looked at the website of his exorcist agency. "I found that there are already many comments below. This should be what Dr. Loomis commented on." A comment full of praise for him caught his attention. Judging from the time, it should be Dr. Loomis who made the comment. The reviews said that Roka's service was very good, he easily solved the murderer, and the fee was not expensive. However, there are several sarcastic replies below, all saying that this comment was a shill. This is also normal. It's a good thing to get a reply, which proves that his exorcist agency has been seen by more people. At the same time, a private message in the background attracted his attention. "Have you ever dealt with a murderer?" The comment's ID is called Heather. Chapter 31. He probably wants to commission something, but it's also possible that he's just interested in murderers. Roka immediately replied, "Of course, I have dealt with more than one murderer." "Oh my god, can you tell me about it? Are you interested in these things?" "Very interested." "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. To be honest, it is a bit strange to talk about something like a murderer with a stranger." However, although Roka had dealt with Maria, he was still full of energy and didn't mind chatting with her when he had nothing to do. From the undead killer Jason of Crystal Lake to the dream demon Freddy. A female netizen named Heather was stunned by his experience. What are you doing?" It was not until 2 hours later when Maria woke up that Roka ended their conversation. "Nothing, just someone inquired about the exorcism agency website. Are you hungry? Do you want me to make you something to eat?" Roka stroked her fair and smooth skin and smiled. "Kindness." Maria nodded obediently after hearing this. She was indeed a little hungry. Hearing this, Roka kissed her on the forehead and then went to prepare dinner. In the next few days, Roka and Maria went to and from school together, and every day was very fulfilling and happy. On weekends, I go shopping with Tina. I would get calls from Nancy and Christine from time to time. At the same time, Roka was having a heated chat with female netizen Heather. One day, Heather told Roka that she suddenly received an inheritance from her grandmother and needed her to go to a small town in Texas to inherit it. And she has asked her parents and found out that she was adopted. He even had an argument with his adoptive parents over this. So Heather decided to go to Texas to visit her grandmother and find out about her own life experience. It's not very safe to go there alone. Roka could only remind them again and again. Thanks, I know, but I have to go and see. Heather had to find out about her own background, so she was very determined. Besides, she was not going alone. After several friends learned that she was going to Texas, they expressed their desire to go with her. Roka could do nothing to help. However, it was at this moment. Ding! The system has updated the task Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, please kill the murderer Leatherface. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre series. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system task would be triggered suddenly. He has dealt with Jason, Miles, and Freddy, one of the 4 greatest killers in Western film history, and Leatherface is the last one. As for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, it is also his favorite one. Because the heroine in this step is Ario. Both her figure and appearance are top-notch. She is no worse than Maria, and even has a better figure. And this Ario is unsurprisingly Heather. This is really a coincidence. When are you going to trigger it? Why don't I go with you? I heard there is a murderer family in Texas, and we can meet them. Hi. On the other hand, Heather was a little surprised to see this reply. She didn't expect Roka to actually offer to go with her. In fact, she was very interested in Roka, a man who had fought against many murderers, otherwise they would not have become netizens. Now, when she suddenly heard that the other party wanted to meet her, she was really curious. I wonder what Roka looks like? Although he often brags about being handsome. Okay, but we're leaving tomorrow. It's still in time. Give me a meeting address. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay then, we'll wait for you at XXX tomorrow. See you there. After the chat, Roka had a bright smile on his face. Based on their conversations over the past few days, he knew that Heather didn't have a boyfriend yet. There is a little black guy who has been pursuing her. But since he is here, that little black guy will naturally roll as far away as possible. The next day. Early in the morning, Roka set off in his newly purchased Porsche. Tina and Maria didn't come because they had to go to class. After several hours of driving, Roka finally arrived at the meeting place Heather mentioned and stopped in front of a Ford. Hey, it's a Porsche 986. This is the latest model of Porsche, so cool. After seeing the handsome Porsche 986, a black man and another man came over with shining eyes and touched the car body. As for the 2 girls on the side, they were more interested in the people in the car. Hi. At this time, the car window rolled down and a handsome black-haired man wearing sunglasses waved to them. Is this someone you know, Jeannie? Xiao Hei asked doubtfully. No. The girl who was called Jeannie also shook her head in confusion. Hey, Kenny, you have a friend like this, why don't you talk to him? Xiao Hei cursed and laughed and punched the boy named Kenny. I don't know him either. Kenny was also a little confused, because he didn't know such a rich young man. Heather. Finally, the 3 of them turned their gaze to the girl with black hair, blue eyes, and a delicate and beautiful face. Me? I don't know him either. Heather shook her head. She didn't remember knowing such a rich and handsome man. Otherwise she would have taken him down long ago. Hearing this, the other 3 were a little confused. Since they didn't know him, what was this handsome guy doing here? Is he just here to chat up? Roka was a little amused when he saw this. He immediately opened the door and got out of the car. He came to Heather and said, "You didn't forget it, did you?" Heather was stunned. The other 3 people looked like they didn't know him. Chapter 32. Wait, you're Roka. Heather realized at this time that the purpose of their being here was to wait for Roka. She didn't expect that even though the other party was there, she didn't recognize him. Heather, you are beautiful. Roka took out a bouquet of roses and handed it over. The 4 of them were stunned by this magical scene. Thanks. Heather was very happy with the result. Kenny nudged Blackie next to him and winked at him. Hey, you're out of luck now. Xiao Hei was a little unhappy so he didn't respond. Everyone knew that he was pursuing Heather, but no one expected that Heather would meet such a handsome, rich guy outside. But he won't give up. Sorry, my car only seats 2. After pulling Heather into the car, Roka apologized to Xiao Hei and the other 2, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. So fast! Heather exclaimed excitedly, and then immersed herself in the speed and passion of the Porsche. At this moment, she almost forgot all the unpleasantness between her and her adoptive parents. Until a few hours later. They have arrived in a small village called Nwart, Texas. Marvelous! Heather was still a little excited after getting off the car. Take a quick look at the exact location in the letter your grandmother sent you. Roka reminded with a smile. Yes. Heather nodded and took out the letter. According to what the letter said, we should be not far from the property my grandmother left me. Should we wait for them? Roka was referring to the 3 Xiaohe people who were left far behind. Wait a minute, they don't know the way, it would be bad if they get lost. Heather thought about it and decided it would be better to wait a while. But this wait lasted 2 hours. It was just that they were speeding too fast just now. Kenny couldn't catch up with them in his old Ford. Fortunately, the two of them stayed in the car, eating, listening to music and chatting, so they didn't seem bored. You are finally here. It wasn't until she saw the Ford behind her that Heather finally couldn't help but complain. Kenny and his friends were also a little depressed, as they were already chasing at the fastest speed. Unexpectedly, not only did I fail to catch up with him, also got complained about. Heather, if you don't want to wait, why don't we switch? Kenny's girlfriend, the passionate and unrestrained Kenny, spoke with a smile, and even threw a few coquettish glances at Roka in front of her boyfriend. Of course not. Heather refused without a second thought. Only an idiot would want to trade with her. All right. Seeing this, Jeannie could only smile helplessly. Okay, let's continue on our way. Roka interrupted the chat of several people. Although Jeannie is also a standard blonde beauty with big wavy hair and a very eye-catching figure, she is not his type. The group set out again. However, because we waited for Jeannie and the others for too long, it soon became dark. Just then, they came across a school bus parked in the middle of a deserted road. Hey, what happened to you guys? Heather leaned out the window and shouted toward the bus. What can be seen is that there are many students in the school bus. It seems that they are preparing to go back after participating in a competition in a certain school. Do you need our help pushing the cart? Roka asked with a smile as he looked at the bald old black man who got out of the car. In fact, there were so many students on the bus that they didn't even need to push it. The bald old black man shook his head and said, No, the tire at the back is blown. Please help us notify the traffic police. Thank you. Really? We're planning to camp nearby. Since they were not familiar with the area, Heather and her friends did plan to camp. Go in this direction and you'll reach the town in 3 hours. The bald old black man pointed in the direction. Oh, that's great. If possible, no one wants to sleep in the wilderness. After passing the school bus, Roka and his 2 cars continued to move forward. However, he didn't run for long. Kenny's tire at the back suddenly burst for no apparent reason. Shit! Kenny cursed and got out of the car to check. You should have a spare tire you can change to, right? Roka and Heather also backed up at this time. Certainly. Kenny still had a spare tire in his car. He bent down to check the rear wheel and found something stuck in the tire. He reached in and tried to pull it out. Ah! Kenny suddenly pulled his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, only to find that his hand had been cut by some sharp blade. Is there something in there? Xiao He shone the flashlight over there, then carefully reached out and pulled the thing out. Only then did everyone see clearly that it was actually a cross mark. The area around the cross mark seems to be made of elephant teeth and is very sharp. There is also a human tooth embedded in the middle joint. What on earth is this? Xiao He looked at it and was a little confused. Throw it away quickly, this thing is too sharp, be careful of tetanus. Kenny, who had suffered a loss, became angry when he saw the cross mark. Wait! Roka suddenly called out to Xiao He, who was about to throw away the cross mark, and then took the cross mark from his hand and looked at it. This is indeed made of some kind of bone. It doesn't look like animal bone, but more like human bone. Human bones. Heather looked at the cross mark with some doubt. Such a big bone must be at least a forearm bone or a leg bone. That's too scary. They actually used human bones to make the cross symbol. Chapter 33. Ding. The system has updated the task Horrifying Cannibals 2, please host to deal with the cannibal. I see. Roka, who was originally a little confused, suddenly understood that he had encountered an ogre with bat wings. The reason why their tires burst must have been caused by this ogre. The cross mark is the best proof. And the people in the school bus before were probably the cannibal's prey. But now they seem to have been targeted by the ogre. What? Heather was a little confused when she heard his words. Roka looked up and smiled, I mean, we have been targeted by the ogres. This cross mark was made by the ogres. Hearing this, several people looked at each other. I never expected that he would say such a thing. This seemed too outrageous to them. I'm telling you, have you read too many stories? What ogre? It's just that the tire got punctured by this thing. Xiao He snatched the cross mark from his hand with a look of disdain and threw it away. Ryan. Heather frowned, very dissatisfied with Xiao He's attitude. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Kenny quickly stepped out to smooth things over. Okay, no matter what the reason is, let's change to the spare tire and leave here first, okay? That's right, change the spare tire quickly, there are too many mosquitoes here. Genie was somewhat dissatisfied as he drove away the mosquitoes around him. Seeing this, Kenny had no choice but to open the trunk and start changing the spare tire. Roka didn't say anything. When the monster appeared, they would naturally understand how clownish their actions were. Let's get back to the car first. Roka said to Heather beside him. Heather nodded. The two then returned to the car. Roka, what is this ogre you were talking about? Heather was actually quite willing to believe what he said, and was also somewhat curious about the ogre he mentioned. It is a humanoid monster with bat wings. It wakes up from hibernation every 23 years and begins a 23-day-long hunt for humans. Wait, the monster will appear soon. Roka said this lightly, his expression still as relaxed as ever. This made Heather a little skeptical. Time passes by every second. It was at this time. A terrified shout came from a school bus not far from them, and the sound quickly disappeared into the sky. What happened? The sudden change scared Kenny, who had just changed the spare tire. It was the noise coming from the school bus. At this time, Genie and Xiao He also got out of the car to check. Did something really happen? Genie was somewhat confused. She recalled what Roka had said just now. Wasn't it confirmed now? It would be strange if anything went wrong. They have quite a few people over there. Xiao He still looked nonchalant, he thought the noise just now was just the students playing around. However, it was at this moment. Roka turned his car around and drove towards the school bus. Hey, what are they doing? We should go. Xiao He was a little dissatisfied when he saw that they went back directly. Maybe there's something going on. Kenny reluctantly put all the tools into the trunk and then returned to the car. He didn't start the car. I plan to wait for Roka and the others to come back before setting off again. At the same time. This is the school bus. After the screams of bald old black disappeared in the sky, the middle-aged female driver, bearded man, and a group of students below all looked at the sky at a loss. Then a burning stick fell from the sky. The middle-aged female driver and Mr. Hughes both felt something was wrong and hurriedly said to the students, "Everyone, get back in the car." Seeing this, the students all obediently returned to the car. The middle-aged female driver also wanted to look for the bald black man nearby. However, just as she lit the burning stick, she was grabbed by a pair of sharp claws and disappeared into the sky the next second. This time, both Mr. Huzi and the students in the school bus saw it. A dark shadow took the middle-aged female driver away. Seeing this, teacher Huzi ran towards the school bus in panic. "Open the door." After the students opened the door, teacher Huzi wanted to get on the car, but unexpectedly, a pair of sharp claws fell from the sky and grabbed his shoulders. Now the students finally saw the black shadow clearly. It looked as ugly as a humanoid bat, with bat wings behind it, and was about the size of an adult. In an instant, the students screamed in fear. They had never seen such a horrible monster before. Although Mr. Hu's eye couldn't see the monster's appearance, he could tell from the expressions of his students that the monster that caught him was definitely very terrifying. For a moment he didn't know where the strength came from, allowing him to hold on tightly to the handrail of the car door. He started to struggle with the monster. At this time, a few brave boys also came forward and hugged the teacher, trying to pull the teacher back. However, their power was still too small. The next moment, the monster grabbed Teacher Hu's edge and lifted him into the sky. Several boys also had blood on their faces. "Quick, close the car door." The terrified students hurriedly closed the car doors to prevent the monster from attacking again. An atmosphere of fear instantly filled the entire carriage. No one knows where the monster will attack from next time. It was at this time. A light shone from not far away, giving the frightened students a glimmer of hope. Then a Porsche stopped gracefully in front of them. "Roka!" Seeing him open the door and get out of the car, Heather screamed in fear. After seeing with her own eyes that monster taking people away, she completely believed what Roka had said before. So she didn't dare get off the car at all. "It's okay, just stay in the car." Roka smiled and comforted her, then came to the school bus. "Be careful in the sky. Be careful of monsters." When the students on the bus saw him get off, they all reminded him in a low voice. They didn't dare to make too much noise for fear of attracting the monster. Chapter 34. It's okay. As long as the monster dares to come, I can get rid of it. Roka shook his head, then took out his standard Saiga 12K shotgun and showed it off. The students were immediately excited when they saw that he had the truth. Even the fear from before had dissipated a lot. A boy bravely opened the car door. "Come up quickly." "No need, just stay in the car." Roka shook his head and then strode to the open space in front of the car. This bold scene really made the students nervous, but also aroused some admiration. Heather, with a nervous look on her face, wanted to ask him to get back in the car, but after thinking it over, she didn't say it out loud. For a moment, everyone stared at Roka. A tense atmosphere spread among the crowd. However, half an hour passed and there was no sign of the monster. Strange? Could it be that the monster hasn't finished eating yet? Roka looked at the dark sky with some confusion. Logically speaking, the monster should have eaten the 3 people it had just captured. And even if you don't eat it, you should continue hunting. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard from the distance. "It's Ryan." Heather recognized the owner of the screaming voice as Ryan the Little Black. That monster is really cunning. Roka didn't expect that the ogre didn't attack them, but instead attacked the 3 lonely Xiaohei people. "I saw a dark figure grab Xiaohei from the car and lift him into the sky, then disappear in the blink of an eye." It was no use for Roka to take out Barrett. "Heather, call and ask if their car can still be driven, and ask them to come over quickly." "Oh, okay." Heather immediately took out her phone upon hearing this. The call was connected soon. It was Jeannie who answered the phone, and you could tell from her voice how terrified she was. After all, the monster took Xiaohei away from her very eyes. She is also lucky. Otherwise, it is very likely that she would be the one arrested. Although the car's windows and roof were damaged, it was still startable. After a while, 2 people drove over. "Oh, that monster is so scary." "Ryan. Ryan was captured right in front of me," Jeannie said to several people very excitedly. "It's okay. With Roka here, that monster won't dare to come again." Heather patted Jeannie's shoulder in comfort. "You guys go get on the school bus first." In order to avoid being caught by the ogre again, Roka asked Heather and the other 2 to get on the school bus. He was left alone outside to attract the ogres. Jeannie and Kenny naturally had no objection to this. "Be careful." Heather stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek, then got on the school bus. Roka raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then strode to the road in front of the car, waiting quietly for the ogre's attack. Everyone in the school bus watched this scene nervously. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of the ogre. "It's like being afraid of something." Roka frowned. Could it be that the killer could sense the threat he posed to it? After thinking about it, he turned and walked to the school bus. I need a bait to lure the monster to attack. Is there anyone who can step forward? Hearing this, the students stepped back in fear, and no one said anything. They didn't even have time to hide, so how could they dare to go up and be bait? Isn't this courting death? However, there are still some brave boys among these students. A boy with a crew cut stood up and asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Of course there will be danger, but don't worry, I promise to save you before that monster takes you away." Roka patted his chest and assured. The ogre's strength was actually average, and the students in the original novel were able to poke a hole through his head. It's just that this monster has a strong recovery ability and can also fly. Otherwise there wouldn't be any need to go through so much trouble. "Okay, I'll be the bait." The boy with a crew cut said this and got off the car bravely. "Jonathan." A blonde female student in the car called him. Jonathan shook his head without saying anything, then strode out. "What should I do?" "It's very simple. Just stand over there like I did just now." Roka pointed toward the dark road. Jonathan took a deep breath after hearing this, and then stepped forward courageously. To be honest, Roka still admires this boy a little. You know, not everyone can stand up when facing such danger. Not to mention trusting a stranger like him. It's literally putting your life in his hands. This requires tremendous courage. A little further. Roka motioned for him to move forward a little, as it wouldn't do to be too close. Jonathan trembled all over. He was a little scared at this moment, but he still took a few steps forward. Now he was 20 meters away from Roka. He even doubted whether Roka could really react. However, it was at this moment. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, swooping down towards Jonathan like a hunting falcon, while its claws were aimed at his shoulders. Jonathan was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. The next second the monster was in front of him. Bang! Roka had come to his side without hesitation and shot the ogre with a shotgun. The ogre staggered and let out a shrill howl. Chapter 35. Roka pulled the trigger again. One bullet after another kept hitting it. But this guy is different from the one in the movies. So many bullets hitting him have no effect at all. Instead, he turned around, flapped his wings, and tried to fly into the sky and escape. "FK it, get down here." Roka put away his shotgun angrily, then jumped to a height of more than 10 meters, grabbed the ogre's feet and smashed it down hard. Bang! The next second, the ogre fell into the wasteland nearby, creating a big hole. "I told you to run." Roka came to the ogre angrily, picked up the shotgun and shot him in the face a few times. He didn't stop until he smashed its head to pieces. In fact, he has always been reluctant to show his extraordinary strength in public, because it would be too conspicuous, so he always uses guns whenever possible. I just didn't expect that this ogre could escape so quickly. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise it would really run away. At this time, Heather and the other students in the school bus were all staring at this scene in amazement. What did they see? There was actually someone who could jump more than 10 meters high into the air and throw the monster down in one go. Is this something a human can do? Although everyone was somewhat shocked, they all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the monster being caught. The students also plucked up the courage to open the car door and get out. "Is it dead?" Heather came to Roka's side and asked subconsciously when she saw the monster's head was smashed. But after asking, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, there is no possibility of survival if the head is smashed. However, Roka's answer surprised her. Of course it's still alive. This monster is different from ordinary killers. Strictly speaking, it's not a human being. If it was any other killer, even Jason, he would die if his head was blown apart. But the ogre in front of him was different. This guy is a complete monster. It cannot be measured by common sense. Not dead. Not only Heather was shocked when she heard this, but also the students who were watching the fun nearby. It may be worthwhile to catch it and study it. Roka suddenly had an idea, which was to set up a shelter institute to specifically shelter these monsters for experimental research. However, it is not so easy to contain all the monsters. If you are not careful, you will end up getting burned. But he still wanted to do it. Are you going to take this monster back with you? Heather was a little surprised to hear his words. Yes. Roka smiled and nodded. However, it was at this moment. Another car was coming in the distance. What happened? Just as old Farmer Jack was about to ask, he saw the headless ogre lying on the ground. His eyes suddenly turned red. Get out of the way. As Jack said this, he got out of the car and went to the back bed, where he had the harpoon weapon he had made to deal with the ogre. His youngest son was captured by the ogre more than 20 days ago. He has patrolled this area many times in order to seek revenge. Now I finally seized the opportunity. However, Roka stood in front of him and said, "Old man, I advise you to come down quickly. Get out of my way, the monster is not dead yet, no one can kill it." Apparently Jack hadn't figured out the situation yet. He kept waving at Roka, signaling him to get out of the way. Roka shook his head, "Old man, I know you want to kill it, but now it is my prey. You have no idea how horrible it is." Old Jack's face was filled with rage. In his opinion, this young man was just a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger and had no idea how powerful the ogre was. It will be too late by the time you find out. He would be arrested like his youngest son. Maybe this kid should be taught a lesson. But now is a good opportunity to kill the monster, and old Jack will not let it go. There's nothing to be afraid of, old man. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Roka still shook his head with a calm tone. There was no way he would hand over this ogre to anyone. This was not only his trophy, but also the foundation for him to build a monster shelter. No one should even think of making any moves. Will you move aside? If not, I will shoot you to death as well. Old Jack has gone completely crazy, and he must avenge his youngest son today. Roka narrowed his eyes when he heard that, then strode up to old Jack, reached out and grabbed the truck bed with force. The car actually flipped over. Old Jack was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Roka has lost his patience. This old man keeps making trouble. Does he really think he dares not to kill anyone? The students behind him were also shocked by his move. He overturned a car with ease. How great is this power? Careful! Just then, Heather gave a horrified reminder. The monster with a smashed head behind him stood up again and attacked Roka in front of him. Ha! Roka grabbed the ogre's hands with a look of disdain. With a click. Just break his hands. Now let's see how it continues to struggle. Old Jack, who had gotten up from the ground, widened his eyes when he saw this. This young man, damn, is he still a human being? Roka broke the ogre's hands and feet, and then found an iron chain to tie him up. Finally, he got an iron oil barrel from Old Jack and put the ogre in it. Old Jack was helpless. He had no choice but to give up since he couldn't kill the ogre. Chapter 36. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Shocking Ogre 2. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving $10 million and the ability to strengthen muscles and bones has been upgraded to LV2. In an instant, Roka felt that his body had become stronger in all aspects. Very good and very nice. There is also a reward of $10 million, which is just the startup capital for building a monster shelter. What are you going to do about it? At this time, Old Jack came over and asked somewhat unwillingly. Of course I'll take it back for research. Don't worry, this monster won't be able to escape. Roka patted him on the shoulder, then grabbed the oil drum and put it in the trunk of Kenny's Ford. There was no way, his Porsche couldn't fit it. Old Jack felt better after hearing this. At least the monster's final fate would not be good. This could be considered revenge for his youngest son. The police were then called to deal with the matter. By the time these things were resolved, it was already dawn. Xiao Hei's death made everyone feel unhappy. But now that I'm here, I naturally can't give up halfway. Fortunately, we are all young people, so it's okay if we don't get much rest for a night. Under Heather's guidance, they soon arrived at the iron gate of Carlson's manor. Everyone gets off. This is the location mentioned in the address. Heather looked inside the fence gate and found that the manor was quite large. It was impossible to see what was inside from the outside because it was completely blocked by the woods. It must be huge in there. Like a castle. Jeannie and Kenny were a little envious. Just as a few people were looking around the manor, another car approached them. Then a white-haired old man got out of the car. "Are you Mr. Faworth?" "I'm Heather." Heather asked tentatively. "I knew it was you at first sight. You look exactly like me." Faworth came over with a kind smile. He was the lawyer who received the will and the one who sent the letter to Heather. "Thank you for coming all the way here. I am willing to serve Raina. She is a good person and an elite figure, although there are many malicious slanders." At this point, Faworth couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect you to bring friends. Is it wrong?" Heather was a little confused. Faworth shook his head. "The house is yours now. You decide. By the way, you can't sell the house. It's all written in the will." "No problem, thank you." In fact, Heather had already read the will and naturally had no objection to it. Then Faworth handed her the key to the manor, discussed the will with her, and also gave her a letter from Raina. After doing all this, Favors left. "Okay, let's go in and take a look now." Heather put her things away and opened the iron gate with her key. Several people got in the car. Then drove inside. The manor was very large, and after passing through a lush forest, they finally saw the house. "It's a big house, by God." After seeing the mansion in the middle of the woods, Jeannie couldn't help but exclaim. "This mansion is too big, like a castle." Roka looked around and found that this location was indeed quite good. The manor was very large, at least several kilometers in size, and was surrounded by woods. "The mansion is completely invisible from the outside. It would be great if we could build a monster shelter underground." The four entered the mansion. "It's so cool, it looks even more luxurious than outside." "Incredible, is this true?" Jeannie and Kenny were both stunned by the luxurious decoration inside. Not only them, Heather was also shocked by the scene before her. She had never seen such a luxurious villa. When she thought that this place belonged to her, a bright smile appeared on her face. "I don't even know where to start visiting." Heather smiled and said to Roka behind her. "It would be best to check around and then hire a nanny to clean the place." Roka suggested with a smile. If he remembered correctly, there was still a Leatherface in this manor. If he wants to attract attention here, he must deal with this mentally ill murderer Leatherface. "That's a very good suggestion." Heather nodded, thinking it was necessary to hire a nanny to clean the house. After all, no one has lived here for a long time, there is dust everywhere, and the lawn needs to be mowed. But let's take a look around here first. With such a luxurious mansion in front of you, you naturally have to take a good look at it. No one had any objection. Then several people started to visit. Along the way, Jeannie and Kenny were amazed. "By the way, Heather, what did your grandmother do? How could she leave you such a mansion?" Jeannie asked suddenly curiously. "I have no idea." Heather shrugged helplessly. In fact, she was also very curious about what her grandmother did and who her parents were. "Come on, I'll take you around." Roka knew something about Heather's background. She was from the Sawyer family of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. More than 10 years ago. After the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, one incident, the angry villagers burned down his house. It seems that the only ones who survived are Heather's grandmother and Leatherface. But he won't tell this matter. This was too cruel for Heather. Chapter 37. "Okay." Heather readily agreed. Seeing this, Jeannie and Kenny naturally would not be a light bulb. "Then let's go over here and take a look." The two chose a different direction from them. Roka chose the direction of the kitchen because he remembered that Leatherface was in the basement below the kitchen. "Let's deal with this guy first." After the two sides separated, Roka pushed open the door of the restaurant. It's a luxurious restaurant. Heather was somewhat surprised to see the furnishings in the restaurant. "Haha, have you ever seen a table full of tableware before the diners arrive?" Roka smiled meaningfully. "Kindness." Heather was a little confused when she heard this. It was indeed a little strange to say this. Why are the cutlery placed on the table if there is no one eating? Isn't this just waiting to be covered in dust? No cutlery storage cabinet? Or maybe there was something urgent that made him not have time to clean up the dishes. This doesn't make sense. There seems to be a compartment over here. Roka easily found the secret door leading to the basement. In fact, it is not difficult to find. It seems that because the last person who entered did not close the door tightly, there was a gap, so it looks very obvious. And there is no door handle, and it would be difficult to find if there wasn't a gap in the door. Go in and take a look. Heather pushed the door open curiously and walked in. The compartment inside is not big, and some utensils are placed on the shelves on both sides. But there is another door here. What exactly is this place used for? Heather looked at the door in confusion. You'll know after you go in and take a look. Roka opened the door and a staircase leading downwards appeared in front of the two. The two of them walked down. I found a red wooden door inside. Heather couldn't help but look at Roka when she saw this. Everything here was really weird. What on earth was stored there? Why was it so mysterious? Open it and take a look. It's okay as long as I'm here. Hearing this, Heather felt relieved. Even the flying ogres are no match for Roka, so she has nothing to fear. Thinking of this, Heather took out the key and opened the wooden door. The two of them walked in. I found that it was not very big and there were a lot of drinks stored. It looks like a wine cellar. But there is a fourth door in the wine cellar, and there is a dinner plate in front of this door. There was rotten food on the plate. Is there something in here? Heather said and looked at Roka with some confusion. Maybe this is where someone is imprisoned? We'll know once we open it and take a look. Roka naturally knew who was inside. Now, the only ones left in the entire Sawyer family are Heather and Leatherface in the door. It's a pity that this Leatherface is a mentally ill guy. Otherwise, he would be a good candidate to be a house guard. In the movie, Jeannie, Kenny, and Blackie were all attacked by Leatherface, who killed them with ease. I don't find a door handle up there. Heather followed his advice and wanted to open the door, but she couldn't find the way to open it after searching around. This door seems to be able to be opened only from the inside. Watch me. Roka walked over and tried to push the door with one hand. It turned out that the wooden door was quite sturdy. The next moment he raised his foot and kicked hard. Bang! After a loud noise, the door was kicked open successfully. Wow! Heather exclaimed at his prowess. However, before she could say anything else, a figure rushed out from behind the door with a chainsaw. Yet! Heather was so frightened that she turned pale and quickly hid behind Roka. Roka remained calm and kicked the Leatherface to the ground. Even though this guy is a psychopath, he is actually tall and strong. And with an electric saw in his hand, most people are no match for him. Who are you? Heather asked with some fear when she saw that the man was disheveled and wearing a mask. However, Leatherface would not answer her question. After getting up from the ground, he rushed up again with the chainsaw in hand. This time Roka didn't hold back and kicked Leatherface in the neck with a high whip kick. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and then the human-faced man fell straight down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flame of Hell. Hellfire! Roka's eyes lit up. Could it be that? If that's really the case, it would be terrible. Ghosts and evil spirits would be no match for him. Thinking of this, he looked carefully. Unexpectedly, it was just as he guessed. The Hellfire was the unique ability of Ghost Rider, a flame that could burn the flesh and soul. It is the nemesis of all demons and ghosts. He can also use the flames of hell to possess others, and when the flesh and blood are burned, he will transform into the form of Ghost Rider. If she doesn't wear clothes, she's just a skeleton and a ball of fire and you can't tell her figure. If clothes are put on, part of the body shape in human form can be revealed, and the body shape is better than that of the host in human form. Moreover, the fire of hell can burn any substance at will. Or not harm anything Ghost Rider touches. However, Roka's is only LV1 Hellfire and cannot transform yet. But this is already very powerful when dealing with some ghosts. This really gave him a surprise. With the Hellfire, he will be able to deal with ghosts and Cthulhu. Roka, in a good mood, turned to look at Heather and said, "You won't blame me for killing him, will you?" "Of course not." Heather looked at him strangely. "This guy wants to kill us, but I don't know who he is." "You want to know your origins?" Roka naturally knew what she was thinking. Chapter 38. Yes. Heather shrugged. She came here for two reasons. One was to inherit her grandmother's estate, and the other was to find out about her own life experience. "Maybe we can go to a nearby town and look for clues, like in a newspaper or something." Newspaper? Heather felt a little puzzled when she heard his words. What did her life experience have to do with the newspaper? But she nodded anyway. "Anyway, I have no idea now. It's better to listen to him. Let's deal with this body first," Roka said as he loaded Leatherface's body into the system space. Then he went to the cemetery in the backyard, dug a hole and buried him. Heather had no opinion on this, but was just surprised by his methods. "Hey, we plan to stay here tonight." At this time, Jeannie and Kenny came over excitedly. "Sure." Heather smiled and nodded. "Then let's go to the nearby town to buy some supplies. I want to have a wild party," Jeannie said happily. "No problem." It just so happened that they were also going to a nearby town, so Heather naturally had no reason to refuse. A moment later, the four arrived at a nearby town. "Let's go over there and see you later." Kenny said hello to them and went to the other side of the town. The two parties agreed to meet here later and then return to the manor together. "Let's go and get some information," Roka said to Heather with a smile. "Kindness." Heather nodded, feeling a little nervous. What was the mystery of her life? "Boss, give me a newspaper." "Get it yourself." In front of a newsstand, Roka bought a newspaper at random, and then asked the fat newsstand owner, "Boss, do you know Carlson's Manor?" "Carlson's Manor? Isn't there anyone there?" The fat boss looked at him with some confusion. "Just asking around." "Then you'd better not ask." After the fat boss finished speaking, he just looked at the newspaper in his hand and ignored the two of them. Roka smiled helplessly at Heather beside him. Heather smiled playfully. "Okay, boss." Roka handed over $100 and said, "I want to ask you about Carlson's estate and the Sawyer family. Is that okay?" The fat boss' attitude immediately changed when he saw the US dollars. He quickly put away the $100 and then said with a smile on his face, "Almost everyone in the town knows about this matter. It was even reported in the newspaper. I'll look for it." "This is it." The fat boss handed over a newspaper. Roka took the newspaper and read it, and found that the newspaper recorded the incident of the Sawyer family being wiped out more than 10 years ago. It was clearly written above that the Sawyer family had killed 4 young men. The remaining girl went to the town to call the police. The police came to the Sawyer family to find the murderer. But the Sawyer family refused to hand over the person. To them, family is the most important. Then the angry townspeople surrounded the Sawyer family and set fire to the Sawyer family's house. The matter ended after a gunfight between the two sides. Inside the car. After learning about what happened in the newspaper, Heather was a little bit unbelievable. She never thought that her family turned out to be such a group of people. He never expected that his entire family would be wiped out like this. For a moment she was at a loss. She didn't know whether she should feel sad for the Sawyer family. After all, the Sawyer family was like a group of crazy people. But it was her family. Don't think too much. You are you. The Sawyer family is a thing of the past. You should live your own way. Roka handed her a tissue and comforted her softly. In his opinion, there was no need to be sad for the Sawyer family. Of course, the townspeople who killed the Sawyer family were not good people either. In short, just distance yourself from these two parties and live your own life. I understand. Heather wiped her tears and took a deep breath. You're right. The Sawyer family is a thing of the past anyway, and I don't remember them. So, from today on, I'm going to live for myself. That's right, don't worry too much about the past. Roka nodded with relief. Then let's go buy some ingredients now. By the way, do you have a big appetite? It's okay. Then buy more. Heather's face was filled with a bright smile again. In fact, she had no impression of the Sawyer family at all, so how could she feel sad about it? Living in the present is what we should do now. Soon, after purchasing some ingredients and necessities. Just then, Jeannie and Kenny came back. So the group returned to Carlson's manor. A migration party was held at the estate. Cheers! In the luxuriously decorated restaurant, 4 people raised their glasses and shouted. The party has officially begun. During this time, Jeannie and Kenny kept asking about Roka's identity and affairs, and it was obvious that both of them were very interested in him. But Roka cleverly fooled them all. Besides, he had nothing to say. It was almost early morning when the party ended. Kenny and I are going to take a break, you guys continue. Jeannie helped the drunk Kenny to rest, and gave the two of them an ambiguous smile before leaving. Although Roka drank a lot, he was not drunk at all. On the contrary, Heather looked drunk, and her flushed cheeks became particularly attractive under the light, especially her pink lips that made people want to take a bite. Chapter 39. Roka, my room is over here. Heather leaned against him, looking drunk, and pointed to the room that had been cleaned up during the day. Roka's room was next door. Okay, I'll take you upstairs to rest. Seeing that she was drunk and unconscious, Roka had no choice but to pick her up like a princess and then went upstairs to her room. Have a good rest. Roka simply took off her top and prepared to tuck her into the quilt. Unexpectedly, Heather suddenly stretched out her white arms and hugged his neck. Roka looked up in surprise, only to see Heather's charming eyes staring at him. It was obvious that this girl was just pretending to be drunk. Don't you regret it? Actually, I have a girlfriend. Roka confessed directly to avoid the trouble of explaining later. If she is willing, she will agree, if she is not willing, she will not be forced. Sure enough, Heather bit her lip slightly with some reluctance after hearing that he had a girlfriend again. Although I had guessed that Roka might have a girlfriend, I was still a little disappointed when I heard it with my own ears. Even though they had only known each other for a few days. But along the way, the man in front of her gave her too many surprises. Not only was he tall and handsome, but he was also very powerful. He could even easily deal with the ogre monster. And he cared for her and loved her everywhere, and helped her solve her problems. Where can I find such a good man? Thinking of this, she still asked unwillingly, then will you abandon me? Of course not. I will not abandon any of my women. Roka's answer without hesitation made her very satisfied. Then, love me. Heather said and then offered a kiss. It's no wonder that it's Ario. Her figure, appearance, and temperament give her a completely different feeling, which makes people unable to stop. Suddenly the garden is full of spring colors. The next day, Roka talks to Heather about building a monster shelter beneath her estate. Monster asylum. Heather was surprised to hear this. Yes, just like the ogre we caught before. Unfortunately, we killed all the monsters we encountered before. Roka felt a little regretful, but Jason was fine, because that guy could be resurrected. Find a time to revive it and then catch it. But it's a pity for Freddy and the axe maniac. These two major probabilities cannot be resurrected. If he had this idea earlier, it would not be impossible for Freddy to catch him. He just needed to control his remains. If we study it properly, we might be able to find a way to gain power, or even make people immortal. The purpose of establishing a shelter is not just to house monsters. It's better to study these monsters, maybe we can find something out of them. And even if we can't figure it out, we can still sell it to some capitalists, right? I believe that the capitalists will definitely pay for this. Heather's eyes lit up after hearing this. If she could really do what Roka said, she would be very willing to do it. Of course, she would agree even if there was no benefit. I agree. Now you are the owner of this manor. You can do whatever you want. Thanks. Roka smiled and gave her a sip as a thank you. But this matter still needs long-term consideration. It is not easy to build a huge monster shelter underground, and the project definitely cannot be completed in a short period of time. In addition, research equipment and researchers also need to be considered. I'll come and help too. Heather said with a smile, I don't need to work now anyway, so I can help you deal with these things. What she inherited was not only a mansion, but also a large amount of wealth and assets. These assets are enough for her to squander for a lifetime. That's a real help. Roka is having a headache now. The monster shelter project cannot be completed by one person alone. He plans to involve Tina, Maria, Nancy, and Christine in this plan. There's no rush for these things. Let's go out for a walk. Roka was not in a hurry to start this plan, as he had plenty of time. The next day, Jeannie and Kenny come to say goodbye to the two. You guys are leaving. Heather was a little surprised. Of course, we are not like you and don't need to work. Jeannie shrugged helplessly. If possible, she also wanted to live a carefree life without having to work. Unfortunately not. Came here to rest for 3 days. If I don't go back to work, I'm afraid I'll be fired. Same thing with Kenny. Okay. Heather was a little helpless after hearing that. Then you are welcome to come next time. Yes, remember to attend Ryan's funeral in a few days. I will. Jeannie and Kenny said goodbye, packed up their things and left. Now Roka and Heather are the only two people left in the entire manor. I've called Nancy and Christine to come over. Next, I need to find a famous architect to design a plan for the monster shelter. While there was still time, Roka immediately contacted Nancy and Christine to come and help. Then he contacted a well-known architect to discuss the construction of a monster shelter. Don't worry about the research equipment and researchers for now, let's get the monster shelter ready first. If everything goes well, the monster shelter might be built within a year. Of course, this will definitely require a large investment. Fortunately, Roka still has more than $10 million. In this era, the purchasing power of 10 million is equivalent to tens of billions of US dollars today. It is sufficient for the present stage. Chapter 40. A busy half-month. Roka then returned to New York. Before leaving, Heather had taken over the construction of the monster shelter. Of course, she only needed to supervise it. Naturally, she doesn't have to deal with other things. As for the ogre that was captured earlier, it has also fallen into a deep sleep. However, Roka still customized an alloy cage to ensure that this guy would not escape. Roka, what's wrong with her? Just after he came back, the most troublesome thing happened again. Tina, why are you here? Didn't we agree to meet on the weekend? Humph, if I hadn't come here I wouldn't have known that you had a mistress in the rental house. You must give me an explanation. Tina glared at him angrily. Well, if you must explain, Maria is also my girlfriend. Roka said as he pulled Maria into his arms. The petite and lovely Maria was very well behaved and lovable at this time. You. Tina was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She turned around angrily and was about to leave. However, Roka grabbed her and then hugged her tightly in his arms. Tina, you came at the right time. Let me introduce Maria to you. From now on, you will all be my women. Roka had a domineering smile on his face and didn't allow her to refuse at all. Although Tina felt wronged, she had no way to resist. Only after Roka promised her a series of benefits did she agree to suppress her dissatisfaction. You mean you have a girlfriend in Texas? And you set up a monster shelter underneath her mansion? After Roka briefly recounted these things, Tina and Maria were both a little bit incredulous. Although they felt a little unhappy, they were also excited and thrilled. I don't know if it's because they have dealt with murderers or monsters, but both women are very interested in this aspect. After hearing that a monster shelter was going to be built to study monsters and even develop a drug that could make people immortal. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Yes, this is the current situation. I hope you can help me too. After confessing the matter, Roka felt much more relaxed, and at the same time he could also get them to build a monster research institute together, which was killing two birds with one stone. Although they are still in school. But after graduation, he was able to directly enter the monster shelter and become a manager. As a highly confidential organization, the monster asylum's management must be people they can trust. No problem. Naturally, the two had no reason to refuse such a request. But there is still a problem. Tina suddenly hugged his neck and smiled. What's the problem? Roka was a little confused. If you can deal with us at the same time, I will allow you to have other women, otherwise. Tina narrowed her eyes and spoke threateningly. Roka didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was still very confident in this aspect. The perfect super soldier serum and the iron bones gave him a strong physique. Not to mention dealing with both of them at the same time, even if there were two more, it would be easy enough. Then show me. Tina looked defiant. Roka raised his eyebrows, then be prepared to not be able to get out of bed. The next day, Roka received a commission in his mailbox. What's the commission? Is it another murderer? Tina, wearing only a white t-shirt, sat next to him and asked curiously. The client's name is Jamie, and he said his wife was killed a few days ago. Killed? Shouldn't we call the police? Maria also came over curiously. Roka shrugged, but Jamie believes his wife was killed by a doll, and he guesses it was an evil spirit. Evil spirit? Hearing the word evil spirit, Tina and Maria were both a little frightened. They have seen murderers before, so they are not afraid. But evil spirits and the like sound very scary. Roka found their frightened expressions somewhat amusing. Jamie guessed that his wife was killed by an evil spirit, and he accidentally saw our exorcist agency while surfing the internet, so he asked us to go with him to a small town in Ravensfield to investigate the truth of the matter. The commission amount is $50,000 US. $50,000. Maria and Tina couldn't help but exclaim. You have to know that $50,000 US is not a small amount of money. In this era, it is a question whether a person can earn $5,000 US by working for a year. Not to mention 50,000. The purchasing power of $50,000 US is absolutely equivalent to between $500,000 and $1 million in modern times. I've accepted this commission. Tina shouted excitedly. You guys want to go too? Roka raised an eyebrow. Certainly. Tina and Maria answered in unison. Okay, that's fine. The reason why he didn't take them to Nightmare on Elm Street before was because he didn't have a way to deal with Freddy and couldn't ensure that he could protect them. But now it's different. He has the evil spirit nemesis, Hellfire. No matter what kind of evil spirit it is, it cannot escape from his grasp. Very good. Originally Tina and Maria were a little worried that he would not agree, but when they heard that he agreed, they cheered. Ding! The system has updated the task Dead Silence, please host to deal with Mary Shaw. It's dead silent. Roka finally reacted when he heard the system prompt in his mind. He said he felt familiar with what Jamie said, but he didn't expect it to be Dead Silence. Chapter 41. This film is a classic among classics. And since it was against Mary Shaw, he didn't have to worry at all. After all, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy. As long as all of Mary Shaw's puppets are eliminated, Mary Shaw can be defeated. And he just happened to know the locations of all of Mary Shaw's dolls. Perhaps it is also possible to control Mary Shaw with the fire of hell and make her a member of the monster shelter. This really kills two birds with one stone. Without further ado, Roka immediately accepted Jamie's commission. The next day, the three drove to the small town of Ravensfeld to meet up with Jamie. It's just that Jamie seemed to have returned to his childhood birthplace ahead of time, so the three of them had no choice but to go to his ancestral home. As soon as I arrived here, I saw Jamie coming out of his ancestral home. Hey! Roka had some impression of Jamie, a handsome young man. When he saw him come out, he immediately raised his hand and greeted him. You are the exorcist. Jamie was a little bit unbelieving. In his opinion, an exorcist should be a middle-aged or old man dressed in special clothes. What's up with this guy who hasn't even graduated from school yet? Don't worry, if any evil spirits appear, just leave it to me. I promise I won't let you down. Roka smiled nonchalantly. Seeing how confident he was, Jamie believed it a little. After all, no one would joke about their own life, right? Hey, you brought a female companion. Just when Jamie was convincing himself of his ability, he saw two women in his car. This made him very unhappy. After all, he was not joking, there really were evil spirits killing people. You're so young, but why are you bringing 2 women with you? Are you here for sightseeing? Oh, you should be even more relieved. If I wasn't absolutely sure that they were evil spirits, I wouldn't have brought them out to learn more, right? Roka shrugged nonchalantly. Although Jamie was still a little angry, he also felt that there was some truth in what he said. So he suppressed his dissatisfaction and took a deep breath. Okay, I won't ask about these. I'm going to discuss the burial with Henry, the undertaker. As for you, of course we are here with you to protect you, Roka said without hesitation. Although the commission was only to get rid of evil spirits, if his employer died, he would not get paid. Good. Jamie didn't waste any time and took the 3 of them to the undertaker Henry to discuss the burial of his wife Lisa. Roka, have you found the evil spirit? In the living room of Henry's house, Tina looked at Jamie, who was discussing the burial matters with old Henry in the room, and asked in a low voice with some curiosity. Of course, don't you already know that? Roka smiled as a matter of course while drinking his tea. What? Tina and Maria looked at each other, then looked at each other in confusion. It's Mary Shaw, didn't you hear Jamie say that? Mary Shaw? Is it true that the doll turned into an evil spirit? Tina and Maria suddenly became excited. Seeing this, Roka said in a low voice, maybe Mary Shaw will come to find us at night. It's very scary. Don't be scared to death then. How annoying. Tina rolled her eyes at him, but to be honest, she still felt a little creepy. Don't worry, at worst I can sleep with you tonight. Maria said something shocking, but she was not at all embarrassed. They've done it at home anyway. Yeah, anyway, Roka, you have to protect us when the time comes. Tina reacted and looked as if it was a matter of course. Okay, I just hope you won't be scared and scream when the time comes. When Roka thought of the 2 women screaming in fear at the sudden appearance of the Mary Shaw doll in the room, he couldn't help but want to cover his ears. Having too strong hearing is not a good thing. And it's best not to scream in front of Mary Shaw. That's when Tina and Maria promised not to be scared. Jamie finally came out of the room, and seeing the 3 of them talking and laughing, he felt even more unhappy. As we have agreed, the burial will take place tomorrow. So Jamie took Roka and the other 2 back home. Jamie, I didn't expect you to bring friends back. Roka and his 2 companions were greeted by a young and beautiful blonde woman named Ella, who was also the 3rd wife of Jamie's father Edward. Of course, this is just her public identity. Yes. Jamie nodded expressionlessly. Excuse me, ma'am. Roka narrowed his eyes, looked the other person up and down, then smiled. Excuse me. Tina and Maria were quite fond of the beautiful and generous lady in front of them. Since you are Jamie's friends, you can stay here. I will arrange a room for you. Jamie, please entertain your friends. Ella said with a smile and turned to prepare the room. Hey, I didn't expect your father to marry such a young lady. After seeing Ella leave, Tina couldn't help but tease Jamie. Jamie didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't know when his father married such a young wife. Tina felt a little bored when she saw that he didn't say anything. After a moment, Ella informed the 3 that the room was ready. You guys go and rest first. By the way, there's a nursery rhyme about Mary Shaw that you must know. Jamie warned the 3 before leaving. Chapter 42. What nursery rhyme? Maria asked curiously. Beware the stare of Mary Shaw, she had no children, only dolls, and make her in your dreams, be sure you never, ever scream. After Jamie finished reciting the nursery rhyme, he turned and left. Tina and Maria were left staring at each other. Hey, this nursery rhyme sounds pretty good. Tina repeated it and felt it was pretty good and catchy. What does that mean? Maria was a little confused about the meaning of this nursery rhyme. Of course, I want you to not scream when you see Mary Shaw, otherwise you will be killed by Mary Shaw. Roka directly revealed one of Mary Shaw's abilities. Anyone who screams in front of Mary Shaw will have their tongue pulled out and be killed. This ability is unsolvable. It's good to have him there. If he is gone, the 2 women will be in great danger. Of course, Tina's superpowers might be able to hold off a bit, but this girl seems to have neglected practicing her superpowers recently. Is it true? It was obvious that Tina still didn't quite believe it. Maria was different. She still believed what Roka said. Night. Originally, Ella arranged 3 rooms for the 3 people, but it was obvious that they did not need so many rooms. In fact, 1 room is enough. Hey, why is there a doll in the room? When Tina passed the living room after taking a shower, she found a strange doll the size of a 6-year-old child in the living room, so she picked it up and took a look. This doll is very finely crafted. Maria also came over with some curiosity, and she also liked this doll very much. Do you like it? Roka asked with a smile. Kindness. Tina nodded. This is Mary Shaw's puppet. Scared. When Tina heard what he said, she was frightened and quickly threw Mary Shaw's doll to the ground. Maria was also shocked. Honey, you said this doll is Mary Shaw. Roka shook his head. I said this is Mary Shaw's puppet, but I didn't say this puppet is Mary Shaw. So Mary Shaw has a lot of dolls. Tina responded. Hurry up and throw this doll out. It's ugly. Maria, who was quite fond of this doll just now has a look of disgust on her face. Seeing this, Tina immediately picked up Mary Shaw's doll and threw it out. Okay, no one will bother us now. As Tina said this, she took the initiative to hug Roka's neck and kissed him. It seemed that the shock just now did not dampen her interest at all. Helpless, Roka could only let them do as they pleased. Early morning. After tossing and turning for several hours, the 3 of them fell asleep feeling a little tired. Crunch. A slight sound was heard in the living room, followed by the sound of a door closing. Then the atmosphere in the living room became weird. Then the door was twisted by some mysterious force. Snap. Another soft sound was heard. Even in this silent night, it seemed insignificant. Gradually, a dark shadow approached the 3 people on the bed. The eerie atmosphere made the whole room look scary and gloomy. Next second. Snap. The room light was suddenly turned on. Then Roka and the other 2 who had fallen asleep opened their eyes at the same time. Ahaha! You monster finally showed up. Tina and Maria immediately looked towards the strange thing. It would be fine if you didn't look at it, but it's really scary when you do. They saw that the Mary Shaw doll that they had just thrown out had appeared on the table in the room at some point, and a pair of eyes were staring at them strangely. Even though Roka had just reminded him that Mary Shaw would definitely come, he was still shocked by this horrifying scene. Fortunately, both girls remembered what Roka said, so they didn't scream. If the 2 of them were to encounter this situation alone, they would definitely not be able to remain so calm. What to do? Tina turned to look at Roka, wanting him to make the decision. Roka grinned, since it's here, I can't send it away. Look at me. As he said this, he grabbed Mary Shaw's doll in his hand. The doll's eyes seemed to be staring at him, which looked extremely weird. Roka couldn't help but grin and said, try this. As the words fell, a flame suddenly rose from his palm and enveloped the entire puppet. Next second. A sharp and piercing sound was heard, causing Maria and Tina to cover their ears in pain. The miserable cry seemed to penetrate into the soul, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. But it goes as quickly as it comes. Soon the screams disappeared. The Mary Shaw doll in his hand also turned into ashes and disappeared. Okay, now Mary Xiao shouldn't dare to come to us. Roka said with a bright smile on his face. You have to know that Mary Shaw's soul resides in the doll, so this blow was definitely enough to make Mary Shaw suffer a lot. I don't think I'll cause any trouble for them tonight. Is it dead? Maria asked in panic, releasing her hands from covering her ears. Should he be dead? Tina made a bold guess. After all, the evil spirit had just let out such a miserable cry, how could it be okay? Roka shook his head with amusement, no, it's just one of Mary Shaw's puppets. As long as all of Mary Shaw's puppets are not destroyed, then Mary Shaw is immortal. Chapter 43. So that's how it is. This evil spirit is really powerful. Tina was a little surprised. My dear, you are the most powerful. What was that flame you used just now? Alan was a little scared. Speaking so boldly, it is obvious that Maria and Alan have exchanged souls. That was called hellfire. It is the power from hell. Any soul will be restrained in front of it. Okay, don't be afraid, baby Alan. Roka hugged her and comforted her softly. Although Alan's soul resides in Maria's body, he still feels an innate fear when facing this kind of power. This is also normal. No wonder you agreed to bring us along this time, dear. It turns out you have mastered the power to deal with evil spirits. Tina also suddenly realized, and she asked why Roka agreed to come with them so immediately. So that's how it is. For a moment, her heart was filled with emotion. Honey, I wonder if you can do it. Tina leered at him as she took off her nightgown. Roka raised his eyebrows and said, a man can't say no. I hope you won't beg for mercy later. It's not certain who will beg for mercy. Tina's eyes were full of provocation. Wait. Just as Tina squatted down, Roka suddenly stopped her. What? You're begging for mercy before it even starts. Tina looked at him provocatively. Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'll teach you a lesson later. Now I should go check on Jamie, my employer. Otherwise, he will be scared silly by Mary Shaw sooner or later. That's right. Alan also reacted and realized that they were all attacked by Mary Shaw. Not to mention Jamie's side. She must have encountered Mary Shaw. So the three of them put on their clothes and went next door. As expected. As soon as I arrived at the door of Jamie's room, I heard noise coming from inside. Jamie, are you okay? Roka knocked on the door and said loudly. Yet there was no movement in the room. Seeing this, Roka didn't waste any words and kicked the door open. Hey Jamie, are you okay? When I turned on the light, I saw Jamie sitting in the corner with a terrified look on his face, his eyes fixed on the other side. But when I followed his gaze, there was nothing. It was a bit strange that only the window was open. Are you okay? Roka came up to Jamie and said with some amusement. It goes without saying that Jamie must have seen Mary Shaw's puppet. But their arrival made Mary Shaw escape. It took Jamie a while to come back to his senses. He was now covered in cold sweat and his face was uncontrollably stiff. But I still thanked them. Thanks. Haha, you are my employer. If you die, I won't get any salary. Roka patted his shoulder playfully. Didn't you meet him? This question suddenly occurred to Jamie. Of course I did. They were Mary Shaw's puppets. But I killed one of them. Roka said lightly. What? Jamie was stunned for a moment, then a little surprised. You have dealt with Mary Shaw? Of course not, what are you thinking? Roka rolled his eyes. What we saw was just Mary Shaw's puppet. If we want to destroy it, we probably have to destroy all of Mary Shaw's puppets. Jamie thought this made sense, and he never dared to underestimate Roka again. This exorcist master really has some skills. I roughly know where the remaining dolls are. I'll take you there after the funeral tomorrow. Jamie naturally wanted to eliminate Mary Shaw as well, and he could even be said to be impatient. But in any case, it has to wait until the funeral of his wife Lisa is completed. Then we'll go back first. Roka said as he was about to leave with Maria and Tina. Wait. Jamie is still a little scared. What if Mary Shaw comes back? Don't worry, Mary Shaw won't come again after suffering a loss tonight. What if it comes? Then I guessed wrong. Roka couldn't help rolling his eyes, then he took Maria and Tina away. Jamie was left with his mouth twitching slightly. He had no choice but to close the doors and windows and turn off the lights so that he could fall asleep again. The next day, Jamie started busying himself with his wife's funeral early in the morning. Roka and his friends attended as friends, but unfortunately there seemed to be no custom of having banquets here. The entire funeral was held in silence. Even in the small town, few people come. Wait until after the funeral. Jamie had planned to go with Roka immediately to deal with Mary Shaw's remaining puppets. Unexpectedly, the sheriff in charge of the murder case of Jamie's wife came at this time, holding a Mary Shaw doll in his hand. It seems that my arrival is not welcome. Seeing Jamie staring at him, Sheriff Sean couldn't help but shrugged. In fact, the case of Lisa's death is not over yet. Since no clues could be found, Jamie, as the husband, naturally became the first suspect. Although this sounds absurd. But there is no other way, after all, there are no other suspects. It's best to get rid of that puppet. In fact, Jamie was not staring at the sheriff himself, but the Mary Shaw doll in his hand. Having just experienced such a horrific thing last night, he naturally would not turn a blind eye to Mary Shaw's doll. No, this is evidence. The sheriff shook his head. He would be a fool to destroy the evidence. Listen to me, that's Mary Shaw's doll. If you don't get rid of it, it will. Stop, 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 I don't believe these ghost stories. The sheriff interrupted him, saying he didn't believe a word of these ghost stories. If all crimes are committed by ghosts, what is the point of having police? Chapter 44. Jamie felt helpless after hearing this. Seeing that the sheriff was still going to take Mary Shaw away, he had to warn again, you'd better listen. Don't scream when you see Mary Shaw, otherwise your tongue will be pulled out. I guess you're trying to divert my attention, or are you the murderer? The sheriff sneered and still didn't believe him. Jamie grabbed the sheriff's collar angrily after hearing this. He loved Lisa so much, and they were planning to have a child, so how could he be a murderer? This is absolutely an insult to him. All right, calm down, Jamie. Roka, who had been silent, finally spoke. After hearing this, Jamie let the sheriff go. Sheriff, since you don't believe in Mary Shaw's existence, do you dare to scream at the doll? Roka smiled with a playful expression. You are so mean. After hearing this, Tina also showed a playful smile, as if she was waiting to see the show. Although Maria didn't say anything, she looked at the sheriff with interest. Being stared at by them, the sheriff felt a little uneasy for some reason. Why should I listen to you? The sheriff still seemed a little stubborn. Don't you believe that Mary Shaw is an evil spirit? Then why don't you dare to do it? Jamie also said in a provocative tone. You, just do it, it's nothing big. The sheriff was successfully enraged. In his opinion, it was just an ordinary puppet in a fictitious ghost story. What's so great about that? Could it be possible that Mary Shaw could really get out of the doll? Thinking of this, he immediately plucked up some courage and brought the doll of Mary Shaw in front of him. When I first saw Mary Shaw, I thought she was nothing special, and even thought she was delicate and cute. But after looking at it for a few times, the sheriff always felt a creepy feeling for some reason. The puppet in front of him seemed to be looking at him with a weird look. Why? Are you scared? Seeing that he was slow to move, Tina couldn't help but urge him. The sheriff looked up and glanced at her without saying anything, then took a deep breath. Ah! It's okay, haha. The sheriff couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the puppet, which hadn't changed at all. However, he was greeted with contemptuous looks from several people. Uncle Sheriff, can you be a little braver? I could hardly hear your scream just now. Alan, who looked a little sinister, rolled his eyes. The sheriff could no longer bear being looked down upon by such a beautiful girl. He took a deep breath and screamed loudly at the puppet. You know what, this sheriff is really full of energy. But rather than screaming, it's better to say shouting loudly. But it doesn't matter, the goal has been achieved. In an instant, a strange atmosphere filled the entire room, and the lights dimmed at this moment. The sheriff was startled and subconsciously wanted to throw the puppet in his hand away, but he found that his whole body could not move. At this moment, fear continued to grow in the sheriff's heart. He wanted to scream, but found that he could not make any sound. He could only open his mouth and remain motionless. It was like some weird rule was triggered. A strange black shadow came out of Mary Shaw's puppet and attacked the sheriff's mouth. Apparently it was to pull out his tongue. Seeing this, Roka stopped watching the show, and with the flames of hell attached to his palm, he suddenly grabbed the black shadow. Ah! The black shadow let out a shrill scream after being caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes by the flames of hell. When it's all over. Miraculously, the lights in the house were restored. Then the sheriff sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, his forehead covered with cold sweat. How about it? Now you can finally believe it. Maria came back to her senses and said with a devilish smile. The sheriff nodded repeatedly. He swallowed and then said to Jamie with a horrified face, I believe it. I will cancel the surveillance of you at the police station right now. Aren't you going to catch the murderer? Jamie was already very dissatisfied with the sheriff, and seeing that he was almost frightened to the point of peeing, he could no longer hold back and immediately mocked him. The sheriff swallowed, not knowing how to answer. How could he catch the murderer? That's a terrifying evil spirit. Wouldn't it be like asking him to die if he was arrested? The sheriff smiled awkwardly. I will report this matter to the higher UPS. As for whether they will send someone down to arrest the murderer, that is not up to me to decide. I'm leaving first. After saying this, the sheriff crawled out of the room. Especially after seeing the Mary Shaw doll on the ground, he almost fell down and looked really embarrassed. But Jamie didn't laugh at him, instead he became a little worried. Mary Shaw's evil spirit is so terrifying, can they really solve it? Well, it's getting late. Let's take a night's rest. Tomorrow Jamie will take us to Mary Shaw's lair and take care of it once and for all. Roka stretched as if nothing had happened, then hugged Maria and Tina and left the room. Jamie couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this. He was worried about whether he could deal with Mary Shaw, but now it seems that he was thinking too much. Recalling the scene where Mr. Roka dealt with Mary Shaw just now, he felt a deep admiration in his heart. Without thinking too much, he turned around and went to rest. The only thing that surprised him was that when such a thing happened on their side, his father Edward and Ella did not make any move. But he didn't think much about it. Chapter 45. The next day, Jamie drove Roka and the other two to the cemetery in the town of Ravensfield. According to my father, after Mary Shaw died, the dolls were buried in Mary Shaw's grave. Are you sure you're really in the cemetery? Then how do you explain the several Mary Shaw dolls that appeared in front of us? Jamie, who was carrying a shovel and preparing to dig up Mary Shaw's secret, was stunned when he heard this. Yes, if Mary Shaw's dolls are buried in the cemetery, then what about the dolls they saw? Seeing Jamie standing there in a daze, Tina couldn't help but say, how stupid. Mary Shaw has become an evil spirit, so her doll must have been dug out by her, so it's only natural that it's not in the cemetery. Perhaps. Jamie frowned and felt that there was some truth in it, but he was still unwilling to give in, so he picked up a shovel and started digging Mary Shaw's grave. Roka and the other two didn't say anything when they saw this, they just watched him dig the grave. After a moment, Jamie finally dug up Mary Shaw's grave. Sure enough, there was nothing in the coffin. Jamie was completely desperate now. There is another place. If Mary Shaw's doll is not here, it must be there. Jamie drove out again with Roka and the other two. Soon they came to an abandoned opera house. From the outside, the opera house looked dilapidated, everything around it seemed so decayed, and there was no sound at all. It gives people a weird feeling. It is said that this is where Mary Shaw performed when she was alive. If those puppets were really dug out by Mary Shaw's evil spirit, then the most likely place to put them is here. Jamie said as he pushed open the door of the dilapidated opera house. Crunch! A lot of dust fell down with a teeth-aching sound, making Jamie look a little embarrassed. I think we should go slower. Tina looked at Jamie in front of her with a gloating look, and her pace slowed down a bit. Roka and Maria naturally had no objection. Jamie felt a little helpless when he saw this, but since he was the one who came here, he naturally couldn't back down. Coming to the main hall of the opera house, there is a huge stage that can accommodate thousands of people. It's just that everything here seems so corrupt. Tables, chairs, and benches would turn into powder with the slightest touch. It seems as if it has been abandoned for hundreds of years instead of decades. Henry told me that Mary Shaw was once a famous puppeteer in the opera house, and the puppet she used was named Billy. At that time, people didn't know about ventriloquism, so they all thought that Mary Shaw was talking to the puppet Billy. They also thought that it was Mary Shaw who gave the puppet a soul. Everyone liked this performance very much. While Jamie was looking for the possible hiding place of Mary Shaw, he introduced Mary Shaw's past to Roka and others behind him. Simply put, Mary Shaw is a very talented puppeteer. But one day when I was performing, I was questioned by a little kid. The child's name is Mike Anson. Then Mike Anson disappeared. The angry townspeople found Mary Shaw and asked about Mike's whereabouts. Mary Shaw refused to speak, so the townspeople caught her, cut off her tongue, and killed her. So was Mike kidnapped by Mary Shaw? Hearing this, Tina asked with some confusion. Jamie shook his head. I don't know. Tina was a little disappointed when she heard this. Maybe there are clues in there. Roka narrowed his eyes and smiled. He remembered that it was indeed Mary Shaw who kidnapped Mike because Mike questioned her puppet show and the puppet Billy. To Mary Shaw, the doll is her child, and she does not allow anyone to question it. So the townspeople didn't kill the wrong person. And if he remembered correctly, Mike was Jamie's biological brother. That's why Mary Shaw found Jamie many years later and killed his wife Lisa. Led by Jamie, several people came to the room where Mary Shaw used to live. It is said that this is where Mary Shaw made and stored her dolls. Did you hear any noise? When Maria first came into the room, she was a little scared, so she kept holding Roka's arm. What's that sound? Tina was a little confused. It's not scary here except that it's dark. Really? Then don't get scared later. Roka chuckled. How could it possibly scare me? Tina looked unconcerned. Then pull down the red cloth over there and take a look. Roka pointed to the locker behind her that was covered with a red cloth. Tina turned around and found that there was indeed a place covered by red cloth. This strange scene made her feel a little uneasy. But when she thought of Roka right behind her, she still plucked up the courage to step forward and pull the red cloth aside. Next second, a huge glass locker appeared in front of everyone. In the glass storage cabinet, the dolls are neatly arranged one after another. It looks quite weird and scary. Tina was startled and quickly shrank towards Roka. Roka found it very funny. Jamie was also startled. Mary Shaw's doll is here, but what about this one? Jamie looked at something that was also covered with a red cloth. He swallowed and then walked forward to lift the red cloth. Then another puppet appeared. But this doll looks different from the one on the locker. Jamie took a closer look and was immediately shocked to find that the doll in front of him was actually made of a human body. Chapter 46. It was at this time. All the puppets' heads turned in the same direction. Several people followed the puppet's gaze. There was a clown puppet sitting there staring at them. Except for Roka, Tina, and the others were all shocked. This clown doll is so scary and weird, with strange patterns on its body and face, plus those empty eyes, who wouldn't be creepy when seeing it? It's especially scary in such a dim environment. Gaga. The clown puppet makes a terrifying sound, which makes people shudder. Mary Shaw, what do you want to do? After Jamie calmed down a little, he asked the question he wanted to ask most. He really didn't know what this evil spirit wanted to do. Was it going to kill everyone? The clown puppet said, let those who make me quiet down, I'll be quiet. So you killed Mike Anson? Jamie asked again. It is so difficult to make a perfect puppet. Ordinary puppets simply cannot make a perfect puppet on their own. Hearing this answer, everyone shuddered. He's just crazy. Tina cursed. In order to make a perfect doll, a child was killed. The purpose was to make a perfect doll with the body of a human child. Anyone who could think of such a thing is simply a lunatic. The clown puppet said again, you are not the last person in the Anson family, the child in Lisa's belly is. Jamie was shocked when he heard this, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. When he thought about Lisa being pregnant with his child but being killed by Mary Shaw, he almost collapsed. Why? Jamie fell to the ground and cried bitterly. I've already said that, in order to make those who told me to shut up shut up. The clown puppet said again. The meaning is simple, the townspeople killed her and pulled out her tongue. So after becoming an evil spirit, she also wants to take revenge on those who killed her. The baby in Jamie and Lisa's belly is the last one. After figuring it all out, Jamie clenched his fists in anger and turned to Roka and said, Mr. Roka, help me kill Mary Shaw. I am willing to pay any price for this. Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this. Just pay the commission this time. Dealing with evil spirits is my job. Well, Mary Shaw, your end is here. As soon as he finished speaking, a desert eagle appeared in Roka's hand, and he attached the hellfire to the bullet. Bump! A bullet hit the clown puppet's head. Then the flames of hell enveloped it. Amid the shrill screams, the clown doll was burned to ashes. But that's not all. The puppets in the surrounding lockers and those puppets made from human bodies all began to move, including the human flesh made from Mary Shaw's own body. Then the puppets broke through the locker glass and rushed towards everyone. For a moment, the whole room was in chaos. Tina and Maria were so scared that they just leaned against him. Even Jamie lay on the ground and didn't dare to move. Seeing this, Roka sneered and then actually took out a Gatling gun. After the hellfire attached to the Gatling gun, a skull pattern appeared on the Gatling gun, as if it had turned into the Gatling gun of death. Cool. The flames of hell seemed to give the weapons a soul, causing Gatling guns and Ghost Riders motorcycles to change, which was really cool. Roka grinned and then pulled the trigger. The next second, countless bullets formed a metal storm and swept towards the puppets. Wherever the bullets passed, the dolls were set on fire by the flames of hell. In just a moment, all the flying puppets were reduced to ashes, but the room was also completely set on fire. Let's go. Roka put away the Gatling gun in a cool manner, then took Maria and Tina and left the room. Seeing this, Jamie crawled over and followed. Wait until the four people leave the old opera house. The entire opera house was set on fire and engulfed in flames. Jamie looked at the burning opera house and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mary Shaw should have been eliminated by now. Roka smiled and nodded. Indeed, all the puppets in the opera house have been destroyed, but what? Jamie was a little confused. But who told you that Mary Shaw was killed completely? What? Mary Shaw is not dead yet. Now not only Jamie, but also Tina and Maria were a little surprised. After all, they had just killed so many of Mary Shaw's puppets, how could Mary Shaw still be alive? Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't I tell you that if you want to destroy Mary Shaw, you have to destroy all of her puppets? You mean Mary Shaw has another doll hidden? Jamie suddenly realized, and his face looked a little unhappy. If Mary Shaw really hid all the remaining dolls, where could they find them? Doesn't this mean that it will never be possible to kill Mary Shaw? Don't worry, I actually already know where Mary Shaw's last doll is. Roka said with a confident look and a smile. Where? Jamie was a little surprised after hearing this. Let's go back first. Roka said to him meaningfully. Jamie was a little confused, but he still drove them back home. Mr. Roka, can you tell me now where the last doll of Mary Shaw is? As soon as he got home, Jamie couldn't wait to ask. Maybe you should go see your father. Roka looked at him with pity in his eyes. This guy may not know that the person he saw when he just came back was his dead father. Chapter 47. Jamie looked a little strange after hearing this. He recalled everything about his meeting with his father and found it indeed a little strange. So he turned and ran towards his father's room. Could it be that Jamie's father was also made into a puppet by Mary Shaw? Tina asked with some doubt. So Jamie's father is Mary Shaw's last puppet. Maria made a bold guess. Haha, just go and take a look and you'll know. Roka smiled and didn't spoil the story. Several people followed Jamie to his father's room. By this time Jamie had already noticed that something was wrong with his father. When he came behind his father, he suddenly found that there was a huge gash on his father Edward's back. The internal organs have been dug out, leaving only the wooden device used to control the puppet. Needless to say, Jamie already knew what was going on. It turns out that his father was made into a puppet from the beginning, so what about Ella, the third wife who claimed to be married to his father? Jamie shuddered at the thought. Yes, your stepmother Ella should be Mary Shaw's last doll, and the perfect doll she has always dreamed of. In fact, I knew it the first time I saw her. Roka shrugged. Why did he wait until the end to solve the most perfect puppet, Ella? Of course they have to be captured alive. He didn't forget to add more collections to his monster shelter. Jamie took a deep breath after hearing this. Just as he guessed, Ella was Mary Shaw's last puppet. But she seems to be hiding. Jamie frowned, he didn't see Ella when he came back. Moreover, they killed so many of Mary Shaw's puppets, Mary Shaw would definitely know about it, so it was natural for her to hide. Look around. Roka was not in a hurry at all. With his super hearing, he had heard unusual noises in the mansion. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Mary Shaw. So the four of them began searching in the mansion. After a moment, sure enough, it was in a basement in the mansion. They successfully found Mary Shaw's last doll, Ella. How could you possibly find me? Mary Xiao was a little confused. She never expected that she would be discovered. Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Roka didn't waste any words, he just raised his hand and shot. The defenseless Mary Shaw was hit on the forehead on the spot. Then a shrill scream echoed throughout the underground chamber. It disappeared after a while. Okay, now all the evil spirits of Mary Shaw have been dealt with. Roka clapped his hands, looking relaxed. That's amazing, darling. Tina couldn't help but give him a kiss on the cheek. The same was true for Maria on the other side. She was deeply proud of the man she loved. Jamie looked at Ella lying on the ground, feeling confused for a moment. I will pay you double the reward, thank you Mr. Roka this time. Haha, it's only right to take money from others and help them get rid of their misfortunes. Roka smiled and patted Jamie on the shoulder. By the way, can you give me this doll? This is Mary Shaw's most perfect doll, and it is very valuable for collection. Sure, if Mr. Roka likes it, take it. Jamie was eager to get rid of the doll immediately, and now that Roka wanted it, he naturally would not refuse. Thank you very much. Roka said as he picked up the Ella doll and walked outside. After a moment, are you leaving now, Mr. Roka? Why don't you stay for lunch? After Roka put the Ella doll into the trunk, he smiled and waved his hand, saying, No, since the commission has been completed, we should go back. Let's contact each other when we have time. Well, anyway, thank you Mr. Roka for this matter. Jamie thanked him again. He knew that Roka was a capable man and it would only benefit him to have a good relationship with such a man. After saying goodbye to Jamie, Roka and the other two drove away from the town of Ravensfield. In the car. Honey, what do you want with that doll? It's scary. Tina wanted to ask just now. Although Ella's doll is indeed perfect, it is almost indistinguishable from a real person. But it is a dead thing after all. It would be unlucky to bring it back. Do you have any special fetish, dear? Tina made a bold guess. Pa. Roka slapped her on the butt and said angrily, How dare you say I have a special fetish? I'll give you an enema when we get home. Ahem, just pretend I didn't say anything. Tina quickly shook her head to refuse, she didn't want to experience the feeling of enema. Honey, can you tell me why you brought that doll? Maria asked curiously. It's simple, because Mary Shaw is not dead yet. Scared. Hearing that Mary Shaw was not dead, the two women looked towards the trunk in shock. Don't look at her. Although she's not dead, she can't move without my permission. Roka smiled and drove calmly. But why? What Tina wanted to say was why Mary Shaw wasn't killed. Instead, he took her away? Did you forget what I told you about the monster asylum? Yes. Hearing this, Tina and Maria reacted immediately. It turns out that Roka took the Ella doll away because he wanted to keep it in the monster shelter as a collection. Chapter 48. But is this really okay? Maria was still a little worried. After all, Mary Shaw's ability was still very terrifying. It would be terrible if she ran away. No problem. Her soul has been wrapped in my hellfire. I only need a thought to burn her to death. The flames of hell are the nemesis of souls. What's more, Mary Shaw was wrapped in the flames of hell. Even if she was given 100 courages, she would not dare to move. Otherwise, you will be burned to ashes by the flames of hell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Dead Silence, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Superpower LV1, Monster Containment Device *100. Hi! The sudden system prompt in his mind made Roka stunned for a moment. After seeing the reward this time, he was even more surprised. Not to mention the super strength, in an instant he felt his own strength increase by more than 10 times. What surprised him even more was the monster containment device. Isn't this exactly what he was preparing to build a monster shelter for? This monster containment device is a very cutting-edge high-tech item and is safer than places like cabins in the woods where monsters are imprisoned. No matter what kind of monster it is, or whether it has the ability to pass through walls or space, once you are locked in, there is no way you can escape. This is simply like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy. It seems that my monster containment plan can be started now. Roka raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle instantly rushed forward like a wild horse. The next day, after many days, they finally came back. My dear, I won't go back from now on. I will live here with you from now on. Now that she already knew that Roka had a mistress, Tina naturally couldn't let it go on like this. At least she had to join in. No problem. How about this? I'll let you use my Porsche to go to and from school. Anyway, that Porsche is just for showing off, you can just drive the Ford on a daily basis. But shouldn't he change his rental? His rental house is no problem for one person to live in, and it can also accommodate 2 people. It would be a bit crowded for 3 people. So the 3 of them moved in the afternoon. After being busy for a while, Roka remembered that Ella, also known as Mary Shaw, had not been dealt with yet. So he was busy for a while and finally brought Mary Shaw from the garage to the living room. Tina and Maria stood on his left and right, looking at the doll of Ella in front of them in amazement. It must be said that Ella is indeed a standard blonde beauty. And she doesn't look very old, which is quite pleasing to the eye. Of course, Roka has no interest in dolls. Mary Xiao, wake up! Roka removed the hellfire from Mary Shaw's soul and released her. Then the Ella doll opened its eyes. But when she saw him, Ella was frightened and wanted to run away. God knows what kind of torture she suffered while being wrapped in the flames of hell. Just being burned by the flames of hell was enough to drive her crazy. The burning pain in her soul made her shudder just thinking about it. Now, of all her dolls, only Ella is left. If Ella was destroyed again, she would be dead. Don't even think about running away. You should know that I can burn you in the flames of hell with just a thought. Roka simply removed the hellfire, which didn't mean that there was no hellfire in her body. As long as he wanted, he could burn it to ashes at any time. Mary Xiao was so frightened when she heard this that she dared not move. My dear, you are so amazing. You have subdued such a terrifying evil spirit. Tina couldn't help but kiss him on the face with admiration. The same goes for Maria. When will anyone be able to tame an evil spirit? It's only Roka. My dear, what are you going to do with her? Maria asked curiously. Roka stroked her soft hair and smiled. The shelter hasn't been built yet, and the facilities aren't very complete, so let her be a nanny here. But, isn't this too weird? Maria is still a little afraid of evil spirits. Let evil spirits be their babysitters? It might sound good, but the thought of living in the same room with evil spirits all day long makes me feel uncomfortable. What's the big deal? She can't hurt us anyway. Tina didn't have any concerns and even found it very interesting. Don't worry, ask her if she dares to hurt you or run away. Roka looked at Mary Shaw with a smile. No, I don't dare. Feeling threatened, Mary Xiao shook her head repeatedly. At this point, the identities of both parties have been reversed, and now Mary Shaw is the fish on the chopping board. If you don't obey, you will be tortured by the flames of hell. Look at this. Roka spread his hands toward Tina and Maria. All right. Seeing how well behaved Mary Shaw was, Maria had no choice but to agree. In fact, Alan had already called her a coward in his mind. Okay, Mary Shaw, no, I'll just call you Ella. From now on, you'll be our nanny. Cooking and cleaning will all be left to you. By the way, can you cook? Yes, yes. It's good to know how to cook. Learn the latest cooking methods, especially Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine. Roka has almost forgotten the taste of his hometown food and his mouth is watering just thinking about it. Mary Xiao could only nod repeatedly when she heard this, not daring to refuse at all. The torture of the hellfire was too horrible for her, and she absolutely did not want to try it again. Chapter 49. It's true that after Mary Shaw became a nanny, she was very dedicated and responsible, and was proficient in everything from washing clothes to cooking and cleaning. Keep the trivialities of their lives in order. Roka was also pleased with his original idea. Or perhaps it was because he had completed several commissions in a row, and even without much publicity, the exposure of the exorcism agency was getting higher and higher. I've only been at home for a few days. Another commission call came. Hello, this is the Superman Exorcist Agency. What is your request? My name is Jonathan, and my niece was kidnapped by a psychopathic murderer. Wow, perverted murderer, maybe you can call the police. Roka has become somewhat numb to murderers and the like. There are too many murderers in America, most of whom are mentally ill. And he had no interest in ordinary murderers. Of course, it would be okay if it was a ghost-type killer. If the police were helpful, I wouldn't have called you, and maybe I shouldn't have made this call. Jonathan was obviously very disappointed with this answer. In fact, he was completely at his wits' end, so he desperately sought help from the exorcist agency. Now it seems that he was really confused. Wait, don't hang up yet, tell me about your situation. I'll take the commission, but the commission will be very high. The commission is not a problem, as long as you can help me find my niece Allison and catch the murderer. No problem, you can tell me the details now. The situation is like this. Jonathan told the whole story. In fact, the situation was very simple. His niece Allison had to live with her uncle because her parents died unexpectedly. I just didn't expect that she disappeared after having a fight with him. Later he found his niece and a psychopathic murderer in an old house nearby. Originally he wanted to rescue. But he failed in the end, he was no match for the murderer. When he took the police to the house, no one was there. No problem, I'll take this commission. It's just a matter of finding the murderer and rescuing Allison. It's a very simple matter. So Roka agreed without thinking. Anyway, there is nothing to do these days except school. Ding! The system has updated the task Shadow of Death. Please deal with the murderer and rescue Allison. It's actually the Shadow of Death. Roka was somewhat surprised and excited at the same time, as he was very familiar with this work. Because the heroine in the movie is also Ario, just like Heather. In fact, the quality of this film is quite poor. Both the story and the plot are very average, it can be called a bad movie. But Ario's good looks saved the film's box office reputation. The heroine in the center, Allison, also known as Ario, is so amazing in both appearance and figure. And although it's also Ario, her temperament is completely different from Heather's. This made Roka a little excited. Where is the location? Number 245, XXXX town. Very good, it's not far, I'll be there in 2 hours. The destination was a remote town in the suburbs of New York, which was not far from where he was. Roka said and hung up the phone. After saying goodbye to Maria and Tina, he drove off in his Porsche. 2 hours later, Roka found Jonathan's house, and after confirming where Allison disappeared, he began to look for her. In fact, he is not good at finding people. But think about it, the murderer won't go far, and the police have already searched the area. So Roka went to the murderer's original house to search. I hope that guy can leave some clues. In fact, this place had already been searched by the police once, so Roka didn't hold out much hope. Enter the murderer's old house. He found many signs of rummaging, almost the entire house was turned upside down, including the basement. There is simply no place to hide. Seeing this, Roka couldn't help but shrug his shoulders, it seemed that he had come here for nothing. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint scream. Kindness. Roka frowned. You know, he has super hearing and can hear everything clearly within a 1,000-meter radius. However, it is obvious that this faint sound is not within a 1,000-meter range. It doesn't matter, just follow the sound and find your way back. After a while he arrived at the hill behind the house. After searching for 2 kilometers from here, I finally arrived at the place where the sound was closest. But at first glance, this place looks deserted. It doesn't look like a place where people can hide. That means it's underground. Roka began to search on the ground. Since there was sound coming out, it proved that there must be an entrance. As expected. Soon he found a door leading underground in a place covered by fallen leaves. Open the door. He walked in without hesitation. But after entering, he was blocked by an iron door. From here you can already hear the sobbing inside getting louder and louder. Chapter 50. Roka wasted no time and kicked out fiercely. The huge iron gate was instantly deformed by the kick and then flew out. The huge sound also attracted the attention of the people inside. The sobbing became more and more urgent. It was obvious that the other party also knew that someone came to rescue her. Surprise party, I've seen you. Roka walked into the basement so carelessly, looking completely unprepared. Then he came to the room where the sobbing sound came from. I saw a beautiful woman with a curvy figure wearing a white vest and jeans, her hands tied and hung up, and her mouth was strangled with a rag. The beauty was very surprised when she saw someone coming to save her. But her surprise didn't last long, as she saw the murderer who kidnapped her hiding behind the door and attacking her. Woo woo woo. The beauty could only use whimpering to remind him. But Roka strode in as if he had noticed nothing. The next second, a bloody axe slammed towards him. Roka didn't move, as if he didn't react at all, and let the axe fall on him. The beautiful woman who was hung up kept whimpering, but her eyes were full of despair. I originally thought that this handsome guy was here to save me. Now that's better. Not only did he fail to save her, but he also lost his own life. Is she really going to die here? When? A crisp sound made her look up subconsciously, and her eyes widened for a moment. The murderer's axe fell on the handsome guy's head, but he was not hurt at all. How is this possible? If you don't know, you might think it's a magic show. How is it possible for a person's head to be hit by an axe and yet remain unscathed? Don't worry, you must be Allison. I was commissioned by your uncle Jonathan to rescue you and bring this murderer back. Only then did Roka turn his gaze towards the murderer standing beside him. This guy looks like just an ordinary old man, nothing special about him. After hearing this, the murderer's face turned grim, and he grabbed the axe with both hands and chopped again. This time Roka didn't tolerate him. Just like an adult and a child, he reached out and took away the murderer's axe. Then he knocked off both his hands and feet. After doing all this, he ignored the murderer's painful cries. Roka threw the axe away and walked up to Allison with a smile. Sorry for the wait, beautiful lady. You know what, it's a different feeling for Allison to be hung up like this. Her curvy figure is perfectly displayed, which is really amazing. Woo woo. Allison was so excited that she didn't expect that she was actually rescued. She almost couldn't imagine it. Oh, by the way, I'll put you down first. Roka said as he untied her bound hands, and then untied the cloth from her mouth. However, the next second, Allison collapsed weakly. Fortunately, Roka grabbed him in time and prevented him from falling. At the same time, I also got to experience Allison's plump figure firsthand, which was really great. Because she had been hung up for a long time, her blood circulation was blocked and she didn't have the strength to stand up for a while. But that's not a big deal. Thank you. Allison's eyes were red as she kept thanking him. Until now she still felt like she was dreaming. Just when she was about to give up in despair, she didn't expect a miracle to really happen. It was the man in front of me who saved me. For a moment, Allison was so moved that her eyes turned red. Don't get excited, can you still go? Roka asked, hugging her slender waist. Allison nodded. However, as soon as Roka let her go, she collapsed. It was obvious that her body was not as strong as her will. All right. Roka had no choice but to pick her up like a princess, then found a rope to tie up the murderer and dragged him on the ground. Fortunately, he is very strong, otherwise it would be really troublesome. After leaving the basement, Roka carried one and dragged the other towards the parking lot. A long trail of blood was left behind. Don't worry, we'll be home soon. Roka said softly after putting Allison in the passenger seat. Allison didn't say anything, but just looked at him with gratitude. She looked like she would agree without hesitation even if he made some excessive requests now. Roka smiled and then tied the killer to the back of the car. Then he drove away. After a moment, Jonathan's home. "Oh Allison, you're finally back." When Allison's aunt, Jonathan's wife, saw Allison come back, she couldn't help but hug her for a long time with tears in her eyes to comfort her. When Allison returned home, she burst into tears, feeling aggrieved. "Mr. Jonathan, this is the murderer who kidnapped Miss Allison. I'll leave it to you to deal with." Roka took Jonathan to the back of the car and let the murderer down. The murderer, whose limbs were broken, was naturally unable to move, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he looked crazy. This is also normal. Those who become murderers are either crazy or mentally ill. In short, there is no normal person. Just as he finished speaking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Shadow of Death. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for superpower speed LV1 rightward arrow LV2. Not bad. Although he did not gain any new abilities, Roka was very satisfied with the improvement in his speed. Chapter 51. Thank you very much. I will pay the commission as soon as possible. Jonathan gritted his teeth as he looked at the murderer lying on the ground like a dead dog, wishing he could kill him immediately. You are welcome. Roka smiled and shook his head. Although the commission this time was only $5,000, it was still not bad. After all, Jonathan's family is not a wealthy family. I will work part-time to repay the commission myself. At this time, Allison calmed down and came over. She knew how much her uncle had paid to save her. Besides, she was already eating and drinking for free at her uncle's house, so how could she feel comfortable letting her uncle spend another $5,000 on her? You. Jonathan frowned. Uncle, you don't have to tell me. I will work to repay the commission. I just hope Mr. Roka can give me some time. Allison looked at Roka a little embarrassedly. It's okay. I understand Miss Allison's idea. Then Miss Allison will repay the commission money indefinitely. In this era, it is easy to gain favor by giving beautiful women some convenience, so Roka has no reason to refuse. It's only $5,000 anyway. Thanks. Allison, who already had a good impression of him, was now even more grateful to him. I wonder if Miss Allison has a job. Maybe I can find you a job. Really? Allison was a little surprised, and then she said a little embarrassedly, I don't have a job now. She just graduated from school, what kind of job is there? Otherwise I wouldn't have come to my uncle's house. Okay, our company's website is in need of a maintenance person. I wonder if Miss Allison is interested. As the Exorcist agency gained more and more exposure, it received more and more commissions. It is impossible for Roka to receive the commission in time every time. There are many urgent commissions, and if we can't make it in time, we will be doomed. Therefore, a maintenance personnel, or an operator, is very necessary. Really? I do. Allison was so surprised that she agreed without even thinking about it. Well, I'm glad that you can join our company, Miss Allison, but maybe you should ask your uncle about this matter. Roka reminded with a smile. After all, Jonathan is Allison's guardian now, and things will be difficult without Jonathan's consent. Uncle. Allison turned a questioning look towards her uncle. Jonathan was an old and experienced man, and he had no idea what Roka meant. It is obvious that he has taken a fancy to his niece. This is quite normal. After all, my niece has a first-class figure and appearance. Besides, he was also very optimistic about the head of the exorcism agency, who was young, capable, friendly, and polite. And he's very rich. It would be a good thing if he could fall in love with my niece. So Jonathan had no reason to stop it. Since Mr. Roka is willing to recruit Allison as an employee of the company, I naturally have no objection. I just hope that Mr. Roka can treat Allison well and not let her suffer any injustice. This is almost obvious. Roka would be a fool if he didn't understand what this meant. Mr. Jonathan, please rest assured that our company's treatment will definitely satisfy Miss Allison. You can also call us frequently to inquire about the situation. If Miss Allison is dissatisfied with our company, she can resign at any time. After hearing this, Jonathan nodded with satisfaction. Allison, from now on you will have to work for Mr. Roka. You must work hard, okay? Uncle, I know. Allison nodded seriously. Ms. Allison was frightened today. Have a good rest. I will pick you up to go to the company tomorrow. Yeah, no problem. Allison nodded excitedly. Seeing this, Roka smiled and said goodbye to a few people, then drove away in his luxury car. Allison, tell me the details of what happened later. After seeing Roka leave, Jonathan grabbed the murderer on the ground and said. Allison frowned, as if she couldn't recall what had happened before, but after thinking about it, she plucked up the courage to nod. Seeing this, Jonathan nodded and dragged the murderer to the backyard. The next day, Roka told Maria and Tina that he was going to pick up the new employee, and then drove there. In fact, he had already told Maria and Tina about Allison. When they learned that he was going to recruit a beautiful female employee, the two women knew that Roka had taken a fancy to her. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied with this, they did not make any fuss. Because they couldn't get out of bed this morning. I even fainted several times last night. So he has no time to care about Roka picking up girls. Anyway, Roka already has enough women, and Allison won't be needed anymore. Roka picked up Allison smoothly. After saying goodbye to Jonathan's family, the 1995 Lamborghini convertible sports car he had just bought began to roar dully. Then we galloped on the country roads. This Lamborghini Diablo V-Turtur, also known as the Diablo convertible sports car, has a yellow body that looks like golden flashes on the road, and is extremely cool. This made Allison, who had never ridden in such a luxury car, scream in surprise, and the thrill of racing also made her shout out loud. Only after entering the city did Roka slow down the car. Chapter 52. How is it? Is it stimulating? Exciting? I didn't expect you to be so rich, Roka. Allison said with a blush on her face. Ha ha ha. Seeing her blushing face, he couldn't help but laugh, and then boldly placed his right hand on her long white legs. Allison was a little embarrassed, but she didn't refuse at all. This made Roka feel more confident and bold. Soon the two arrived at the company. From now on, this will be your office area. You can also live in the company. Your daily work is very simple, which is to maintain the company website. If anyone inquires or commissions you, you will reply as soon as possible. Boss, don't we have other employees in our company? Allison looked around and saw that there was no one else. Well, of course, after all, this exorcism business has only been established for a short time. Roka explained with a shrug. Oh. Allison nodded when she heard this, and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In her opinion, since the boss is so capable, the company will definitely grow big. Have you remembered everything about the work? Yes, I have remembered it. Well, how about $2,000 a month for salary? In this day and age, most jobs pay less than $1,000 a month. $2,000 is already a salary that only management in large companies can enjoy. So much. Allison thought she would be satisfied with $500 a month, but she didn't expect it to be so much. If you think it's too much, you can reduce it. Roka looked at her jokingly. I think it's okay, boss. I'll do my best. Who wouldn't want to get paid more? Of course, Allison was not stupid enough to reduce her salary. To do so would be an idiot. Then do your job well. Well, you now have a good understanding of the work situation. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some daily necessities and then take you to a big meal. Great boss, I love you so much, boss. Allison happily kissed him on the cheek. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised. In fact, in America, love is very simple and there are not so many twists and turns. If you both like each other, you can get together quickly. I spent the whole day shopping with Allison, bought a lot of gifts, and then went to a high-end dinner. Without any surprises, the two of them naturally went to get a room at night. I have to say that Allison has a really great figure, even fuller than Heather, who looks almost identical to her. She has a perfect figure. Plus, Allison never had a boyfriend in college. The reason is naturally because they don't get along well. It can be said that Roka made a lot of money this time. The next day. Ding-a-ling. The sound of a telephone ringing woke Roka up helplessly from his deep sleep. What's wrong, dear? Did you have fun last night? Tina's dissatisfied voice came from the other end of the phone. Ahem, how about I promise to spend some time alone with you this weekend? Hearing Tina's jealous tone, Roka had no choice but to agree to make compensation. You said so, so let's just leave it at that. But you can't play around. Tina was just worried that he was playing around outside. Don't worry, you're just a chick. I'll definitely feed you when I come back. Then I'll wait. After saying that, Tina hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Roka was about to take a nap while hugging Allison's soft body. But I didn't expect that she was already awake. Who was that on the phone just now? Allison pouted and looked aggrieved. Who wouldn't feel sad when seeing this little expression? Didn't I tell you, baby? I have a girlfriend, but don't worry, you will still be my girlfriend from now on. Roka stroked her hair gently and explained patiently. Allison was stunned when she heard this. She recalled that Roka did say that last night, but she was still in the afterglow of her climax at that time. Not much thought at all. Roka chuckled, and then under his soft and hard tactics, Allison, who was almost dying of happiness, had no choice but to forgive him. In fact, it is well known that there are secretaries who have things to do and secretaries who have nothing to do. So there's nothing surprising about that. It was not until noon that the two of them got up. After lunch, I came to the company. Roka originally planned to go home to comfort Tina and Maria, but he didn't expect the commission to come so soon. Boss, I have a commission. Oh? What's the request? It's the local police department in West Virginia. Police? Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the police would come to his door. It seems that they have encountered some problems that cannot be solved. What's the matter? According to an email from the local police station in West Virginia, there is a group of mountain people causing chaos in the local mountains. Because of their close relatives' marriages, all of them have deformed children and low IQs. So they often capture passers-by, kill them and use them as food. They are well-known cannibals in the area. At the end of the sentence, Allison covered her mouth and felt a little nauseous. Especially after he realized that the murderer who caught him was also a cannibal, he felt even more unwell. Chapter 53. It turns out that it was an ordinary person who committed the crime. Roka was a little disappointed that his monster search and containment device had not been used yet. He really has no interest in ordinary murderers. Did they say how much commission would be? Boss, there's $100,000. Allison's voice was full of surprise. 100,000. Roka was a little surprised. As expected of an official, they are generous. It is said that the local police once launched a campaign to suppress the mountain people. However, although these mountain people are deformed and have low IQs, they are very strong. They have lived in the jungle for many years, which makes them very capable of fighting in the jungle. As a result, the police suffered heavy losses. I see. That's why the local police issued this commission. Roka also understood the specific situation. To be honest, the police really can't do anything about those mountain people in this situation. Even if the special forces were well trained and entered an unfamiliar jungle, they might not be able to capture those mountain people. But it was very simple for him. We accepted this mission. Just as Roka finished speaking. Ding! The system has updated the task. Wrong turn 1, please deal with the jungle cannibal mountain man. So it's this one. Roka suddenly realized. He didn't care at first. After all, there were too many murderers and cannibals in America. But I didn't expect it to be the plot of a horror movie. This made him feel relieved. Take it. Okay, I'll reply right away. Allison also knew Roka's ability. He could resist being hit by an axe without breaking his defense, so naturally she had no objection. She immediately responded to the local officials in West Virginia and accepted the commission. Boss, the commission has been accepted. The other party requires that those mountain people be dealt with as soon as possible. No problem. I have nothing to do. I can leave right away. It's just dealing with some ordinary people, there's nothing to prepare for. By the way, dear, do you want to go with me? Roka smiled and put his hand into her arms and laughed. I'm not going. Allison rolled her eyes at him and then took his unruly hand away. She had some psychological trauma from murderers and so on, so naturally she didn't want to go to that kind of place. All right. Roka shrugged helplessly. After giving Allison a deep kiss, he drove to West Virginia. The place we are heading to this time is really not close. But relative to the compensation, it's not a big deal. And I could call Nancy and Heather to chat along the way, so it didn't seem boring. After driving for half a day, finally found the local police station in West Virginia. Are you the person in charge of the exorcism office? The client in charge of the contact was a middle-aged sheriff, who was a little surprised to see that he was so young. Roka shrugged. We can't judge a book by its cover, can we? The sheriff nodded in agreement. Then you are clear about this commission, right? It's very clear, don't worry. Roka's tone was quite relaxed. The sheriff wanted to tell him that this commission was very dangerous, but seeing his expression, he said nothing. If this young man died because of his arrogance, it was his own fault. According to our intelligence, we have confirmed that there is a tribe of mountain people, the number of which is unknown. They are very good at fighting in the jungle and are proficient in using bows and arrows, guns, and traps. The sheriff shared some of the intelligence the police had. No problem, you'll see the heads of those mountain men. After saying this, Roka left the police station in a cool manner. If he remembered correctly, there were only 3 mountain men in the first film. No, the old man at the beginning was also one of the mountain people. This means that there are definitely more than just these mountain people in the jungle. After a moment, Roka drove into a trail, which, according to the sheriff's instructions, was a place frequented by mountain people. There is a high chance of encountering mountain people. And I saw a dilapidated house at the fork in the road not far from the gas station. Next to the dilapidated house sat an ugly old man dressed in rags. Crunch! Roka stopped the car, got out and walked up to the ugly old man. The ugly old man raised his head and looked at him strangely. What's the matter? Yes, of course I have something to say. Can you tell me the exact location and number of your tribe? Roka asked with a smile. The ugly old man was stunned for a moment, then pretended not to know and said, I don't know what ethnic group it is. Really? Maybe I need to torture you a little. Roka grinned, and a cluster of hellfire appeared in his hand. If I remember correctly, this old man is the father of the mountain people, so it is impossible for him not to know the location of his own tribe. Moreover, this old man's IQ is much higher than other mountain people. It can be considered as an average IQ. The next second, the flame shot onto the ugly old man's calf. The flesh on his legs melted away instantly, leaving visible bones. But the strange thing is that the pants did not burn. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made the ugly old man hold his legs and scream miserably. Only after Roka suppressed the spread of the hellfire did he smile and ask, Can you tell me now? I don't know. The ugly old man was still stubborn, and the next second he picked up the axe beside him and chopped him down. Chapter 54. Wow, life force is really strong. Roka had to admire this guy for being able to stand up even after being tortured by the flames of hell. And it also burst out with such amazing power. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be killed by mistake. But it was of no use to Roka. He just stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the incoming axe. The ugly old man opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. He wanted to pull back the axe but found that the other party didn't move at all. There's no way to get it back. The next second, the hellfire in his legs began to burn again. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul came again, and the ugly old man rolled on the ground holding his legs in agony. This time Roka showed no mercy. Only after both legs of the ugly old man were completely burned to ashes did Roka control the spread of the hellfire. Now is the time to tell me. Where in this jungle are your children hiding? How many of them are there? However, the ugly old man kept wailing in pain and had no intention of answering him. Well, it seems that you mountain people also understand the principle of not betraying your family. I will have no choice but to send you on your way. Roka shrugged his shoulders and chopped off the ugly old man's head with his axe. This was the explanation given to the police later. After putting it into the system space, Roka continued driving. Since the deformed fathers of those mountain people are here, it proves that this road is correct. Okay, I'm hanging up. There's almost no signal here. Halfway through the drive, Allison called to inquire about the situation. Roka found it a little funny. This girl seemed to care about him very much. But just as he said, there is no signal in this mountainous area. Kindness. Just then, Roka discovered that there were two cars colliding on the road ahead. It looks like there was a car accident. The strange thing is that there was no one next to the two cars. Roka frowned, his impression of this work was a little vague. But judging from the situation, the suicide squad must have crashed their car here and went to nearby to look for help. Then, as expected, help came to the hands of those deformed mountain people. It's like door-to-door delivery. After looking around, Roka followed the footprints on the ground. Before I had gone far, I heard a scream coming from the distance. It looks like it has already started over there. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he quickly rushed towards the place where the sound came from. In the dense jungle, a woman with golden wavy hair and wearing a white vest, which outlined her curvy figure, was running away in a panic. Along the way, even though the branches left tiny wounds on her body, she did not stop for the moment. It was as if there was a huge terror behind him. The next second, the blonde woman fell to the ground without paying attention. She didn't care about the pain in her body, got up and wanted to continue running away. Just at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then an arrow shot at the tree trunk in front of her, and the tail of the arrow kept trembling, revealing its powerful force. The blonde woman turned around in shock, only to see an ugly, slovenly man pointing a bow and arrow at her. Ah! The blonde woman couldn't help but scream, and then ran away again in a hurry. And the ugly man behind him followed closely. The two continued to chase each other in the jungle. But the blonde woman was no match for the mountain man. It only took a moment for him to be caught up. What was even worse was that there was a huge deep pit in front of the blonde woman, and it was too late to go around it. Moreover, she lost her balance and fell into the bottomless pit. Yet, the blonde couldn't hold back any longer and screamed in fear. The next moment, her arm was grabbed by someone. The blonde woman looked back and breathed a sigh of relief when she found out that it was not that weirdo. Then she remembered the weirdo and immediately warned him, "Be careful." As expected, the mountain people who had been chasing them relentlessly had now come behind the two of them. Then the mountain man howled and rushed towards the two men with a double-edged axe. At this moment the blonde's heart was already beating in her throat. But he didn't expect that the weirdo would be kicked away in the next second. "You!" The blonde woman stared at the tall man in front of her with wide eyes, feeling a little shocked and surprised at the same time. "I didn't expect the man in front of me to be so powerful. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Come closer, don't fall down again." Roka put his arm around her waist and smiled. The blonde nodded subconsciously. "My name is Roka, what's your name? Why are you here?" "My name is Jessie. I came out to play with my friends, but I didn't expect to run into these murderers." Jessie couldn't help but feel a little horrified when he said this. If Roka had not arrived in time, she would have fallen into the deep pit. The final outcome will definitely be being caught and killed by those murderers. Even the body will be eaten. She shuddered at the thought of that scene. "By the way, Roka, can you help save them?" Then Jessie suddenly begged. She and a few friends originally wanted to find someone nearby to help repair the tire, but they accidentally entered the lair of those murderers. Then when they escaped, they all got separated. "Rescue people? It's very dangerous to save people from those mountain people." Roka frowned and pretended to be embarrassed. But Jessie is a very kind person and she doesn't want to see her friends being killed by those murderers. And if we don't rescue them, I'm afraid they will be in great danger. Well, I can see that you are worried about your friends, so I will do my best to help you. In fact, saving people and killing mountain people are not contradictory, and he doesn't mind giving the beautiful woman a favor. Thanks. When Jesse saw that he agreed, he was immediately grateful and thanked him. Roka smiled and said nothing, then walked up to the mountain man and cut off his head. This scene scared Jesse. If Roka hadn't saved her just now, she would have thought that Roka was in cahoots with those murderers. After all, this method is too cruel. Don't get me wrong, I'm actually a bounty hunter. The purpose of coming to this mountain area this time is to hunt these vicious mountain people. This is also a commission in cooperation with the local police in West Virginia. Roka explained the matter briefly. Jessie heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. She believed that the tall and handsome man in front of her was not in the same group as those ugly murderers. Come on, where are your friends? This way. Jessie didn't think much about it. Now she just wanted to rescue her friend as soon as possible. Chapter 55. The two searched in the direction Jessie had just escaped. That's Chris. Suddenly, Jessie saw a bleeding man hanging on a tree. That was the person who was traveling with them and rear-ended their vehicle. At the same time, under the tree was a mountain man, who had apparently killed Chris. At this time, the mountain people also discovered the two people and immediately raised their bows and arrows to shoot at them. Be careful. Roka put his arm around Jessie's waist and helped her dodge the arrow. Thank you. Jessie looked at the arrows trembling on the tree trunk behind him and couldn't help but thank them gratefully. Roka smiled and shook his head, then raised his hand. Unknowingly, a golden desert eagle appeared in his hand. He spun it around and fired a shot. Bump! A gunshot rang out, and the next second the ugly mountain man's head exploded. Then Roka put the gun back into the holster in a cool manner. This set of movements is as smooth as flowing water and is quite entertaining. Jessie, who was still in his arms, looked at him with eyes shining with admiration. Is this person also your friend? It's a pity that we are late. Roka asked after looking at the hanging body. Jessie shook his head, we're just acquaintances. They did meet on the roadside, and although they had experienced a thrilling escape, they were not yet friends. Then let's go. I hope your friends are okay. Roka said as he walked in another direction. He had already heard someone screaming. Seeing this, Jessie hurriedly followed. A moment later, in another jungle. Bump! Another gunshot was heard. Yvonne, are you okay? Jessie hurried forward to support the bloody blonde girl Evan. Wow, Franz is dead. Yvonne threw himself into Jessie's arms and burst into tears. As expected, a male corpse was found not far away in Roca. I think 260 should be Franz. Roka, we have to find Scott and Carly quickly. Jessie didn't have time to comfort Evan. Now she just wanted to know if Scott and Carly were still alive. Where are they? Roka asked, frowning. They stayed at the car, so they should be fine. Having said that, Jessie was still very worried. Roka raised his eyebrows. Cars? Are you talking about two cars parked on the side of the road that collided? You know. Jessie was a little stunned. If you are talking about those two cars, I can tell you clearly that there is no one there because I just entered the jungle from that side. How so? Jessie's heart sank to the bottom. If nothing unexpected happened, Scott and Carly would probably be in danger. It seems that your remaining friends have already died. Do you want me to escort you out? Roka remembered that Scott and Carly, the two guys who stayed near the car, were probably killed by the mountain people immediately. This means that only Jessie and Yvonne are left in their group. Roka, what are you going to do next? Jessie did not choose to leave the terrifying jungle immediately, but instead asked him what he was going to do. Me? Of course I will continue to hunt those mountain people. At least I have to clear this area. Only then can I complete the commission. Then I will join you. I want to avenge Franz and the others. Jessie said this with a fierce look on his face. My friend was brutally murdered, and I can't just let it go. Yes, I want to come too. I want to kill those guys myself to get revenge. Evan's face was grim. She was about to marry her boyfriend France, but she didn't expect something like this to happen. No matter what, she must avenge France. Roka didn't take it seriously. If these two people continued to follow him, it would be really troublesome. As for relying on them to kill the mountain people? What a joke! The police couldn't handle the mountain people, so what could two women do? Lunch meat delivered to your door? I think you should leave here immediately. Hearing this, Jesse and Yvonne knew that he was unwilling to carry two burdens, which made them a little disappointed. In that case, let's avenge them ourselves. Jesse looked at Yvonne with a determined gaze. Yvonne nodded without any hesitation. The death of her boyfriend had dealt her such a heavy blow that she no longer had much desire to live. It would be great if I could get revenge. Seeing how stubborn they were, Roka felt helpless. Okay, you can follow me, but don't cause me any trouble. We promise we won't fall behind. Jesse was overjoyed when he saw that he agreed. I hope you can do it. Roka shrugged, then turned and walked in one direction. Seeing this, Jesse and Yvonne immediately followed. After a while, the three of them came to a dilapidated house, near which were piles of abandoned cars. This is where we see those mountain men. Jesse whispered. Roka nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the processing plant of the mountain people. Whenever the mountain people catch food, they will bring it here to be broken down and processed. It can be regarded as a kitchen for mountain people. The abandoned vehicles were left behind by those who were captured, and they accumulated over time. This shows how many people these mountain people killed. There were only 3 mountaineers chasing us, and you have killed them. I wonder if there are any more mountaineers here. Jesse hoped that there were other mountain people here, but he was also a little afraid of seeing them. Roka moved his ears slightly and heard some unusual sounds. It was obvious that there were other mountain people in the dilapidated house. He took out the golden desert eagle and strode over. Bump! Kick the door open. Sure enough, there were 2 mountain men inside, processing the meat on the chopping board. As for what kind of meat it is, you don't have to think about it. Boom! Roka raised his hand and shot the 2 mountain men in the head twice, then cut off their heads. Only then did Jesse and the other man dare to come in. It's Scott and Carly. Jesse and Yvonne recognized the body immediately when they saw the badly chopped up body on the chopping board. Aren't these 2 people Scott and Carly who stayed behind at the car? They were indeed killed. Moreover, most of the body was chopped into pieces, and the death looked extremely miserable. Vomit. Jesse couldn't help but ran out the door and vomited. When I thought about how they were talking and laughing together before, I didn't expect that now the bodies can't be found completely. This was a huge blow to both Jesse and Yvonne. How long are you 2 going to keep vomiting? I'm about to leave. In fact, if Roka wasn't in good physical condition, he would have vomited too. This slaughterhouse-like scene was really stimulating. Hearing this, Jesse and Yvonne followed immediately without caring about their discomfort. They had to see more mountain people die. The 3 searched the jungle for any signs of the mountain people. It's a pity that we didn't find any other mountain people until dark. Fortunately, they found an abandoned signal station. It's getting late. Let's just stay here tonight. Roka said as he opened the door and walked in. Although this signal station had been abandoned, it was good to be able to shelter from the wind and rain inside. There seems to be a stream over there, Evan, let's go wash up. Jesse said to Yvonne beside him. Although Ivan's expression was a little numb, he still nodded. So the 2 girls went to wash up not far away. Roka felt helpless when he saw this. According to the plot development of horror movies, it would be best not to separate the cooking. The 2 girls who were alone were simply the best targets for attack. But it doesn't matter. He was eager for those mountain people to come to him. Come back soon, I'll prepare some food. Roka ignored them and prepared dinner on his own. His system space was filled with all kinds of items, so he didn't have to worry about having nothing to eat. Seeing this, Jesse went to the stream with Evan to wash up. They knew it was dangerous, so they didn't dare to stay any longer. After a quick wash, I plan to return the same way. Bang! The sudden sound of gunfire startled the two men. Then two more gunshots were heard. Jessie and Yvonne walked over to check with some fear. "Hi, have you two ladies finished washing?" Roka spun the golden desert eagle and then put it away, then turned to look at the two of them. "Yes, those murderers." Jessie and Yvonne felt a chill when they saw the three ugly monsters lying dead on the ground. They were completely unaware that the mountain men were approaching. If it weren't for Roka, they would have been killed in the sneak attack. For a moment, both of them were a little scared. "Come on, I've prepared dinner." Seeing how frightened the two were, Roka couldn't help but shrugged. "Return to the signal station." "Oh my god, where did you get these?" Jessie looked at the grill in front of him and the sizzling, fragrant medium-rare steak on it, and could hardly believe his eyes. Yvonne on the side even started drooling. They hadn't eaten for a day, so how could they resist the temptation of such a fragrance? If Roka hadn't said anything, they would have grabbed the food with their hands and eaten it impatiently. "Here, eat it, you're welcome." Roka didn't explain anything. After handing the cutlery to the two men, he picked up a piece of steak and started eating. "Although it was my first time grilling steak, it tasted pretty good. There's nothing more satisfying than eating a steak in the wild." After hearing this, Jessie and Evan didn't bother to be polite and started to eat with relish. After dinner, Jessie and his friend fell asleep due to the shock and tiredness of the day. Roka thought that there was a high probability that the mountain people would come back to attack at night, so he did not sleep. But there was no sign of the mountain people until dawn. This made him a little disappointed. Fortunately, after he climbed to the top of the signal station, he made a new discovery. "Let's go. I found a mountain people's village. There should be mountain people there." Roka said that he had packed up and was ready to go. Although Jessie and the other man were a little tired, they gritted their teeth and followed. After a moment, Roka found the village he saw from the signal station. From here, he could see that there were indeed quite a few deformed mountain people in the village. He could even hear some screams. But it was different from the usual screams. This should be from a mountain area. People are giving birth to babies. "Can you use a gun?" Roka was not in a hurry to enter the village, but turned to look at Jessie and asked. "A little." Jessie nodded. She had also used a gun before. "Okay then." Roka handed the two men a small pistol and said, "I may not be able to take care of you later, so you better protect yourselves." Clear. Jessie also understood this. Since they were the ones who came to seek revenge on the mountain people, they had to rely on themselves. No one has no obligation to protect them all the time. Seeing this, Roka didn't waste any words and immediately walked into the village. This village doesn't look very big, with probably less than 10 households. That is to say, there are at least 20 or 30 mountain people in this village. As expected. As soon as he entered the village, he was discovered by the mountain people. "Ah!" A young mountain man saw him as if he had seen delicious food. He picked up an axe and rushed over excitedly. But the next moment, bang! A gunshot was heard, and the mountain man who rushed over was shot in the forehead and fell to the ground. Seeing this, other mountain people not far away immediately shouted angrily, and then picked up weapons to attack. Roka looked around and found that more than a dozen mountain people had appeared in the village in just a short while. "I didn't expect that there are still so many people in this deformed group." Without thinking too much, Roka shook his hands and 2 golden desert eagles appeared in his hands, then he shot left and right. Boom boom boom. Gunshots continued to ring out, and at sunset another mountain man fell to the ground. In fact, although these mountain people have intellectual disabilities due to their deformities, they are very strong physically and their recovery abilities are not like those of ordinary people. Ordinary injuries are commonplace for them. But he couldn't withstand Roka's headshots. The power of the golden desert eagle is not to be underestimated. Besides, the distance is so close. A distance of more than 10 to 20 meters is exactly within the maximum range of the golden desert eagle. As for the mountain people's bows and shotgun counterattacks, Roka easily dodged them all. That's so cool. Jessie and Evan felt their blood boiling when they saw this scene, so they plucked up the courage to join in. Although their shooting skills are terrible, But if you are lucky, you can kill a mountain man. Under the continuous shooting of 3 people. In just a moment, more than 20 mountain people were all eliminated. Only some of the smarter mountain people hiding in the house were left. Roka didn't waste any time and immediately went to the room where the baby was crying. As expected. A female mountaineer was delivering a baby here just now. But now the female mountaineer seems to be dead. There were only 2 male mountain men holding a monster-like baby and shouting with joy. At this time, 2 mountain people also discovered that he, an uninvited guest, had arrived at Gorge 3.1. One of the mountain men immediately picked up a hatchet beside him and rushed over excitedly. Just the next moment. Bang! Roka raised his hand and shot the 2 men dead with 2 shots, then came to the monster-like baby and looked at it curiously. So ugly. Bang! Okay, now the commission is completed. Roka turned and left the room. All the mountain people in the village have been dealt with, and now we can finally go back. As for whether there are other mountain people in this vast jungle, that is not something he should consider. After all, the commission is only $100,000. Killing so many mountain men was enough to get the job done. Just left the house. Jesse and Yvonne came out of another house, their bodies covered in blood again, obviously after a fierce fight. I killed 3. Jesse had a huge smile on his face. I killed 4. Yvonne killed more people, but also paid a price. Her arm was cut and her clothes were soaked with blood. Fortunately, the wound was temporarily covered by clothes. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on for long and will bleed to death. Even so, treatment must be sought as soon as possible. Come on, let's get out of here. Just leaving like that? Jesse was stunned, as if he didn't expect him to say that. Do you really want to stay here and die? Roka raised his eyebrows and looked at her strangely. No, it's not. Jessie waved her hands quickly, she just thought Roka's mission was not over yet. Let's go. We have killed enough mountain people this time. It's enough to complete our mission. Roka said as he walked ahead. Seeing this, Jessie hurriedly helped Yvonne and followed. After leaving the jungle, Roka sent the 2 men to a nearby hospital and then went to the police station to hand over the case. Chapter 56. When Roka arrived at the police station with a truckload of human heads, even the police were shocked. I thought it was some perverted murderer coming. However, they finally reacted after discovering that these heads were extremely ugly. This was the head of the mountain man they hated so much. Mr. Roka, we are very satisfied with your efficiency. I will deposit the commission into your account as promised. The sheriff is a straightforward person, so I wish us a happy cooperation next time. The revenue this time was quite good, and I made $100,000 in just 2 days. If we can cooperate in the future, Roka would be very willing. After leaving the police station. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Fatal Bend 1. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for reaching Hell Flame level 1 Rightward Arrow level 2. The Hell Flame has been upgraded, not bad. A cluster of hellfire appeared in Roka's hand, and he could clearly feel that the power of the hellfire had become stronger. Soon, he collected all the flames with satisfaction and drove back. Wait until he returns to the company. 18 Boss, the commission has been deposited into the company's account. Allison seemed very excited. After all, this was her first assignment since she started working, and she was stunned by the fact that she made so much money in just 2 days. But she also knows how hard it is to make money. After all, those murderers are more powerful than each other. Didn't you see that even the police are helpless? Ha ha ha, the boss is treating you to a big meal, let's go. Roka waved his hand and took Allison to a high-end restaurant for dinner. But just after we ordered the food, Maria and Tina said they wanted to come together. So there was a drama between 3 women. It's giving him a headache. Can't he just say he's not satisfied and sleep unsatisfied? So the next day, the 3 girls then went about their own business in a friendly manner. Hello, it's Jessie. Just as Roka was leisurely drinking tea in the office, Jessie suddenly called. He was still very interested in Jessie. But last time he left after dealing with the mountain people, After all, Jessie was in the hospital for treatment. There was absolutely no chance to do anything. Allison, who was in the office next door, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw how happily he was chatting. As soon as she heard the female voice on the phone, she knew what was going on. After thinking about it, she ignored it and instead maintained the website of the Exorcist Agency. After the commission from the local police in West Virginia was completed, the local police also left positive reviews on the website. This also makes the website's comment section more and more lively. This is not. Allison was just scrolling through the comments when a private message came in. She opened the private message and her eyes lit up immediately. "Boss, I have a commission." Allison interrupted Roka loudly while he was still on the phone, showing a vengeful smile. Roka smiled helplessly and then hung up the call with Jessie. "Another commission so soon?" "Yes." Allison nodded and said with a smile, "It was a commission from Sheriff Black in a small town called Wilsey in the western region." "What is the content of the commission?" "No, but I left my phone number. Do you want to call him?" Roka nodded and said, "Go ahead." Upon hearing this, Allison immediately called the other party. The call was connected soon. "Hello." There was a hurried voice of a boy on the other end of the phone, and it sounded like he was exercising vigorously. Roka took the phone and said, "Hello, this is the Exorcist Agency. Are you Sheriff Black? We received your commission, but what is the content of the commission? Can you really deal with those monsters?" Sheriff Black's voice on the other end of the line was very excited. "Could you please tell me what kind of monster it is?" Hearing the word monster, Roka immediately became interested. He no longer cares about ordinary commissions. Preferably a very special monster, so that his monster containment device can come in handy. "It's Grant. We don't know what happened. Grant turned into a monster. He ate all the dead animals in the town. Now he's targeting the people in the town. Oh my god, those who were taken into the mouths of the bugs are all controlled. Grant? Parasitic bugs." Roka stroked his chin and thought. This situation sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Ding! The system has updated the task tearing man, please host to deal with the alien queen. So that's it. Roka suddenly realized what the parasitic insect was. It was an alien monster. Whenever they go to a planet, they will parasitize the creatures on that planet and devour and reproduce. After devouring all the living things on the planet, they will head into outer space to continue searching for the next planet with life. Keep repeating this process. And Grant is the one who is parasitized. As expected, those bugs were all larvae of alien bugs. Once parasitized, they would turn into monsters and be controlled by the alien bugs. Roka was shocked. He didn't expect that this was a commission that could destroy the entire world. If that alien bug is really allowed to grow, even he may not be able to deal with it. Even if nuclear bombs are used. "Don't worry, Sheriff Black. I'll take the commission." As for the commission doesn't matter, as long as you can help get rid of that monster, anything is fine. "Okay, I'll leave right away." Roka didn't delay and immediately prepared to leave after hanging up the phone. What kind of monster is it? Allison still didn't quite understand, she only knew that the target was a monster. This made her a little worried. "Don't worry, it's okay." Roka 380 gave her a deep kiss and then drove off. The small town of Wilsey is in the northwestern United States, and the distance is not really close. It was already evening when he arrived. The town of Wilsey is in this direction. After looking at the road signs, Roka drove decisively into the town. "Hey!" Just as he was approaching the town, a man suddenly jumped out from the bushes and waved his arms wide open. Crunch! Roka stopped the car, opened the window and looked at the people on the roadside. "What can I do for you?" "I'm Sheriff Black, and I can't enter the town right now." "Sheriff Black?" Hearing the name, Roka was a little surprised, and immediately got out of the car and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, Sheriff Black, I am the person in charge of the commission you issued before in the exorcism office. You are the one sent by the Exorcist Agency? I heard from other colleagues that the people in the Exorcist Agency are very noisy. Now it seems that it is simply a joke." "Sir, I advise you to go back quickly." After he introduced himself, Sheriff Blake's attitude immediately changed and he even became a little angry. After all, he only went to the exorcism agency after listening to the advice of some colleagues. "But I didn't expect that there was only one young man coming. What can a young person do? Not as good as an old police officer with a gun. This is not a joke." Chapter 57. Roka smiled helplessly. He knew that his appearance and empty hands were indeed not convincing. So he went to the back of the car and opened the trunk. "Captain Black, since I have accepted this mission, I am fully confident. I will not joke with my own life." Upon hearing this, Sheriff Blake was about to scold him, until he saw the guns, grenades, and RPG rocket launchers in the trunk of the car. His eyes widened. "Is this all right now?" Roka crossed his arms and smiled. "I don't know if we can kill that monster. We've had several groups of people go in fully armed, but they never come out." Sheriff Black frowned. "How many waves of people did you say went in?" Roka was stunned for a moment, then he realized that the plot seemed to have changed. And he arrived too late. In the current situation, it is very likely that the parasitized Grant was not killed by the gas tank explosion, but instead completely took control of the town. And several groups of people took the initiative to go in and offer warmth. I can't imagine how advanced those alien bugs have become now. Yes, they are all transferred from nearby police stations, but... Sheriff Black sighed helplessly. He had seen those monsters before. Anyone infected by them would become neither human nor ghost. And it will also become the growth nourishment for the source of that monster. There has been no news of those who went in until now, and one can imagine what happened to them. I have a general understanding of the situation. It's very troublesome. You stay here and I will go in alone. We still don't know how much that monster, Grant the Ripper, has grown to. Even he has to be careful. You have to know that in the movie, Grant, who has not yet grown up, can split a person in half with just a whip. And the person who was struck still had a brief moment of consciousness. This shows that the speed of swinging the whip even exceeds the speed of sound. What's more, Grant has grown into a huge mountain of meat. His strength is definitely not as weak as he was killed by a gas tank at the end of the movie. That's a bit too funny. You have to know that Grant's tentacles can attack at the speed of sound, and ordinary people will be killed if they can't react in time. How could he be killed by a gas tank being used nearby? If they were really that weak, they wouldn't be alien bugs that destroy planets. Then you better be careful. Sheriff Blake actually didn't have much hope for Roka. No matter how advanced his weapons were, he was just one person after all. The people in the town and the police officers who entered have all turned into monsters. Clear. Roka nodded and drove into the town. However, before we had gone far, we saw a few people on the road. They were walking with crooked steps and looked like they were moving in a strange way. It has spread here. Roka couldn't help but frown. This place should be about 1 kilometer away from the town. And those who were parasitized have actually spread here. This shows that the alien bug has grown to a level that cannot be underestimated. And from the police uniforms worn by these parasitized people, it is not difficult to tell that they are the police team entering the town. It seemed like they were wiped out before they had gone very far. The situation seemed to be much worse than he had imagined. Boom boom boom. Roka drove with one hand and took out the golden desert eagle with the other hand to clean up the people who were parasitized on the roadside. Every time a person is shot in the head, a worm like a loach will appear in his head. But these bugs were also blown up by bullets at the same time. The head is where these bugs parasitize, and they can be killed by simply blowing it up. Otherwise these bugs can parasitize other people. It is conceivable that if the alien insects themselves do not die, it will not take long for the entire New York City, or even the entire world, to be parasitized by the insects. This is very scary. Without thinking too much, Roka gave up driving after entering the town. Because the number of people being parasitized here is obviously increasing. Perhaps it was because of the gunshots that infected people continued to pour in from all directions. Boom boom boom. Roka was a little overwhelmed with the golden desert eagle in both hands, so he had no choice but to take out the Gatling gun. Da-da-da! With the Gatling gun's terrifying firepower of up to 5,000 rounds per minute, the parasite standing in front of it would be shot into a pulp almost instantly. Just then, a fat woman with a big belly slowly walked around the corner. Roka subconsciously swept the muzzle of the Gatling gun over. But he regretted it the next second. The body of the woman who was swept away suddenly exploded, and a large number of parasites rushed towards him like a tide. Roka was startled and jumped up with a push of his feet. He dodged the insects that were like a tide, and then landed on the roof nearby. How disgusting! Roka almost vomited. This bug was so disgusting. It's even more disgusting to think that these bugs will end up in people's mouths. Luckily I bought a flamethrower. Roka put away the Gatling gun, then took out the flamethrower and used it to roast the insects below at high temperature. Crackling. Insects burned by high temperatures will explode directly, making a crisp sound. It sounds quite relaxing. But he doesn't have time to waste here. These parasites are endless. We must find the alien bug itself and kill it. It should be over there. Roka looked towards the center of the town. The parasites there were obviously more densely populated, which also meant that the alien insects were in that direction. So he flashed and ran towards the center of the town. His speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of sound. Behind him, there was a sonic boom like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The alien bugs seemed to have noticed his arrival, and a large number of Tuansheng people rushed towards him. In just a moment, he was surrounded by hundreds of parasites. Roka frowned. He knew that he had to deal with these parasites, as he didn't know what dangers lay ahead. Thinking of this, he looked at the parasite in front of him, and then his eyes turned red. The next second, a beam of hot light shot out from the eyes. Okay. Heat vision. This is the first time Roka has used this superpower since he obtained it. Everything was melted wherever the high temperature rays passed. Then he did a 360-degree spin. The red light swept through the darkness, and the bodies of the surrounding parasites were all cut off in an instant. Broken limbs and arms covered the ground, and blood gathered into trickles, emitting a pungent smell. This was also the first time that Roka killed so many people at once. Although they were all parasites, he still felt a little uncomfortable. But he can't care so much now. Because he had already seen the true form of the alien monster. No, it should be said that it is the tentacle system of alien monsters. In the houses in the center of the town, a large number of tentacles emerged from the doors and windows, and continued to extend towards Roka. Wherever the tentacles passed, grooves were created on the ground. This shows how terrifying these tentacles are. You can even faintly hear a sonic boom. Chapter 58. This guy has grown so big. Roka looked at the overwhelming tentacles with some surprise. The tentacles are this big, how big should the main body be? Could it be that the entire house is filled with alien bugs? At this moment, the overwhelming tentacles arrived in front of him. Roka's eyes turned red, and the next second his thermal vision turned into lasers and shot out. All the tentacles were cut off wherever it passed. Roar! The alien insect seemed to feel pain from having its tentacles cut off, and it let out a shrill hissing sound. Roka's ears were so sensitive that he could determine the approximate location of the alien insect inside and outside the house through the roar. The next second, the heat vision turned into two red lights and shot into the house king again. Roar! This attack caused severe damage to the alien monster, and its roar became more and more painful. However, this attack did not seem to hit the main body. Otherwise the monster should be dead. But before he could think more, the body of the alien monster continued to swell, and a large number of parasites were constantly pulled over by its tentacles and merged into its body. The entire house could not contain its body, and a large amount of tumors squeezed out from the doors and windows. Then the whole house was packed. The true form of the alien monster was also directly exposed. It was a 5 or 6 meter high mountain of flesh, with a large number of tentacles extending from all directions, looking extremely disgusting. In the middle of the meat mountain there is a human face so ugly that it is almost unrecognizable. That should be the parasitized Grant. But what made Roka a little strange was that next to Grant, there was a blonde beauty wrapped in a tumor. It seems that it still maintains its human form and has not been merged with the alien monster. Could it be Grant's wife Stella? Roka remembered that Grant, the bald rich businessman, had a very young and beautiful wife, Stella. It stars Elizabeth Banks, a stunning blonde beauty. Her appearance is no less than that of Ario. It's a pity that she's already married. It seems that Grant, who was parasitized by the alien monster, still retained a trace of consciousness. So he didn't do anything to Stella. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. In just a breath, a large number of tentacles waved over again. Roka kept retreating and shot out his heat vision again, cutting off a large number of tentacles. However, the other tentacles of this monster continuously absorbed nearby corpses as nutrients, so even if a tentacle was cut off, it could recover quickly. That won't do. Roka thought about it, took out the PRG from the system space, aimed at the alien insect body and fired it. The alien insect seemed to feel threatened as well, and actually put a large number of tentacles in front of it. Boom! The rocket exploded and a large number of tentacles were shattered. The sky was filled with broken flesh and blood, falling like rain. Hey, where are you looking? The sudden sound attracted the attention of the alien insect. When it looked up, it saw that Roka had appeared above its head without anyone noticing. In fact, the RPG just now was not just a feint, it was his real killer move. The next moment, the scorching hot sight pierced through it instantly. At the same time, the flames of hell fell on the alien bugs and continued to spread. But in the blink of an eye, its entire head was covered. Seeing Stella, who was wrapped in the tumor, fall down, Roka flashed and brought her out. It can be said that she is worthy of being Elizabeth. Her figure and face are simply amazing, and she looks like a real wife. Look up. I saw the huge mountain of flesh of the alien bugs burning in the fire of hell. It won't be long before it's all burned out. Roka was very glad that he had the hellfire in his hand, otherwise it would be really troublesome to completely get rid of these alien bugs. After all, in the movie, even if the gas tank exploded, the character did not die completely. Once these alien bugs hide and develop, it will be difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Just at this moment, the blonde beauty Stella in his arms slowly woke up. You are Bibbage. Stella was still dazed and confused about the situation. When she opened her eyes, she saw the handsome black-haired guy in front of her. To be honest, she had never seen such a handsome man. He is much more handsome than his bald husband. Although she and her husband have always had a very good relationship, she never expected such a thing to happen. Thinking of this, Stella reacted immediately. Where is this place? My name is Roka, and I'm here to deal with the alien creatures. As for you, I snatched you back from the monster in the meat mountain. Roka briefly explained the situation. After hearing about the alien monster, Stella seemed to remember something and immediately looked towards the mountain of meat that was still burning. After such a while, under the burning of hellfire, only half of the originally huge meat mountain remained. Grant? Stella screamed in pain when she saw this, but Grant could no longer hear her voice. Is that alien parasite related to you? Roka asked knowingly. My name is Stella and Grant is my husband. Stella was already in tears as she spoke. That's unfortunate. Roka could only sigh with regret. A family was broken up, and a beautiful wife was born. But if this alien creature can enter the earth, what about other alien creatures? For example, alien and predator? It seems that he can't be satisfied with this anymore and needs to become stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission tearing people. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining flight level 1, and all abilities are upgraded by 1 level. In an instant, Roka felt that his own strength had skyrocketed, whether it was his physique, strength, or speed, all of them had been greatly improved. This is a good reward. All my abilities have been improved. Roka was pleasantly surprised. This is really what he said. With his current strength, if he faces that alien bug again, he will definitely be able to defeat it easily. After all, the ability to fly alone makes him invincible. He looked at his current attribute panel with some curiosity. Host, Roka. Number of completed tasks, 1-1. Used item, Perfect Super Soldier Serum. Owned items, Monster Containment Device *100. Superpowers, Super Regeneration LV2, Super Speed LV3, Super Hearing LV2, Man of Steel LV3, Heat Vision LV2, Hell Flame LV2, Super Power Star LV2, Flight LV2. Chapter 59. Looking at his gorgeous panel attributes, Roka was simply grinning from ear to ear. This was really a good deal. The dead cannot be resurrected, don't be too sad, I don't think your husband wants you to be unhappy in the future. He came to Stella, patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. Stella became even sadder after hearing this, and even her body was a little shaky. Roka quickly reached out to support her. However, this help seemed to touch the wrong place. Stella, who was in great sorrow, did not notice this at all. She was completely immersed in the sorrow of losing her husband. After a moment, the entire house, along with the huge mountain of flesh of the alien bugs, was burned to ashes. However, Roka was still worried and had to make sure that no clones or young of the alien monsters survived. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when this thing grows up. As expected. After searching for a while, he found the remains of parasitic larvae of alien creatures in a cellar covered with rubble. This guy looks different from other parasites, as it is wrapped in an eggshell. Isn't this the state of this alien bug when it first came to Earth? This layer of eggshell is not even afraid of friction from the atmosphere, so it's no wonder it can avoid being burned by flames. It's a pity that it's still a little too tender. Hey, the monster containment device I've been preparing for a long time is finally useful. Since the system task has been completed, he has no intention of killing the larva in front of him. Instead, he planned to put it in a monster containment device as a collection. Anyway, once you enter the monster containment device, it is impossible to get out. Do it when you think of it. Roka took out a monster containment device from the system space. The device looked like a cube with glass walls on each side, which could monitor the inside at all times. At the same time, this monster containment device can be large or small. Very convenient to carry. Aim the storage port of the monster containment device at the alien larvae, and the next second the alien larvae will be sucked in. Very good. Roka held the monster containment device that was the size of his head and looked at the larvae inside with interest. Apparently, due to the severe damage, the larva entered a dormant state. It will not break out of the shell until the next time it wakes up. After doing all this, Roka turned and came to Stella. It was already dawn. It is really sad to see that the whole town is in a dilapidated state. Roka came to Stella, who was standing there motionless, and whispered, "Let's go, Stella. This town is no longer habitable. Leave here and start a new life." But Stella didn't say anything. It can be seen that Grant's death was a huge blow to her. Plus the home that was once full of memories is gone. She might even have thoughts of committing suicide now. There was no other choice. Roka could only forcibly pick her up like a princess and walk out of the town. There is no living person in the town now. And because the alien insects themselves died, the people who were parasitized also died. It can be said that the whole town has become a dead town. Not to mention the plague or something, it's simply uninhabitable. If we leave her here, she'll probably die soon. So it's better for him to be a little tired. Arrived at the entrance of the town. After Roka put Stella in the passenger seat, he drove away. After a moment, "Are you okay?" Sheriff Blake looked even more embarrassed at this time, but fortunately nothing serious happened. Seeing a car coming, he quickly blocked the middle of the road. Crunch! Roka stopped the car and got out, looking a little surprised. "Sheriff Black, why are you so embarrassed?" "Oh, don't say it, those monsters have spread here, and I almost got eaten by those bugs." Sheriff Blake shuddered when he thought back to what had just happened. In particular, there was some blood on his mouth. Obviously it was left by parasites. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been parasitized by those bugs. Fortunately, those bugs died inexplicably later, otherwise he would not be able to resist the large number of parasites and bugs. By the way, what's the situation in there? You actually came out. At this time, Sheriff Blake suddenly reacted. You know, so many fully armed police forces had gone there and never returned. And this young man Roka actually came back. Could he have also been parasitized? Thinking of this, he suddenly became alert. Roka shook his head with amusement. Don't worry, I have already destroyed the alien bug inside. What? Request flowers. Sheriff Blake's eyes widened in disbelief. If Sheriff Black doesn't believe me, I can take you in to see for yourself. Roka shrugged helplessly. Is it true? Sheriff Blake still couldn't believe that the monster could be dealt with by a young man. Sheriff Black, get in the car. I have to take you to the town. Oh, and don't forget the commission. It took me a lot of effort to get rid of that monster. Roka said as he got in the car and turned around. After hesitating for a moment, Sheriff Blake decided to go to the town to take a look, otherwise he would not believe that the monster had been solved. But before getting in the car, he looked at the blonde woman in the car with some astonishment. Stella? You're still alive? As the beautiful wife of Grant, a famous wealthy businessman in the town, I wonder how many people envy her. Sheriff Blake naturally knew him too. What he never expected was that he actually saw Stella here. How is this possible? Didn't everyone in the town die? But Stella didn't answer him, she was just sat in silence. Mr. Roka, what's going on? Helplessly, Sheriff Blake could only look at Roka. I rescued her from the huge meat mountain formed by the fusion of alien bugs. At that time, she had not yet been sent to. Roka briefly recounted what had happened. Even though it was a little hard to believe, with a living person right in front of him, Sheriff Black couldn't help but believe it. As they were talking, the car had arrived at the town. The traces of the previous battle are still vivid. There were corpses lying all over the road, showing how dangerous the town was. Because these were all parasites. When Sheriff Black saw the house burned down into ruins in the town center, he completely believed what Roka said. It's unbelievable. I saw this monster from a distance. It should have been even bigger when you went in. How did you deal with it? Sheriff Blake's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. At the same time, I was also very glad that I listened to my colleagues and went to the exorcism agency. Otherwise, even if the army arrived, they might not be able to defeat the monster. Chapter 60. You should know that I have a lot of heavy firepower weapons, but I was just lucky enough to get rid of the alien bug. Roka made up an explanation at random. In fact, if it weren't for him, the army would probably have been defeated here. Or the military can just bomb with missiles. But that may not necessarily solve the problem of the alien bug itself. Once the alien bugs are allowed to develop, it will be a disaster for the entire world. Okay, can you now confirm that the commission is completed? Sheriff Black nodded repeatedly. It's done, it's done. Mr. Roka did a great job. So about the commission? No problem, I will give you a satisfactory price, Mr. Roka. Sheriff Black naturally did not dare to neglect this aspect, and he did not need to pay for it himself. Now that almost all the people in the town have died, it's not a problem to get some money. Well, I'll leave this to you. I'm planning to go back too. Roka stretched and said, by the way, what should we do with Miss Stella? Stella is the wife of the wealthy businessman Grant. It's a pity that her house was burned down. Besides, this town is no longer habitable. It's not easy to arrange for her to move to the next town. How about you, Mr. Roka, make the arrangements first. Sheriff Black could see that Roka was interested in Stella. Besides, who doesn't have feelings for beautiful women? Also, Stella's property is almost gone now, so it's not easy to steal. It would be better to just throw it to Roka. Anyway, he was the one who saved the person. If this were brought back home, there would be a huge uproar, so Roka was a little troubled. Mr. Roka saved the girl. I believe you can make arrangements for her. Grant also has some businesses in other towns. After this matter is settled, I will sort out these businesses. Then Mrs. Stella can come back. Oh well. Seeing that Sheriff Blake had said this, Roka could only agree reluctantly. After saying goodbye to Sheriff Blake, Roka drove Stella out of town. On the way home, Allison, Maria, Tina, and others also called to inquire about the situation. Roka naturally told them that the mission was successfully completed, and he also brought back a blonde beauty. Although the girls were helpless about his actions, they didn't say much. After all, their bodies and minds have already been completely conquered by this man. However, Roka is certainly not such a beast as to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Although he also wants to taste young married women, he will not force such a thing. After all, he already has so many women, he doesn't care about just one or two. Return home. Honey, is this the alien bug you caught this time? Several girls were looking at a monster containment device in the living room. After all, it was an alien creature, so they were of course very curious. This is the larva of an alien bug. The alien bug has been burned to death by me, Roka explained with a smile while drinking red wine. And you must not underestimate this bug. It is an alien creature that can drift in the universe. Every time it arrives at a planet, it will parasitize on living things, and then continue to devour and reproduce, and eventually devour all the creatures on the entire planet. What? This is too scary. When the girls heard that these alien bugs were so powerful, they were all quite shocked. I never expected such a small alien bug could be so terrifying. It would be disastrous if it really developed. Then dear, why don't you burn this alien larva as well? Maria was simple-minded and thought it would be better to get rid of such a dangerous creature as soon as possible. Don't worry, dear. The alien bug has been locked in the monster containment device and will never escape. There is nothing to be afraid of if the alien bug has not yet grown up. Roka was not worried about this problem at all. Without his permission, the alien bug would never be able to escape. This monster containment device is so strong that even a nuclear bomb cannot break it. The girls felt relieved after hearing this. So, dear, what are you going to do with her? Tina pointed at Stella, who was standing there in a daze, with a half smile. I don't know if it was because the blow she suffered was too great, which caused her to not recover until now. She just sits there in a daze, not saying a word. If it weren't for Tina and the others' help, I would probably still be covered in dirt. But after taking a bath and changing into new clothes, Stella was indeed very beautiful. She looked like a young married woman, completely different from Tina and Maria. Well, Stella's husband has unfortunately passed away, and even her home was destroyed because of those alien bugs, so she has no choice but to stay at home for a while. Sheriff Blake can send her back after he finishes dealing with the affairs of the town. Did you really think so, dear? Tina looked at him with a smile. What else? Roka slapped her on the butt in annoyance. This girl likes to provoke him, but she begs for mercy quickly every time. She is just a novice who just wants to play. All right. Seeing that he refused to admit that he had any evil intentions, there was nothing we could do. Time flies. 3 days later. Boss, Sheriff Black has deposited the last commission into the company account. Huh? So soon? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect Sheriff Blake to transfer the money so quickly. I wonder who was still sleeping in before. Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes. Okay, how much is the commission? Roka was a little curious and wondered how much commission Blake would give, knowing that the mission was not ordinary. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to accomplish this. Boss, it's $1 million. Allison's face was full of surprise when she said this number. Oh? There are so many in 4.6. Even Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect Sheriff Blake to give so much commission. Of course, in fact, this money is still relatively small compared to dealing with alien bugs. After all, not everyone can solve that disaster. But he was satisfied with the commission. Boss, we made so much money from this commission, do you want to go eat something delicious later? Allison said as she hugged his neck coquettishly. It's delicious, of course. Roka said this while hugging her waist and becoming restless. He had long wanted to try the job of a secretary, doing the secretary's job whenever and wherever he wanted. However, just when he was about to succeed. The company phone suddenly rang. Chapter 61. Allison reached out and pushed his chest, motioning him to answer the phone quickly. Roka felt helpless, but he had to answer the phone. This is the exorcist office. What can I do for you? By the way, it'd be best if you have an important commission. The person on the other end of the phone seemed a little surprised as he didn't expect Roka to be so rude. But he still spoke in a hurried tone. My name is Chris, I want you to find my wife and daughter. Mr. Chris, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. Are your wife and daughter missing? You should call the police for this kind of thing. Roka was a little disappointed. The commissions he received in the past 3 days were all ordinary ones, and he was too lazy to accept them. I thought this would be an interesting commission. But I didn't expect that he was looking for someone. Does he seem that boring? Instead of looking for someone else, I might as well continue making babies with Allison. I know. I called the police, but it was no use. After they disappeared in Silent Hill, I couldn't find them anymore. What? You mean Silent Ridge 18? Roka stood up suddenly, and Allison beside him was startled by his action. Yes, it's Silent Hill. Very good. I accept this commission. Please tell me about the current situation. I didn't expect it to be Silent Hill. Roka is very familiar with this movie. It can be said that this is a classic among classics. Both Evil Alessa and Pyramid Head are still fresh in his memory. But it is quite troublesome to bring Sharon and Rose out intact. Well, my wife Rose took our daughter to Silent Hill. Chris briefly explained the situation. Now he has learned the truth about his daughter Sharon from some police station files, and he knows that Ross and Sharon will definitely be in danger. That's why he was desperate and found an exorcism agency. Don't worry, Mr. Chris. I'll be there soon. Don't worry, I will find your wife and daughter. Thank you. I'll wait for you. Chris didn't waste any words. For now, he could only trust the magic agency. As for Roka, he didn't waste any time. After accepting the task, he immediately prepared to set off. Would you like me to go with you? Allison followed him to the underground parking garage with some concern. No, this commission is quite troublesome. It's useless for you to go. At most you can bite me on the way. Roka shrugged. Now is fine. Allison looked at him defiantly. There's no time now, wait until I come back. Roka got into the car with amusement and then left quickly. Allison shrugged her shoulders at this and had no choice but to wait for him to come back at the company. West Virginia. Hey, how do I get to Silent Hill? At a gas station, Roka asked the gas station clerk. How do you know where it is? The gas station movie is about a fat black lady. After hearing the 3 words Silent Hill, the fat black lady looked at him with something strange in her eyes. I have a commission, I wonder if this is the right way. Roka didn't explain anything. The road there is closed. The fat black lady did not tell him the truth. However, this also made Roka understand that the route should be correct. Thanks. Roka smiled politely and drove away. Another 2 hours later. It was getting dark. Roka finally found the suspension bridge leading to Silent Hill. At the same time, Chris had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing a vehicle coming, he immediately went to the middle of the road to recruit them. Crunch! Roka stopped the car and got out and walked up to the black-haired, crew-cut man. You are Mr. Chris, right? Mr. Roka. Chris didn't expect him to be so young, and his mood suddenly took a turn for the worse. In his opinion, this young man must like to play around, so he registered an exorcism agency. It was ridiculous that he actually believed it. Roka could clearly feel the change in Chris's expression. He raised a finger and said with a smile, Mr. Chris, some things can't be judged by appearances. As the words fell, a cluster of flames rose from his fingers. It is so dazzling under the night light. Chris was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Magic trick. Roka shrugged. Mr. Chris, you would rather believe that this is a magic trick than believe that I can save your wife and daughter. No, I want to believe it. Chris shook his head repeatedly. Of course he wanted to believe that Roka could rescue Ross and Sharon. He wished that were the case. Since the young man in front of him was so confident, he no longer had any doubts. After crossing this suspension bridge, you will reach Silent Hill. Are you sure you want to come with me? I might not be able to protect you in time. Roka looked at him and seemed to want to go in with him. I don't need your protection, but I must see Ross and Sharon with my own eyes. Chris said in a very firm tone. Oh well. Seeing this, Roka stopped trying to stop him. How do you want to save them? Chris asked anxiously. In fact, he had gone in with Sheriff Thomas during the day. But there is nothing inside except the abandoned town. There was no sign of his wife or Sharon. But he had a feeling that his wife Rose and daughter Sharon must be in Silent Hill. Go in and take a look first. Roka did not explain anything. As far as he knew, the entire Silent Hill was divided into 3 parts. The first layer is the real world. When ordinary people enter Silent Hill, they will be in the real world, which is just a dilapidated town with nothing special. The second layer is a grey world with black and grey rain falling from the sky. This is the world that the evil Alessa created with hatred. It is the surface world that Ross and Sharon enter. And all the people in Silent Hill who deserved the punishment were trapped in this world. To put it simply, it is an alien space opened up by Alessa. As for the third layer, it is the inner world. It is a bloody and dirty world there, it is real hell. Whenever the inner world invades the outer world, countless horrible monsters appear. This is a world completely transformed by Alessa's extreme pain and hatred, and each monster in it is a projection of Alessa's different inner world. And Roka now has to find a way to enter the surface world. As the two continued to go deeper into Silent Hill, suddenly Roka sensed a strange force, which seemed to be somewhat afraid of the hellfire he possessed. He looked into the distance and found that it was just an ordinary small town in the dark night, and it was definitely not the other world. If you want to enter the other world, you have to find another way. Chapter 62. What's wrong? Roka stopped suddenly, which made Chris a little confused. This is it. What? Chris didn't quite understand what he said. Entrance. As Roka finished his words, the hellfire in his hand suddenly burst out and burned forward. The next second, the road turned grey and a cold wind blew, causing Chris to shiver all over. Let's go. Roka said this and walked into the fog. Although Chris was still a little confused, he didn't care about it when he saw him walking away, and quickly followed him. After the two of them passed through the grey fog, Chris suddenly realized that they had arrived in the town of Silent Hill, and this scene made him open his eyes wide. He clearly remembered that they were still quite far away from Silent Hill town just now. Mr. Roka, what's going on? Chris stepped forward and asked anxiously. Aren't you looking for your wife and daughter? The reason why you didn't find anything when you entered Silent Hill during the day is because they are not in the same space as you. Not in the same space? Chris was confused. To put it simply, the Silent Hill you see is in the real world, and this is the surface world. You can think of them as different worlds. Roka didn't explain much, he turned his head and looked behind him. I found that the area behind me had turned into a cliff without me noticing, and the distance was filled with fog and I couldn't see clearly. Chris, who also noticed this scene, couldn't help but open his mouth wide. All this was beyond his understanding, and he had no idea what to do next. Let's go, if nothing unexpected happens, your wife and daughter must be in this town. After saying this, Roka strode towards the town. Seeing this, Chris quickly followed. At this time, the town was silent, so quiet that it was scary. Wait! Just at this moment, Chris seemed to have discovered something, and he hurried to the underground passage on the side of the road. These are Ross's footprints. I can't be mistaken. Chris knelt down on the ground and touched the footprints in the black ash with his hand. He knew his wife's shoes and size very well, and the footprints in front of him were definitely his wife's. Are you sure? Roka looked at the dark underground passage in front of him. If nothing unexpected happens, Ross should have gone in, but I don't know if Ross is still in there. Rose must be in there. Chris stood up excitedly and then walked towards the underground passage. Roka had no choice but to follow. But what a coincidence! As soon as the two entered the underground passage, they heard an alarm coming from outside. "What's going on?" Chris, who was originally a little impulsive, immediately became alert. "Mr. Chris, if you act on impulse, I can't guarantee that you will be able to see your wife and daughter," Roka said unhappily. "Terribly sorry." Chris apologized a little embarrassedly. He really didn't act impulsively. However, his thoughts about his wife and daughter prevented him from caring about so much. However, there was no light in the underground passage at that time, and it was impossible to search for clues about his wife and daughter. Snap! The next second, a strong light illuminated the entire underground passage. However, the walls and floors that were normal just now had now become rusty and were accompanied by a rotten smell. Even though Chris didn't feel anything just now, at this moment there was a kind of fear that was constantly growing in his heart. "Let's go." "Go? Where to?" Chris didn't even notice that his voice was beginning to tremble. "Since you've come down here, you must be looking for your wife and daughter. Are you going there now?" Roka said unhappily. Chris felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, but his nervousness and fear were also relieved. "Follow me, don't act on your own, or I won't care about you," Roka said as he walked forward. Seeing this, Chris quickly followed. Under the illumination of a strong flashlight, everything in the darkness is visible. After passing through the dark and damp underground passage, there were blood-red rusty railings and barbed wire everywhere. The sound of the drizzle falling down makes people feel a little creepy. At this time, Chris suddenly came to a barbed wire door and removed the rags on the barbed wire. "It's Rose, for sure. She must have been here." Chris looked at the rag in his hand excitedly. "Then you better be careful, you may run into danger next." Roka's attention has been attracted by the open barbed wire and footprints. The footprints look fresh and should have been left by Ross not long ago. Following the traces on the ground, the two men passed through the barbed wire and entered another place. The next second, the figure hanging on the wire mesh attracted the attention of the two. Chris looked over carefully with a nervous mood, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the body belonged to a man. But the next moment he saw the filthy internal organs under the barbed wire. For a moment he just felt a little nauseous. The most important thing is that the man hung on the wire mesh was not dead, and his eyes were still wide open under the protective suit. Even Chris was shocked. It was at this time. A group of grey children with no skin, deformed heads and flames all over their bodies appeared around them at some point. They had dark grey skin, faces twisted on both sides of their heads, and their bodies were half burned from the inside out. These little ghosts looked extremely painful, and kept wailing in agony. What is that? Chris looked at these little monsters with some horror. She's Alessa's classmate. Roka remembered that these grey children were the classmates who bullied Alessa in school. Back then they kept screaming and cursing Alessa and wanted to burn her to death. In Alessa's eyes, all of her classmates were distorted and uneasy. As a result, these children were transformed into horrible monsters called grey children in Alessa's endless resentment, and suffered endless torture here. At the same time, they were reminded every moment of the abuse and ridicule they had inflicted on Alessa. What do we do now? Seeing those grey children getting closer, Chris became a little flustered. However, these grey children did not treat them as gently as they treated Ross. They roared and rushed towards them. "Go to hell!" Roka had lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth at some point, and he took out a golden desert eagle and ate it with both hands. Boom boom boom! Bullets with hellfire attached to them kept shooting at the grey children, and in the next second they would be burned to ashes by the hellfire. In just a moment, all the grey children were eliminated. In fact, these monsters were just the result of Alessa's dark power. They were vulnerable to the hellfire that specifically restrained the soul. This is also the reason why he came to Silent Hill. Chapter 63. Evil Alessa is indeed very powerful and can create an independent space to trap everyone in it. It can also create countless horrific monsters to devour everyone in the world. But they are definitely no match for the hellfire that specifically targets the soul. Come on, Mr. Chris, your wife and daughter don't seem to be here, let's go out. Roka knew that this was the end of things at school. Because at this point, Ross fell unconscious and was sent out by Alessa. In a sense, everything Rose experienced was a deliberate test by Alessa to see if she would be a good mother. Test whether she is trustworthy. So the monsters in the other world can't really hurt Ross. Back to the road. Roka was keenly aware that someone was watching them. Turning around, I saw a disheveled woman with disheveled hair hiding in the corner. Someone. Chris also followed his gaze and saw the man. He was delighted, thinking that he might be able to ask something, so he walked over immediately. I'm looking for my wife and daughter. Have you seen them? I also lost my daughter, Alicia. The disheveled woman raised her haggard face and said. This irrelevant answer made Chris a little anxious. And Roka recognized that the woman was Alessa's mother, Dahlia. A cowardly mother. Although everything Alicia experienced was not caused by her, as a mother she did not fulfill her responsibility to protect her daughter. So she was exiled by both humans and Alessa. Let her wander in this superficial world. This can be considered as a punishment from Alessa. Did you hear what I said clearly? Seeing that she was answering questions irrelevantly and looking crazy, Chris finally gave up. Let's go, don't waste time, we will find them eventually. Roka had no sympathy for this woman, she deserved it. The two continued to go deeper into Silent Hill. However, before they had gone far, a group of monsters covered in skin stumbled towards them. Looks like a big bull. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Chris' scalp tingled when he saw this monster, it was so terrifying. This monster is commonly known as a tights. Roka easily recognized the origin of this, Bike monster. This monster was created based on the fear that Alessa felt after being tied up and burned at the stake. It is not very strong, but it possesses highly corrosive acid. This kind of monster can only cause some trouble by relying on numbers. Roka pulled out his two guns and started firing continuously. Boom boom boom. With each bullet hitting the head, all the people in tights were killed in a few moments. Let's go. Roka performed a gun trick and put the golden desert eagle into the holster. Then he walked forward. Chris, who was somewhat stunned, immediately followed. As the two of them continued to go deeper. Suddenly, Roka seemed to hear a cry for help, and he frowned and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. It's a school. Maybe I know where Ross is. Where? Chris got a little excited when he heard this. Come with me. Roka said and walked towards the school. The two came to school. As soon as they opened the school gate, they were greeted by countless black insects that swarmed over them. The dense swarms of insects and the sounds of them crawling and wriggling were simply chilling. Even Chris was startled and stepped back subconsciously. Roka was also very disgusted, but he did not step back, but took a step forward. The next second, the flames of hell spread from under his feet. All the insects were burned wherever the flames passed. Come on, let's go in. After getting rid of all the black bugs, Roka strode in calmly. Seeing this, Chris immediately followed. He finally understood that no matter how terrifying these monsters were, as long as he stayed with Roka, he would not encounter any danger. This also made him quite fortunate. He was glad that he chose to hire Roka, otherwise even if he could enter the surface world, he might not be able to find his wife and daughter alive. Accompanied the two of them deeper into the school. Even Chris heard the faint cry for help, and he was shocked. It's Rose's voice, she's in there. Chris wanted to return to Ross at all costs, but reason overcame impulse. Mr. Roka, please save my wife. Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why do you think I came here? Isn't it just to save Ross? Of course, in reality, there is no need to save Alessa and no need to harm Ross. Although Alicia has turned evil, she has always been able to distinguish right from wrong and is a very good child. She did not actively hurt those who had not hurt her. Like Sheriff Thomas who rescued her from the fire. No nonsense. The two quickly rushed towards the place where the sound came from. But while we were still on the road, we encountered a swarm of black bugs. And among these black insect swarms, there were several people wearing protective clothing who were struggling constantly. In just a moment, these people were eaten up by the black bugs. Roka did not try to save these people because they all deserved it. It can be said that few of the people trapped in Silent Hill by Alessa are worthy of sympathy. Even Alessa's biological mother is the same. Walk through the long corridor. The screams of Rose and the other woman were getting closer. At the same time, Roka also saw the triangular-headed monster blocking the door. This triangular head is Alessa's guard, and its owner has a strong body with very masculine characteristics. This represents Alessa's strong desire for revenge and is also the execution of her will. It was at this time. Triangle Head also discovered the two of them. So without saying a word, he changed his target of attack and strode towards the two of them, dragging the huge sword. At the same time, a large number of black insects also rushed in. Roka used the same trick again, and the flames of hell began to spread from under his feet. All the insects that came close were turned into ashes. However, the next second, the pyramid head came over with the house in his hand. The force of this blow is enough to cut through steel easily. Boom boom boom. Roka dodged the knife easily, then took out the golden desert eagle and shot it at the triangle head. Accompanied by the explosion of hellfire in the bullet. From the inside out, Pyramid Head's body was quickly burned to ashes. Chris behind him was not surprised by the scene. He immediately walked forward to the iron door that was blocked by the triangle head. Rose, is that you? Chris? Chris, you're here. Rose cried out Chris's name in a crying voice. God knew how much fear she had suffered here. Now that her husband is here, she can finally release her fear. After the iron door was opened, Ross and Chris hugged each other excitedly. Chapter 64. Behind Ross is a policewoman with short blonde hair. Roka remembered that her name was Sybil, and that she was a very honest and kind police officer, but her ending was somewhat tragic. At this time, Ross and Chris's reunion was over. Chris, how on earth did you get here? Rose was also a little confused. She knew very well that this was definitely not the real world, so she was curious about how her husband got in. I received your phone recording and learned that you had entered Silent Hill, so I found Mr. Ka from the Exorcist Agency. It was Mr. Roka who brought me in. Chris briefly recounted the incident. Wait, what about the monster? Sybil discovered that the terrifying monster just now disappeared, and then two people appeared. What on earth was going on? Don't worry, I have dealt with the monster. Roka waved his hand nonchalantly. At the same time, he noticed that the surroundings had returned to being grey again. It was obvious that the other world had disappeared. You? Sybil frowned, not really understanding how this guy got rid of the monster. Is he bragging? After all, no matter how you look at it, Roka is just an ordinary college student. Thank you for bringing Chris here. Ross sincerely thanked Roka. You're welcome. I just received a commission from Mr. Chris. It's my duty to protect him. By the way, the commission is very high. No matter what, we are very grateful to you, Mr. Roka. If you can help us find Sharon, we will pay you no matter how high the commission is. Ross believed that the young man in front of him was indeed capable, otherwise he would not have brought Chris here. As long as we can bring them back safely, it doesn't matter how high the deposit is. Then let's put it this way. If you can't afford the commission, you can come and work in my company. Roka remembered that he didn't have many employees in his monster shelter, and the two in front of him were quite good. Ross and Chris didn't expect him to say this and were speechless for a moment. Well, the most important thing now is to find your daughter. Ms. Ross, do you have any clues? Yes, I have a clue. It's the Grand Hotel. I think we should find it there. Ross quickly told the clues he got from the monster called Green. Everyone naturally had no objection after hearing this. After a moment, a group of people arrived at the Grand Hotel. You monster, why don't you just die? Is there anyone in front of you? Several people who had just arrived at the hotel entrance heard the cursing coming from inside the hotel. Ross quickly pushed open the door of the hotel and the group entered. I saw a rustic girl cursing the disheveled woman Dahlia, Alessa's mother, whom I had met before. Stop! The justice-minded policewoman Sybil quickly stepped forward and restrained the girl. May I have your name? Anna, my name is Anna. The brown-haired girl replied in a somewhat horrified tone. Why did you hurt her? Sybil continued to ask. Because in this small town, no one likes her. Anna looked silly and simply told what she knew. Because Daria is regarded as a symbol of bad luck, everyone in the town bullies her, and even the darkness abandons her. She was just going with the flow. In order to resist the dark forces, they all gathered in the town's church. Looks like we need to go to church. Roka folded his arms and smiled. No, maybe we need to find something before that. As Sybil spoke, he picked up a piece of drawing paper that looked a little out of place on the cabinet beside him, and when he opened it, he saw that it was an oil painting. Maybe it's to direct us to a certain room. In order to save time, Roka directly told the information. Yes, that must be the case. Sharon's paintings must be guiding us. Ross took the painting excitedly, then put it away carefully. Now we just need to find the same room as the one in the painting. No one had any objection. As for Anna, she had already run away at some point. No one paid any attention to her, and the four of them started searching in the hotel. And he easily found the same scene as Sharon's painting in room 111 of the hotel. Without saying a word, Ross slashed open the scroll to reveal the door to the room behind. Then he used what he found to open the door. Behind the door was a scene of a burned room with traces of burning everywhere. As expected, this is where the first fire in Silent Hill started. As for the cause of the fire, it was naturally the fire sacrifice ceremony with Alessa as the main character. It was at this time. A little girl in blue clothes appeared in Ross's eyes again, and then ran away in a flash. Ross and Chris quickly followed. As for Roka, he followed them slowly. Soon they came to the room where the sacrifice and burning of Alessia took place. It was a charred black area with a religious symbol hanging above and a circular altar in the center. From this scene, we can vaguely see the tragic situation of the sacrificial ceremony that year. Alessa. Rose said the name softly, and the next moment she woke up from some fantasy. Are you okay? Chris comforted her. Ross took a deep breath and shook his head. It's okay. _0. It was at this time. The air raid sirens sounded again. Hurry, hurry up, we have to go to the church, it's the only place that's safe. The silly girl Anna had followed them at some point, and immediately ran away crawling after hearing the control alarm. Come on, let's follow them. If we want to know the truth, we have to go to the church. Everyone had no objection to Roka's words. So they all ran away after Anna. Soon they arrived at the church. There are people here who have escaped like them. They seemed to be terrified of something and fled into the church. Rose, hurry up. Chris turned around as he was about to enter the church, and saw Ross talking to the disheveled woman. Seeing that it was getting dark, he couldn't help but shout anxiously. However, Ross seemed to have asked about something crucial and was reluctant to leave. It just happened in the blink of an eye. The sky suddenly darkened. The other world descended, and everything around it quickly rotted and rusted, turning into a hellish world. Come in! Chris yelled. Ross didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately stood up and ran towards the stairs. And the silly girl named Anna still did not forget to throw stones at Daria. But this time she was wrong. Behind her, a triangular-headed monster formed by the fusion of countless dark fragments appeared. The famous scene of Silent Hill happened at this moment. Chapter 65. The triangular head grabbed Anna and then tore her apart. The next second Anna was stripped naked. Roka stroked his chin and looked at her. She was really fair. However, Pyramid Head showed no mercy and he grabbed Anna's flesh again and tore it hard. A bloody scene took place. I saw that all the skin and flesh on Anna's body was torn off. Let's go, come in. Roka didn't even bother to look, he just said hello and entered the church first. Ross, Chris, and Sybil finally reacted at this time and hurriedly followed. At the last moment when the church door was closed, they finally entered the church. Just when Ross and the others were catching their breath. The ragged people in the church were immediately excited when they saw them in bright and beautiful clothes. They are not believers, they are demons. 783. Don't let them get close. Catch them. Burn the outsiders to death. Cut cut cut! Just when these crazy believers were about to pounce, Roka decisively drew his gun and fired a burst of bullets into the sky. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed in the church. In an instant, all the believers fell silent. You can try to see if I have enough bullets. Roka changed the magazine of the Golden Desert Eagle with a smile. The crowd was silent. Ross, Chris, and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this. It was at this time. The crowd parted, and a woman who was dressed completely differently from the others and looked bright and beautiful came out. She was surrounded by people and it was obvious that she was an old witch. Unlike the hellish scene outside, the church seemed very peaceful. It's no wonder that they believe in gods, because these gods are really capable. Krista, they kidnapped my Anna, they gave her to the devil. At this time, a person suspected to be Anna's mother walked up to the old witch and cried, pointing out that it was Roka and others who killed Anna. Eleanor, Anna disobeyed the commandments and entered the devil's territory. Her death is not the responsibility of these strangers. The witch, Krista, comforted Eleanor in a gentle tone. Then she ignored Roka and the others and instead looked at the group of believers. Now let's start praying, Krista said as she came to the center of the church. The believers also gathered around her and began to pray in unison. I watched them escape from paradise, and they were homeless. Chris couldn't help but frown as he watched these people praying. Then he whispered to Roka beside him, Mr. Roka, what are they doing? Prayer, didn't you hear me? Roka shrugged. Chris still didn't quite understand. They were praying to a certain god, begging him to protect them. This god must be quite powerful, otherwise this church would have been eroded by darkness long ago. Roka said with a disdainful tone. After hearing this, Chris and Ross finally understood why these people gathered in the church. Wait until after the prayer. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared above the church, illuminating the entire church. Roka squinted his eyes and looked at the light. It was a power similar to holy light, but he didn't know where this power came from. Could it be the Archangel seal from the second part? He remembered that in the second part, there was actually a religious organization hiding in Silent Hill. The father of the high priest was named Leonard and his grandson was named Vincent. In their hands is a seal of the Archangel. This Archangel seal can summon gods and also allow people to see through the essence of all things in the world. Thinking of this, Roka couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was still very interested in this Archangel seal. It would be even better if I could get it. Is the prayer over? Roka narrowed his eyes and interrupted those who were still immersed in prayer. Shut up! You are disrespecting the Lord. You deserve to be burned. Heretic, you are a heretic. The believers who were interrupted were obviously very unhappy. Mr. Roka! Ross shouted worriedly. It's okay, just look at me. Roka turned around and smiled at Ross and the others, then raised his hand and fired a few shots. Bang bang bang! In an instant, all the people who had just pointed at him and cursed him were shot in the thigh. Ah! The tragic screams echoed throughout the church. Everyone was a little confused. They didn't expect him to just shoot without following any rules. Kr. The witch Krista pointed at him angrily and was speechless. What about me? You seem to have made a mistake. Roka chuckled and said, I am your god here. This declaration insulting God immediately angered the believers present. But no one dared to speak out. After all, they are just a group of stupid people who have been fooled. What do you want? Several people in protective clothing behind the witch Krista seemed to be about to take action, but were stopped by her. It's simple. Hand over Sharon. If she gets hurt in any way, none of you will survive. Roka's words showed extreme indifference to these people's lives. He had no sympathy for these people at all, or perhaps they deserved to die. Even Chris, Ross, and policewoman Sybil were shocked by his words. Wait, Mr. Roka, are you saying Sharon is in her hands? Ross, who was worried about his daughter, reacted quickly. That's right. Roka nodded, there was no doubt that Sharon was in the hands of this witch. Hearing this, Luo suddenly became a little excited. She looked at the witch and said loudly, please give my daughter back to me. What daughter? I don't know. As expected, the fortune teller shook her head in denial. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. As Roka finished his words, he raised the golden desert eagle. 0.1 The person wearing protective clothing next to the witch immediately stood in front of the witch when he saw this. But what can they do against the golden desert eagle? Blast blast! Just a few shots and the man who stood in front of the witch had his head blown up, and his brains shattered and scattered all over the ground. Immediately afterwards, the witch was shot twice in the legs. The severe pain caused the witch to fall to the ground and let out a shrill scream. The other believers wanted to rush forward when they saw the black muzzle of the gun, but they immediately squatted down obediently. Can you tell me now? Roka came to the witch with a smile. I say, don't kill me. The witch begged for mercy again and again, no matter how well she could deceive the believers. But in the face of truth, we have to bow our heads. Chapter 66. Bring that little girl here quickly. The witch shouted at the believers beside her with a ferocious look on her face. After hearing this, 2 of the believers left immediately. Soon a little black-haired girl was brought over. Sharon. Mother. Rose excitedly went forward and hugged her daughter in her arms. After going through so many things, she finally found her daughter. Chris couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then he hugged both the big and small one in his arms. Are you satisfied now? The old witch looked at them with a rather ferocious expression. Satisfied? No, your retribution has not yet begun. Roka smiled and shook his head, then looked at Ross. Rose, you should have seen Alessa. What do you need me to do? Ross asked as he pulled his daughter over. I need you to come with me to find that little girl. You should know where she is. Roka said the last sentence to the fortune teller. The devil is in the hospital. The witch was hoping that they would go to the hospital to die, so she naturally would not hide it. Very good, Sybil, you can use this. Roka said as he threw an AK and several magazines over. Certainly. Sybil nodded after taking the gun. She also had a pistol, but the bullets were almost used up. Very good, then you stay here and watch over these people while Ross and I go find the Demon King. Hearing that his wife was asked to do such a dangerous thing, Chris suddenly became anxious. Roka patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, Alessa will not hurt Ross no matter who she hurts. Chris, you can rest assured. I agree. Ross didn't waste any time and agreed directly. She believed that Roka would not harm her. Besides, she also wanted to meet the girl named Alessa. Alessa had told her about Sharon, so she wanted to find out everything. Seeing this, Chris had no choice but to agree. Sybil, you have to remember this, don't be soft-hearted, if these cultists make any unusual movements, just shoot them. Before leaving, Roka warned Sybil again. He was afraid that the policewoman was too kind and wouldn't even know she was being tricked. I see. Sybil nodded seriously. She was certainly not a fool. She could see that these cultists were very crazy and it was not surprising that they would do anything. Seeing this, Roka didn't say anything more. Let's go. Kindness. Ross nodded. The 2 then quickly left the church and headed for the hospital. Mr. Roka, I want to ask you a question. Arriving at the hospital, Ross suddenly asked. Well? You ask. I want to ask why you insist that I go to see Alessa. Although Ross really wanted to meet Alessa, this matter should have nothing to do with Roka, right? The reason is, of course, I want to meet Alessa. As Roka spoke, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. After hearing this, Ross became even more confused, wondering what he wanted to do when he saw Alessa. Here is the hospital distribution map. Alessa should be here. Based on the information provided by the old witch, Ka quickly locked the location of the ward where Alessa was. Want to remember the route? Ross frowned. The routes in the hospital's basement were too complicated and it was difficult to remember them all in a short time. Remember the route? Why not just tear down the mural? Roka looked at her strangely, then took down the route map hanging on the wall. All right. Ross was a little helpless, but this was the best thing. The 2 took the elevator to the inside of the hospital. There was a dark and terrifying atmosphere everywhere. On the walls, one could not tell whether it was rust or dried blood. The pungent smell made people feel sick. Although he had seen too many horrific environments along the way, Ross couldn't help but feel a little creepy when he saw this place. This way. Roka led the way according to the route map. Seeing this, Ross hurriedly followed. 7A, 6A. The two of them were walking around, and when they turned a corner, Ross was startled. I saw a large group of young ladies in sexy nurse uniforms blocking the aisle. Although their clothes looked rather dirty, their sexy figures could not be concealed. Their plump and round bodies were covered with skirts that were as short as possible, revealing their white thighs. If you ignore the distorted and terrifying face beneath that graceful figure, it's not impossible to have a try. Roka looked at these nurses with great interest. It was said that they were all supermodels, regarded as classics by countless LSBs. If I could store it in a monster containment device. Thinking of this, Roka was suddenly moved. What to do? Ross was frozen in place, not daring to move. Watch me. Roka took out a monster containment device, then walked towards the group of nurses, pointed the storage entrance at the nurses, and opened the containment device. The next moment all the nurses were sucked in. The nurses in the palm-sized containment devices in their hands just maintained their original movements. Perfect. Roka chuckled, this monster containment device is really useful. Not only can it be large or small, it is also very convenient for containing monsters. And it can also be placed in the system space. You put them in this little box. Ross was stunned by the scene. Of course, let's go. After Roka placed the monster containment device into the system space, he continued to move forward. Ross didn't care about being shocked and hurriedly followed. The end of the corridor is the destination of the two people's trip. When the two of them pushed open the door, suddenly, a piece of information popped up in my mind, and this was the truth about Silent Hill. The small town of Silent Hill has always inherited a certain extreme belief. People worship the gods devoutly, but also use the most cruel sacrificial rituals to deal with heretics in their eyes. Just because Alicia's mother got pregnant before marriage. After giving birth to Alessa, she was unwilling to reveal who the father was. So Alessa was subjected to all kinds of humiliation. Some people even regarded them as witches. Until one day, the believers decided to use fire to cleanse the filth of the town. Alessa has no father, her only support is her mother, but because her mother is cowardly and incompetent, she has to watch the believers take her daughter away. All the important people in the town participated in this sacrifice, just to witness the sacrificial ceremony. Poor Alessa was tied to the rack and was burned by the flames, crying out in pain. Maybe it was destined, or maybe it was God's punishment. The chain holding Alessa up broke and the brazier overturned. The flames spread quickly, until finally the mineral veins under the town were ignited, engulfing the entire Silent Hill town. But Alessa did not die. Chapter 67. Endless pain and torture did not spare this lovely little girl. Alessa, whose body was burned, was sent to this hospital by Sheriff Thomas. When she was tortured by endless pain for too long, endless hatred surged in her heart, and eventually turned into the dark side that swallowed up everything. Then she transformed into a grey surface world with endless dark power. Trap all the people you hate in this world. The kind side of Alessa turned into a baby, who was Sharon, adopted by the Ross couple. When all illusions disappeared. Now, Ross, we need to talk. A voice sounded beside Rose's ears. She opened her eyes and saw a ward that was also rusty and looked like it had been burned by fire. In the center of the ward there was a bed covered by a curtain. Next to the bed, a nurse wearing a red top and a white hip skirt was sobbing quietly. Ross was a little surprised that there was a normal nurse here. Yes, that's normal. Normal dress and skin, completely different from those nurses outside. But when she walked over, the nurse turned her back and ran to the other side, obviously not wanting her to see her current appearance. Ross had no choice but to turn around and look at the little girl whose body was burnt behind the curtain of the bed. But the little girl's appearance really frightened her. Don't be afraid, she won't hurt you. At this time, the little girl in blue clothes, Alessa, whom she had seen before, appeared again. Who is she? She's Alessa. Who are you then? Ross really didn't understand. I have been many names. Right now, I am the dark side of Alessa. Alicia said as she came up to Rose. It's time to end this. For more than 30 years, they have deceived their souls. Now it's time for my revenge. Chus, I need your help. Why me? It's your choice, you choose to be Sharon's mother. After Alessa sent the kind-hearted Sharon to an orphanage, it was Ross who adopted Sharon. In a sense, it was indeed Ross's choice. Now, I can't enter when they deny fate, but you can. What should I do? Ross has chosen to believe Alessa at this time. Alessa's tragic experience awakened her love as a mother, and she would never tolerate her daughter being treated like that. So she decided to help Alessa get revenge. Tell them the truth. Alessa said as she opened her arms and hugged Rose, wanting to merge into her body and thus enter the church. At this moment, Roka, who had been silent, finally spoke up, you two seem to be ignoring me. Suddenly, Ross and Alessa both turned their eyes over. You shouldn't be here. Alicia said in a gloomy voice. If it weren't for Roka helping Rose, she would definitely not let this guy come here. In her plan, all she needed was Ross. Roka raised his eyebrows, then said with a half-smile, your real body is right here, maybe you can consider talking to me politely. After he finished speaking, a fiery red flame of hell rose up in his hand. Ah! The moment the hellfire appeared, Alessa suddenly screamed, and then the other world quickly descended, and the surrounding walls and ground quickly rusted and rotted. In just the blink of an eye, the entire ward turned into a hellish scene. Then countless dark fragments gathered in the room and formed a triangular-headed monster, which swung its axe at him without saying a word. Hey, do you have to be so emergency? Roka didn't expect that Alessa's reaction would be so strong just from a verbal threat. He actually let Triangle Brother out directly. But it's useless. The next second he caught Triangle Brother's huge axe with one hand, and then with a casual force, Triangle Brother was thrown out. After easily dealing with the pyramid head, Roka looked at Alessa jokingly and said, but this can't threaten me. Ah! Alessa screamed again, and Triangle Brother rushed out again, waving the vine whips formed by a large number of iron wires around him randomly. That's enough, stop. Seeing the two fighting again, Ross immediately stood up and stood in front of Alessa. Mr. Roka, thank you for helping us, but I volunteered to help Alessa. Hearing this, Alessa stopped, but her dark eyes were still fixed on him. I know. Roka shrugged. Then why would Mr. Roka? Rose was a little confused. She thought Roka's move was an act by Alessa who wanted to harm her. Did I guess wrong? I support you helping Alessa, and I support Alessa getting rid of all those cultists in the church, but I am also very interested in Alessa. Do you want to come with me? I will give you a warm home. Roka smiled kindly, like a weird uncle who kidnapped children. In fact, he had no intention of letting Alessa go from the beginning. It would be better to capture her and put her in the monster containment device. Yet, when Alessa heard this, she screamed again in anger. This man actually wanted to take her away. It was so despicable. Mr. Roka, you. Ross didn't expect that his purpose would be this. Ahem, Alessa, don't you want to leave here and have your own family? Don't you envy Sharon? Or do you want to keep Ross? Shut up, I'm not going with you. In fact, Alessa really wanted to keep Ross, and now that her thoughts were exposed, she suddenly became angry and embarrassed. Besides, she is the ruler of the world outside Silent Hill, so how could she leave with a stranger? You really don't want to come with me? I can help you deal with the people in the church. Roka offered to help her deal with the people in the second church, Lianos. Those people are hiding in Silent Hill. They have the Archangel seal in their hands. Even Alessa may not be their match. However, Alessa did not appreciate it at all, or maybe she did not even discover the other hidden church. It looks like we have to fight. As Roka finished his words, the flames of hell under his feet continued to spread, and in just a moment the entire ward was enveloped forever. Everything was burning in flames. But there was no fire. In Roka's hands, the flames of hell can burn whatever it wants to burn, and will never burn anything it doesn't want to burn. However, even so, Alessa was frightened and screamed. As a demon or the embodiment of dark power, facing the flame of hell that can purify the soul, she had no chance of resisting at all. Just feeling the pain of the flames of hell burning their souls is enough to make them tremble. Chapter 68. Mr. Roka, please stop. Ross couldn't bear to see Alessa in pain. After all, Alessa was his daughter's other half. Roka was a little helpless when he saw this, and he immediately retracted the hellfire. Forget it, it makes me look like a villain. Although he thought it would be better for Alessa to follow him, since Alessa was so objecting, then forget it. After all, Alessa is not an unforgivable evil spirit. Don't force it. Thanks. Ross thanked him gratefully. Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside. Feeling somewhat depressed, Roka left the ward. Looking at the empty corridor, he thought of the nurses he had caught, and he felt a little better. This is not a big loss. Soon Ross came out. The two returned quickly without saying a word. Just when the two men arrived outside the church, gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang! What happened? Roka frowned. He could hear very noisy noises coming from the church. It was obvious that the cultists were rioting again. The door is locked. Ross pushed the church door, but found that it would not open at all. I'll come on 5:20. Roka kicked the door open without saying a word. The sudden loud noise paused the noise inside for a moment, but the next moment the cultists roared again. Catch them! Kill these infidels! Burn them! When Roka and his companions arrived at the church, they saw Sybil, Chris, and Sharon fleeing in a panic after being chased by the cultists. Bang! Roka fired a warning shot. The cultists were stunned for a moment, and when they looked over, they were immediately shocked. They didn't expect that the devil would come back again. Tell me, what's going on? Roka looked at Sybil with empty hands in silence. It was a good thing that he reminded her before leaving. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm sorry, I was deceived by those cultists. Sybil gritted his teeth. The situation was like this. She was originally holding a gun and guarding the surroundings, but she didn't expect a little girl to take the initiative to bring her some food and water. After being frightened all day, Sybil was indeed a little thirsty. But he didn't expect to fall into the evil trap of the cultists. The little girl was specially arranged to come here. Although she is young, she is also a fanatical cultist. Sybil was nearly stabbed by the dagger in her hand. But it was also because of this that her gun was taken away. So where's the gun? Roka frowned and asked. It would be very dangerous if the gun was left in someone else's hands. Although he himself is not afraid. Put down the gun. It was at this time. An old man came out pushing a witch in a wheelchair, and next to him a young and strong man was pointing an AK at them. Seeing this scene, Sybil felt even more guilty. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Suddenly the advantage turned into a disadvantage. Fortunately, Roka reminded her before leaving. Thinking of the account, she stood up decisively. No matter what, it was her fault and she had to take responsibility for it. Don't want. Seeing that she was trying to step forward impulsively, Ross immediately grabbed her. But I didn't expect a gunshot. The man holding the AK accidentally fired it. A bullet went straight through Ross' chest. Rose! Mommy! Chris and Sharon screamed and quickly stepped forward to make way. But Rose reached out to stop them, and then she fell to her knees with black blood oozing from her chest. The blood dripped onto the ground and quickly corrupted everything around it. It was getting dark. When the light came on again, the brand new church turned into a corrupt hell in just a moment. People in the church are all too familiar with this scene. The devil is coming. I don't know who murmured in a low voice. Everyone in the church panicked when they saw this scene. Then the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a hellish abyss. What did you do? You brought the devil back with you. The witch was completely panicked now. She looked at Ross and the abyss in front of her with horror, as if her soul would be taken away in the next moment. At this time, Ross also discovered that the place where he was injured by the bullet had miraculously recovered. Then, accompanied by the sound of iron chains sliding, Alessa's body, entangled by countless iron wires, slowly floated up from the abyss. See this scene. All the believers present screamed in fear. They wanted to escape, but the escape route had already been blocked by Alessa. For a moment, the whole church was filled with screams and panicked cursing. Roka folded his arms and watched this scene with great interest. Was the revenge that had been delayed for so many years finally about to begin? The first person to be hit was the fortune teller sitting in a wheelchair. A large amount of iron wires tied her up like flexible tentacles and hung her in midair. Then a large amount of wires spread out in all directions, tying up all the cultists one by one. The killing began. The first person to be killed was the witch. A large amount of iron wire penetrated from under her skirt, and then came out from various parts of her body, causing bursts of blood and the witch's shrill screams. However, the screams did not last long. The next second, the witch's body was torn into two halves from the inside out by a large amount of iron wire. Blood fell like rain. Alessa's dark side appeared at some point below, jumping happily in the blood. "You look very happy," Roka said with interest. Hearing this voice, Alessa turned around and glared at him, her eyes cold and murderous. If it weren't for the terrifying power that the man in front of her possessed, she would have definitely killed him directly. Immediately, Alessa turned her head away and ignored him, concentrating on dealing with the people in the church. Under the killing force of the thorny wire, all the cultists could not escape the fate of being pierced through. In just a moment, the entire church turned into a living hell. Even Sybil couldn't bear to watch it. As for Ross and Chris, they hugged Sharon tightly to prevent her from seeing the bloody scene. "Wait until it's all over. Let's go," Ross said slowly to Chris. "Well, let's go home." Chris nodded and then looked at Roka. Roka naturally had no objection. But someone didn't want them to leave, and under Alessa's control, the door couldn't be opened at all. "You can't leave yet." Alessa came to Rose and looked up at her. "Hey, grab mom." Roka couldn't help laughing out loud. Although Alessa looked quite scary, what she did was somewhat funny. Alessa glared at him suddenly, and even the countless thorny wires seemed to be ready to move. But after thinking about it, she gave up the idea of taking action. There was no way out. The man in front of her posed too great a threat to her. Chapter 69. Don't want. Sharon became a little excited when she heard the words "steal her mother" and held Ross tightly with both hands. She didn't want anyone to take her mother away from her. Bo. Rose didn't know what to say. She felt sorry for the child, but she couldn't give up her own life. Nor could I give up Sharon and Chris. For a moment, the scene was a little stiff. There was one person who survived, and that was Alessa's biological mother Dahlia. But at this time, Daria was like an abandoned puppy, and no one cared about her. "Alessa, can't you leave Silent Hill?" Roka asked with some curiosity. In the original book, Alessa never left Silent Hill. Although the surface world of Silent Hill was created by her dark power, it is also a gathering place for lost souls. This means that countless souls will enter this space. Perhaps Alessa had already lost control of this space. Or maybe there is no control at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to take down a mere church. Alessa did not answer him, but just looked up at Ross quietly. It seems that as long as Ross doesn't agree, he will keep waiting like this. "Roka, what should we do now?" Chris came up to him and asked quietly. After all, only he can solve this problem. "How about, leave Rose to Alessa as a mother, and then we go away?" Alessa's eyes lit up when she heard the suggestion. But Chris shook his head repeatedly. "Mr. Roka, stop joking. I must take Ross and Sharon back with me." "Well, it seems that Alessa is an unwanted and unloved child." Roka shrugged and said teasingly. However, it was this sentence that made Alessa completely explode. In an instant, the entire church became darker, and then countless thorny wires swarmed towards him. It seemed as if they wanted to strangle him directly like those cultists. But it didn't work. Roka was seen wrapped in the flames of hell, and all the thorny iron that came close to him was melted into molten iron. There was no way to pose any threat to him. "You are still too young." Roka flashed and grabbed Alessa's dark side by the neck and lifted her up. Alessa struggled, but to no avail. It was as if she was just an ordinary little girl, who could only be slaughtered at will. Just when Alessa was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The next moment, Roka gently held her in his arms and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, no one wants you, but I do. Do you want me to leave with you?" Faced with his sudden tenderness and second invitation, Alessa was stunned for a moment. "I belong in Silent Hill." "Okay." Roka shrugged. Although he felt a little sorry, he still put her down. "We don't belong here. Let's go." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the church door. I don't know when a big hole had been burned in the door behind me, and I could easily leave the church from here. Ross and Chris looked back at Alessa, then slowly left the church. Alessa was left alone, not knowing what she was thinking. The other side. Roka and his companions quickly left the town and came to the cliff at the end of the road, then used the fire of hell to open a passage to the real world. Just when everyone was about to leave. "The other world has come again. You go first." Roka wanted to see what else Alessa wanted to do, so he let Ross and the others go first. Ross and Chris knew they couldn't help, so they disappeared after passing through a fog. "Come out, I know you're coming!" Roka shouted into the darkness. As expected. A dark shadow flashed and Alessa appeared in front of him. "I can't leave here." "Kindness." Roka was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "You mean you are willing to go with me? But for some reason you can't leave Silent Hill." Alicia remained silent. This proves that he guessed right. It seemed that after she had treated him sincerely twice, Alessa was finally moved by him. This child just lacks love. "Hey!" Roka didn't mind that she was dirty and held her in his arms like his daughter. "Don't worry, as long as you are willing to go with your brother. By the way, I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Roka, and I'm a professional monster containment expert. There is an evil spirit in my house, an alien parasite that can destroy the world. Request flowers." Roka talked eloquently. In his opinion, since Alessa was willing to go with him, there was no problem that could not be solved. If you can't leave Silent Hill, then move Silent Hill away. If you can't move it, just rebuild Silent Hill. There is naturally a surface world here. It is really suitable as a monster shelter. As for Carlson's manor, what about Heather's monster shelter? Of course, build both. It's normal to have two monster shelters. It's a pity that there are too few people who can help him deal with financial affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind expanding his own business first, or even developing it in the direction of a family. 0. There's no way. Tina, Maria, Nancy, Christine, Heather, and Allison are still young and growing. I can't bear this responsibility either. And he also needs to take on system tasks frequently, which makes him completely overwhelmed. Roka sat down with Alessa in his arms, and then told her about his experiences and stories as well as his plans for the future. As for the real world, it was already daybreak. Why hasn't Mr. Roka come out yet? Sybil frowned. They had been waiting outside for half an hour, but Roka had not come out yet. This made everyone a little worried. There must be something he needs to deal with. Mr. Roka is so strong, there shouldn't be any problem. Chris wasn't worried at all. Perhaps it's Alessa who should be worried. Rose was worried about both sides. She was worried that Roka would not be able to get out, and she was also worried that Alessa and Roka would fight. At the same time, in the table world, Roka asked Alessa to try to take Silent Hill away or leave Silent Hill, but both attempts ended in failure. Come to think of it, this is normal. After all, Silent Hill is a gathering place for lost souls, or it can be said that this place is a gathering place for very powerful dark forces. That's why Alessa was able to obtain powerful dark powers so easily. She created the surface world of Silent Hill just by taking advantage of the special location here. Although Silent Hill was created by her, she cannot move or control the world at will. You can only use your strength here to the maximum extent. P. Chapter 70. There is also the issue of Alessa herself. Alessa's body was burnt, and if she hadn't awakened the power of darkness, she would have died long ago. Now she acts on the dark side, but if something goes wrong with her main body, Then both the dark side and Sharon will be affected. Don't worry, Alessa. Your body is just burned. It's not impossible to heal it. I'll find a way to deal with it. I'll also work on the reconstruction of Silent Hill. Roka finally decided to rebuild Silent Hill as the second base of the monster asylum. Alicia was a little worried after hearing this. Will you really come back? Although Alessa is on the dark side, it doesn't mean she has no kindness. When you take off her outer clothes, she is just an ordinary little girl. I have just decided to trust Roka and open my heart to him. Of course I don't want him to leave so soon. Of course I will come back. How about this, I will stay here at 263 for a few days to accompany you, and then I will go back to prepare for the reconstruction of Silent Hill. Don't worry, then I will definitely accompany you often. Roka also knew that Alessa was reluctant to leave, so he made a promise immediately. There's nothing I can do. There are still many things to do outside. But you can't stay here forever. Alessa was a little emotional after hearing this, but she agreed after he comforted her. But I asked to see her once a week. Roka naturally agreed to this request. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Silent Hill 1, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect super soldier serum production formula, $10 million. The perfect formula for making super soldier serum. Roka's eyes lit up. This reward was good. He had been too busy all along. There were more and more commissions and he was overwhelmed. If there is a perfect formula for making super soldier serum, we can continue to create super soldiers. This way he can feel more relaxed. Apart from anything else, giving it to your women can also help them deal with ordinary murderers and the like. I just don't know if this counts as completing the system task. In short, this time when I go back I must produce the perfect super soldier serum as soon as possible. And there is also $10 million. This will play a big role in his next Silent Hill construction plan. However, this amount of money alone is probably not enough to build Silent Hill into the ideal state. There is no rush for this. At the same time, Ross and the others, who had been waiting outside for 2 hours, began to get anxious. I haven't seen Roka for such a long time. Could something have happened? It was at this time. A mist suddenly appeared on the road ahead of them. Then Roka strode out. Roka, you finally came out. What happened? Why did you come out now? Ross, Chris, and Belzy all came forward and expressed their concern. Even Sharon looked at him with concern. Haha, don't worry, it's okay. I'm just discussing the construction of Silent Hill with Alessa. Roka explained with a smile. What? Building Silent Hill? Hearing this, several people looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect that he would actually propose building Silent Hill. This seemed too far-fetched to them. Yes, so I will stay in Silent Hill for a few more days. I came out just to let you know that I am safe. It is time for you to go back. Roka came out mainly to let them know that he was safe, so that they wouldn't have to wait here all the time. After going through everything in Silent Hill, everyone has become friends. So it's only right to speak out. Is that so? All right then. After hearing this, no one insisted. In their eyes, Roka was very mysterious, and it was normal for him to do things they didn't understand. They are actually worrying too much. Mr. Roka, I will pay the commission when I return, but I don't know how much it will cost. Chris asked about the commission money. After all, Roka had saved their lives several times in Silent Hill this time, so the commission money had to be paid. In fact, he has already prepared for a huge price, but even if he can't afford it, he will try his best to repay it. Well, let's just pay $500,000. Roka casually mentioned a number. $500,000? No problem. I'll get it together as soon as possible. Chris's family is considered wealthy, and although $500,000 is a lot, he should be able to raise the money if he is given time. In fact, you don't have to pay the commission. Remember what I said to you? How about working for me? Chris was stunned when he heard this. He didn't mind working for Roka. I wonder what kind of work Mr. Roka needs me to do. Any job is fine. I'm currently building a monster shelter, and I'm in dire need of both researchers and managers. Roka briefly talked about his needs. I can agree to Mr. Roka's request, but I still need some time to deal with work matters. Chris is an executive of a company and is considered a talent in management, so when he heard that management personnel were needed, he agreed without much thought. No problem, just report to my company when the time comes. Ross can also come with you. Roka still trusts them, and it would be best if they came together. I'll think about it. Rose smiled and nodded. She was very happy about Roka's invitation. Okay, then we'll see you in a few days. Roka said goodbye to everyone with a smile. It was at this time. Several police cars drove towards here. Seeing this, Chris and his friends of course went up to greet them. Seeing this, Roka simply called Allison and the others to report that he was safe, and then returned to Silent Hill. After all, he had promised to stay with Alessa for a few days. 3 days later. As soon as Roka returned home, Allison and the others complained about him non-stop. Why did you stay so long this time? Tell me, are you attracted to a girl named Alicia? Which other Ross? Roka looked at the 3 women with a bit of a smile on his face. He took the coffee handed over by Mary Shaw and then explained helplessly. Haven't I told you the reason? Besides, Alessa is just a 12-year-old child, and she's also an evil spirit. What are you thinking? As for Rose, it's even more impossible. She and her husband are very loving. I believe you, dear. Maria sat down next to him and looked at him tenderly. Baby, you still trust me the most. I love you. Roka grabbed her slender waist and kissed her on the mouth. Among his women, Maria was the most obedient, which was due to her personality. Of course, it would be different if her sister Alan came out. As for Tina, she is very jealous. Allison is better, after all, she is a latecomer, equivalent to a mistress secretary. As expected. Tina was already dissatisfied with this, but now she is even more dissatisfied. Tell me, what did you do this time? Tina put her hands on her hips and pouted her lips, looking very dissatisfied. Chapter 71. Roka was a little amused and helpless when he saw this, and then he pulled her over and made her sit on his lap. Bang! He raised his hand and slapped the perky butt. Whatever you say, I see you are hungry, so I have to feed you first. As Roka said this, he held Tina and Maria around the waist in each hand and walked towards the room. Wait, Miss Stella is still here. That's perfect, ahem, it's okay, Miss Stella will rest on her own. Roka coughed twice awkwardly and then got away with it. But Tina and Maria didn't believe his words at all. They just spoke out their true thoughts. Feeling a little embarrassed, Stella immediately went back to her room. Allison rolled her eyes at this. Boss, I haven't reported my work status yet. It won't be too late to report tomorrow. Come quickly, don't make me wait and catch you. Roka said loudly without turning his head. Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing this, but sometimes she also admired Roka for being able to handle the 3 of them in bed by himself. No wonder everyone has such a good relationship and doesn't quarrel too much. The next day. What? You have $10 million. 18 on the soft big bed. Roka briefly recounted his trip to Silent Hill, and mentioned that he had $10 million ready to rebuild Silent Hill. The girls were a little surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect that he actually had tens of millions of dollars. This is an unimaginable fortune. Didn't I tell you? Where do you think the money for the monster shelter came from? Seeing how surprised they were, Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. After hearing this, the girls were a little surprised and realized that he was so rich. Allison knew that he was very rich. After all, he drove a luxury car and could transfer $1 million in 2 days. But I didn't expect that he was so rich. Okay, don't be surprised. Do you want to have another shot while it's still early? Are you still able? The women were a little surprised. The scene of the fierce battle last night is still vivid in my mind, but I didn't expect that Roka would not be able to do it. What do you mean by still working? I'm going to show you what it means to really work. Roka grinned and pounced on the women. Afternoon. Boss, I wanted to report my work earlier. Mr. Chris has already deposited $500,000 into the account. Allison, dressed in a tight skirt as a white-collar lady, reported. Well? Didn't you tell him not to give it? Roka raised his eyebrows. He should have told Chris to work in exchange for the $500,000 commission. Unexpectedly, he still transferred the money. Mr. Chris also said that he is ready to work for the company. What do you think, boss? Allison asked again. Then arrange a job for him. Ask Heather to arrange it. They should be short of manpower over there. Okay, I'll contact you right away. Allison said as she called Heather. Honey, since we've made so much money this time, why don't we go on vacation? At this time, N.A. came over and hugged his arm and smiled. Vacation, Maria, do you have any special requests during this time? It doesn't matter if he goes on vacation, but Roka still wants to find out about the latest commission first. Yes, there are. Several hotels said that supernatural events had occurred and asked the boss to solve them. There were also commissions from ogres. Allison paused her call with Heather and reported the commission to him. Alas, boss, I am really too busy. Roka lay on the sofa, playing with Tina's slime in his hands, looking helpless. Then go on vacation. It won't be too late to talk about it when you come back. Tina continued to instigate. Well, it doesn't sound like an important commission, so let's go on vacation for a week. Roka thought about it and felt that it was time to take them on vacation, as it happened to be the students' holiday. It would be nice for everyone to go out and have some fun. Call Nancy, Christine, and Heather. Maria on the other side spoke. No problem, dear baby, you are sensible. Roka was just about to say it when Maria brought it up unexpectedly. Since we are going on vacation, we naturally cannot favor one over the other. Just call everyone out. It can be considered as an acquaintance. And Miss Stella. Allison mentioned Stella who was standing by. Me? I don't need it. Go and have fun. Stella shook her head hastily. What was she, a young woman, going to do? Although she has come out of her previous sadness during this period, she is still somewhat taciturn and usually does not speak actively. Fortunately, Allison and the others took great care of her. Of course we have to go together. Do you want to stay with Mary Shaw first? Tina pulled her arm. Stella was a little scared when she heard that she had to accompany Mary Shaw. If she didn't know Mary Shaw's identity, she wouldn't have felt anything. But after knowing that Mary Shaw was an evil spirit, she always felt a little uncomfortable. Especially when alone with Mary Shaw. So naturally, she didn't want to stay at home with Mary Shaw. Then let's go together. Roka invited with a smile. Stella felt a little embarrassed when she saw his smile, but after thinking about it, she nodded. It's settled then, let's find a place to go on vacation. Tina said as she started to search on the computer. Maria and Allison also joined in with great interest. For 683 America, vacation is something they love to do very much. If you watch many horror movies, you will know that most of them are about going on vacation to a certain location, and then a series of horrible things happen. That kind of thing shouldn't happen on this vacation, right? Roka muttered to himself. Let's go here, honey. At this time, Tina pulled him to the computer and said. What place? It is a small coastal town with a relaxing environment and beautiful scenery, which attracts many people to go there for vacation every season. Can. Roka nodded in agreement. He didn't care where to go on vacation. Then let's decide to go to this seaside town. Tina said looking towards Maria and Allison. Can. No problem. Both women agreed. Well, let's get ready now and set off tomorrow. Tina said as she took Maria and Allison out shopping to buy some necessities for the beach. In the end, even Roka was pulled over to go shopping with them. Ding! The system has updated the task Great White Shark 1, please host to deal with the Great White Shark. Kindness. Roka, who had not taken it seriously at first, was a little surprised. He did not expect that the system task would be triggered suddenly. Great White Shark? Could it be the seaside town they were about to visit? Chapter 72. The next day, Roka hired a tourist bus and passed by Carlson's estate. After picking up Nancy, Christine, Heather, and Jessie, they headed west towards the coastal town. The atmosphere in the bus was very good along the way. Apart from Roka, who was a man, even the driver was a middle-aged woman. "You're insecure, don't know what for you're turning heads." Roka was in a good mood and sang a classic song. Everyone waved to cheer him on. After a song ends, bang bang bang. After a round of applause, everyone was a little surprised. "Oh my god, I can't believe you can sing so well, dear. Great, one more song. I want to listen to it again. This is such a beautiful song. One more." No one could believe that he could sing so beautifully, and everyone asked him to sing it again. No reward is not enough. In fact, Roka didn't expect that he could sing so well. He could continue singing, but he had to get some rewards. After hearing this, Heather boldly stepped forward, hugged his neck and gave him a sweet kiss. Allison was not to be outdone. Roka happily hugged the two girls and looked at them from left to right. He found that the two girls were really inexplicably similar. Even if they were twin sisters, no one would doubt it. It's just that their temperaments are slightly different in comparison. Allison is a young college student who just graduated. She has a great figure but is still relatively ignorant. Heather is full of aristocratic temperament and looks extremely noble in her dress. "Hey, have you noticed that they really look alike? It's exactly the same. Heather, do you have a long-lost sister?" Everyone also noticed this problem, so they started laughing and joking about it. "Never heard of it." Heather shrugged. She was kidnapped and adopted. How could she know if she had any sisters? But the probability is not. Because even if there was, it's already dead. "I don't think so, right?" Allison looked at Heather beside her and began to doubt whether she really had a biological sister. It's a pity that her parents have passed away, otherwise she would really call her father to ask him if he had an illegitimate daughter outside. "I can't imagine how cool it would be to put them together." Tina looked at the two of them and said something shocking. "That's right." However, instead of feeling embarrassed, everyone started to make a fuss. This made Heather and Allison feel a little embarrassed. Of course, Jessie was also a little embarrassed. After all, she hadn't even confirmed her relationship with Roka yet she was pulled here. But there was no choice. When she heard that they were going on vacation together, she agreed without thinking. It's too late to regret now. Stella didn't think much of it, as she had experienced this kind of embarrassing situation many times at home. She really liked such a cheerful atmosphere. Roka looked at Tina in silence. This girl was still so wild, but he liked it. The bus was not going very fast. Until evening. Only then did everyone arrive at the seaside town. However, because it was too late, after arriving at the booked hotel and checking in, my family decided to go to the beach tomorrow. "Heather, Allison, come here for a moment." After taking a shower, Roka called Heather and Allison, which also caused ridicule from the girls. Tina had even been chatting with everyone about the positions he would use. Roka was somewhat helpless, but he could only let her go. "Now let's try out the idea that has been in our mind all along." Heather and Allison rolled their eyes at his anxious look, but had no choice but to cooperate. For a moment, Roka enjoyed a heavenly pleasure. The fun is endless. The next day, Roka found the person in charge of the local seaside tourist attractions and booked a section of the beach for his own use. After hearing the news, Tina and the others were also very happy. "It's great that you don't have to share the trip with other tourists." Soon the group arrived at a separate area on the beach. In fact, it is not far from other tourists here, and one side of the beach is reserved. The staff has prepared all the things needed on the beach, such as parasols, tables, chairs, and beach chairs. As soon as they arrived here, Tina and the others couldn't wait to put on their swimsuits and enjoy the beach happily. "Honey, what are you doing? Come down and swim. The water quality here is quite good, come over here quickly." "My dear, can't you swim?" "No way, no way." Roka watched the girls playing and frolicking with great pleasure, and then, at Nancy's invitation, joined them in the water. During this hot summer time, a seaside vacation is indeed a good option. However, they didn't have time to play for long. I heard screams coming from the tourists next door, and then I saw the tourists running ashore in panic. It seemed as if something was chasing them in the water. Hey tourists who are still in the sea, please go ashore as soon as possible. At this time, a broadcast was heard not far away. What's going on? Tina and the others were a little confused about what was going on. They were having fun in the sea, so why were they suddenly asked to get on shore? That would be such a bummer. Let's go up first and see what happened over there. Roka knew what had happened. If nothing unexpected happened, someone must have been attacked by a shark. All right. After hearing this, the girls had no choice but to go ashore. After getting dressed, everyone went to the beach to inquire about the situation. There are sharks on the beach. When Tina heard the news, she was immediately very dissatisfied. After all, the person in charge of the scenic spot did not tell them that there were sharks on the beach. Now there are cases where children are attacked and eaten by sharks. This would make anyone angry. Didn't how, the person in charge of the scenic spot was hesitant and couldn't explain it clearly. Should he say it was the mayor's decision? The mayor wanted to conceal the news of sharks in the scenic area and make more money during the peak tourist season. In fact, a woman had been killed by a shark before, but the incident was suppressed. The woman who was reported dead drowned. Forget it, there's no point in bothering them. Seeing that Tina was not giving in, Roka pulled her away from you with some amusement. Honey, what are you doing? I have to ask them for an explanation for this matter. Tina was still a little dissatisfied. After all, they were all exposed to the shark's mouth just now, and their lives would be in danger if they were not careful. But she believed that with Roka around, they would not get hurt. That guy is just a small fry. It's useless to bother him. Just wait for me. Roka said this with a mysterious smile. Chapter 73. In the police station. Bang! The office door was opened. The newly appointed police chief Martin and biologist Brown and others are discussing something. Who are you? Seeing a strange man breaking in, police chief Martin was immediately dissatisfied. A tourist. Roka said this carelessly as he came over and sat down in front of the group of people. Please rest assured that we are dealing with the shark issue and this was in fact an accident. Police chief Martin thought the tourist was here to question him, so he wanted to cover up something. However, this did not fool Roka at all. Come on, you can fool other people, but it doesn't work on me. I guess more than one person has died in the shark's mouth, right? After hearing this, everyone present fell silent. If we don't deal with the sharks, all the tourists will flee, and negative news about Amity Island will be spread. You all know what the result will be then. Roka crossed his legs and talked. What do you want to do? Martin asked, frowning. This is my business card. Roka did not answer, but threw the business card in front of several people. The 290 people picked up the business card and looked at it. Exorcist office? Specializing in treating all kinds of ghosts and murderers. When seeing the slogan on the business card, everyone present was a little surprised. Are you kidding, Mr. Roka? What ghost killer? We are not in the mood to play games with you. Martin shook his head and was about to chase them away. I can kill the sharks in the sea within a day, and the commission is only $50,000. Roka stood up and said, have you thought about whether to hire me? Think about how much money you will lose if the reputation of this place is ruined. After saying this, he strode out of the police station. This young man. Police Chief Martin did not take Roka's words to heart. He thought it would be better to hire Quint, an expert fisherman, instead of him. Quint only asked for $10,000. Moreover, compared to the young man Roka, they also trust the fishing expert Quint more. After all, he is a veteran who has been fishing in the sea for many years. Under pressure from the mayor, Martin soon contacted Quint and asked him to solve the man-eating shark in the shortest possible time. I don't know if the plot changed because of Roka's appearance. Martin and biologist Brown did not go with them. In the end, only the fishing expert Quint and his two brothers went out to sea to deal with the shark. The other side. How's it going, dear? When Roka returned to the hotel, the others immediately surrounded him with curiosity. Roka shrugged. The police chief thought my price of $50,000 was too high, so he asked for someone else. What? $50,000 is still expensive. These guys are just vampires. If it were you, I'd spread the news of the shark here so other tourists wouldn't fall into this trap. Wow! You are simply destroying other people's lives by doing this. Tina and the others also discussed this, and their dissatisfaction with the police station and tourist attractions had reached its peak. But there is no way. Why don't we go back? Nancy thought for a moment and suggested. She is a relatively easygoing person, and when encountering such things, it is best not to cause trouble. Can't afford to provoke but can't afford to hide? It's just that everyone was somewhat reluctant. After all, it was not easy to get out and have fun. And it cost a lot of money to rent a beach. I haven't had enough fun yet. Roka smiled and reassured everyone, don't worry, we'll know the result tomorrow. The police should have already hired someone to deal with the shark. If that guy can deal with the shark, we can continue playing. If he can't, he'll definitely come after me. So that's how it is, dear, you are so clever. Tina boldly kissed him on the face. But Roka, can you handle that shark? I think that shark is definitely not an ordinary shark. Heather was a little worried about this. Sharks are almost invincible in the water. It's not easy to solve. Before Roka could say anything, Allison stood up and said, don't worry, dear. We can even deal with ogres and alien bugs. That shark is just an ordinary creature at best. It's no problem. Yes, dear is the best, in every sense of the word. Maria also stood up and echoed. All right. Heather felt helpless but also a little envious. She envied that they were all by Roka's side and had a very good understanding and trust in Roka's strength. Haha, don't worry, little treasure. Roka laughed loudly with a smug look on his face, and at the same time, he held Heather's charming body in his arms and played with her at will. Come on, Jessie is still here. If it were a normal time when there was no one else around, Heather would still be very bold. But now with so many people watching, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, we are all family. Roka said as he pulled Jessie over, thinking that it was time to eat this girl after keeping her for so long. Jessie just felt that this was too crazy, but he had no intention of refusing. Tina and the others were no longer surprised by this. The next day. Behind the police station. It's bad, Chief Martin. The fishing expert Quint has failed. We found his boat on the beach early. What? After hearing the report from his subordinates, Police Chief Martin stood up suddenly with an expression of disbelief on his face. Originally Quint was so confident that he thought he could succeed. But I didn't expect it to fail. Where is that person? People? There was no one on the boat when we found it. Asterisk. Martin's face looked even uglier. Not only did he fail to kill the shark, but he also lost 3 lives. If this gets out, will he still be able to do his job as director? As expected. Soon the mayor heard the news and scolded him. After all, I promised him yesterday that I would deal with the shark, but I didn't expect that not only did I fail to do so, but I also lost several lives. It would be troublesome if the public knew about this. After being scolded for an hour, the mayor finally left Martin's office. At this time, Martin's face couldn't be any darker. At this time, biologist Brown came to the office. Seeing Martin's dark face, he knew what had happened without thinking, but this matter had to be resolved. Chief Martin, what should we do now? We have to deal with the sharks, otherwise it will be troublesome if the people start to make trouble. Brown was also anxious. After all, their coastal town has been developed with great difficulty because of the tourism industry. If it is because of sharks, no one will be willing to come here for tourism in the future. That would be a big loss. Chapter 74. What do you think we should do? Chief Martin had a dark face. If he knew what to do, would he still be scolded by the mayor? Why don't we invite that young man from yesterday? Brown said tentatively. Seeing that Director Martin didn't say anything, he continued, there is no other way now. Although the young man asked for a high price yesterday, he was very confident. I checked the exorcist agency and found that they have indeed solved many cannibal cases. Some of these things can be confirmed. Okay, let's ask one of the demons to give it a try. Martin had no choice but to believe him and give it a try. Upon seeing this, Brown immediately said that he would contact the exorcist. Yesterday he collected some information about the exorcist's office, so he knew very well where they lived. At the same time, the other side. Early in the morning, after Stella completely fainted, Roka finally walked out of the room refreshed. After holding on for so long, Stella, the beautiful wife, finally couldn't escape his clutches. Last night, I was half-hearted and it was taken down. It's really a very interesting feeling. Roka was so satisfied that he was about to ask the hotel to send some food over. But then I saw a man coming over in a hurry. You are Mr. Roka. Brown was quite polite when he saw him. Are you the biologist? Roka raised his eyebrows, and then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had already guessed what it was. Yes, I wonder if Mr. Roka would be willing to chat with me. Of course it's convenient, come in. Roka asked him to come to the living room and sit down. Mr. Roka, we are planning to hire you to solve the shark incident. What do you think? Brown asked directly to the point. Roka smiled but didn't rush to agree. I guess you have already hired people to deal with the sharks, but they failed and even lost a few lives. Brown's face changed after hearing this. So I guessed right. Roka had a big smile on his face. Yes. Brown no longer concealed it and said with a grim expression, we hired the fishing expert Quint and his brothers, a total of 3 people, but when we went alone we only found the boat and some traces. What a shame. If you had hired me yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. Roka shook his head and sighed. So Mr. Roka is absolutely sure he can kill the shark? Brown asked, frowning. Of course, let's put it this way, I'll kill the shark for you for $100,000, and I won't charge you if the treatment fails. What? Brown was a little surprised when he heard his words. Wasn't it only $50,000 before? Why did it suddenly double? He immediately realized that he was being ripped off. After all, the people they hired failed to deal with the shark and instead lost their lives. If this matter gets out, it will definitely cause public anger. Now they are imminent. If the shark problem is not addressed, public outrage will absolutely overwhelm them. Mr. Roka, I need to discuss this matter with the director. Please wait a moment. Please. Roka shrugged. Then please wait a moment, Mr. Roka. Brown left after saying this. He had to convince the director as soon as possible. Who was that person just now? At this time, Heather, who was wearing a white t-shirt showing her white thighs, came out and asked curiously. Why did you come out wearing this? There were other people there just now. Roka was gone and patted her hips unhappily. Heather couldn't help but roll her eyes, then sat down in his arms. Of course I know, it depends on who left. Roka felt helpless when he heard this. Okay, honey, are you hungry? I'll ask the hotel staff to prepare some food. Of course I'm hungry. You were as wild as a raw kid last night. Heather rolled her eyes at him again. Hey, then go back to your room and get dressed. I'll contact the hotel staff to prepare some breakfast. Roka patted her buttocks again and called the hotel waiter. Heather twisted her plump buttocks and went back to the room to put on her clothes. Soon the girls got dressed and came out to eat. It is worthy of being a coastal town. There are many kinds of seafood here and they taste very good. But just at this time, Brown finally returned, bringing with him Police Chief Martin. Mr. Roka, are you available now? Brown glanced at the many beautiful women entering the restaurant and was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to look at them anymore. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can do to have so many beautiful women. It is better to have less trouble than more. He and his wife are still very loving. Of course, let's go out and talk. Roka asked the two to sit down in the living room. Mr. Roka, are you sure you can kill that shark? Director Martin asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. There was no way out. The pressure he was under was simply too great. If he didn't solve the shark problem, he would forget about getting the position of director. You might even end up in jail for it. After all, so many people died, someone has to take the blame, right? Of course, didn't I say that a long time ago? I won't charge you if you can't solve the problem. Roka smiled with a relaxed look on his face. Okay then. Martin took a deep breath. Seeing how relaxed he looked, he believed him a little. $100,000. If Mr. Roka can kill the shark, the commission will not be reduced by a cent. But if you can't, the coastal town will no longer welcome you. No problem. Roka agreed without thinking, and as for the rest of the conversation, he pretended he didn't hear it. Then please Mr. Roka, please deal with that shark quickly. You should be able to see the shark's body today. Considering that the shark might not come to the beach, Roka did not make too many promises. Well, we'll wait for Mr. Roka's good news. Martin said this and left with Brown. Honey, is the police chief here to issue a commission? Allison, who had just finished her breakfast, ran over curiously. Yes, this commission is worth $100,000. Roka smiled refreshed. What? Earned another $100,000. Tina and Nancy also finished eating and came over. They were a little surprised to hear the $100,000. I haven't earned any money yet. Roka shrugged. It's only a matter of time. Honey, even evil spirits can't defeat you, so a mere shark is no problem. Tina said with a smile on her face. In fact, you can solve it too. How's your superpower training going recently? DB. Hearing this question, Tina suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. This girl just had no sense of crisis and felt that training her physical abilities was useless. As a result, there has not been much progress in superpowers now. Chapter 75. You know, Maria and Heather must be very envious of people who have superpowers. Forget it. Roka sighed helplessly. I'll give you something that can improve your physical fitness and maintain your appearance after a while. Originally, he planned to develop the super soldier serum as soon as possible. With the formula, it would be relatively easy to make. It's just a little troublesome on the equipment. But as long as you have money, equipment is not a problem. This will also give them some self-protection ability and keep them young. After all, this is how white people are. Their looks are at their peak when they are 16 or 17 years old, but they get worse every year after that, and many wrinkles appear on their faces. The skin may also become loose. Roka still likes their lively look. What? Maintain your appearance. When they heard about maintaining their appearance, Tina and the others immediately became interested and kept asking questions in a coquettish manner. Roka had no choice but to reveal some information, but still asked them to keep it confidential. This thing can't be easily spread out. After a moment, Roka brought the girls to the beach and boarded a yacht borrowed from the police station. Mr. Roka, I solemnly declare that this yacht is not cheap, you must not damage it. Brown reminded again and again. Luo 780 Ka couldn't help being speechless. Don't worry, if it breaks, I'll just give you 2 ships. Okay, let's go. As he said this, he started the yacht and quickly left the bay. The girls on the yacht were very happy and kept cheering on the boat. But Maria was still a little worried. Will there really be no problems? Don't worry, as long as the shark appears, I will get rid of it immediately. Roka picked it up with amusement and placed it on his lap. It would be better to wait until we leave the beach and go to the deep sea before taking action. If the distance between them is too close, people will inevitably see a shocking scene, which would be bad. There was laughter and joy on the yacht all the way. Roka's big hands roamed over the girls' plump and fair bodies, enjoying the sea breeze. However, it was at this moment. The shark is coming. Tina originally wanted to show her superpowers to Heather and the others by pointing at the fish in the water, but she keenly discovered the undercurrent in the water. This noise was definitely not caused by an ordinary fish. Are you here? Roka put Maria down from his body, then stood up and looked into the water. His super hearing enabled him to hear that there was indeed a lot of noise underwater. As expected, it was the shark. Hey, babies, I'm going to deal with that shark first. As Roka spoke, he had already left the yacht and flew up. What the hell? Oh my god! My dear, you can fly! Everyone was surprised by his sudden flying, and then their faces were filled with admiration. Isn't this a normal thing? Roka shrugged his shoulders without explaining anything, and flew to the sea level in a flash. He casually sprinkled the pig blood he had prepared earlier into the sea, and then stood quietly on the sea level waiting. As expected. In just a moment, there was movement under the water, and then a huge triangular dorsal fin surfaced. Here we go. The shark is coming. Be careful, dear. Tina and the others on the boat also discovered the huge shark. It was impossible for Roka not to notice it. What's more, this shark was much larger than ordinary sharks and was also very fast. It only took a moment for it to get closer, and then the shark swung its tail hard and jumped out of the water, biting Roka on the sea. Hey! Roka opened his arms and grabbed the shark's upper and lower jaws, then with one force he lifted up the nearly 10-ton body. Oh my god! Incredible! My dear, you are so fierce! Honey, I can't stand it anymore, I'm already wet. The women on the boat were stunned when they saw this overwhelming force and aura. How could he actually lift up a great white shark that was about 10 meters long? How much strength does this take? However, Roka said that this weight was nothing to him and it would be no problem to get a few more. However, the great white shark that was lifted up was not scared. It flapped its tail vigorously, and the force generated was very strong. Even Roka was caught off guard and almost let his hand slip, but fortunately he reacted in time and held on tightly. Immediately, he exerted force and threw the shark heavily onto the sea. This was equivalent to falling directly to the ground, and the splashes of water splashed all over the women on the yacht. But they don't care about that. At this moment they all screamed with excitement. Even Tina's face was flushed and obviously wet. When the splash stopped, the great white shark turned over on its belly on the sea. Even if it wasn't killed this time, it would have lost half its life. Roka found the iron chain prepared on the boat and tied it to the stern, and that was the end of the matter. Just drag it back and hand it in when the time comes. Honey, you're too strong. I can't stand it anymore. As soon as he returned to the deck, Tina, who was soaked all over, couldn't help but come close to him. Her hot swimsuit became even more seductive because it was wet. This bold scene made Maria and the others blush. Although Western women are usually bold, they are not so unscrupulous. But Tina didn't care about all that. She just wanted the man in front of her to do it to her hard. Haha, don't you already know whether I'm strong or not? Roka laughed triumphantly. There was no one around on the sea anyway, so he simply satisfied Tina's request. Anyway, all the women on the boat were his, so what was wrong with having S***X? Noon. A cruise ship slowly docked at the shore. Martin and Brown, who had been waiting anxiously, came over immediately. Has Mr. Roka solved it? The two asked in unison. Roka lazily leaned on the railing of the cruise ship and looked at the two people below and smiled. What do you think? Hearing this, the two became even more anxious. How could they know whether the problem had been solved? All they knew was that if they didn't deal with the shark today, they would all be in trouble. Mr. Roka, please stop keeping us in suspense. Did you manage to kill the shark? Martin asked anxiously. His words caused the girls to laugh. They didn't expect the police chief to be so anxious. He was like a headless fly, so funny. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore, let's go and look at the stern. Seeing that the police chief was about to give Hong Wen a try, Roka shrugged and then pointed to the stern. Martin and Brown looked at each other, and then they went to the stern. After a week of patrolling, they found a thick iron chain at the stern. Quick, pull up the chain. Martin ordered several police officers under his command to take action immediately. Soon the chain was slowly pulled up, and then a huge great white shark appeared in front of them. Chapter 76. It's a great white shark. Is that the man-eating shark? Pull it up quickly. Martin still didn't dare to take it lightly. He had to cut open the shark's stomach to confirm that it was the one that killed the person. So under Martin's command, the workers finally brought the several-ton great white shark ashore. Martin then gutted the shark himself. He didn't feel relieved until he found human skeletons in the great white shark's stomach. It's definitely this great white shark. Martin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Great, the great white shark problem is finally solved." Brown couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he felt a little sad looking at the bones in the great white shark's stomach, he knew that the great white shark was being dealt with. Otherwise, more people might die in the mouths of sharks. "Go get the mayor to come over and tell him the shark has been dealt with." Martin immediately asked someone to notify the mayor, and then came to Roka, who had just got off the boat. "Thank you, Mr. Roka, for this time. Ha ha ha, if you want to get money from someone to help them get rid of their misfortune, just prepare the commission and there's nothing else to say." Roka patted his shoulder and smiled. "I wonder how Mr. Roka dealt with this great white shark? It doesn't seem to have any obvious scars on its body." At this time, Brown came over and asked puzzledly. He checked the great white shark's entire body but did not see any wounds. "This is weird. You have to know that a great white shark of such a huge size has very strong vitality. Even if you get shot, you won't necessarily die immediately. What's more, there were no wounds. Don't ask me any more questions, I have my own way." Roka shook his head without explaining anything. Brown was a little disappointed after hearing this. If he knew that the shark was caught and smashed to death by Roka, he would be absolutely shocked and even unable to believe it. "Please rest assured, Mr. Roka, we will prepare the commission." Martin did not dare to be negligent at all. From the death of the great white shark, it can be seen that the man in front of him is definitely not simple. At this time, the mayor came over with a group of tourist attraction managers. "Is that the great white shark you killed?" The mayor was a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly, and the scenic area managers beside him all looked like profiteers. "That's right." Roka nodded happily. "Can you handle this shark by yourself?" A bald developer looked at him with a slightly disdainful look, obviously not believing that he could handle such a big shark by himself. This guy even looked at the beautiful women behind Roka with a lewd look, his eyes sparkling. Roka narrowed his eyes and looked dangerous. "I brought this great white shark back. Who else could have killed it if not me? Or are you planning to default on your debt?" The bald developer seemed frightened by his gaze, so he didn't say much, but his expression was still a little disdainful. "Haha, of course we believe that this great white shark was dealt with by Mr. Roka." The mayor laughed and reached out to pat him on the shoulder, but was dodged. The embarrassed mayor withdrew his hand and said, "Here's the thing. I think there are some problems with the price we discussed before. How about $50,000? What do you think? Do you think the great white shark has been dealt with, so you can act recklessly?" Roka knew this would happen. The mayor and the scenic area developers were all the same kind of unscrupulous businessmen. "How can you say that? You should know that it is very easy to deal with this great white shark. At most, we can just hire more people." The mayor continued to make sarcastic remarks. "It is indeed true that it is not difficult to deal with this great white shark. But it cannot be done in a short period of time." To put it bluntly, the mayor just wanted to cheat him. Police Chief Martin and biologist Brown on the side looked very unhappy. Even they did not expect the mayor to go back on his word. As soon as Martin opened his mouth to say something, he was glared back by the mayor. "You are so shameless. We clearly agreed that the commission is $100,000. Do you have any shame, you profiteers? You went back on your word after promising something. I will expose your shameless behavior. You'd better pay the 100,000 yuan commission honestly, otherwise the consequences will be much more serious than the great white shark." Tina, Heather, and the others became angry and dissatisfied after hearing what the mayor said. However, the mayor was very thick-skinned and simply ignored their words. There was even a pair of shifty eyes that kept looking at them. Request flowers, 0144022118 Fila 0925204440. Of course you can just give me $50,000, but don't regret it. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a strange smile. After saying this, he left with the girls. The mayor felt a little uneasy when he saw this, but he was very happy when he thought about the $50,000 coming into his account. The other side. Dear, are we just going to let it go? The more Tina thought about it, the angrier she became. After all, the other party was fickle and said one thing in public and another behind her back. It's simply shamelessness to the extreme. It was clearly agreed upon that the amount would be $100,000, but in the end it was reduced by half after the matter was resolved. In some ways, they do have some conscience, though not much. Roka stroked his chin and smiled. What? Are we doomed to suffer this loss? Jessie is a person who is unwilling to suffer any loss, so she could not swallow this humiliation. When have you ever seen me suffer a loss? Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hearing this, everyone immediately became interested, and they knew that he would definitely not give up. What are you going to do, dear? Heather asked after giving him a kiss on the cheek. That's easy, let me think. Just let Mary go. Roka currently has Mary Shaw, Alien Bugs and the nurses from Silent Hill. Among them, Mary Shaw was the most convenient one to take action. Well, let Mary Shaw take action. The women also agreed with his decision. So after a phone call, Mary Shaw drove over quickly. As for Roka and the others, they continued to play at the beach. After all, the beach they had booked had a 7-day usage period and they couldn't waste it. By the time Mary Shaw arrived, it was already evening. Mary Shaw, you already understand what's going on, go teach that mayor and those developers a lesson. Clear. After hearing this, Mary Shaw showed a weird smile on her face. As an evil spirit, she was really too lucky during this period of time. He even dared not to show his vicious side at home. Now that she had the chance to have some fun, she naturally wouldn't let it go. So the next day, news spread that the mayor and several developers had been frightened to the point of insanity. JII. Chapter 77. Mr. Roka, this is the commission, $100,000, not a penny less. Roka was having breakfast when he didn't expect Martin to come to visit him so soon. Oh? Isn't it $50,000? Roka asked, pretending to understand nothing. Martin smiled bitterly, haven't you heard the news this morning? The mayor and several developers were frightened to insanity by the evil spirits. In fact, Martin suspected that it was Roka who was behind it. After all, Roka is the head of the exorcism agency, and he has solved many cases involving ghosts and murderers. The entire coastal town had never heard of such a thing. So he couldn't think of any possibility except Roka. What's more, the mayor and the developers had offended Roka yesterday. Then I encountered the evil spirit last night. All the coincidences added together are definitely not a coincidence. Really? Maybe they did too many bad things on May 13th. Roka shrugged. I think so. Martin agreed with this deeply. He knew how many bad things the mayor and developers had done behind the scenes. In fact, he was quite pleased to hear that the mayor and the developers were driven insane by the evil spirits. Isn't it? Roka grinned, but the price is not this now, it has to be $200,000, otherwise. He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was self-evident. Martin's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Although he knew that the other party would not give up, he did not expect that he would ask for such a high price. It doubled again. $200,000 is not a small amount. Then he was too lazy to think too much, because it was the mayor and the developers who were haunted by the evil spirit. Please wait a moment, Mr. Roka. I will convey your message to the mayor. Yeah, go ahead. Roka waved his hand nonchalantly. Seeing this, Martin didn't waste any time and immediately found the mayor and briefly explained the matter. When the mayor heard that Roka wanted $200,000, he was immediately furious. But when he thought of the ghost-faced doll last night, he was so scared that he trembled all over. He had no choice but to agree, but the developers still had to pay for it. Soon Martin found Roka sunbathing on the beach with $200,000. Mr. Roka, the money is all here. Oh. Roka took off his sunglasses and turned to look at the bag of US dollars beside him, then put on his sunglasses without saying a word. because. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Great White Shark 1, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for super strength LV2 rightward arrow LV3. Not bad. Roka clearly felt that his strength had become stronger. But maybe because the task is relatively simple, there is only one reward? This made Martin a little anxious. Mr. Roka. Okay, I get it. We'll leave in a few days. Roka waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to get out. Seeing this, Martin had no choice but to turn around and leave. Wait until he leaves. The girls who were playing in the water at the beach finally returned to the shore. Wow, that's a lot of US dollars. After seeing the opened bag beside was full of US dollars, they were a little surprised. Honey, this is what the mayor sent over? It looks like it's worth more than 100,000 yuan. Heather asked curiously. Of course it's more than that. Here's $200,000. It doubled again. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard what he said. Roka shrugged, of course, we can't let Mary Shaw come for nothing, right? Now that you have made the move, you can't return empty-handed. Originally, the mayor only needed to pay a commission of $100,000 to end the matter, but who made him so greedy? But then again, if I wasn't greedy, I wouldn't have gotten involved with those developers. After a few days of playing at the beach, Roka announced the end of the vacation and then sent everyone back. After a week of fun and making some money, it's time to deal with the exorcism agency. Boss, here is a commission from the local police station in New Mexico. The commission is to deal with a group of deformed people who have become deformed due to nuclear radiation. Another freak. Roka said it was a bit boring. In fact, to deal with these deformed people, all we need to do is send out the army. However, it seems that mobilizing the army is a rather troublesome matter. Ding! The system has updated the task The Hills Have Eyes 1, please host to deal with the deformed people. So this is the jungle version of Wrong Turn. Roka suddenly realized, but he still had no interest. Allison, tell me something else. Roka crossed his legs over his desk and said to Allison. Allison nodded and then read out the next commission. There is another one from Byron Mitch Biotechnology Company. They want us to go to the primeval forest in Borneo, Indonesia, and find a kind of flower. They didn't provide any specific information, but we have plenty of time. We will set off in half a year. Ding! The system has updated the task Anaconda 2, searching for blood orchid, please host to obtain the blood orchid. Kindness. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there are blood orchids in this world. This is good stuff. This blood orchid can delay cell aging, thus extending lifespan in disguise. If this thing can be developed into an anti-aging drug, it will definitely make a sensation in the world. By then, money will flow into your pocket. However, it seems that it is not yet time to pick blood orchids. The dormancy period of blood orchid is 7 years, and the flowering period is only half a year. It is best to pick it during the flowering period. Allison, I've accepted this commission. Ah? Oh. Allison nodded and then made the call. Boss, I have accepted the commission. The other party requires that I must follow the company's arrangements and go to Indonesia in half a year. The commission is 100,000 US dollars. That's all. Roka curled his lips. If he didn't know what blood orchid was and what existed in the primitive jungle, he would have been fooled by such money. You know, there are countless giant pythons in the primitive jungle. This amount of money is totally not worth the risk. But it doesn't matter, all he needs is for the other party to lead the way. He would not give away the blood orchid he had obtained. There is another commission from the manager of Overlook Hotel in Colorado. He wants us to go to Overlook Hotel to get rid of the evil spirits. The commission is $100,000. Evil spirit. As soon as Roka heard the word evil spirit, he became interested. Ding! The system has updated the task The Shining, please host to deal with the evil spirits in the hotel. The Shining. This one can be described as a classic among classics, a masterpiece among masterpieces. I didn't expect it to be this. But this commission is quite simple for him. Chapter 78. As far as he knew, This step was mainly because the hotel was located on an Indian cemetery, which led to the appearance of evil spirits. The evil spirit possessed the first hotel manager and killed his wife and children. This kind of evil spirit is simple and complex at the same time. After all, this kind of evil spirit has no idea where its true body is. Do you want to burn the whole hotel down? In that case, I am afraid that I will not be able to get the commission money, and I will be asked for compensation. However, Roka was not too worried. He needed to go to the scene to see the specific situation. Take this commission, and the next trip will be this commission. Roka plans to solve the shining system task first. Okay. Allison nodded. So what are the remaining commissions? Nothing too special. Most of the remaining ones are ordinary commissioned tasks, including assassinations and dealing with mercenaries. Allison felt somewhat helpless after she finished speaking. Let's reject all the requests that have nothing to do with our exorcist agency. Roka was also a little speechless. Assassination mercenaries like 18 had come to his door. It seems that he has become too famous recently. This is also a good thing. Pack your things, we'll leave immediately for the Overlook Hotel in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. Should I go too? Allison was a little stunned. She has always been reluctant to go to such scary places because they are too scary and she feels that her little heart may not be able to bear it. Although I think there won't be any problem with Roka's protection. Of course, it's very far away. It would be boring to go there alone. But I don't really want to go. Allison still wanted to refuse. Come on, baby, don't you want to go on a solo trip with me? Allison remembered that everyone had their own things to do after returning from vacation, which meant that this time it was just the two of them going. This is very tempting. After all, this is a very rare opportunity to travel alone with Roka. Okay, then I agree. That's good. Roka kissed her on the face and then patted her butt. Go and get ready. You may stay for a few days this time. Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Then you have to protect me well. Don't worry, don't worry. What evil spirit dares to block my way? I will experience the burning of hell's flames in a minute. Roka didn't take the evil spirit of the Overlook Hotel seriously at all. It was just an evil spirit that could bewitch people. Even possessed humans can't do it. What's so scary about that? After hearing this, Allison felt relieved, and then she twisted her big butt to prepare happy clothes. After all, this trip is not short. It would take at least several days to get to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and back. Oh, by the way, I need Heather to prepare the necessary research equipment for me. Roka remembered that a lot of research equipment was needed to make the super soldier serum. Get ready now so you can start researching when you come back. He immediately called Heather and asked her to arrange these things. By the time Allison was ready, he had finished his call. So the two of them went to the airport. The plane landed a few hours later. Then they rented a car and drove to the Overlook Hotel. However, the situation at the Overlook Hotel was not very good at this time. It was snowing heavily, the roads were muddy, and vehicles were moving very slowly. Mr. Roka, it's a pity that I can't welcome you in person, but now the matter of the Overlook Hotel has to be resolved. Although the road is a bit troublesome, it's not a big deal. Perhaps you can increase the commission a little bit. Roka didn't expect the environment here to be so bad. It was almost dark now, and he didn't know when he could reach the Overlook Hotel. Haha, sure, as long as Mr. Roka can solve the problem of Overlook Hotel, we are willing to increase the commission by another 50%. The hotel manager's tone was quite polite, and he promised to increase his commission. Roka felt relieved immediately. Haha, thank you very much. We are almost going up the mountain now. I will contact you after we solve the problem with the hotel. Okay, Mr. Roka, please be safe. The hotel manager hung up the phone after saying this. Roka handed the phone to Allison in the co-pilot seat and said helplessly, "We have increased the commission by $50,000. Allison smiled and nodded, "Not bad, hopefully we can get to the Overlook Hotel before dark." It was snowing heavily along the way, and a thick layer of snow was piled on the ground. Soon they were stuck in the road. Roka had no choice but to come out and pick up the car himself, then fly up the mountain. However, even so, when they arrived at the Overlook Hotel, it was already dark. Hi! Roka breathed a sigh of relief after parking the car in the parking space. To be honest, he had never done such a thing before. I'm really tired. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Allison got out of the car and gave him a kiss as a reward. It's a bit cold outside, take out your luggage and let's go into the hotel. Roka said as he went to the trunk of the car and took out the gift. Allison also came over to help. Then the two of them came to the hotel entrance with their gifts. Because the hotel was closed, it looked quite quiet from the outside. There were only a few lights. Boom boom boom. Is anyone there? Allison called out after knocking on the door. After waiting for a while, the door opened and a middle-aged man with a dangerous hairline walked out. Who are you? Roka smiled and said, I am here on behalf of Mr. Valentine, you should know that. Are you the exorcist? I'm Jack Torrance, the temporary manager of this hotel. Hello, just call me Roka. The two shook hands. Come in, it's cold outside. Jack led the two into the hotel. Roka looked around the magnificent furnishings of the hotel and had to admit that it was a really nice hotel. This Jack in front of you is the male protagonist, right? But it seems that nothing has changed? Roka muttered to himself while looking at Jack, but he didn't find anything unusual about him, nor did he seem to have any mental problems. I heard from the manager that you two are here to deal with evil spirits, right? Excuse me, there are no evil spirits here. In fact, I also want to see what an evil spirit looks like. Jack was very talkative along the way, but when he learned that he was there to deal with the evil spirits, he acted very disdainful. Mr. Jack, are you sure you didn't notice anything wrong in the hotel? No, not at all. Jack shook his head in denial. Chapter 79. All right. Roka shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. In fact, he still hasn't figured out what's wrong with this hotel. As far as he knew, some people said that there was some kind of malicious intent because there were too many Indian skeletons buried under the hotel. They will lead people in the hotel to commit suicide. Some people also say that it was done by evil spirits. Others say it's all because of the shining. The so-called shining is the ability to see the horrific murders that have happened in the hotel in the past, and to communicate mentally with people who also have the shining. But some people say that the shining is just a mental illness, a second personality. Before figuring this out, Roka wasn't sure what was going on. Mr. Roka, let me introduce you, this is my wife Wendy Torrance, and this is Danny. Hello, just call me Roka. Roka greeted Jack's wife and son. It's getting late now. Mr. Roka and this lady, please follow me. I have arranged a room for you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jack. It was indeed getting late. After a whole day's journey, Roka didn't feel too tired, but Allison was a little tired. Soon Jack took them to the room and then left. Boss, there doesn't seem to be anything strange about this hotel, right? After taking a shower, Allison came out wearing only a white bath towel. She thought for a long time but couldn't find anything strange about this hotel. This made her feel a little strange. Why rush? Let's go around the hotel tomorrow, especially room 3. Room 237? It seems to be not far from us. Allison was a little surprised. Because their room is 230, which is not far from room 237. I wonder if it was intentional. Roka was also a little puzzled. Why was room 23 so far away from the hotel when there were so many rooms? But judging from the contact just now, Jack doesn't seem to have any big problems. Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it. I'll look for clues tomorrow. Honey, we have to go to bed now. Well, I can only sleep. I'm very tired now. Allison slapped his mischievous big hand and couldn't help yawning. She is really tired today. All right. Roka smiled helplessly. It seemed that he had to behave himself tonight. The next day. Yeah. Yinka was awakened by a scream. What's wrong? After hearing Allison's voice in the bathroom, he rushed in. No, it's okay, it's just that the water is a little cold. I was planning to take a bath. Allison turned off the shower with some dissatisfaction. Cold? How come? Roka was a little surprised. Logically speaking, the water in the hotel shouldn't be cold. Even if we closed down, this wouldn't happen. As a result, he reached out and tried it, and found that it was indeed cold. Very strange, very weird. Weird. Allison was a little scared when she heard this. Don't worry, it's okay. We will solve the problem in this hotel today. Roka doesn't plan to live here permanently, so he has to solve the problem here as soon as possible. So the two of them got dressed and went out. Mr. Roka. I just ran into Jack when I went out. Mr. Jack, it's so early. Roka greeted him with a smile. Yes, because I have to inspect the hotel. As the manager of the hotel after it closed, Jack's job was to ensure that everything was safe in the hotel, and patrolling was naturally part of his job. By the way, you may need to take care of breakfast by yourselves. There are ready-made ingredients in the restaurant. It's okay, Mr. Jack, go ahead and do your work. Roka waved. Seeing this, Jack turned and left. Boss, why do I feel like there's something wrong with this Jack? After seeing Jack leave, Allison showed a puzzled expression. Didn't you say yesterday that it was okay? I don't know, but I feel like there's something wrong with him today. Allison couldn't say anything, but she just felt that there was something wrong with Jack. Never mind that, go get some food first and start investigating the hotel. Roka didn't take it seriously and took Allison to the restaurant. There are still many ingredients stored in his system space, so it is safer to use your own when going out. After they had breakfast, I happened to meet Danny, a kid riding a tricycle. Hello Danny. Allison greeted Danny with a smile. Danny was relatively silent. He just looked up at the two of them without saying anything. Danny, have you noticed anything strange happening in the hotel recently? Roka asked with a smile after squatting down and ruffling his blonde hair. Danny nodded dully. What is it? Can you tell us? Allison said, handing him a chocolate bar. Danny didn't take the chocolate, but said. I saw a lot of blood and 2 girls. A lot of blood? 2 girls. Allison looked at Roka in confusion. Roka thought about it thoughtfully. The blood that Danny mentioned was probably the scene he saw in the hotel through The Shining. As for the 2 girls, or twin sisters, they should be the 2 daughters of the previous hotel manager Delbert Grady. But was Danny imagining things, or did he really see a spirit? After all, no one knew what Delbert Grady's daughter looked like. Danny. At this time, Danny's mother Wendy came over, and when she saw Roka and Allison, her face was obviously a little strange. Ms. Wendy, may I ask you some questions? Roka guessed that Jack's wife should know something. I don't know. Wendy pulled her son over and prepared to leave, seeming to be afraid of something. Zhuang is good. Ms. Wendy, you have to think it over carefully. We are here to deal with the evil spirits in the hotel. You may not believe in the existence of evil spirits, but this concerns your husband. Wendy stopped immediately after hearing this. Well, I can tell you what I know. When it comes to her husband Jack, Wendy is no longer calm and decides to tell everything she knows. In the living room, Wendy recounted everything that had happened to her family in the month since they moved into the hotel. In fact, she was against moving to this hotel from the beginning, but there was no way. Jack's career suffered a setback and he had to have this job. Later, after moving to the hotel, her husband Jack seemed to have become a different person without her noticing. Not only did he yell at her, but his behavior also became strange. That's not right. Wasn't Mr. Jack quite normal when we came here yesterday? Allison asked with some confusion. Chapter 80. When I saw Jack yesterday, I couldn't tell there was anything wrong with him. I don't know, maybe it's because I saw a stranger. Wendy shook her head and was not very clear about this matter. Okay, Ms. Wendy, I have a general idea of the situation. Your husband Jack has indeed undergone some unknown changes since he moved into this hotel. This may be related to the evil spirit in the hotel. As long as it is resolved, your husband should be able to return to normal. Thank you very much. When Wendy heard that her husband could be transformed back, she couldn't help crying and thanked him. After leaving the room, Roka crossed his arms and kept recalling the plot. He found that what Wendy said was almost the same as the plot of the movie. Jack's personality did change drastically after he moved into the hotel, but there was no sign of him being possessed by an evil spirit. It was more like he was being guided by some evil force to his dark side. But in front of outsiders, he would show a very normal side. Forget it, let's go to room 23 and take a look. All the mysteries point to room 237, so we have to go to that room first. Soon the two arrived at room 237. Baby, wait outside for a while. I'll go in and take a look, Roka said as he opened the door. 123 Unexpectedly, room 237 did not seem to be locked. Be careful, Allison said with some concern. Kindness. Roka nodded and strode into room 237. The layout of the room was no different from other rooms. The floor was covered with patterned carpets. The room was spotless, as if someone cleaned it every day. This is rather strange. Logically speaking, this room should have been unoccupied for a long time. It can't be that clean. Roka looked at every corner of the room and finally came to the bathroom. Draw back the bathroom curtain. What surprised him was that there was a naked woman taking a bath in the bathtub. Boss, are you okay? Outside the door, Allison saw that there was no movement in the room, so she shouted with some concern. Fine. Roka responded loudly, then looked at the naked woman with interest. The woman seemed to have noticed his arrival, so she stood up from the bathtub and walked towards him in a swagger. The woman saw him smiling brightly, and then slowly approached. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would definitely not be able to control himself and would want to do something. But Roka is no ordinary man. Just as the woman reached out to touch him, the flames of hell suddenly appeared. After a terrified scream, the woman burned by the flames of hell disappeared instantly. Boss, are you okay? At this time, Allison outside the door asked loudly again. Apparently she heard the strange woman screaming. It's okay, there was just a vengeful spirit, it's been dealt with. Roka said this and came out of room 237. How is it? What happened in there? Allison couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw him come out. I now understand a little bit what happened in this hotel, Roka said with a smile on his face. What happened? Allison still looked confused. It's very simple. The woman I saw in the room just now should be the woman who committed suicide in room 237 as rumored. She was transformed into an evil spirit by some force and has been staying in room 237 ever since. Simply put, it is a ground-bound spirit. After death, the soul is trapped somewhere and becomes a vengeful spirit. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Allison also suddenly realized. And I guess that evil force is under room 237. This hotel was built on an Indian cemetery. It is well known that some incidents will usually happen in hotels or schools built on cemeteries. The same is true for this hotel. This makes the problem of this hotel relatively simple. B. Even some of the plots in the movie can be explained, like the scene at the end of the movie where a man with his butt exposed and wearing animal skins is in the room with the hotel manager. That should also be an earthbound spirit. Then there are the places in the movies that are full of skeletons. As expected, that was where the bones were buried. So what should we do? Allison asked, somewhat confused. Find where the remains are buried and burn them all. Only by using the flames of hell to purify the evil power in the place where the bones are buried can the hotel's problems be completely solved. Otherwise, even if the hotel is burned down and rebuilt, the problem cannot be completely solved. Let's look around the hotel. Maybe there's a passage leading underground. The movie didn't show any information about where the bones were buried underground, so we could only look around. If there is really no other way, we can only dig in room 237. But this will take a lot of time. At the same time, after inspecting the hotel, Jack returned to his room and prepared to start writing, but after being in a daze for a while, he was still hesitant to start writing. Then he went to the Golden Ballroom with a sad face to get drunk. It's a pity that the wine here has already been put away. No one knew whether he had drunk alcohol or not, but he looked drunk when he came out of the golden ballroom, with an abnormal expression on his face. The other side. Roka and Allison searched almost the entire hotel for a whole day, but unfortunately they did not find any passage leading to the underground. Is it really the only option but to dig? That would be a bit troublesome. Roka returned to his room feeling a little depressed. It's okay. If it doesn't work, just contact the hotel manager and ask him to send someone over. Allison comforted him. Roka shook his head. No, it's impossible. There's a blizzard outside right now. Even the communication is cut off, let alone contact. It will take several months to wait for the blizzard to end. When they first arrived yesterday, they discovered that communications were cut off due to the snowstorm. It can be said that the entire Overlook Hotel has now been isolated. There is no way to contact the outside world at all. Allison felt a little bad after hearing this. Forget it, no need to wait, we'll start digging tomorrow. Now the only way to leave this haunted place is to find the burial site of the bones as soon as possible. Roka didn't plan to waste any more time and just started digging. Thinking of this, he hugged Allison and prepared to rest. Night. Suddenly a scream woke Roka up. What is it? Allison, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but feel confused when she saw him doing it. Snap! Roka turned on the light and frowned. I seemed to hear a scream. In fact, the hotel rooms are very soundproof, and generally you can't hear any noise from outside. Chapter 81. Did you hear it wrong? Allison was a little confused and said she didn't hear anything. Let's go out and take a look. I think I heard it right. Roka has super hearing and can hear even the smallest sounds. It's a pity that he was asleep just now, otherwise he should have been able to hear it more clearly. But no matter what, I have to go out and see what happened. Why don't you stay in the room first? No, I think it's safer to stay with you. Allison was also a little scared. She didn't dare stay in the room alone. Oh well. Roka nodded helplessly. They both got dressed and left the room. Not long after they left, Roka heard some noises again. There were screams and other noises. This way. Roka pulled Allison towards the place where the sound came from. When they got here, they found Jack chopping at the door with an axe. And the scream was from Wendy. Johnny is here. Jack put his face into the crack in the door made by the axe, and looked at the frightened Wendy in the room with a strange expression. Roka is very familiar with this classic scene. I didn't expect to see this scene. Hey, Mr. Jack, what are you doing? Hearing the voice behind him, Jack turned around with the axe in his hand and said, "It's you guys who are getting in my way." Jack said this with a ferocious smile, then rushed over with an axe raised. What's wrong with this guy? Allison was confused. Who knows? Maybe he was brainwashed by some evil force. Roka could see that he was not possessed by an evil spirit, but was simply mentally ill, or perhaps he was mentally ill himself. As he spoke, he caught the axe that Jack was chopping at him, and with a little force, Jack was thrown out. Inside the house. After seeing this scene, Wendy finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she mustered up the courage to come out of the room. Hey, Ms. Wendy, what's going on here? I don't know, Jack suddenly. Wendy burst into tears, the pressure she was under was just too great. All right. Roka shrugged, then found a rope and tied Jack up. Let him stay in the utility room today. We can talk about it tomorrow if there is anything. After locking Jack in the utility room, he yawned and left with Allison. Wendy quickly looked for her son who had been sent out of the window. Wait until dawn. Roka and Allison come to room 237. Do we really want to dig down from here? Allison didn't understand his idea at all. How could one person dig when the ground was so hard? Don't worry, just look at me. Roka didn't waste any words and didn't have any tools in his hands. His eyes turned red and the next second, scorching heat vision shot out from his eyes. It melted directly into a hole in the ground. And with the continuous output of thermal vision, the holes in the ground became bigger and deeper. At a certain moment, he seemed to sense something and stopped the output of thermal vision. Found it. What did you find? Allison stared at the scene in amazement. She didn't know that her boss could shoot lasers from his eyes. Of course we have to find the location where the bones are stored. There should be a tomb underneath. Roka could feel an evil force seeping out of the hole, and the thermal vision just now shot into the empty space after penetrating more than 100 meters underground. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be a big tomb underneath. That is where the Indian remains are buried. Is there any danger? Allison was a little worried. Don't worry, they are all skeletons that have been dead for many years, so there is no way they could be in danger. But we need to make this hole bigger. Roka said as he used his thermal vision again. This time he wanted to enlarge the hole to a size large enough for a person to enter. Soon, when he felt that all his strength was about to be drained away, he finally finished. Perhaps because it has no biological stance, each use of thermal vision consumes its own biological energy. This time the consumption was exceptionally high. Are you okay? Allison was a little worried about him. It's okay, I'll recover soon. Roka shook his head. He could still hold on to this extent. Then be careful when you go down. Clear. Without further ado, Roka flew directly down from the hole. After sinking about 100 meters, we came to an empty place as expected. Take out the flashlight and shine it there. This place is indeed somewhat similar to a scene in the movie, with skeletons lying all over the place. It doesn't look like a burial site, but more like a hiding place. Then for some reason he couldn't get out and ended up starving to death in there. It seems that we just need to burn this place clean. Roka didn't waste any words, and the flames of hell continued to spread from under his feet. It only took a moment to cover the entire tomb. The terrifying evil forces were turned into nothingness under the burning of the flames of hell. It was not until half an hour later that Roka finally flew up. Boss, how is it? Seeing him come back, Allison immediately showed concern. There is indeed an evil force down there, but it has been dealt with now. Roka couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after he finished speaking. This mission is really not easy at all, it is even more troublesome than dealing with the alien bugs before. The key is that the remuneration is also relatively low. But there's nothing more to say now that things have come to this. Then can we leave now? Allison also didn't want to stay here. Everything here made her feel uncomfortable. Of course, but I'd better go see Jack first. Roka is curious, now that the source of the evil power has been eliminated, will Jack recover? After a moment, the two came to the warehouse where Jack was imprisoned. Ms. Wendy, please open the door. The source of the evil power has been eradicated. Perhaps your husband has recovered. Really? Thank you so much. Wendy thanked him gratefully and then opened the door of the warehouse. I saw Jack sitting on the ground leaning against the wall, motionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Graham. Wendy whispered her husband's name. It took Jack a while to react, but his mental state did not look very good. In fact, he had serious mental problems. Under the influence of the evil force, he became suspicious by nature and even turned into a murderer, wanting to kill his wife and son. Now that the evil force is no longer affecting him, he still hasn't recovered. This mental state cannot be recovered in a short time. Chapter 82. Maybe you could get him a psychiatrist. Roka could do nothing to help. Thank you, thank you. Despite this, Wendy still thanked him sincerely. Although the situation is terrible, at least my husband still has a chance of recovery. The snowstorm subsided a lot in the afternoon. Roka and Allison left in the heavy snow. As for Wendy and the others, if they want to leave, they can only wait until the snowstorm is over. Boss, the hotel manager said they have to wait until the snowstorm is over to confirm the situation inside the hotel before settling the commission. They have also decided to double the commission. $300,000? They still have some conscience. This mission was the most troublesome one Roka had ever encountered, with both natural disasters and digging holes. This is probably the first time in history that thermal vision has been used to dig a hole. It only took one day, 753, to get here. But there is naturally no need to be so anxious when you go back. Roka took Allison on a trip like they were on a honeymoon, and even went directly to neighboring Paris. My dear, you are so biased. You actually took Allison on a honeymoon alone and went to Paris. Tina, let me explain. I heard there are vampires here, so I came to take a look. Vampires? Can you come up with something more believable? Of course. No, I mean there might really be vampires here. Okay, at worst I can just take you out to play alone next time. Dear, this is what you said. I have recorded it. Okay, I'll say it. Roka helplessly discovered that he seemed to have fallen into a trap, but it was not a big deal. Tina also hung up the phone after getting the promise she wanted. Boss, do you think there are really vampires here? Allison drank red wine and looked at the crazy people in the bar's dance floor, but she didn't find anyone who looked like a vampire. There should be. The old man on the plane shouldn't be lying to us. What happened was that when Roka was chatting with an old man on the plane, after Roka introduced himself as an exorcist, the old man revealed that there were said to be vampires in Paris. The two of them appeared here in order to catch a vampire as a collection. Roka still believes in the existence of vampires. After all, this world even has Jason and alien bugs, so it's not surprising that there are vampires and werewolves. Among American horror movies, there are quite a few horror movies about vampires and werewolves. Boss, do you want to be a vampire? After not seeing any vampires or werewolves for a while, Allison looked away. In fact, she doesn't like the noisy environment of the bar. If it weren't for Roka, she wouldn't have come here at all. Of course not. Roka couldn't help rolling his eyes. As far as I know, vampires can't see the sun, otherwise they will be burned to death by the sun. Although they have an endless lifespan, the disadvantages are too great. It's very easy for humans to deal with vampires. All they need is ultraviolet rays. It would be wonderful to have an endless life. Allison still has a great admiration for the endless lifespan of vampires. What? You want to be a vampire? Roka raised an eyebrow. No. Allison thought about it and shook her head. She didn't want to become a monster that couldn't see the light just for the sake of her life. In fact, vampires are not immune to sunlight. As long as the vampire blood, werewolf blood, and another special blood are combined, the three can become the ancestral blood of vampires and werewolves. In this way, they will not be afraid of sunlight and have the advantages of all three at the same time. Does this monster really exist? Allison was a little surprised when she heard this. Maybe. Roka smiled. He was not sure whether such a vampire ancestor existed in this world. If there really is one, he wouldn't mind studying it. The blood of the original vampire is extremely powerful. Not only does it have no weaknesses, it also possesses the powerful strength of both vampires and werewolves. The most important thing is endless life. This alone is enough to attract the covetousness of countless people. Let's go back and rest. If we can't find any vampires or werewolves, we have to go back. Tina and the others are very tight-lipped. Roka stood up and stretched, then left the bar with Allison. However, just when the two were about to reach the hotel. But he was blocked by two people who looked like thugs. The man with a crew cut at the head whistled at Allison and said with a lewd smile, "Beautiful girl, do you want to play with us?" Another black youth also echoed, "It's fun to be with us, it must be more exciting than your boyfriend." Hearing the teasing, Allison shrugged her shoulders and was not angry at all. Instead, she felt pity for the two people. "Honey, they want to play with you," Allison said in a coquettish tone, hugging his arm. "Then let's play with them." Roka grinned, "Tell me, how do you want to play?" Seeing that the two were not angry at all, they looked like they were laughing at the joke. The man with a crew cut and Xiao He were immediately unhappy. "Boy, I advise you to leave your girlfriend behind and get out of here in disgrace, otherwise I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Xiao He clenched his fist as he spoke, the threat he meant was self-evident. "Really? I want to see how you teach me a lesson." Roka looked at the two of them with interest. Hearing this, Xiao He immediately became furious and rushed over with his fist raised without saying a word. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to react to this speed. But in Roka's eyes it was too slow. Bang! Roka playfully slapped Xiao He with his backhand, knocking him to the ground. Xiao He was still a little unresponsive until he fell to the ground. He was actually beaten? And it was such an insulting slap. Hey, I'm asking you, can you do this? Weren't you being very arrogant just now? Allison looked at Xiao He lying on the ground with a gloating look, and made an international hand gesture as she spoke. Roka couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Seeing this, Xiao He could not stand such an insult. He immediately got up from the ground and let out an inhuman roar from his throat. The next second he rushed over again. This time, not only the speed but also the strength has been significantly improved. The power is good, but it's still a little too weak. Roka reached out to catch Xiao He's fist, then threw it away with his backhand, smashing over trash cans on the roadside. The filthy garbage covered his face directly, and Xiao He couldn't bear it anymore. Ouch! After he howled, his body underwent a drastic change. Not only did his height become more than 2 meters tall, but his body was also covered with grey fur, and his head turned into a wolf's head. This little black guy is actually a werewolf. Chapter 83. Oh my god, boss, did you see that? He has turned into a monster. Allison was also shocked by the scene. She didn't expect that he was fine just now, but how could he turn into a monster when he got angry? Who are you trying to scare? Stupid, this is a werewolf. Roka was speechless at her words. In fact, he had already noticed something when he was in the bar. Especially after they mentioned the matter of vampires and werewolves, several eyes were fixed on them. Until I left the bar. The person who was targeting them finally showed up. I didn't expect it to be a werewolf. It seems that what the old man on the plane said was right. There are indeed vampires in Paris, and there are a lot of them. 2 werewolves were hung out in any bar. Allison shrugged, imitating his example. Okay, a werewolf is a werewolf, but can you do it, boss? Okay, I'll tell you when I get back. Roka turned and looked at her with a smile. I'm not questioning you, boss. Be careful, the werewolf is coming. Ellie 18 Sen looked around and then gave a reminder. After the werewolf completed its transformation, it howled, then jumped up and pounced over. This move of a vicious wolf pounces on its prey with such force that it seems to tear Roka to pieces. Let me try your strength. Roka was not in a hurry to deal with the werewolf. He wanted to test how powerful the werewolf was. So he just punched him directly. Aooo! The next moment, the little black werewolf screamed and flew backwards. And there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. It was obvious that Xiao He's arm had been broken. Sticks. Roka looked at Xiao He, who was wailing with some astonishment. I thought he would be very powerful after transforming into a werewolf, but it turns out he only weighs about 2 or 3 tons. It is equivalent to the power of 2 or 3 Tyson punching at the same time. It is indeed very strong for ordinary people, but it is still too weak in front of him. No wonder he broke Xiao He's bone without much force in that punch. Who are you? The man with a crew cut on the other side was originally watching the show, but when he saw Xiao He transformed into a werewolf and was knocked crippled by a single punch, he immediately realized that the man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. For a moment he bared his teeth and transformed into werewolf form. Another puppy. Roka's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he was about to deal with him, he was shocked to find that the werewolf transformed by the buzz-cut man actually left his companions behind and ran away without saying a word. Boss, you're not going to chase me. Seeing the werewolf running away, Allison immediately reminded. Of course we have to chase it, but let's catch this little puppy first, there's no need to rush. In fact, if Roka took action, the werewolf would not be able to escape at all. He let the buzz-cut werewolf go on purpose. The purpose is naturally to find more werewolves or vampires. Besides, he still doesn't know the origins of these werewolves. Take out the monster containment device and put the werewolf in it. Roka took Allison and followed slowly. With super hearing, the werewolf with a buzz cut couldn't run away at all. After a moment, the two tracked the werewolf to a sewer entrance. Boss, do we have to go down? Smelling the stench of the sewer, Allison couldn't help but frown. How about I take you back first? Roka asked back. Then forget it. Allison quickly shook her head. Compared to the unpleasant smell in the sewer, she still wanted to be with Roka. I'll give you a mask. Roka took out a mask from the system space and handed it to her. Boss, you are so nice. Allison happily took the mask and kissed him on the cheek, although the mask could not completely avoid the stench of the sewer. But at least it's better. Let's go. Roka also put on a mask and opened the manhole cover, holding Allison and crawling down. The space in the sewer is surprisingly large. Apart from the unpleasant smell, it wasn't too dirty. But some of the darkness is real. Taking out a flashlight, Roka led Allison deeper into the sewer. The sewers are interconnected. After a while of exploration, suddenly, bang! Boom boom boom! Is that a gunshot? Even Allison could hear the source of the sound. Interesting, I didn't expect the sewers to be so lively, and there was even a gunfight. Now Roka became even more interested, and he pulled Allison quickly towards the direction where the gunshot came from. As the gunshots got closer, at the next corner, the gunfire stopped. The two looked and saw a strong black man whose body continued to expand and deform. In just a moment, he turned into a tall werewolf, and then pounced on a woman in leather clothes and holding a pistol. The woman in leather jacket was agile and kept moving in the narrow sewer, dodging the werewolf's attacks while firing her gun continuously. Bullet after bullet hit the werewolf's body. It's just that the werewolf's body recovery ability is very strong, and even being shot does not affect its combat effectiveness at all. It was at this time. Several more werewolves appeared in the passage on the other side and directly surrounded the woman in leather clothes. Although the woman in leather jacket was agile, she gradually showed her disadvantages when surrounded by 5 or 6 werewolves. Especially after the pistol ran out of bullets, he was injured one after another by the werewolves. Boss, do you think that woman is a vampire? Allison, who saw this scene, asked in a low voice with some curiosity. Stories about vampires and werewolves are circulated everywhere, and the only ones who can fight werewolves nowadays must be vampires. It should be. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised and he revealed a bright smile. He already knew who the woman in leather clothes was. If nothing unexpected happens, it is the most beautiful vampire in history, Selena, played by Kate Beckinsale. He will not mistakenly remember the black leather jacket and the beautiful and cold face. In other words, ding! The system has updated the task Underworld 1, please integrate the forces of vampires and werewolves. His guess turned out to be correct. Underworld is the most classic movie about vampires and werewolves, especially the most beautiful vampire Selena in front of us, whose appearance is no less than that of Allison and Heather. It is even better in temperament. It's hard to forget. And the system task is to let him integrate the forces of vampires and werewolves? This is quite interesting. It was at this time. Selena fought and retreated, and her direction was actually towards Roka and the others. At the same time, both sides discovered Roka and Allison. Selena couldn't tell friend from foe, so she was hit hard by the werewolves and flew out. Seeing this, Roka stopped watching and quickly caught Selena. What's very strange is that although as a vampire, it has no temperature, it still emits a very pleasant fragrance. Are you okay? Roka smiled as he looked at Selena in his arms. For a moment, Selena also smelled a very pleasant fragrance. It was the vampire's desire for blood, especially Roka's blood, which was different from that of ordinary people. The attraction to her is also very great. But if you don't get close, you can't even notice it. Chapter 84. Of course, this vampire lady, there is no need to be so surprised when she meets a human. Roka looked at her cold and beautiful face full of surprise and couldn't help but grin. Selena frowned when she heard this. Humans actually knew her identity as a vampire, and were not afraid at all when seeing the battle between vampires and werewolves. Who exactly is this human being? However, there was no time to think, the werewolves rushed over again. Selena was about to move, but found that her waist was held by the man in front of her and she couldn't get free at all. Of course, this was also because she didn't want to hurt the man in front of her too much. After all, this man saved her once. However, seeing the werewolf getting closer, she became a little anxious. Before Selina could finish her words, the Japanese werewolf pounced on her. In just the blink of an eye, the werewolf's bloody mouth was right in front of him. But the next moment, it flew backwards howling like a puppy that was beaten, and it was even faster than when it came. Then it was installed on the wall of the sewer and could not climb up. When? Selina's pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't even see what was going on. Roka admired her expression with great interest, and this time he deliberately slowed down his movements. He was seen holding Selina's soft waist with one hand, grabbing the claws of the attacking werewolf with the other hand, and then smashing at several other werewolves. In a matter of seconds, all the other werewolves that attacked were knocked down by the sun. This dramatic scene made Selina's eyes widen. How is this possible? She actually saw a human being playing with 5 or 6 werewolves who were chasing him like puppies. It only took a few strikes to knock all the werewolves down. Is this too strong? I'm afraid even if the vampire elder came, he wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Who are you? Selina tried to break free from his embrace, but found that she couldn't get away at all. The big hand around her waist seemed to have infinite power to bind her. An ordinary human. Roka replied with a shrug. Hearing this answer, Selina couldn't help but roll her eyes. To be able to knock down so many werewolves in an instant, he was just an ordinary human? Who believes it? Boss, I think you can let go of her waist. At this time, Allison said with a dim look. Oh, sorry. Roka seemed to realize it belatedly and finally let go of Selina's soft and slender waist. Selina took 2 steps back and looked at him warily. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? If I wanted to do something bad to you, do you think I could get away? Roka rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. What do you want to do? Selina was not confused by his words and asked with caution. I didn't mean to do anything. Why are you so nervous? We just followed the werewolves here and happened to see the fight you saw. Since everything is alright, I'll leave first. Selina turned around and walked away as soon as she heard it. She was not sure whether the man in front of her was a friend or an enemy, and what his purpose was. She must report this matter. Until Selina disappeared around the corner. Boss, are you really going to let her go like this? Allison looked at him strangely. Knowing her boss, she knew he would never let go of such a beautiful vampire. Even if they don't have any intentions, they will definitely be caught and put in the monster containment device, right? Aren't they in Paris to catch vampires and werewolves? What about that? Roka didn't have any self-awareness at all, nor did he think there was anything wrong with letting Selina go. This matter is not over yet. There's no rush. This is not right. This is not like your style, boss. Allison muttered. Roka slapped her on the buttocks. Don't worry, she can't run away, and neither can you. I remember you said I can't run away, right? No. Allison shook her head in fear. When I'm at home, I feel like I'm in heaven every time when I have someone to share the heat with. Especially now. In fact, she had experienced the feeling of fainting every time along the way. Not fun at all. The next evening. Boss, come back soon, don't let that BCH fool you. Bang. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person? How could a mere vampire be so fascinating to me? Roka slapped Allison on the butt, then put on his clothes and left the room. During the day, he had already investigated the location of Michael Cowan, the protagonist of Underworld 1. If he wanted to intervene in the battle between vampires and werewolves, he had to start from this direction. However, as soon as he left the hotel, he heard something not so good. Not good. Roka quickly returned to the hotel. Yet, at this time, the whole hotel was in chaos. Because several huge werewolves were walking in the corridor, after sniffing the smell, they finally stopped at the door of Roka's room. Then the werewolf roared and began to bite the door, but the door was opened in just a moment. Wolf, werewolf. Allison got up to check the situation and her face suddenly changed when she saw the werewolf standing at the door. She wanted to escape, but it was too late. The moment the werewolf saw her, he opened his bloody mouth and pounced on her. Roka! Allison screamed. Hey, here I come! At this moment, Roka's body smashed through the wall and grabbed the neck of the werewolf that pounced on Allison. Snap! With just a little force, his neck was crushed. How dare you, a bunch of brats, come to my house! Roka really didn't expect that the werewolf would come to his door. It seemed that what happened last night had attracted the werewolf's attention, and he also targeted them for revenge. In that case, there is nothing much to say. Awoo! One of the werewolves suddenly howled, and then all, Li Qian's, werewolves pounced over. Court death! Roka, who was somewhat angry, raised his hand and punched a werewolf coming towards him, blowing his head off, causing brain matter and blood to splatter all over the ground. Then he grabbed another werewolf's claw and used it as a weapon to smash the other werewolves. Boom boom! For a moment, there was a wailing sound in the whole room. In just a few breaths, Roka violently killed all the werewolves. Although werewolves have strong physical recovery abilities, they are only afraid of silver bullets. But it is absolutely impossible to recover after your body is beaten into a pulp. Are you okay, baby? Seeing that all the werewolves were dealt with, Yeoka turned around, hugged Ellie in his arms and comforted her softly. I'm fine. I knew you would come back, boss. Allison wasn't too frightened, after all, she had been through so many things before. Besides, she knew that Roka would come back at the critical moment. Chapter 85. It's okay, it's okay. Roka couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These werewolves were so insidious and cunning that they attacked Allison as soon as he left. If it weren't for his super hearing that enabled him to hear some of the noise, these werewolves would have really succeeded. At the same time, he also realized how arrogant the werewolves in the Paris area were. How dare they launch an attack in public? It's so arrogant. It's no wonder that the system's task is to integrate the forces of these two parties, rather than kill them all. It was at this time. He suddenly noticed some movement, and he flashed to the window and reached out to grab the person behind the window. I'm so sorry. The man who was caught cried out in pain and spoke quickly. Only then did Roka see clearly that the person hiding behind the window was actually Selena, and her hand was grabbing right on delay. No wonder she cried out in pain. Terribly sorry. Roka let go of his hand somewhat awkwardly. Why are you here? Are you in league with the werewolves? Selena shook her head and explained, of course not, I am a vampire and a death walker. Hunting werewolves is my job. I just noticed the werewolf's movements. 010 That's why I followed you. I see. I believe you. Roka also knew that she would definitely not be in cahoots with the werewolves, and he asked this just to scare her. Let's talk somewhere else. 7. Selena also knew that it was impossible for her to leave now, so she had no choice but to agree. After all, the scene of Roka violently beating the werewolf to death was still vivid in her mind, and even now she felt a chill when she thought about it. The man in front of me is too dangerous. At the same time, she was extremely curious. She was just an ordinary human being, so why did he have such a powerful strength? Soon the three of them arrived at a nearby cafe. I haven't introduced myself yet. Just call me Roka, and this is my girlfriend Allison. After asking the waiter for 3 cups of coffee, Roka smiled and introduced himself to Selena opposite him. Just call me Serena. Selena looked at the two of them and then said her name. Nice name. Roka's mouth corners slightly raised. Biff, I suggest you leave here. Selena said seriously, if you offend the werewolves, they will try every means to cause trouble for you. I'm not afraid. Even if you're not afraid, what about your girlfriend? Serena said as she looked at Allison beside her. Roka shrugged, then smiled at Allison and said, well, maybe we should send you back now. Boss, are you afraid that I will disturb you from picking up girls? Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes. Ahem, what are you talking about? Roka was a little speechless. Wouldn't it be more difficult to deal with Serena if he said this? This girl actually caused him trouble. It has to be sent back. I'm doing this for your safety. If I hadn't discovered it earlier today, those bastards would have succeeded. Just look at how dangerous it would have been. Roka's argument makes perfect sense. Yes, 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 boss, whatever you say is fine. Allison knew him too well, and it was obvious that he thought she was in the way, so he wanted to drive her away. But she didn't have any resistance. She knew Roka too well. This guy won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Now that he has set his eyes on this female vampire, he will definitely find a way to get her. There is no need to stop it. After all, there are so many sisters in the family. Ahem, it's settled then. I'll send you back tomorrow. Roka made the decision immediately, and secretly thought that the girl was sensible. By the way, Miss Selina, can you tell me about werewolves and vampires? I can tell you about werewolves. Serena obviously didn't want to reveal any information about the vampires. This is quite normal. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, vampires and werewolves have always been very mysterious legends, unknown to outsiders. Okay, then let's talk about the werewolves. Roka nodded and didn't make things difficult for her. Ever since the war between the vampires and the werewolves hundreds of years ago, when the werewolf leader Lucian was killed, the werewolves have been hiding like rats in the sewers. There are still many werewolves secretly active in Paris. Werewolves are very vindictive and will not forget you. They will follow your scent to find you, so I advise you to leave here quickly. As Selina spoke, she persuaded him to leave quickly. No matter how powerful this man was, she didn't want him to stay here. Because this will threaten the status of vampires. After all, she has seen how corrupt the vampires are today. Roka's blood is absolutely a fatal temptation to vampires. Once discovered by vampires, it will be troublesome. It would be good if the vampire elders could get rid of this man by then. If it cannot be solved, it will be a disaster for the vampires. Don't rush to chase me away. I'm still very interested in vampires, especially Miss Selina. I wonder if you can leave your contact information and invite me out for coffee next time. Roka is a man who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Besides, he naturally wouldn't leave easily since the system tasks were not completed. Selina seemed to have noticed this as well, and immediately sighed helplessly. After chatting for a while, both parties left. The next day, Roka takes Allison to the airport. Boss, don't do anything when I'm not around. Even though that vampire is beautiful, who knows how long she's lived? How many men have she had? Allison, who was about to board the plane, kept reminding him. Roka didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'm not the kind of person who does things recklessly. Maybe that vampire is still a virgin. Okay, remember to take pictures for us when you lose your virginity. Allison followed his words jokingly. That's not necessary. Roka's mouth twitched slightly. Why not? I've never seen a vampire do this before. I wonder what the difference is between them and ordinary people. Okay, stop being curious and get on the plane. Roka pushed her onto the plane, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. She is truly an American woman, she dares to say anything and is extremely bold and unrestrained. Now that Allison has been sent away, it's time for him to carry out his own plan. Chapter 86. The Other Side. After returning to the vampire clan, Selina thought about it and did not tell anyone about Roka's existence. The current blood clan is under the tenure of Amelia, one of the 3 vampire elders. Klein was the second in command in the vampire clan because he killed the werewolf leader Lucian. But Lucian was ambitious. If he knew about this, things would definitely go in a very bad direction. Selina simply concealed the matter. The most important thing for her now was to find out the purpose of the werewolves' recent frequent activities. It's amazing. This investigation actually helped her find the target of the werewolf operation. It's a human being named Michael Corwin, a man. This made Serena very confused. Why would the werewolves track this human man? Unable to figure it out, she immediately decided to find the man and ask him in person. Number 510, Block 3B. This is it. According to Selina's investigation, this is where the man who was chased by the werewolf lived. So she kicked the door open without saying a word and walked in. Hey, you are really rude. The sudden words in the room made Selina's pupils shrink suddenly, and she raised her guns high, ready to take action at any time. However, the next moment the lights in the room were turned on. Selina then saw clearly that the man sitting on the sofa was Roka. For some reason, she felt relieved after seeing this man. Even the tense body relaxed. But she was immediately confused. Why are you here? You can come here, why can't I come here? Roka chuckled as he held his glass of red wine. Selina was speechless. She really couldn't figure out the man in front of her. It was at this time. A timid man walked in from the door and wanted to check the situation in the room. After seeing that there were two people in the room, he subconsciously wanted to escape. But it was obvious that he couldn't escape. Selina came in front of him in an instant, grabbed his neck and pressed him against the wall. Why did they arrest you? However, the man looked confused and painful at this time, and had no idea how to answer. Perhaps I can answer that question for you. Roka came up to her and said with a smile. Kr. Serena was full of confusion. How could this man know what she was going to ask? You have to know that she had finally figured out that the werewolf was tracking Michael. However, just when she was about to say something, she saw the ceiling cracking continuously, as if something heavy was moving on it. Selina reacted immediately and realized that the werewolf was catching up with them. She immediately let go of Michael, pulled out her two guns, pointed them at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Blast blast! Hey, I think it's better for you not to run around. It's not safe outside now. Roka grabbed Michael who was trying to escape. Thanks. Selina turned around and thanked them, then concentrated on dealing with these werewolves. The space inside the house is too small. She went straight to the corridor, only to see werewolves attacking from all directions. This number is greater than what we have encountered before. Even if her dual guns had unlimited bullets, she couldn't deal with so many werewolves. Hey, can I help you? Roka leaned against the door and smiled at Selina who was fighting a werewolf. Two werewolves had already been knocked down beside him. Certainly. Selina used two words to express that she was in great need of help. In fact, facing the siege of werewolves, she was already overwhelmed. How about making an appointment next time? As soon as Roka finished speaking, he had already come to her side, and at the same time, he grabbed the necks of 10 werewolves in his hands. Click, click, click. The next moment the werewolf's neck was crushed. With his help, Selina felt the pressure was greatly reduced, and immediately smiled and said, if you have time. That's great. Actually, I have something else I want to tell you about your life experience. What? Selina was stunned for a moment, then felt a little puzzled but didn't take it seriously. Roka didn't say much. It was at this time. Suddenly, screams of fear were heard in the room. Selina was shocked and immediately returned to the room and pulled the trigger to repel the werewolf that attacked Michael. But this werewolf seems to be different from other werewolves. Even after being hit by a silver bullet, he still rushed forward again as if nothing had happened. Selina was about to engage in close combat, but was instantly knocked away. It can be said that the strength of the two sides is completely not at the same level. Are you okay? After dealing with the werewolf in the corridor, Roka entered the room and caught Selina who was flying backwards. I'm fine. Selina wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and struggled to get out of his arms. At this time Michael was completely frightened. He tried to escape in a panic, but was blocked by the werewolf. Just when he thought he was going to die. But the werewolf was knocked out by an unknown force. Who are you? The werewolf originally thought that Roka was a vampire, but until now he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was not a vampire because there was no smell of a vampire on him. 0. The person in front of me is just an ordinary person. How is this possible? Lucian, the werewolf leader, right? Roka revealed his identity with a smile. What? Selina's pupils shrank when she heard the name. For vampires, the name Lucian is very familiar. In the Great War between vampires and werewolves hundreds of years ago, Lucian was the werewolf leader. He is a baby born from a werewolf, born with the ability to transform into a werewolf freely. Originally, werewolves did not have the ability to transform autonomously. They would only passively transform into irrational, bloodthirsty monsters on full moon nights. It was Lucian who changed the entire werewolf race. But as far as she knew, the werewolf leader Lucian was already dead, right? Who is this werewolf in front of me? Who are you? Lucian didn't expect his identity to be exposed, which made him wonder who this man in front of him was. I'm just an exorcist. Roka introduced himself casually. Lucian frowned. This matter has nothing to do with you, right? Why is it okay? Didn't you werewolves cause trouble to me before? So it's normal for me to cause trouble to you. Roka shrugged and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lucian felt very annoyed. He had also heard about this matter and knew that someone had killed a lot of werewolves recently. He originally thought it was a vampire who did it. But I didn't expect it to cause so much trouble. Chapter 87. Wait, you are Lucian? The werewolf leader Lucian. Selena stared at the long-haired man in front of her who looked a little sloppy. Lucian looked fierce but did not answer. Leave the man to me. Don't even think about it. Although she didn't know what the werewolf wanted to do with the man named Michael, she would not let the werewolf succeed no matter what. Seeing this, Lucian rushed over again in anger, and this time he was determined to catch Michael. In such a small room, guns were of little use, so Selena decisively put away her gun and rushed forward. It's a pity that when it comes to close combat, Selena is no match for Lucian. In just a few breaths, he was knocked out again. Hey, are you okay? Roka happily caught her again. Let me go. Selena struggled to get down, but her injuries were severe at this moment, and she could not stand steadily for a while. Tisk tisk, you're so cruel. Roka sighed a few times but was not too worried. Vampires have strong recovery abilities. Such a minor injury is nothing. Seeing that Lucian was eager to rush forward, Roka immediately spoke out to stop him. Lucian, I think you'd better not do anything. How about this, let's sit down in a nearby cafe and have a good talk. If you satisfy me, I don't mind giving him to you. Roka said, pointing to Michael beside him. Lucian completely ignored his words and pounced in front of him in the blink of an eye, with his sharp claws only a few centimeters away from his eyes. But the next second, tilt! Lucian was knocked to the ground by a huge force. The whole room shook and the ground sank and almost collapsed. Lucian was completely confused at this moment. He had no idea what was going on, and even his mind was blank. Where are you? What should I do? What is going on? Hey, are you awake now, little dog? Roka squatted down jokingly, poked his head and laughed. Lucian's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he sensed the danger, and his body subconsciously bounced back. You did it. Lucian looked at the human in front of him with some disbelief. He didn't even see the other person make a move before he fell to the ground. That female vampire over there would never be able to do such a thing. So it must have been done by the human in front of me. Yeah, I just gave you a slap. Roka raised his hand and waved it as if he was slapping a fly. Lucian finally realized after hearing this. He was actually knocked down by a slap? How is this possible? Can we talk now? Roka folded his arms across his chest and looked at him with interest. What is your purpose? Lucian didn't dare to act rashly again. He couldn't understand the man in front of him at all. He was clearly just a human being, but he possessed speed and powerful strength that he couldn't even see clearly. And why does this human want to get involved in the affairs of werewolves and vampires? What's the purpose? How about ruling over werewolves and vampires? Roka said with a smile. Are you? Lucian's eyes widened, as if he was shocked by what he had guessed. Does this guy think he is the ancestor of vampires and werewolves? Roka muttered to himself but didn't explain. Good. Lucian thought for a moment and then agreed. There was no way. The man in front of him gave him a feeling of being an insurmountable mountain. Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to get Michael back. In this case, we might as well take a look at the purpose of this person who is suspected to be the ancestor. Selena frowned, wondering how credible Roka's words were. Did he really intend to rule over vampires and werewolves? This is impossible to do. Even if Alexander, the ancestor of vampires and werewolves, stepped forward, it would be impossible to do so. So she wanted to see what Roka was going to do. After a moment, in a coffee shop not far away, the four of them found a private room and sat down. In fact, Michael is still confused. What on earth do these guys want to do to him? He is just an ordinary person, why does he come here? It's a pity that no one listened to him. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for handing him over to me? Lucian asked directly without any nonsense. Roka was not in a hurry to answer. He took a sip of coffee and then said, Lucian, what is your purpose? Are you going to kill Victor for your woman Sonia? Hearing this, Lucian's pupils suddenly shrank and he stood up abruptly. He looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. Why? Why did the other party see through my purpose? Could it be that this man has the ability to read minds? You have to know that this is a secret he has kept in his heart for hundreds of years, and it is impossible for anyone to know it. Seeing this, Roka said calmly, You want to know why I know this? I'm sorry, I can't tell you this. You just need to know whether what I said is right or not. Selena was frightened when she saw the werewolf's reaction. She didn't quite believe that he was the werewolf leader Lucian. But at this moment even she had to believe it a little. Can you help me? Lucian was breathing heavily. He no longer cared who the man in front of him was. He just wanted to kill Victor to avenge Sonia. Of course, it would be easy for me to kill Victor. Roka nodded as a matter of course. Vampires may indeed be very strong, especially Victor among the three vampire elders. But in front of him, there was not much difference between them and ordinary wolf cubs. Even if Marcus became a half werewolf and half vampire, could he withstand his punch that was tens of tons of force? Not to mention hellfire and heat vision. Victor can be turned over a new leaf in just a few minutes. However, these words made Selena alert. She wondered if Luo's height of 2.7 meters might have really made Victor stupid. You know, Victor is her adoptive father. In this way, the two sides will inevitably become enemies. Mr. Roka, why do you want to help werewolves? Do you know that there are hundreds of werewolves in the underground of Paris, who do all kinds of evil and disrupt social order? Miss Selena, don't get excited. I know you're worried that I will become the enemy of the vampires and kill your adoptive father Victor. Am I right? Roka looked at her with interest. No, I just want you to stay out of trouble with werewolves. Serena shook her head in denial. Roka's mouth curled up slightly. Really? What if I say it wasn't the werewolves who killed your parents, but your godfather Victor? That's impossible. It's useless for me to sow discord. Selena didn't believe him at all. Chapter 88. You don't believe what I say, right? What about Lucian? He experienced the entire war between werewolves and vampires. Let him tell you about it. Roka said, motioning for Lucian to come out and explain. Lucian naturally didn't mind exposing Victor's ugly deeds. Otherwise, before he could speak, Selena shook her head. I won't believe a werewolf, ever. Selena still firmly believes that it was a werewolf who killed her parents and sister, so she will not believe in werewolves. I will investigate this matter myself. Although she didn't believe in werewolves, she still had some faith in Roka's words and she would find out the truth of the matter. The truth lies in a round key. I think you should have remembered it when you were a child. Victor commissioned your father to build a prison to imprison the werewolf ancestor William. After the prison was built, Victor killed your parents and sister to avoid the prison being exposed. He didn't kill you only because you look very similar to his daughter. That's all I have to say. Having said that, Roka was too lazy to say any more nonsense. When Lucian heard this, he couldn't help but take Selena seriously. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen her, but after a while he found that she really looked very similar to Sonia. Selena remained silent. Even though his words were so reasonable, she still had to confirm this matter herself. By the way, let me tell you a piece of news. Since Lucian is not dead, why would Klein, the current executive officer of your Budapest blood clan, who became the executive officer because of killing Lucian, lie? Roka said and glanced at Lucian. In fact, this matter was the result of cooperation between the two. Klein went back to collect the reward with the news that Lucian was dead. He successfully became the executive officer of the Budapest blood clan, that is, the second in command after removing the two vampire elders. Lucian hid and received intelligence information from Klein. How is that possible? Selina couldn't believe it, but she had to believe it when she saw with her own eyes that Lucian, the werewolf leader, was still alive. That's actually the case. The truth was revealed, and Lucian had no way to hide it, so he just admitted it. Selina found it even more difficult to accept after hearing this. Go back and verify the truth of the matter. Roka waved his hand, indicating that she could go back. If you really look for these two things, you will soon find some clues. So he wasn't afraid that Selina wouldn't believe him. I just hope she is too impulsive, otherwise she will never be able to get out of the Budapest vampire clan alive. Selina still had an expression of disbelief on her face. After hearing his words, she left without looking back. She must verify the authenticity of these two things. Until Selina left. Lucian looked anxious this time and asked, "What do you want in exchange for giving him to me?" "Hey, what do you want?" Before Roka could say anything, Michael couldn't help but speak. He felt that if he didn't speak up, the consequences would be very serious. However, no one paid any attention to him. "It's simple. I want you to lead the werewolves to submit to me, and then I will help you kill Victor." Roka's goal from the beginning was to make Lucian surrender. This werewolf leader was very loyal and righteous, and he admired him. Hearing this, Lucian subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he thought that Michael, the last human bloodline of Alexander Corvinus, was in the hands of the other party, he had to be cautious. Alexander's hope for revenge is to fuse his human blood with vampire and werewolf blood to become a half-vampire, half-werewolf superspecies. In other words, without Michael, he would not be able to take revenge. Thinking of this, Lucian made a difficult decision. "I agree. It's a wise decision, and you'll be glad you made it." Roka showed a satisfied smile on his face. As long as Lucian, the werewolf leader, is controlled, it is equivalent to controlling all the werewolves in the Paris underground. All that's left now is to deal with the vampires. It's still a sewer. But this is a werewolf's lair deep in the sewers. It worked. The old werewolf extracted Michael's blood and mixed it with the werewolf blood to form a new purple blood. This also proves that Michael's blood can be fused with werewolf blood. Very good. Lucian couldn't help but feel excited when he looked at the fused blood in the test tube. So all we need to do now is get some vampire blood and fuse it in to create a half-vampire, half-werewolf monster, right? Roka crossed his legs and looked at them with interest. "Yes, next." Lucian nodded. "Just call me boss," Roka said as he stood up from his chair. "I just don't know how strong this half-vampire, half-werewolf is." "Boss, you will see." A hint of ambition flashed across Lucian's face. He had been tired of being a slave for hundreds of years, and if given the chance, he naturally wouldn't mind starting a war of resistance again. "I hope you won't let me down." Roka's mouth curled up slightly. Don't think he didn't know Lucian's plan. Even if he was given the opportunity to become half-vampire, half-werewolf, what would happen? He never took half-vampire, half-werewolf fusion monsters seriously. Only Selina after the fifth film, the strongest 543 vampire with the ability like teleportation, is qualified for him to take a second look. Otherwise, based on the strength shown by Marcus, the half-vampire, half-werewolf in the original novel, he could have crushed him to death with one hand. "Boss, when do we start?" Lucian was immersed in joy and didn't notice anything unusual. Now he just wanted to get some vampire blood as soon as possible and then merge into a perfect half-vampire, half-werewolf creature. No rush. Send someone to keep an eye on the vampires. It won't be too late to take action after Selina makes a move. Roka was in no hurry. At the same time, Selina felt very complicated when she returned to the tribe. After thinking about it, she finally decided to wake up the sleeping Victor. Because Elder Amelia has not yet returned, the entire vampire clan is managed by the executive officer Klein. If they want to reveal that Klein did not kill Lucian, they still need the elders to make the decision. And among all the elders, Victor is undoubtedly the person Selena trusts the most. Of course, the most important thing is that she wants to confront Victor face to face. Was it the werewolf who killed her parents and sister? Or was it that Victor had lied to her about all this? Was it Victor who actually killed her parents and sister? She had to get to the bottom of this matter. Chapter 89. Inside the Budapest blood clan. Selena came alone to the place where the elders were sleeping and opened Victor's coffin. Then he bit his palm and injected blood into it. In this way, Victor, who has been sleeping for hundreds of years, will wake up. After doing all this, Selena covered up all traces and left. It would take time for Victor to wake up, so she had to make some preparations now. However, just as she left, she ran into Klein at the door. Klein looked at the place where she came out and was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. Elder Amelia will be back soon, and I need you to put on your dress and go to the ball with me. No. Selena had never had a good impression of Klein, and now she knew that Klein did not kill Lucian, but instead cooperated with Lucian. Although it has not been confirmed yet. But that didn't stop her from hating Klein. Klein was very dissatisfied with her attitude. Listen, I need you to put on your dress immediately and go to the ball with me. I am asking you to do this as an executive. Seeing that Klein was using this identity to force her, Selena was already unhappy, and now she was even more unhappy. Then he ignored him, turned around and left. Snort. Klein was so angry that his nose was crooked. He thought about how many people had dared to disobey him since he became an executive officer. Not to mention the cold face. Only Selena dared to take him lightly. This made him silently swear in his heart that he must get Selena. At the same time, werewolf here. Are we really going to abandon this plan? Lucian originally planned to join forces with Klein to deal with Amelia, one of the 3 elders of the vampire clan who was about to return. And it's already been planned. As long as he gets Amelia's blood, he can become a powerful half-vampire, half-werewolf being. But he didn't expect that Roka would ask him to give up this plan. This caused him dissatisfaction. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late for us to take action after Amelia returns. Wouldn't it be better to kill all the vampires at once? Roka said slowly while crossing his legs and drinking red wine. Lucian was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that his goal was to kill all the vampires. You have to know that it is the vampire base. Anyone who is not a fool will know that you must not go, as going there would mean you would just be committing suicide. It's the same no matter how many werewolves there are. I'm afraid this is not a good idea, right? What's wrong? Don't you want to kill Victor? Roka asked back. Of course not, I mean it's too dangerous. Haha, it seems you still don't know anything about my strength. Roka didn't blame him, after all, he had never shown his true strength. The last time he was fully energetic was when he was fighting alien bugs. His strength is now far beyond what it used to be. Not only does it have a speed that exceeds the speed of sound, but a single punch can deliver tens of tons of force. It can also fly, and possesses 2 powerful weapons, thermal vision and hellfire. A mere vampire would have no power to resist him. That's his confidence. Lucian didn't know what to say when he saw this. A minute and a second passed. Victor, who was awakened by Selena, gradually recovered his body functions. Upon hearing the news, Klein immediately came to Victor. Who woke me up? My servant. I don't know, fellow countryman. Klein shook his head. In fact, he had already guessed who did it. Who else besides Selena would dare to break the rules and do such a thing? However, Victor was very experienced and could tell at a glance that he knew something. You know who it is? Let him come to see me. Yes, it's Serena. Let her come to see me, she has shown me a lot of trouble, I need to have a good talk with her. Yes. Klein nodded and agreed. At this time, Victor kept panting, her memory is very confused. Master, what you need now is rest. I've rested enough. Victor glared at him. Now what you need to do is wake Marcus up. It is now the handover time of 100 years, and Marcus will replace Amelia in charge of the Budapest vampires. This was also the rule decided by the Blood Clan thousands of years ago, and it will be taken turns by the Great Elder of the Vampire Mountain. But he's still dormant now. Klein replied helplessly. Awakening the 3 vampire elders can only be done by the elders themselves. So logically he is not qualified. Just like Selena, even after waking up Victor, he would still have some problems such as incomplete memory and physical weakness. However, upon hearing this, Victor immediately glared over. In his eyes, Klein was just a dog under his command. How could he resist a stranger now? Klein had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. Master, Amelia and the meeting members will arrive tomorrow night to wake up Marcus. It's not you, my master, you have already woken up a whole world in advance. Hearing this, Victor was furious. After all, he has always been very fond of the newcomer Klein, and even Selena, his daughter, has never trusted him so much. But this time the dog didn't listen to him. Although according to the rules it should be Amelia who should do it. Go and get Selena. Yes. Klein agreed and then turned and left. Soon Selena was brought to Victor. Come closer, my child. I'm lost without you, Klein keeps pestering me and never tires of it. Ha ha ha, love is the oldest thing. He wants to have something he can't have. The casual chat ended here and Victor's face turned serious. Tell me, why do you think Lucian is still alive? I have given you all the evidence. Having said that, Selena stared at him closely. Vampires can gain memories by sucking each other's blood, so she believed that Victor already knew everything. However, Victor shook his head. There is nothing else except the broken thoughts and images. That is why the awakening work must be done by the elders. You don't have the ability to do it. Victor became more and more excited as he spoke. Being awakened prematurely would make him weak and might even cause memory loss. But I did see Lucian, he is still alive and well, and he is colluding with Klein. You have to believe me. Serena tried to explain. However, Victor did not believe her at all. The management has never been broken, not once. Since we old guys made this rule, there has never been an accident. Now is the era of Marcus's rule, not me. But I have no choice. Klein and Lucian are colluding with each other, and the entire vampire race is in crisis. Shut up! Victor shouted angrily. To him, the rules of thousands of years were the most important. Besides, the blood flag was not facing a life or death moment yet. Chapter 90. Selena was very sad when she heard this. Could it be that even though she tried her best to care for the entire vampire race, she was really no match for the so-called rules? Wait! Victor suddenly closed his eyes. Serena was stunned for a moment. Then Victor opened his eyes and looked creepy. You actually negotiated with a werewolf? Selena shook her head. She knew that Victor saw her and Lucian face to face in the coffee shop. But that wasn't a negotiation at all. However, as luck would have it, Victor saw nothing else from her blood memory but this one scene. Klein, take her away and hand her over to Amelia when she returns. Yes. Klein, who was outside the door, walked in immediately after hearing the summons. He looked at Selena with a teasing look, as if he was laughing at her naivete. Serena remained silent and said nothing. Until he was imprisoned in the dungeon by Klein. It's no small matter to collude with werewolves. Perhaps you can beg me. Klein smiled smugly as he looked at Serena in the cage. It's a pity that Selena ignored him and didn't even look at him. Klein, feeling embarrassed, could only leave in anger. It was the evening of the next day. Welcomed by the Vampire Con team, the vampire elder Amelia and a group of parliamentarians were successfully brought back. 777. And after learning that Selena had awakened Victor on her own initiative, Amelia immediately joined the congressman to punish Selena. Because Selena broke the vampire rules that had existed for thousands of years and colluded with werewolves. He was eventually sentenced to death. And the punishment by sunlight was carried out at noon. No one had any objection to this verdict, not even Circlin, who had always coveted him. So at noon on the third day, Selena's trial came. At the same time, the werewolves have also made preparations to raid the Budapest Vampire Manor. Why? Can't wait. Roka couldn't help but smile playfully when he saw Lucian's excitement. Yes. Lucian nodded excitedly. Hundreds of years had passed since Sonia's death. Now that I can finally avenge her, how can I not be excited? Then let the wolf cubs go. Yes. Lucian nodded, and then ordered more than 100 elite werewolves to get on the bus and set off. This time they are going to raid the vampire's lair directly. The danger can be imagined, but no werewolf is afraid. Such was Lucian's prestige as the werewolf leader for hundreds of years. It was noon and the sun was at its highest. It has no effect on werewolves, but it has a big impact on vampires. The vampire manor, which was dark and scary at night, was now exposed to the sun, and there was no one outside. But in this high-tech age, the vampire had already seen the werewolves through the surveillance footage. Learn that a large number of werewolves are attacking. Amelia, Victor, and the 3 elders Marcus who had just been awakened showed no fear at all. They calmly asked the tribesmen to prepare for the battle. Klein immediately gave orders, asking each vampire squad to prepare for battle. At the same time, he cautiously came to the 3 elders and asked, "I wonder if Selena's sunlight punishment will still be carried out." Of course. She colluded with the werewolves to cause the war. She must be burned to death in front of the werewolves. Amelia said in a tone that left no room for doubt. This happened during her tenure, and she must give everyone an explanation. Only by burning Selena to death can the anger of the people be calmed. Yes. Seeing this, Klein had no choice but to go down and make preparations. After a moment, Selena was tied to a cross and carried out and placed in the center of the hall. Victor was somewhat moved by this scene. He knew that if he opened the ceiling of the hall to release the sunlight, she would be completely burned to death. Just like he burned his daughter Sonia to death hundreds of years ago. Selena had a blank expression on her face and said nothing. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly she raised her head and looked directly at Victor. "I want to know whether you killed my parents and sister." The sudden question stunned all the vampires present. Victor's face changed. This sentence seemed to awaken some fragments of memories from Selena in his mind. Let him understand Selena's real purpose in waking him up, probably to get to the bottom of this matter. She has gone completely crazy, execute her immediately. Victor did not explain anything, but urged that he be burned to death by sunlight as soon as possible. After hearing these cold and heartless words, Selena finally shed tears. At the same time, there was a lot of noise outside the hall. Everyone knew that the werewolves were attacking, but what puzzled all the vampires present was that the werewolves should not have attacked so quickly. After all, this is the base camp of vampires. However, in fact, the werewolves were faster than they imagined. Fit. With a loud bang, the door was violently opened. Then Roka walked in with a group of werewolves behind him. "Hey, there's a party going on. Do you mind if I join you?" Roka looked at the werewolves in the hall with great interest, especially Selena who was tied in the middle and the 3 vampire elders on the podium. "Are you the human in Serena's memory?" Through Selena's memory, Victor knew about the existence of the human Roka, but he did not have more information about this human. Just stupid humans in league with werewolves. Elder Amelia, who was wearing a low-cut dress and had a fair and curvy figure, did not take it seriously at all. "Victor, your time of death has come." Lucian stared at Victor and whispered. You are really not dead." Victor also noticed Lucian at this time. No one was more familiar with Lucian than him. After all, he was the one who raised him. "What the hell is going on, Klein?" Marcus immediately questioned Klein. After all, Klein led the vampires directly to the werewolf base camp, and then Klein returned with the news and evidence that the werewolf leader Lucian was dead. As a result, he was appointed as the Budapest Blood Clan executive. But they didn't expect that Lucian would appear in front of them again. Klein looked flustered and had no idea how to explain it. In fact, he didn't expect Lucian to suddenly knock on his door, leaving him no chance to escape. It seems that what Selena said is true. "Klein, you are colluding with Lucian to harm the family." Victor now understood that what Selena had said before about Klein colluding with Lucian to rebel was true. But he had no intention of letting Selena go. After all, Selina had become suspicious of him and could no longer keep him. Chapter 91. Come here, tie up Klein and execute him by daylight together. Amelia said as she had Klein arrested. Hey, is it time for this farce of yours to end? I'm getting tired of waiting. Roka said and yawned. I don't know if these vampires are so confident that they think even if werewolves come to their doorstep they won't pose any threat to them. Or you are too careless. Even though they've been knocked on the door, you're still dealing with these household matters. This shows that you don't take them seriously. Humph, werewolves have been hiding here and there since the war hundreds of years ago. I didn't expect that they would dare to show up here now. Marcus snorted coldly. He witnessed how werewolves grew from irrational monsters who only knew how to eat raw meat and drink blood to a powerful tribe step by step. But this still poses no threat to vampires. Not to mention that the three great vampire elders are all here now. It can be said that this is also the most powerful time for vampires. So even though the werewolf was standing in front of them, they still didn't take him seriously. Let the execution be carried out. Victor ignored everything else and immediately gave the order to punish Selina and Klein. I saw a hole slowly opening above the castle. The dazzling sunlight would shine down in the next second, turning the two into ashes. Save me! Save me! Klein yelled at Lucian. But there was no response. The two were just partners at best. Now that the cooperation has ended, it is even more impossible for Lucian to save a vampire. It was at this time. A figure came to Selina's side at an extremely fast speed in the blink of an eye, and saved her with a wave of his hand. Then the sunlight came down. The next second, Klein's entire body turned red like a cooked prawn, and then began to burn. Amidst a shrill scream, Klein eventually turned into ashes and disappeared. Looking at this scene, even Selina felt a little chilly. She had thought of many ways she could die, but she didn't want to experience this kind of death. It's okay. I'll make you a vampire who is not afraid of sunlight. Roka couldn't help but grin as he looked at Selina in his arms, then inserted a syringe into Selina's neck. The sudden change made Selina a little confused, but before she could say anything, her body reacted violently. For a moment, her whole body twitched involuntarily. At the same time, when Lucian saw Klein being burned to death, he seemed to recall the scene of his lover Sonia being burned to death, and his eyes turned red for a moment. The war between werewolves and vampires began. However, these vampire nobles in the hall had little fighting power due to their long-term decadent life. What's more, the werewolves had bullets made of ultraviolet light in their hands, and the vampires were beaten back in a short time. The three elders finally couldn't stand it anymore. I didn't expect that the vampires have become so weak now. Victor took action himself after he finished speaking. He came to a werewolf at an incredible speed and broke its neck with his hand. Such a relaxed look also brought great encouragement to the remaining vampires. Suddenly the battle situation became tense. When Lucian saw Victor coming to the scene personally, he was naturally extremely jealous of his enemies. Without saying a word, he dropped the vampire in his hand and rushed forward. But even though Victor had just woken up and his body functions had not yet recovered to their peak state, he was still not someone Lucian could defeat. In just a moment, Victor pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. Just when Victor wanted to kill Lucian completely, he was suddenly knocked over by an inexplicable force, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth because of this force. It's really embarrassing. Roka walked slowly to Lucian and smiled. Lucian got up from the ground angrily and wanted to rush forward again. But he was stopped by Roka, who took out a syringe and said, "This is Victor's blood, mixed with Michael's blood." Lucian immediately took the syringe and injected himself without thinking. As long as he combines the blood of vampires and Michael, he can become a perfect half-werewolf, half-vampire creature. That way he could take care of Victor himself. The moment the syringe was injected, his body fell to the ground and began to twitch. At the same time, Selina, who had just received the injection, finally recovered. She could feel that she had become very strong. And all this was brought about by the man in front of him. Thanks. Serena thanked him gratefully. It's not enough to just thank you like this. Roka grabbed her waist and smiled. After it's over. Selena winked at him, then looked at Victor, who had already gotten up from the ground. She appeared in front of Victor like a ghost before he could react. Tell me, did you kill my parents and sister? Selena wanted a definite answer, although the answer was already in her mind. However, Victor had no intention of answering. Seeing that Selena actually appeared in front of him, he naturally would not show mercy and immediately grabbed her with his 10 claws. Unexpectedly, Selena dodged away in an instant. I ask again, did you kill my parents and sister? Selena's cold voice appeared behind him. This is impossible. Victor's face was full of disbelief, he actually didn't see the other person's movements clearly. Nothing is impossible. Why are you still unwilling to tell me? Selena's voice was filled with murderous intent, and she no longer had much patience. Victor sneered, he was just careless just now. How is it possible to expect him to tell the truth? The next moment, he appeared in front of Selena and grabbed her without mercy. Selena's reaction was also quick. After becoming half vampire, half werewolf, her strength increased exponentially. Now he is no weaker than Victor, and is even much stronger. Victor was fast, but she was even faster. The two men were like phantoms, fighting for dozens of rounds in the blink of an eye. The next second, Victor vomited blood and flew backwards. Selena flashed in front of him and looked down at him. Ha ha ha, so what if I killed your parents and sister? Victor got up from the ground and grinned, you don't think you have won, do you? After hearing Victor's admission with her own ears, Selena finally gave up completely. She was mentally prepared and her expression did not change at all. +/-. Chapter 92. Go to hell. After getting the answer, Selena no longer wanted to play tricks on Victor. She wanted to kill Victor with her own hands to avenge her parents. At this time, Amelia and Marcus, two of the three vampire elders, finally stopped watching the show and stood up. Let us put an end to this war together. Amelia and Marcus came up to Victor and said. Victor nodded. It seemed that it was not something he could solve alone. When the three vampire elders join forces, there is no enemy they cannot defeat. Selena's heart sank when she saw this scene. Her strength had indeed been greatly enhanced. But the other party is one of the three vampire elders who have lived for thousands of years. Their strength should not be underestimated. Roar! At this time, Lucian, who had been injected with Victor's blood and Michael's blood, finally completed the transformation of werewolf and half-vampire. At this time, he is somewhere between a werewolf and a vampire, not afraid of sunlight or silver. The strength is now incomparable to the past. Wow, it looks pretty good. Roka looked at Lucian with interest. Although both of them were half-vampire and half-werewolf, Lucian was obviously stronger than Selena. This is probably because he is stronger than Selena. What's more, the blood that was fused was Victor's. Victor is mine! Lucian roared at Selena. He wanted to step forward to stop Selena when he was fusing their blood just now. It's a pity that I couldn't do it at that time. Now he has to kill Victor himself. Humph, I won't let you go. Selena snorted coldly. She also had her own reasons for having to kill Victor with her own hands. I think you two should come together. Who can kill Victor depends on their own ability. Roka asked the two of them to face the outside world together. It is quite difficult for one person to defeat the three elders alone. Don't underestimate these old monsters who have lived for more than 1,000 years. Hearing this, Lucian had no choice but to give up the idea of targeting Selena. He roared and rushed towards Victor. The three vampire elders are not vegetarians either. While Lucian was attacking Victor, Marcus attacked from the flank. Lucian was caught off guard and was knocked away in an instant. The other side. Selena also attacked, but was blocked by Amelia. In a 1-on-2 situation, she could not pose a threat to Victor for a while. Fortunately, Lucian recovered quickly and joined the battlefield again. In a 1-on-1 fight, the vampire elder is definitely no match for either Lucian or Selena. But 2 against 1 can suppress one of them. The battle became intense in an instant. Roka sat calmly in the seat that originally belonged to Victor, holding a glass of red wine and watching the battle with great interest. If you want to break the deadlock now, you must kill one of Victor and the other two. It all depends on who gets it first. At this moment, Amelia, holding Selena, knocked down the supporting column and fell in the middle of the hall. Seeing that the dazzling sunlight on the roof was right next to her, Amelia immediately grabbed Selena's neck and pushed her into the sunlight. Ha ha ha, go to hell! Amelia smiled smugly. However, the next moment the smile on her face froze. She couldn't understand why Selena, who was exposed to the sun, was not hurt at all. Selena was a little surprised when she reacted. She immediately grabbed Amelia and used the same method against her. Amelia was suddenly exposed to the scorching sun. Amidst a shrill scream, Amelia's body suddenly caught fire, then turned into ashes and disappeared. Watching Amelia being burned to death by the sun, Victor and Marcus reacted very strongly. After all, they have been together for more than 10 years. It is also under their joint management that the Budapest blood family has continued to this day. Unexpectedly, when Amelia was about to take her turn to sleep, she was killed. How could they bear this? For a moment, both of them went crazy, and Lucian was caught off guard and was knocked away in an instant. Then Marcus and Victor rushed towards Selena, wanting to kill the traitor. But Lucian is no pushover. Even though he was seriously injured, he recovered quickly and joined the battle again. In a one-on-one situation, Victor and Marcus were no match for Selena and Lucian, who had become half vampire, half werewolf. In just a moment, Victor and Marcus were at a disadvantage. In the end, Victor died at the hands of Selena and Lucian, which meant they both killed Victor with their own hands. At this time, the battle between vampires and werewolves has completely ended. There was not a single vampire noble left, all of them were eliminated. Only a few vampires scattered around the manor survived. At this point, Roka would naturally not let the werewolves kill them all. Otherwise, the Budapest blood family would suffer a huge loss if no one inherited their wealth. As a family that has existed for more than 1,000 years, their wealth is unimaginable. With this financial support, the monster shelter he wanted to build could be fully launched. Selena, I now appoint you as the new leader of the Budapest blood clan. You will be fully responsible for managing the assets of the Budapest blood clan and the remaining vampires. Is that okay? No problem. Selena agreed without hesitation. Now that the 3 elders of the blood clan and most of the high-level vampires are dead, it is very easy for her to control the entire Budapest blood clan. Moreover, she could also see that Roka was very fond of the wealth of the Budapest blood family of her aunt, so she naturally had no reason to refuse. Very good, then it's Lucian's turn. You can continue to be the werewolf leader, but you must restrain all werewolves and not do anything illegal. Do you understand? Roka said with a slight warning in his voice. The situation with the vampires is not so bad. There are not many vampires in the whole of Paris, and Selena can manage them completely. The key is that werewolves are difficult to manage. Even though the werewolves feared their leader Lucian, they were naturally irritable and could easily get into trouble. Once we are noticed by the government army, we will be in trouble. Didn't you see that in the 5th part of Underworld, humans had already started slaughtering vampires and werewolves? At that time, there was almost no place for both tribes. He didn't want to see that kind of ending. At present, vampires and werewolves are 2 knives in his hands. If used well, he can do a lot of things. Chapter 93. However, Lucian had no intention of agreeing. He looked up at Roka with a provocative look. I said I would let you see how powerful I am in this state. Having just gotten rid of the 3 great vampire elders, Lucian's heart was already swelling to the point where he couldn't control himself. Hundreds of years ago he had had enough of being enslaved. Now all he had to do was rebel against slavery once again. Roka raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Why not? You can't imagine how powerful I am now, having combined the advantages of both vampires and werewolves. Lucian clenched his fists and felt the powerful force. His confidence swelled to the point of exploding. Now he is afraid of no one. Even Roka, who once brought him fear, was the same. I don't like disobedient puppies. Roka narrowed his eyes and smiled. Humph! I'm a wolf. As soon as Lucian finished speaking, he rushed towards Roca. Seeing this, Selena immediately stood in front of him. But the next second, Roca appeared beside her. 18, I don't need a woman's protection, even my woman. After saying that, he waved his hand and hugged Selena's perfect body tightly in his arms. Without even looking at Lucian, who was pouncing at him like a ferocious wolf, he punched him with his backhand. Bang! A large amount of blood plasma spurted out, staining the faces of the werewolves below. As they looked on in disbelief, they saw that their leader Lucian's head had been blown up. Bump! The corpse fell heavily to the ground, and the werewolves who had been reveling just now fell completely silent. All the werewolves looked at the human in front of them in fear and didn't dare to breathe. It's like they have turned into a group of good puppies. You, that is, you will temporarily become the leader of the werewolves and manage these werewolves under you. Is that okay? Roka pointed at the largest white werewolf among the 50 or so werewolves left below. Me. The sturdy man was stunned for a moment, then he fell to the ground. Yes. Very good. Roka nodded with satisfaction. Although he really admired Lucian as the werewolf leader, it was not impossible to change him. To him, a disobedient werewolf is not a good werewolf. Let's just let this big werewolf be the leader for now, and we can replace him if we find a suitable one later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Underworld 1, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supervision LV1, Random Ability Upgrade LV5. Supervision. Roka was a little surprised by the sudden prompt from the system. In fact, his eyesight was already very good due to thermal vision. Something 1,000 meters away seems to be right in front of you. But it was far inferior to this supervision. He found that he could not only see the movements of ants 1,000 meters away, but also had the ability of perspective. X. His eyes involuntarily turned to Selena beside him. In an instant, everything in front of my eyes turned white. This graceful and proud figure really made him unable to take his eyes away. What's wrong? Selena looked at him with some confusion. Ahem, it's okay. Roka shook his head repeatedly to hide his embarrassment. Then he asked Selena to deal with the affairs of the Budapest vampires, while he opened his personal attribute panel to take a look. After all, this mission reward also includes a random ability upgrade of 5 levels. I don't know if that ability has been improved. Host, Roka. Number of completed tasks, 1-1. Used item, Perfect Super Soldier Serum. Owned items, Monster Containment Device *100. Superpowers, Super Regeneration LV2, Super Speed LV3, Super Hearing LV2, Iron Body LV8, Heat Vision LV2, Hell Flame LV3, Super Strength LV3, Flight LV2, Supervision 4-1. It's actually a body of steel. In an instant, Roka felt that his physical fitness had greatly improved. This feeling was unprecedented. If he could only ignore ordinary bullets before, now he would not necessarily be injured even if he was bombarded by missiles. At this point, he seemed to be not far from becoming a true Superman. Moreover, the Iron Man's strengthening is all-round, with its strength and speed also being greatly enhanced. His strength now is vastly different than before. Very good. Roka smiled with satisfaction. This effort was not in vain. Not only did he control the vampires and werewolves, but he also controlled their incredible wealth. Plus Selena, the most capable and beautiful vampire. The long-standing problem of lack of talent has also been resolved. Selena's ability to get things done is not to be underestimated. Night. In the most luxurious room of the Blood Clan Manor in Budapest. How's the situation over there, dear? Ha ha ha, don't worry, the vampires and werewolves are all in my hands, and the incredible wealth of these two tribes is also a bargain for me. That must be very dangerous, right? Dangerous? No? Just a little bit. I'll be back after I finish dealing with things here. Boss, did you take care of that female vampire? We promised to post a video. Don't worry, you female hooligan. I've already taken care of it. Let's talk about it when you come back. I'm very busy now. Hello 030, hello boss. Beep beep beep. Roka hung up the phone with Tina, Allison, and others, and Selena, with shining eyes. She is 1.73 meters tall and has perfect proportions. Her light blue eyes are bright and deep, and just a glance at her can make people fall deeply in love with her. Her lips are rosy and soft, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth bring a natural affinity, and every expression exudes a unique charm. Her skin is as white as jade, smooth and firm without a single flaw, just like carefully carved porcelain. This white and firm skin seems to emit a faint luster in the sun, adding a lot to her overall beauty. Roka had had many beauties before, like Heather, Allison, and Maria, but he had never seen such a unique and beautiful woman. "Come on, baby." Roka took the beauty into his arms, enjoying her pleasant fragrance and feeling her graceful body. "I'm yours tonight." Selena looked at him with blurry eyes, then stood on tiptoe and gave him a kiss. After a passionate kiss. "No, you are wrong, I want you to belong to me forever." After Roka finished speaking, he picked her up domineeringly. "Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night." Chapter 94. The next day at noon. Roka was stimulated and woke up from his daze. He looked under the quilt and saw Selena busy. "Selena, you are really greedy." Selena rolled her eyes at him. "Actually, I can be even more greedy." Feeling the sharp teeth, Roka shuddered. "Let me make it clear first, I won't suck your blood. How about just once?" Selena licked her lips, revealing her sharp fangs. Her fair skin looked so dazzling in the sun. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to refuse this request. "Give up on this idea. I don't want to become a vampire." Roka couldn't help but roll his eyes. Selena was a little unwilling and kept twisting her body, which was really itchy. Roka didn't care anymore and just jumped on the horse and gave her a good lesson. "Selena, I need your help to get some experimental equipment. Although I can't suck your blood, I can give you some of the super soldier serum that I will create." The wealth of the Budapest blood family is unimaginable, so it is easy for Selena to deal with the laboratory matters. And Selena's strength still has a lot of room for growth, and the super soldier serum can definitely bring about a drastic change in her strength. "No problem." Serena nodded happily. Now the entire Budapest vampire clan serves Roka alone, so getting some experimental equipment or building a laboratory is not a problem at all. The two chatted for a while. Selena also got to know him better. She didn't expect that Roka was actually an exorcist who specialized in dealing with ghosts and aliens. After learning that he was going to build a monster shelter, Selena immediately expressed that the Budapest vampires would fully support it. Roka was also very confident in handing these matters over to her. But I didn't expect Selena to move so quickly. In just 2 days, Roka had obtained all the experimental equipment he needed to create the perfect super soldier serum. Not only were the experimental equipment set up in the basement of Heather Manor, but a laboratory was also set up in the Budapest Vampire Manor. So Roka decided to get the super soldier serum here first. Do it when you think of it. The method of making the perfect super soldier serum given by the system is all in the mind and can be used at any time. With the research equipment, you just need to follow the steps to manufacture it. It only took Roka 1 day to create the perfect super soldier serum and put it into 2 syringe test tubes. It's not that troublesome to use. All you have to do is inject the super soldier serum into your body. The process is painless and there is no risk of personality amplification. As for how much strength can be improved, it depends on the individual. Generally speaking, it can improve physical fitness by about 5 times. The stronger your own strength is, the higher the improvement will be. After doing all this, Roka found Selena and gave her a perfect super soldier serum. "Is this what you made?" Selena took the test tube and looked at it curiously. She had also heard of the name super soldier serum, but she didn't know what its specific effects were. "Try it, it should improve your strength." Roka didn't explain too much. The more people knew about this kind of thing, the higher the risk of exposure. Your own woman only needs to use it, and there is no need to know the specific details of the super soldier serum. "All right." Selena naturally trusted him without reservation, so without hesitation, she immediately injected the super soldier serum into his body. For a moment she felt her whole body getting hot, and her body cells seemed to be constantly being strengthened. Don't worry, there will be some changes in the process of strengthening your body, and it will be over soon. Roka helped her sit aside. At this time, Selena was sweating all over. This was an incredible thing, and she was completely confused. The perfect super soldier serum will enhance a person to the most perfect state. Just like Captain America, who went from a skinny and short ordinary soldier to a strong man with perfect muscles like a bodybuilder. These are all evolving towards perfection. The same goes for Roka. His perfect muscular body is so attractive that Alice and Maria are all drooling over him. Girls will also develop towards a perfect body shape after using the super soldier serum. Just like now. Selena's figure was already very good, but now it has become visibly fuller and rounder. Roka just couldn't take his eyes away. Soon, the sofa was soaked with sweat. Selena finally came to her senses. Congratulations! Roka smiled and congratulated. Selena stretched out her slender white hands to feel the changes, and the next second she stood up from the sofa as if she had teleported. I am so strong now. Selena can feel that her current strength has undergone a tremendous change and is completely different from before. If she were to face Victor, Marcus, and Amelia again, she was confident that she could defeat them all with one hand. This is her current strength. It's indeed much stronger. Roka looked up and down at her voluptuous figure that was wet with sweat and vaguely visible, and then reached out to hold her in his arms. But then Selena suddenly appeared at the bathroom door. Honey, let me take a shower first. Selena smiled sweetly at him and then went into the bathroom. But you want to escape after entering the bathroom? Of course not. Roka entered the bathroom at a faster speed before she closed the door. Ah dear, how did you get in? What? Can't I come in? After all, you have just been strengthened with super soldier serum, and I still have to check your body. How great are you, dear? Selena looked helpless. She thought her strength was close enough to Roka's, but she didn't expect that she could hardly react to Roka's action just now. Roka grinned, want to know how strong I am? Just try and you will know. Come, get down in this position. Selena couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but she still bent down and held the bathtub. This action also perfectly shows the body curves, which is so tempting. Chapter 95. A few days later. Roka left all matters here, including the werewolves, to Selena. He then returned to New York with the super soldier serum. Hey baby, have you missed me during this time? The door was opened, and Roka hugged Maria's soft and petite body, followed by a deep French kiss. You still remember to come back. Hearing Tina's dissatisfied voice, Roka let go of Maria's red lips. I have all these beautiful ladies like you at home, how could I not be willing to come back? Without favoring one over the other, he also gave Tina, Allison, and Stella a deep kiss, which eliminated their dissatisfaction. Look what good stuff I brought back for you. Roka said as he took out the perfect super soldier serum. What's this? The four girls looked at the syringe and test tube in front of them with some confusion. Remember what I said last time? Roka smiled mysteriously. That's it. That thing that can keep people young forever. Did you make it? Tina. They immediately remembered something they had mentioned to them during their last vacation by the sea that could keep people young forever. For a moment, the women were all a little excited. 900. That's right. How about this? For the sake of confidentiality, I won't tell you the details of this thing. Each of you can take one and inject it first. Roka wanted to keep it a secret and didn't tell them more information about the super soldier serum. Again, they just need to use it. Knowing too much would be bad for them. It might even be dangerous. Give it to me now. Tina didn't ask any more questions and immediately took a bottle of super soldier serum from him. Roka shook his head with amusement, then gave one to Maria, Allison, and Stella respectively. How do I use this? Tina looked at the test tube in her hand for a long time but couldn't find how to use it. It's very simple, just do this. Roka taught them how to use it. Then several women injected themselves one after another, without considering whether there would be any danger. This shows the trust that the women have in him. Roka was quite satisfied with this, even though they were all his women. But if he doesn't have enough confidence in himself, he won't give the super, Bike J, Tian Bing to him for use. After all, the preciousness of this thing is unimaginable. If this thing were known to the outside world, it would probably cause countless people to fight for it. Even if he has invincible strength, it is difficult to protect everyone. This is also the reason why he did not tell the girls more information about the super soldier serum. It's so hot. I can't stand it anymore. As soon as the super soldier serum was injected, Tina and the others felt hot all over. This was the effect of the drug, which was constantly strengthening their body cells. Soon their bodies were wet with sweat. Tina felt a little overwhelmed and took off all her clothes. Then Allison, Maria, and the others followed suit. For a moment, the whole room was filled with white. After waiting for a while, the effect of the super soldier serum has finally worn off. Tina and the others also woke up, gasping for breath. Oh my god, I thought I was going to die just now. Tina couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, that's a wonderful feeling. Maria was savoring the aftertaste of what had just happened. She felt relaxed all over. She, who was usually weak and sickly, now felt strong all over. Her vision also became clearer, and she, who was originally a little nearsighted, could actually see the small words on the posters on the wall. This is amazing too. Fit. Suddenly a loud noise attracted their attention. Looking over, I saw that Allison accidentally broke a corner of the table. This scene shocked everyone. Allison, when did you become so powerful? Tina asked in some confusion. I don't know either. Allison looked at her hands. She didn't know what happened. The table was like tofu and broke easily. It's the effect of the medicine just now. Stella was the first to react. She tried it and found that she could easily lift the table beside her with her own strength. You have to know that although she was healthy before this, it was absolutely impossible for her to lift a table weighing hundreds of pounds. Oh my god, Stella, you! At this moment, Maria seemed to have discovered something surprising, and pointed at Stella, speechless. What's wrong with me? Stella was startled. She covered her face in panic, thinking there was something on her face. Ha ha ha. Roka couldn't help but laugh at the women's reactions. He took Stella's hand away, looked at her fair and smooth skin with appreciation, and then couldn't help but bent down and kissed her. Sui Ran then looked up at everyone and said, "Don't worry, all your changes are caused by the medicine you just injected. It can not only improve your physical fitness by about 5 times, but also make you healthier and less likely to get sick, and it will make you more perfect. It's true. I found that my figure seems to have become better, and so is my skin." After hearing what he said, Tina and the others also noticed changes in themselves. This could explain their shock just now. It can also keep you young forever. You can live for 200 years without any problem. And until you grow old, you will always remain young and beautiful. Yeah. Very good. Hearing this, Tina, Allison and the others couldn't help but scream. There is no one who does not wish to stay young forever, let alone stay young for more than 100 years. It is only in the last few years that you will suddenly age. This is simply maddening for women. Darling, I love you. The excited Tina gave him a kiss, then threw him a wink and went to the bathroom. The same is true for Maria and Allison. Roka patted Stella's buttocks, who was the last to leave, and smiled brightly, while also looking forward to the next exercise. After spending the whole day having fun with a few girls in the company. "Boss, we have a lot of commissions coming to us recently. Do you want to take a look?" "Of course, let's take a look." Roka smiled as he sat on a chair, crossing his legs. Allison slapped his increasingly excessive hand, and then read out some of the commissions that had come to her recently. Chapter 96. It's a commission from the local police station in New Mexico. The content is to deal with a group of deformed people who have become deformed due to nuclear radiation. Last time, you didn't agree, but now they have increased the commission. Oh? How much? Roka raised his eyebrows, reached out and held Allison's soft body in his arms, kneading it wantonly and asked. Yes, there are $200,000. Allison said, panting slightly. Not bad. Roka didn't expect the local police department to be so willing to spend money. $200,000 is not a small amount. He remembered that there weren't that many deformed people in the Hills Have Eyes one, right? However, these deformed people do have some abilities, and ordinary people are no match for them. Even if the police force is dispatched, it will be difficult to act because of the terrain. Although deformed people are deformed, they are not fools. Therefore, this matter can only be handled by people like bounty hunters. Take this commission. Okay, okay. Allison held down his mischievous hand and then sent a reply email. The other party soon responded. Boss, the other party asked us to act quickly. Do we want to set off now? Now? Are you kidding? I didn't say I would go there in person. Roka couldn't help rolling his eyes. He didn't even want to go there by himself. He wasn't too interested in deformed people or anything like that. Hey, your boss, also have subordinates now. Call Selena and ask her to arrange some vampires or werewolves to deal with these deformed people. I see. Allison finally understood that Roka had intended to let his vampires and werewolves handle this commission from the beginning. This is indeed a very good method. I just don't know if I can get a system reward by letting the vampires and werewolves under my command handle this matter. This is also what Roka is curious about. Just treat it as an attempt. If it succeeds, won't all system tasks be handed over to the people under my command to complete in the future? He just needs to sit back and enjoy the success? Boss, Serena's call is connected. Well, let me tell you. After Roka answered the phone, he told Selena the mission requirements. It's just a matter of sending a few vampires or werewolves to deal with some deformed people. It's a very simple matter. Although deformed people are stronger than ordinary people, they are no match for werewolves or vampires. After Selena agreed, she immediately arranged for 2 werewolves to deal with the matter. If nothing unexpected happens, we should have news within 3 days. This speed is not slow anymore. Hey, boss, there's a new commission coming in. What is the commission? Roka asked nonchalantly. It was a call for help from a little kid named Jack. Help. Yes, the email said that the town they were in was contaminated by a chemical, and the dead people turned into zombies and attacked the residents of the town, shouting that they wanted to eat brains. Eat brains? Roka was shocked. Allison nodded. Yeah, Jack said if no one rescues them, their brains will be eaten. Accept this commission immediately and quickly ask Jack where his town is. When Roka heard about the zombies and eating brains, he already guessed what it was. If this matter is not handled properly, it is likely to lead to a biochemical crisis. Then the whole world will suffer. Roka doesn't want to experience doomsday life, so this commission must be resolved as soon as possible, and the source must be addressed. Ding! The system has updated the task Return of the Living Dead to, please host to eliminate all the living dead. It is indeed this. The system's prompt just proved his guess. Boss, the other party sent me the location. It's in the small town of XX in Chicago, Illinois in the Midwest. So far. Roka frowned. New York is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Chicago, and it would take at least 10 hours to drive there. Even by plane it would take 2 or 3 hours. It is obvious that this commission cannot wait that long. In 2 or 3 hours, I'm afraid that everyone in that town would have their brains eaten out. Boss, Jack said they can hold out for an hour at most. Those zombies are very smart and can even drive. It's only a matter of time before they find them. Is this really such an outrageous thing? Allison even suspected that the kid was lying. The dead are resurrected, and their brains are eaten? Even smart enough to drive? This is too outrageous. Of course it's true. Have you seen zombie movies? It might become a reality if things go wrong. Although Roka remembered that those corpses turned into the living dead because the military was researching a biological weapon called 245-trioxide, this chemical was a gene resurrection catalyst. After becoming a living dead, they will only eat brains and will not spread from person to person like zombies. But no one can say for sure whether further research will really lead to the T-virus. So scary? Boss, do you want to go and deal with this matter now? I'll book a plane ticket for you right away. Allison said as she was about to buy him the fastest ticket. But Roka stopped her. No, the plane is too slow. As he said this, he came to the French window. It's still faster this way. Wait for my good news. As soon as Roka finished speaking, he flew out from the windowsill. Fortunately, it is now dark and no one has noticed this place. Along the way, Roka flew directly at twice the speed of sound and reached Chicago in about half an hour. Hey, honey, what's up? Selena, can you help me check a company called Darren Chemicals? The biological weapons developed by this company can resurrect the dead and turn them into living dead that can only eat brains. Oh my god, if this continues, won't zombie movies become reality? Honey, wait a minute, I'll go investigate. After learning about the incident, Selena immediately realized the importance of the matter. Although vampires are not afraid of zombie viruses or anything like that. But the end of the world was definitely not what she wanted to see. Well, I'm on my way to the place where the virus was leaked. Once you have investigated thoroughly, please inform me immediately. That kind of biological weapon must be completely eliminated. Understood. I will have someone cooperate with you. After Selena hung up the phone, she immediately arranged for someone to investigate Darren Chemical Company and its cooperation with the military. Especially the specific information from the laboratory of Darren Chemical Company. 1Z. Chapter 97. In the dark night. A sonic boom ripped through the night sky. This should be it. Roka, who had been flying all the way, determined the approximate direction and found that the small town under his feet should be the location that the little boy Jack said. So he immediately descended from the sky. Oh! Roar! As expected. As soon as we landed, we found that the streets and alleys of the town were filled with extremely tragic scenes of doomsday. The undead chased the panicked people, pinned them to the ground and ate their brains. Screams rang out one after another. The whole town seemed to have entered the end of the world in advance. But Roka didn't have time to pay attention to those people. He came here for only two purposes. One is to save the commissioned publisher Jack. The other is to deal with the zombies in the town. So he immediately started searching in the town's 300. Using his supervision, he quickly found several people in a raw meat processing factory. Hey, are you guys okay? In the dark room, a few people who dared not breathe were listening to the howling of the living dead outside the house, praying not to be found. Just at this moment, a sudden sound startled several people. Turning around, they found that there was someone watching them from the second-floor window. This situation confused everyone. After all, it was a second-floor window, and there was nowhere to climb up from outside. When the clever Jack saw that he was not a zombie, he quickly stepped forward and opened the window. It was too late for others to stop it. Hey, you're Jack, right? Are you Superman? Jack's eyes widened as he watched him just floating in the air. You can understand it that way. Roka crossed his arms and nodded with a smile. Are you from the exorcism agency? Jack also reacted at this time. Don't be fooled by his young age, he is only 7 or 8 years old. But he is very smart. Smart, didn't little Jack post the commission on the exorcism agency's website? I'm here to save you. Very good. Jack shouted excitedly. At this time, the other people behind him also came over. Before they knew what was happening, they saw Roka flying directly in through the window. Oh my god! Oh my god! Several people were stunned when they saw this scene. Especially Jack's sister, who looked stunned with her mouth wide open. Although she was not as pretty as beauties like Selena, Allison, and Maria, she was also a pretty girl from a small family. I'm Roka, the head of the exorcist office. I'm here on behalf of little Jack. Wait, Jack's commission? But what commission did he get? Jack's sister was a little confused. After all, Jack was just a child. How could he have the money to entrust? Hearing this, Jack also reacted, and immediately looked up at Roka with an embarrassed look and said, I'm sorry, I don't have any money. It's okay. Just consider it as a debt. Little Jack can work for me to pay it back in the future. Roka is still optimistic about the little boy Jack. In the original movie, the little boy was very smart in facing the living dead, which was eye-opening. He is even smarter, calmer, and braver than some adults, and will definitely achieve something great in the future. Well, I will definitely meet him in the future. Little Jack promised very seriously. Haha, I believe you. Roka rubbed his hair and then looked at everyone and said, we can't stay here for long, everyone follow me. After saying that, he walked towards the gate. Wait, there is. Over there. Bump. Jack's sister was about to say something when she saw Roka raise his hand, open the door, and let the zombie in. Then I saw the zombies suddenly burst into flames all over their bodies. In the flames, it only took a moment for it to be burned to ashes. What are you standing there for? Do you want to stay here any longer? Roka glanced at a few people and said. After hearing this, several people suddenly realized and followed. Come to the street. At this time, the living dead from all directions were like cats smelling fish, constantly surrounding them from all directions. Roka raised his eyebrows upon seeing this, and the flame of hell in his hand turned into a long whip, which set all the living dead on fire wherever it passed. In an instant it turned into ashes. This is the benefit of cremation. If it were cremation, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Fortunately, only people who inhale 245 trioxide gas will be poisoned and become the living dead. Otherwise it would be quite troublesome. They found a car that could be started and sent it to the bridgehead out of the town. I need you to watch here. Don't let any zombies leave the town, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Do you understand? Roka looked at them seriously. Although the zombies will not infect the people they bite, their bodies are a huge source of virus infection and may be transmitted through other means. So we have to make sure that no living dead leave the town. Clear. Jack and Jack's sister nodded. Wait, what should he do? At this time, the red-haired woman next to her anxiously supported her boyfriend and asked. Oh, there's one more thing you forgot to solve. Roka slapped his forehead and realized that he had actually forgotten about this matter. These 2 men and 1 woman should be the 3 tomb robbers in the original novel. One of them, a tall one and a fat one, inhaled poison gas in the cemetery and are now about to become living dead. How are they? Can they be saved? Otherwise, send them to the hospital. Jack's sister said anxiously. Roka shook his head and said, they have inhaled too much poison gas and are about to become living dead. If you don't mind, I can help them get rid of it. As he spoke, a flame appeared in his hand. They had just witnessed the power of this flame, which could reduce a person to ashes in a short period of time, even faster than an incinerator. Can't. 0.0 The red-haired woman hugged her boyfriend and shook her head desperately to refuse. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. The fact that they can still be so steadfast in this situation shows that their relationship is indeed very good. But reality forces them to make a choice. Roka shrugged, if you don't want to, just watch them turn into the living dead. Maybe then you can offer your brain. In the original novel, the red-haired woman seemed to have actually offered her brain to her boyfriend. I don't know whether to call her stupid. Or is this the magic of love? This is a flamethrower. Think it over and then give him a quick death. After Roka handed the flamethrower to Jack's sister, he turned around and flew into the sky. He has no time to play games of life and death. Next he has to clear out all the zombies in the town. Chapter 98. Beep beep beep. Roka chose to drive a car and keep honking the horn to attract most of the zombies in the town, and whenever he arrived at a place, he would use the flames of hell to set it on fire. This is a perfect way to deal with the zombies stuck in the house. Anyway, almost everyone in the town died. This is what you have to do if you want to completely eliminate all the living dead. And Jack didn't seem to have informed the military, so this matter had to be handled by him. Soon the town became a sea of fire. Behind Roka were hundreds and thousands of zombies. He didn't stop the car until he reached the cemetery. Looking at the zombies in front of him, he took out the Gatling gun without hesitation. Use hellfire to transform it into a death Gatling gun. The next second, fierce tongues of flames burst out instantly. 100 flaming bullets per second instantly tore apart thousands of living dead in front of him. When a magazine was used up, no zombies were left standing, and only the burning wreckage remained on the ground. Well, the mission is not completed yet. After dealing with these zombies, Roka couldn't help but frown, because the system task was not completed. It seems that the problem has not been solved yet. He did not forget that the 2 people among the 3 tomb robbers who inhaled the poison gas would become living dead. Or rather, it has changed now, but the red-haired woman did not kill them. It seems he has to go there in person. Roka narrowed his eyes, and his X-ray vision allowed him to see the tomb robbers who had turned into zombies and were BG on the car window 2 kilometers away, trying to eat Master Jack's brain. As for the flamethrower, it was left outside. Although I don't know what happened, it's really speechless. However, just when the red-haired woman and Jack's sister were panicking, Jack started the car and knocked the 2 zombies away. Then he stopped the car at the location of the flamethrower and quickly picked it up. It's just that he is too small, so it is difficult for him to use the flamethrower. Fortunately, Jack's sister saw this and rushed over to help. Then the 2 men used flamethrowers to set the 2 zombies on fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Return of the Living Dead 2. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Breathing LV2. Very nice. Roka showed a satisfied smile. Super breath is not just breathing. It can also spit out icy breath to freeze the opponent, create hurricanes, change the weather and even blow out stars. And the first thing I got was LV2 Super Breath, which is very good. Jack and his sister also heard the sound behind them. They turned around and were immediately surprised. Mr. Roka, you are back. Well, you did a good job. Roka praised the 2 of them generously. Jack was so young but he remained calm in the face of danger and was able to find a way to deal with the zombies in times of crisis. Jack's sister also performed well and knew to come and help. Instead, the red-haired woman over there kept screaming and feeling sad. It's a shame that this woman didn't feed her brain to her boyfriend who has become the living dead. Hey, it's nothing. Sister Jack scratched her head a little embarrassedly, looking so naive that it was hilarious. Jack, on the other hand, was more stable. He looked at the burning town with a sense of sadness and confusion. Roka naturally saw his worry. The town has been infected by poison gas. Only by burning it down can we avoid the danger of being infected again and becoming the living dead. By the way, little Jack, where are your parents? They died a long time ago. Jack replied somewhat sadly. How about this, I will sponsor you and your sister to go to school. Now this town is no longer habitable, after all, it was burned down by Roka. Where can the homeless siblings go? There is nothing wrong with supporting them. Roka believes that Jack's intelligence will bring him great rewards in the future. Thank you, Mr. Roka. Jack also knew that he had met a noble man who not only saved their lives but was also willing to sponsor their schooling. Where can I find such a good thing? Thank you. By the way, Mr. Roka can call me Susanna. Jack's sister, Susanna, thanked him gratefully. Well, let's leave here now. After saying that, Roka asked the brother and sister to get in the car. As for the red-haired woman, she was still sad about her boyfriend being burned to death. Ignored her. Roka drove straight out of the town. After a moment, in a hotel in the city, Roka arranged for Jack and his sister to rest, and then called Selena to inquire about the investigation progress. It's a pity that the cooperation between Darren Chemical Company and the military in developing 245 trioxide is highly confidential, and it is not easy to obtain accurate intelligence. Even if a vampire comes out, it will take some time. Roka was not in a hurry. According to the original movie, this 245 trioxide would often leak accidentally, causing a biochemical crisis in a region. But it did not spread on a large scale. So don't worry too much. So the next day, Roka took Jack and Susanna out for fun. It wasn't until 5:30 in the evening that Selena called. Dear, we have found the laboratory where Darren Chemical Company cooperates with the military. The efficiency is very good. Roka couldn't help but praise him, saying that they had investigated the exact location of the laboratory in just one day, which was definitely a very fast speed. The specific location of the laboratory is at the XXX military base in Chicago, but there are more than 1,000 soldiers stationed there, so it is not easy to enter the underground research institute. Selena reminded very seriously. Vampires are indeed very strong, but they are no match for the army. You said vampires are only afraid of sunlight? Can you recover after countless bullets have turned you into a hornet's nest? What's more, there are heavy firepower weapons such as artillery shells and rocket launchers. This is also the reason why vampires and werewolves choose to hide and not be known to the public. After all, this world is still a human world. It's okay, it's just the army. Roka didn't take it seriously. They were just ordinary troops and posed no threat to him. This time, let him transform into a native of his country and use the military base to do good for all mankind. After hanging up the phone, Roka let Jack and Susanna rest first, and then he flew high into the sky and disappeared under the cover of night. Chapter 99. At the same time, an air raid alarm suddenly sounded in a heavily guarded military base. What's going on? A sturdy man in military uniform came into the communications room. Colonel, we have detected an unidentified object falling from the sky. Unidentified object. The colonel was stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, what was falling from the sky was nothing more than a shell, so how could there be an unidentified object? Yes, this is the picture taken by the satellite. The communicator popped up the screen. The colonel couldn't help but frown when he saw the picture. It must be that the picture was too blurry and he couldn't see clearly what it was. Keep monitoring me. Yes. However, it was at this moment. Boom. It was as if a shell had exploded in a military base, causing the ground to shake. What's going on? Is there an enemy attack? The colonel's face changed drastically and he was a little confused about the situation. At this time, a signalman came to report the news. Colonel, a man fell from the sky. What? The colonel couldn't believe it. Who could fall from the sky with such force as a cannonball? Without further ado, he led his men towards the place where the noise came from. At the same time, wearing a clown mask picked up from the roadside, Roka looked indifferently at the American soldiers who were surrounding him. Since we are going to get rid of the lab, destroy all the data related to 245 trioxide. Then it is natural that they will be blocked by these soldiers. In this case, today he will transform himself into a native and eliminate all these guys who are endangering all mankind. Otherwise, if they continue their research, the world will end sooner or later. Don't move. Put your hands up. Lay down your weapons and surrender. The soldiers raised their rifles and slowly approached him, shouting at him to put down his weapons. Of course, in fact Roka did not carry any weapons. Just then, an officer broke through the encirclement and walked in. Who are you? Take off your mask, otherwise don't blame us for shooting. The officer colonel shouted loudly. You ambitious people are here researching biochemical weapons that endanger all of humanity. I am here today to punish you on behalf of all of humanity. How did you know there was a research base here? The colonel ignored the so-called punishment he mentioned, but instead wondered where the man in front of him got the information from. Not many people know that there is a research institute underneath this military base. So someone must have leaked military intelligence. Do you still have the heart to think about this question now? Roka's mouth corners slightly raised as he slowly floated in the air, his eyes becoming hot without him noticing. Shot. The colonel, sensing danger, ordered his men to open fire without hesitation. Blast blast! At once, a large number of bullets will hit Roka. But these bullets were just a tickle to him. Seeing that guns were ineffective against the human in front of him, the colonel couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. It's my turn now. Roka grinned, and the next second his thermal vision turned into two red lights that shot out, piercing through and melting all the human bodies and walls wherever the light passed. Then he did a 360-degree spin in the air. Two red lights came across and cut all the soldiers in half wherever they passed who didn't have time to lie down. Looking further into the distance, I saw that all the houses, cars, and missile vehicles had been cut off. Maybe it cut into the armory. For a moment, the sound of explosions swept across the entire military base. Boom boom. The colonel who had escaped the disaster by lying down was horrified when he saw this scene. What kind of monster had they encountered? Why does it emit such a powerful laser? Fight back! Fight back! Although he knew that guns were useless against the monster, the colonel could only organize the soldiers who had escaped the disaster by lying down in time to launch a counterattack. Since ordinary guns are useless, use RPG, heavy sniper rifle or grenades. But it still doesn't work. Roka was like a human bulldozer, destroying everything in his path with his heat vision. In just a few moments, the entire military base was destroyed and a raging fire ensued. Is this the place? Roka used his X-ray vision to see through the research institute below the military base, then came to the elevator entrance and blew up the elevator door. Then he jumped directly down. On the way, the people from the research institute seemed to want to use the elevator to stop them, but it was useless. After descending hundreds of meters, we finally arrived at the entrance of the research institute. Fit. Roka punched the elevator door and walked in. However, what greeted him were countless bullets. The next second, heat vision burst out. The gunfire stopped. Roka walked slowly into the research institute, stepping on the blood and flesh on the ground. The entire research institute is very large. After the soldiers outside were dealt with, some researchers in white coats appeared inside. When these people saw him, they immediately squatted down with their hands on their heads. Generally speaking, invaders will not kill researchers at will. After all, these researchers pose no threat and keeping them around can help with research. It's a pity that Roka doesn't plan to keep them. These researchers are more or less involved in the research of 245 trioxide. It will be troublesome if this research is spread. It would be best to shut them up forever. But he was not in a hurry to kill them, since the elevator for leaving had been destroyed anyway. Arrived at the deepest part of the research institute. There are various human experiment instruments here. Some culture chambers also contain various monster samples. Don't kill me, don't kill me. You are the director of this research institute, right? Roka looked at the bald old man in a white coat, Wang Zhao, in front of him and said. Yes, I am the person in charge of this research project. Just tell me what you want. Even if you want my research results, that's fine. The bald old man begged for mercy again and again. For him, it didn't matter where he did the research, as long as he could continue his research. Research results? Don't you know that the 245 trioxide you're researching will cause the end of the world? Roka narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The bald old man was speechless. He knew best what would happen from his own research, so he couldn't refute this statement at all. So you'd better be buried here with your research. Tex. The bald old man's neck was crushed before he could finish his words. Then Roka threw it aside and took out the C4 bomb he had bought before from the system space. Chapter 100. He prepared a lot of this stuff. Enough to bury the entire underground research institute underground. Beep, beep. Roka pressed the timer of the C4 bomb, threw it down, turned around and walked towards the exit. After placing a large amount of C4 along the way, he left the underground research institute and flew high into the sky. Boom boom. The ground shook and the entire military base began to collapse. After everything calmed down, how could you tell that there had been a military base here? All that was left was a ruin. Honey, how's everything going? Is everything all right? Selena, who received the call, asked very worriedly. Ha, don't worry, that military base has disappeared. Disappeared? Selena was stunned when she heard the news. She was a little confused about what Roka meant by disappeared. Although this military base has disappeared, it is still unclear whether Darren Chemical Company has other research bases that cooperate with the military. Serena, you need to continue investigating this information. Understood. I will sell the survey. Selena also understood the threat posed by this biological weapon, so it must be resolved thoroughly. 917. The next day, Roka took Jack and Susanna back to New York. Then they completed the admission procedures for both of them and arranged an apartment for them near the school. By the way, he also asked Tina and Allison to take care of him, after all, he was very busy. Because of this, Tina asked him if he had any intentions towards Susanna, but Roka gave him a good scolding and the matter was finally dropped. For 2 days Roka stayed at home or went to school with Maria. Until I got home from school in the afternoon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission The Mountain Has Eyes 1. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for reaching thermal vision level 2 rightward arrow level 3. Hi! The sudden system prompt made Roka stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Maria, who had been holding his hand beside him, looked up at him with some confusion. Fine. Roka shook his head with a bright smile on his face, then took out his phone and called Ban Lina to confirm the situation. It's true. Sending your own people to deal with those deformed people can also complete the system tasks. This is very nice. The werewolves and vampires under his command can also be put to good use, and he can reap the benefits. It's the best of both worlds. Back home, Roka immediately found Allison. Baby, take a look, are there any special requests recently? Okay, let me see. Allison, wearing a sexy white vest, opened her laptop and checked it. Apart from the commission to find the blood orchid in a few months, there seemed to be no other commissions with special working hours. Huh? There isn't one. Roka was a little surprised. After all, there had been quite a lot of commissioned tasks. I didn't expect it to be gone in the past few days. But he was not in a hurry. Just consider it as a few days of rest. I just happened to see Alessa, Heather, and Nancy at Carlson's Manor. The perfect super soldier serum hasn't been given to them yet. So the next day, Roka went to Silent Hill. Alessa, I'm here to see you. In the fog, after a shout, the surrounding environment quickly became rotten. Soon, Alessa, dressed in blue, suddenly appeared in front of him. If you don't know, you will definitely be shocked. However, Roka had already seen her, so he was not scared. Instead, he hugged Alessa in his arms. I haven't seen you for a few days. Did Alessa miss me? Alessa nodded without saying anything. Roka was used to her silence. By the way, you should be able to feel that Silent Hill is being rebuilt. How is it? Do you like it? Some time ago, he instructed Selena to rebuild Silent Hill. She acted quickly and had already started the reconstruction work. As long as you are here, it's fine. Although Alicia spoke little, what she said moved Roka deeply. Haha, Alessa is really good at talking, give me a kiss. Roka bent down and kissed her on the face. To be honest, it was a little strange to kiss an evil spirit for the first time. It felt icy and cool, but it was not bad. Alessa didn't know if she was a little shy, she just buried her head in his arms and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Roka laughed heartily again. By the way, Alessa, have you found out about the church I told you about? He remembered that during the second part of Silent Hill, a church force appeared in Silent Hill again. And Alessa also snatched half of the Archangel seal from the church. Logically speaking, those guys who were hiding should have been found by now. Yes, I found it. Alessa finally spoke, in an amusement park somewhere else in Silent Hill. As she spoke, she pointed in the direction of the amusement park. Perhaps because it was underground in the amusement park, Alessa had never discovered it. Moreover, there is a mysterious power underground in the amusement park, and she cannot enter it. Roka was a little confused. How did Alessa get half of the Archangel seal in the original novel? Alessa, show me the way and I'll help you deal with that group of church members, but should Alessa kiss me? Alessa lowered her head after hearing this, then kissed him on the cheek before raising her hand to show him the way. So good. Roka ruffled her hair, then carried Alessa towards the amusement park. Don't say he is a Lolita complex or anything like that. You have to know that Alessa is already in her 40s, but because she turned into an evil spirit, she always appears in the form of a child. And it seems that she is not without the ability to grow bigger. Didn't he grow up in the second part? Soon the two arrived at the amusement park in the town. Do you want to go up and play? Looking at the carousel, roller coaster, and other amusement facilities in the amusement park, Roka couldn't help but ask with a smile. Alessa had never played these games before, so she was naturally eager for someone to play with her, so she nodded slightly. Well, after we deal with those people from the church, I will play with you. Roka said that he had found the entrance to the underground, which was right under the carousel. Soon he found the entrance and went underground with Alessa in his arms. Ding! The system has updated the task Silent Hill 2, please host to deal with the High Priest. The sudden sound of the system did not surprise him. In fact, he had already expected that there would be a system task. Chapter 101. Behind the underground shelter. Who are you? Entering the passage to the underground shelter, Roka and Alessa were the first to discover a little boy playing in the aisle. What's your name, kid? Roka asked with a smile. My name is Vincent. Vincent said this while looking at Alessa with some fear in his eyes. Vincent? Roka raised his eyebrows. He remembered that Vincent seemed to be the male protagonist of the second part, a handsome young man. In the original book, he not only helped Sharon enter Silent Hill to save her father, but later it seemed that the two of them got married. Vincent's mother, the High Priestess, is his target. His grandfather, Leonard, was also the former High Priest of the church. My name is Roka, and she is Alessa. We are here to look for your mother, the High Priestess. Can you take us there? Roka said with a gentle smile. Perhaps because his smile looked friendly, Vincent nodded without thinking too much. Come with me. Vincent said as he led the way. Seeing this, Roka couldn't help but smile slightly. Alessa, are you okay? It's okay when I'm around you. After all, this underground shelter is guarded by a mysterious force, and Alessa cannot enter here alone. But around Roka, there didn't seem to be any big problems. That's good. Roka nodded, then followed Vincent holding Alessa. It must be said that this underground shelter is quite large, and there are statues of evil gods carved on the walls along the way. This may be the original origin of the church. Or maybe a secret base. Who are you? Soon someone discovered Roka and Alessa's appearance in particular frightened the believers. The entire Silent Hill has changed because of Alessa, so these believers naturally know Alessa. We are here to collect debts. The evil deeds you committed many years ago will be repaid today. Roka strode towards the group. After hearing this, the believers were so frightened that they hurriedly ran deep into the underground shelter. Roka was not afraid that they would run away, so he followed them slowly. Vincent realized at this time that the two men were definitely not good people, but he had no choice at this point. Soon they came to a sacrificial hall. There are statues of evil gods in the hall. At the same time, all the cultists gathered here and stared at Roka and Alessa covetously. It seemed that they were not afraid of Alessa because of their numbers. They were all very excited. Devil, the devil is coming in. He is the devil's accomplice. Kill him. Burn them. At this time, a white-haired woman came out. She raised her hand and all the believers stopped. Tell me, why do you want to associate with the devil? Are you talking to me? Roka raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to be questioned by the other party as soon as he came up. Of course, associating with the devil will not end well. You will fall into the abyss and become a devil. Devil. Roka scratched his ear and laughed sarcastically. In my opinion, you are more like devils. You constantly exclude dissidents, fool the people, and treat those who are unwilling to join as pagans. In order to consolidate the position of the church, you even hold sacrificial ceremonies and drive a kind and lovely girl crazy. Tell me, who is the devil? Have you been bewitched by the devil? The white-haired woman, Yi, is the high priest who spoke with compassion. She didn't listen to a word of Roka's words. That's right, if you listened to it, you would never become the high priest. And if Roka remembered correctly, the high priest in front of him had been eroded by the dark power and turned into a chrysanthemum monster with a saw blade on its head. Alessa, are you going to come or am I? Roka was too lazy to waste time talking to these lunatics. I can't use my powers. Alessa shook her head. Her dark power was suppressed by some force. If she were alone, she would not be able to enter here at all. Not to mention using force here. Ha ha ha, I couldn't find a way to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own initiative. The high priest also heard her words that she couldn't use her power, and immediately laughed arrogantly. Some of the previous fears were now swept away. Because demons who cannot use dark powers are no match for them. Dash. Kill them. Burn them. At this time, the evil believers also went crazy. After all, the devil was right in front of them. As long as they killed the devil, they could leave the surface world. Roka sneered, then ruffled Alessa's hair and said with a smile, "Since Alessa can't use her power, let me do it." Kindness. Alicia nodded obediently. However, the high priest obviously did not take him seriously. After all, there were so many believers present and they had guns in their hands. Isn't it easy to deal with a human being? Take him. The high priest pointed his finger and shouted. After hearing this, the believers rushed forward like crazy. He let me give you a taste of the flames of hell. Roka sneered, waved his hand, and the flames of hell burned towards the cultists. You should know that the flames of hell will exert even greater power when dealing with guilty people, and will make the burned people experience hellish pain. These evil believers have done all kinds of bad things and they are the ones who deserve to be judged. The evil believers who were infected by the flames of hell let out shrill screams. The feeling of burning their souls made them experience the painful torture of hell. Seeing this scene, the high priest suddenly panicked. The man in front of him was indeed not an ordinary person, but a devil. That's right. How could someone who can be with the demon king, Alessa, be an ordinary person? Now it's your turn, high priest. The screams in the hall became smaller, and soon disappeared. Roka looked at the high priest with a playful look, wondering what she would do. Devil, do you think you win like this? The high priest gradually calmed down. Really? I want to see what you can do. Roka was not in a hurry to deal with her. Instead, he held Alessa and watched the show. You will get your comeuppance. The high priestess cursed loudly, and then her whole body suddenly twitched, starting from her head, gradually turning into a monster with white skin and 4 saw blades stuck in its head. Commonly known as the chrysanthemum monster. Chapter 102. Is the real thing revealed now? It's really ugly. Roka sneered disdainfully. However, the chrysanthemum monster seemed unable to bear the ridicule, and immediately raised the serrated blade on its arm and rushed over. Alessa, what do you think we should do with it? Roka asked Alessa with a leisurely smile. Burn her. Alessa said without hesitation. Burning was the thing she hated the most, so using it to punish the other party was the perfect thing to do. She wanted to see the high priest burned to death with her own eyes. Good. Roka immediately met her small request, and the hellfire in his hand turned into a fire snake and shot out to wrap around the chrysanthemum monster. The next second, the chrysanthemum monster's entire body was on fire. The pain of the burning soul made it roar continuously and ram into the evil god statue beside 460, but this did not alleviate its pain. As the main culprit of all this, the high priest was deeply sinful and deserved death 100 times. The flames of hell continued to burn for a full half-hour before completely reducing his soul and body to ashes. Then a round metal plate fell down. Hi! Roka walked forward, picked up the metal disc and looked at it carefully. This should be the Archangel Seal, right? If he was not mistaken, this thing was exactly half of the Archangel Seal. The complete Archangel Seal has magical power, which can see through the essence of everything in the world and can also summon gods. You can also enter and exit the Silent Hill surface world at will. In the original novel, Sharon possessed half of the Archangel Seal. When Alessa wanted to absorb her, she actually absorbed Alessa instead. This shows that the Archangel Seal does have magical power. But that's only half of it. Alessa, are you happy now? After Roka put away the Archangel Seal, he smiled and pinched Alessa's face. No, I still can't use my power. Alessa tried to let the other world come, but unfortunately there was no response, and her dark power was still suppressed by something. Roka understood as soon as he heard it. It seemed that he had to get the other half of the Archangel Seal. Only half of the Archangel Seal was able to suppress Alessa, which showed that the Archangel Seal was indeed quite powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, the other half should be in the hands of Vincent's grandfather Leonard. If I remember correctly, Leonard should have been imprisoned in this underground shelter by the High Priest. Don't worry, let's look for what else is in this underground shelter. Roka said as he carried her deeper into the shelter. With his X-ray vision, he easily saw where Leonard was being held. I felt it, that force was suppressing me. The closer they got to where Leonard was imprisoned, the more oppressed Alessa felt. It was a natural repressive force that made her feel uneasy. It's okay, I'm here. Roka gently rubbed her hair, then strode into the dim prison. As expected. In the prison room, a disheveled, white-haired old man was tied up with iron chains. When he saw someone coming in, he immediately looked up with his pale eyes. "Arr! Hey, old man, can you see it?" Seeing his rolling eyes, Roka couldn't help but tease him. "No, even if I can't see it, I can feel it. The devil, Tang Ran is here? This is impossible." The white-haired old man muttered to himself like a madman, waving his hands and feet randomly, causing the iron chains to rattle. "You must be Vincent's grandfather Leonard, the previous high priest. How do you know? Could it be that the high priestess?" Leonard shuddered, having already guessed what would happen to his granddaughter. But he was not too sad, after all, it was his granddaughter's fault that he was imprisoned. "You guessed right, they are all dead, including your great-grandson." Roka smiled playfully. However, Leonard did not react at all. "I knew that the devil would find her flaws if she did this." It turned out to be true. In fact, the current high priest, Leonard's granddaughter, turned into a monster after being corrupted by the dark power, and she set her sights on her grandfather. That half of the Archangel Seal was snatched from Leonard. For some unknown reason in the original book, half of the Archangel's seal in the High Priest's hand was snatched away by Alessa. Later, Ross got half of the Archangel seal and sent his daughter Sharon out of the Silent Hill surface world. What flaws? Do you think you'll be fine if you have a complete Archangel seal? Although Roka was somewhat interested in the power of the Archangel seal, no matter how strong this power was, it was no match for him. "You don't understand the power of the Archangel seal. Even the Demon King would never speak nonsense in front of me." Leonard seemed very excited. In his opinion, the complete Archangel seal was the strongest. He was not afraid even if the devil came. "Really? Then give it a try." Roka directly threw his half of the Archangel seal over. He wanted to see how powerful the complete Archangel seal was. Leonard subconsciously raised his hand to catch the Archangel seal. After a moment of hesitation, he finally reacted. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm finally back." Leonard placed half of the Archangel seal into his body, and immediately the two Archangel seals merged into one, emitting a powerful force. Boom boom boom. The chains that bound him were broken in an instant. "Great, I didn't expect it to be so easy." Leonard looked at Roka and Alessa and they both burst into laughter. At some point, his cloudy eyes had recovered and he looked extremely arrogant. "Then let me see the power of the complete Archangel seal. Don't let me down." Roka looked at him calmly. "Well, if you think so, then come and see my true power," Leonard said as he transformed into a monster. It was a monster that looked similar to the High Priest, but was covered in pale skin, had sharp teeth, and had very long arms. Then the monster strode closer, raised his hand and punched me. Roka didn't dodge at all and let the punch hit his head. Chapter 103. That's it? That's all the power of the so-called complete Archangel seal is? Are you tickling me? Fit. As Roka finished his words, Leonard was blown away and hit the wall hard, leaving a big groove in the wall. Ugh! Leonard slowly got up from the ground and spat out green blood, his eyes full of disbelief. What on earth just happened? He was knocked away before he could even react. He has a complete Archangel seal, how could he be so vulnerable? Forget it, I don't have time to play with you. I still have to accompany Alicia to the amusement park later. Roka said as he walked towards Leonard. Leonard became crazy when he saw this. He roared and rushed over again. But it didn't work. Roka blew his head apart with just one slap. Then the flames of hell burned his body. It turned into ashes in a short while. At this time, the complete 18-character seal of the Archangel also fell. Roka picked up the Archangel seal and looked at it curiously. He discovered that there was indeed a magical power involved, but this power seemed too weak to him. No wonder the complete Archangel seal only turned Leonard into a weak monster. Forget it, Alessa, I'll give you this thing to play with. See if you can use it to let you leave Silent Hill at will. Roka remembered that Sharon could use half of the Archangel seal to leave Silent Hill, so Alessa should be able to do it too. Kindness. After taking the Archangel seal, Alessa studied it carefully. She could feel that this thing gave her great power. However, further research is needed to determine what exactly she can do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Silent Hill 2, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for Super Regeneration LV2 Rightward Arrow LV3. Roka looked at the system rewards and found that Super Regeneration had been upgraded to a higher level. The ability to recover has become stronger. But until now there has not been an opponent who can hurt him. Being invincible is just too lonely. Let's go, I'll take you to the amusement park. Without thinking too much, Roka carried Alessa to the amusement park upstairs and spent the whole day with Alessa. The next day, he went to Carlson Manor again and gave the super soldier serum to Heather and Nancy. Honey, this is wonderful. It feels like I've been reborn. The whole world seems different. Oh my god, this feeling is so great. After being injected with the super soldier serum, Heather and Nancy felt that everything in front of them had changed. The insects on the trees hundreds of meters away were clearly visible. I could also hear the sound of wind and birds in the distance. There is also the burning sensation of the sun and the feel of the wind brushing against my skin. All of them came into my mind. This feeling is so great, I love you, darling. Heather couldn't help but hugged Roka's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. Nancy and Chris originally wanted to do the same thing, but they didn't expect to be beaten to it. Roka naturally would not favor one over the other. But kisses alone won't solve the problem. You have to open a silver party. After a few days of such depravity, Allison finally called. Boss, there is an urgent mission from the Portland military. I know, there was this thing about a town in Portland where there was a lot of fog coming out. It was all over the news. Boss, you are so smart. Tell me the specific details of the commission, and the commission money. Okay, boss. The commission is as follows. It is said that a large amount of fog has appeared in a remote town in Portland. There are countless monsters in the fog. The fog has now spread to the entire town and is constantly spreading outward. People in the fog have been killed by monsters one after another. The situation is very critical. After the Portland military requested to accept the commission, we immediately set off to Portland to cooperate with the military to solve the fog problem. As for the commission, it is $10 million. You want me to do it for $1 million? Tell the military that I won't accept the commission without $10 million. Also, tell them that only I can deal with those monsters. After hearing Allison's words, Roka already knew what was in the fog. That's a monster from another dimension. The largest monster, Behemoth, is as big as a hill and is extremely terrifying. If you want to deal with this behemoth, even missile bombing will not work. Unless a nuclear bomb is used. To be honest, Roka didn't dare to say that he could deal with this kind of monster 100%, because the monster was really too big. The strength is definitely not that weak. That's right, this monster should be the extra-dimensional monster that appeared in the mist. As expected. Ding! The system has updated the task mist, please solve the different dimensional mist. Boss, do you know what kind of monster that is? Allison had never seen Roka raise the price so much unless it was really dangerous. Well, the monsters in the fog are very powerful, so I have to ask the Portland military to pay more money, otherwise I'm too lazy to provoke those monsters. Okay, boss. I'll call Portland Army 543 right away. Although Allison was somewhat curious about how powerful the monster her boss was talking about was, she quickly responded to the Portland military. And the Portland military quickly responded to her message. Boss, the Portland military won't accept such a high commission. They will only offer a maximum of $2 million. Then ignore them and send their troops out. When they suffer heavy losses, they will naturally come to us. Roka wasn't worried at all. Although the original novel of The Mist did not say how much the Portland military lost, the losses among ordinary people were definitely not small. Faced with fog monsters such as tentacle monsters, scorpion-tailed flies, winged vultures, spider lobsters, and the giant behemoth, it would be strange if the military did not suffer heavy losses. It seems that these crazy scientists are really courting death time and time again. Not long ago, they developed 245 trioxide, a biological weapon that could bring doomsday to the world. Now the door to another dimension has been opened again. Let the fog monsters invade the Earth. If this continues, the Earth will be destroyed sooner or later. Okay boss, I'll get back to them right away. Allison immediately wrote back to the Portland military. However, the Portland military ignored the reply. It was obvious that they would not pay such a high price to invite an exorcist. Chapter 104. Roka is even less anxious. He knows that sooner or later the Portland military will not be able to withstand the pressure and will come to him again. You have to know that fighting in the fog has many restrictions on modern armies. First of all, fighter jets and missiles cannot be used. Because precise guidance is impossible in the fog. In this case, what can the army use to fight the giant beast behemoth? Just relying on the king of land tank? The best way to solve the fog is to close the door to the other dimension. Only in this way can we cut off the retreat of the fog monsters and completely eliminate them. Roka was somewhat excited about this, because if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to collect some monsters again. His monster containment unit was thirsty. It would be great if we could take in the giant beast behemoth. So he was following the news in Portland while enjoying the gentle company of Heather and the others, and he was simply not happy at all. And it turned out to be true. On the second day, the Portland military could no longer withstand the pressure. Because their army could hardly move in the fog, they suffered heavy losses when faced with the large number of monsters such as scorpion-tailed flies and winged vultures that swarmed in. The scorpion-tailed fly has a tail like a scorpion, and it will release a large amount of toxins as soon as it stings the enemy. They are very large in number and are as big as kittens. Very difficult to deal with. Not to mention the winged vulture that feeds on scorpion flies. The winged vulture is like an eagle, with sharp claws and teeth. Anyone caught will be either killed or maimed. There are also horrible spider monsters like the Grey Widow, which use the human body as a breeding ground to breed more small spiders. Their spider silk is extremely corrosive. If you are not careful and get entangled in spider silk, you will break your arms and legs. If you are unlucky, you will die immediately. You should know that these are just a few of the fog monsters. There are many more unknown fog monsters that will launch sneak attacks from unexpected places. Boss, Portland has changed their mind. They are willing to offer a high commission of $10 million, but they also have a requirement. That is, the fog must be solved, and there is no deposit. They promised to pay the commission after completing the task. Hey, you finally can't stand it anymore? If that's the case, then agree to them. Roka was not worried that the Portland military would not pay the commission or default on the payment. If you dare to default on his commission, be prepared to be killed by our motherland. Okay, I'll get back to them. Allison said and immediately replied to the Portland military. Boss, the Portland military asked us to go to Portland immediately to meet up with the military and discuss the calendar for the puzzle season. Tell them I'm leaving now and will arrive in half an hour. Roka didn't waste any time. After pulling his hand out from Heather's broad bosom, he prepared to set off. Do you want me to arrange a car? Heather asked immediately. No, that's too slow. Roka smiled and then flew into the sky and disappeared. When he arrived in Portland, in fact, less than 20 minutes had passed. From high in the sky, one can clearly see the area shrouded in fog, which is probably the size of a small city. At least several towns were included. Moreover, the fog is still advancing outwards. At this speed, the area covered by the fog will probably double in a few days. If no one deals with it, it will only take a few years for the whole world to be shrouded in fog. The Portland military has really made a big mess. Roka couldn't help but curse. First there was the 245 trioxide biological weapon that could bring about the end of the world, and then there was the Portland military opening the door to the other dimension and releasing the fog monster. Do you really think he is Superman, busy saving the world all day long? You know, although the military used fire to drive back the fog in the movie, it did not say that humans won in the end. He didn't even know what humans would use to fight the giant beast behemoth. Without further complaining, he quickly flew towards the Portland army stationed outside the fog. A moment later he landed in the military camp. Who? Hands up! Stop and don't move! The sudden noise attracted all the patrolling soldiers to come over. Ask your Colonel Jim to come see me and tell him that Roka, the head of the district demon office, has come to complete the task. Roka crossed his arms and said this, then just stood there waiting. The surrounding soldiers originally wanted to step forward, but after hearing Colonel Jim's name, someone quickly went to notify them. After a moment, a burly man with black hair and a crew cut walked over. Hello, I'm Colonel Jim of the Southern Portland. Hello, just call me Roka. Let's not waste any more time. If the fog problem is not solved, it will be troublesome. Roka didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Yes, the situation is urgent now. Mr. Roka, please come with me. Let's discuss how to solve the fog and then arrange the action. Hopefully soon. If it wasn't for knowing how to close the extra-dimensional channel opened by the military in the fog, Ka wouldn't have wasted time talking to them. Soon the two of them arrived at the temporary military tent. At this time, there were several officers in the military tent, and the leader had 3 stars on his shoulders. He was actually an American lieutenant general. Reporting to Lieutenant General Richard, this is Mr. Roka, the head of the exorcist office. Colonel Jim reported loudly. For a moment, everyone in the military tent looked at Roka. After discovering that Roka looked like a very gentle young man, some officers couldn't help but mock him. Colonel Jim, this is what you came up with? A young man, with money. What can he do? Can he get a gun? Let him solve the fog. I think we should just go home and find Mom. This young man dares to ask for $10 million US. I think he is crazy. Child, I advise you to go home and drink milk quickly, ha ha ha. Listening to the ridicule from the crowd, Roka crossed his arms across his chest with an expressionless face, not affected at all. On the contrary, Colonel Jim looked very unhappy. Lieutenant General, I understand that Mr. Roka has solved many cases of deformed people that the army could not solve, and even some evil spirits, so I think Mr. Roka has the ability to solve the fog. After hearing this, Lieutenant General Richard looked at Colonel Jim sharply, then put his hands on the seat and said in a serious voice, Are you really sure you can solve the fog? Do you know what garbage is in the fog? Chapter 105. Roka smiled disdainfully, whether the fog can be solved is not up to me. It depends on whether the extra-dimensional channel opened by your military can be closed. If it can't be closed, no one can help. You should have understood how powerful the monsters in the fog are. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people present changed. The officers present knew very well the reason why the fog appeared, but outsiders did not know. However, the man in front of him said it out loud. How do you know that? Lieutenant General Richard said with a serious expression. Does it matter how I know this? If the fog is not solved, the whole world will be engulfed in fog. Roka is not exaggerating. Lieutenant General Richard naturally understood the importance of this matter. If the fog was allowed to spread, the entire Portland would be engulfed in the fog within half a year. By then, humans will be nothing more than prey to the monsters in the fog. No one knows how many monsters there are in the fog, but the few that have been discovered so far have caused heavy losses to the human army. Not to mention those unknown horrible monsters. Having said this, Lieutenant General Richard no longer looked down on the young man in front of him. In fact, we do need someone who can lead the soldiers to break through the fog and enter the deep mountains. Only by entering the military base in the deep mountains and closing the passage to the other dimension can we completely curb the spread of the fog. 127. It would be easy if we could shut it down. Roka waved his hand to interrupt him, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this matter could still be resolved. As long as the extra-dimensional channel can be closed, it will be fine. It will be troublesome if you can't close it. Okay, then I will officially appoint you as the person in charge of this mission. You only need to send the scientific research team safely to the military base in the mountains, and then protect them to close the extra-dimensional channel. After the mission is completed, the military will pay a commission of $20 million. Wow! Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Lieutenant General would actually take the initiative to double his commission. But Lieutenant General Richard changed the subject and his voice became lowered, but if you can't complete the mission, there's no need for you to come out. The meaning of this statement is very clear. That means failure is the way to success. If you fail to complete the mission, not only will you not get the commission money, but you will also lose your life. But Roka is not someone who can be frightened. An ordinary army alone is not enough to scare him. No problem, it's settled, but I need absolute say in the team. Otherwise, I won't take the blame if the mission fails because of your disobedience. Roka also made it clear in advance that he would not be responsible if the team did not obey and the mission failed. I will give you an elite force of soldiers. Lieutenant General Richard would naturally not let this happen. The other officers in the military tent didn't say much when they saw this, as they wouldn't be blamed for the failure anyway. The only person who took the blame was Colonel Jim. Soon, Colonel Jim arranged a 100-man army to escort a scientific research team of 10 people. Only the people in this scientific research team knew how to close the extra-dimensional channel. Too many. Roka couldn't help but frown as he looked at these people. The target of a team of 100 people was too obvious. You will definitely be attacked by a lot of fog monsters along the way. Although he was not afraid of these fog monsters, he was not sure that he could protect these people 100%. This is already a small amount. You know, we still need to transport some equipment in case of emergency. Colonel Jim had no choice. After all, closing the channel to the other dimension was not an easy task, and the equipment had to be prepared. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if we entered the fog and were unable to close the extra-dimensional channel because the equipment at the research base was damaged. They can't possibly go back and forth to the fog twice. All right. Roka had no choice but to accept it. The team of 110 people filled 6 military vehicles and then set off into the fog. Mr. Roka, you are the absolute commander of this team. I hope you can bring them back safely. Before leaving, Colonel Jim saluted and said sincerely. These elite soldiers were veterans under his command, and they had a very good relationship. He didn't want these soldiers who had followed him for so long to be lost in the fog, although he knew it was wishful thinking. After all, he knew better than anyone what kind of horrible monsters were in the fog. I'll try my best. Roka patted him on the shoulder without making any promises. After all, there are still many monsters in the fog that even he doesn't know about. Who can guarantee that this team can get out of it intact? Colonel Jim smiled bitterly, but said nothing. Then he watched the team slowly disappear into the fog. First into the fog. Everything around quickly disappeared in a sea of white, and the car behind could hardly see the car in front. Fortunately, we can use walkie-talkies at such a close distance. Of course, these mists did not have much effect on Roka, who had supervision. The vehicle moved forward slowly under his command. Although the fog was spreading over, the fog monsters couldn't get here for a while. So this journey is relatively safe. But after walking for several kilometers, the monsters around were increasing in number. All vehicles, prepare your flamethrowers, you are about to face a monster the size of a fruit bat. Suddenly, a dark object appeared in the sky and kept approaching. Roka immediately ordered all soldiers to prepare flamethrowers. Because that dark object was none other than the scorpion-tailed fly. A monster with a scorpion's tail and a body the size of a fly. Its scorpion tail is extremely poisonous. Once stung, the poison will cause death. And this is not what worries him the most. What worries him is that scorpion-tailed flies are food for winged vultures. Since the scorpion-tailed fly appears here, the winged vulture may also appear. That is a creature more terrifying than an eagle. And there are so many of them that they are very difficult to deal with. Although the soldiers were a little confused when they heard the command, they still followed the order and aimed the flamethrowers outside the vehicle. 3, 2, 1, they're coming, fire! As Roka finished his words, countless scorpion-tailed flies in the fog pressed down towards the convoy. The soldiers reacted quickly. When they heard the order, they turned on their flamethrowers and sprayed flames several meters away. The thick fog nearby was vaporized by the flames, and the soldiers finally saw clearly what the monster that attacked them looked like. All of a sudden all the soldiers became nervous. Chapter 106. Fortunately, Roka's reminder allowed the soldiers to prepare in advance. Fire is the best weapon against these scorpion flies. Under the scorching heat of the flames, the scorpion-tailed fly was instantly ignited. For a moment, a large number of scorpion-tailed flies kept falling from the sky. The scorpion-tailed flies' attack lasted for several minutes before they flew away. To Roka's relief, the eagle did not follow. Otherwise, these soldiers might be injured. Report on the status of each team. Report, car number 2 has no damage. Report, car number 3 is undamaged. Dash. After hearing that no one had suffered any losses, Roka quickly gave the order to continue moving forward. At this time, these soldiers who were originally just following orders were now completely impressed by Roka, the temporary commander. If he hadn't anticipated the enemy's move, even if the soldiers reacted, casualties would probably be inevitable. After all, the horror of that monster was still fresh in their minds, and they didn't want to give it a try. The convoy continued to move forward. But perhaps because of the battle just now, various monsters kept attacking the convoy. Car number 3, there are 2 large spider monsters on your left. Use the flamethrower to kill them. Yes. Car number 5, there is a giant python-like monster on your right. You can use ordinary firearms to deal with it. Yes. Roka sat on the roof of the cab of vehicle number 1, using the intercom to continuously direct the vehicles behind to deal with the attacking fog monsters. There were indeed more of these fog monsters than he had imagined, and there were many kinds of snakes, insects, rats and ants. He could only classify the monsters according to their size and appearance. As for the various monsters encountered on the road ahead, they will be solved with one shot from the Death Barret with the Hellfire in his hand. So far, all they have encountered are smaller fog monsters. Firearms are still a good solution. However, good things don't work, but bad things do. Just when I was happy that I didn't encounter a large fog monster, unexpectedly a monster of huge size appeared in the maze garden. This guy looks to be 2 stories tall, with a pair of eye-catching large claws under its abdomen and 6 legs supporting its entire body. It was red all over and looked like a boiled lobster. Spider lobster. Roka recognized it at a glance. This monster had appeared in the movie. Its 2 huge pincers could easily clamp a person up or cut him in half. It is a relatively difficult fog monster to deal with. Report to the commander, there is an unknown giant monster ahead. Under the illumination of the lights, the driver of car number 1 also discovered the huge object in front. I've seen it. Let the convoy keep moving forward. As soon as Roka finished speaking, the Death Barret in his hand had already aimed at the head of the spider lobster. Bang! A huge gunshot rang out. Almost instantly, a huge hole was blown in the spider lobster's head. Green blood flowed all over the ground. Ah! The spider lobster wailed and slowly fell down. Boom! Looking at the giant monster lying on the side of the road, the soldiers passing by were all stunned. I didn't expect such a terrifying monster to appear ahead. The most important thing is that such a terrifying monster was shot in the head by their temporary commander. All of a sudden, the soldiers showed great respect to Roka and no longer looked down on him as before. But the appearance of giant lobsters was just the beginning. The closer you get to the center of the fog, the more monsters there are. Attention all vehicles, a large number of fruit bat monsters are approaching ahead, flamethrowers ready. Car number 1 is ready. Car number 2 is ready. Car number 3 is ready. Upon learning that the flying monster they had encountered before was approaching again, the soldiers on the vehicle immediately set up their flamethrowers and were ready. I have to say that their execution ability is still very strong. However, this time it was not just scorpion-tailed flies, there were also a large number of counting vultures mixed in. These vultures kept preying on scorpion-tailed flies, causing them to panic and rush towards the convoy on the ground. Fire! Roka shouted loudly, and at the same time, he held a flamethrower in his hand and burned at the scorpion-tailed flies in the sky. A large number of scorpion-tailed flies were screaming and squeaked as they were roasted, but because they liked the light of fire, they kept rushing towards him like moths to a flame. For a moment, the flamethrower alone was no longer able to suppress the attack of the scorpion-tailed fly. However, the next moment, several red lights flashed in the fog. Wherever it passed, whether it was a scorpion-tailed fly or a winged vulture, they were all cut into pieces and fell from the sky. The frightened scorpion-tailed fly immediately changed direction. After leaving behind a pile of corpses, he disappeared. Could you please report the situation of each team? There is no damage to car no 1. One person was injured in car no 2. 2 people died of poisoning in car no 3. After hearing that someone died of poisoning in car number 3, Roka couldn't help but frown, but didn't say anything. It is normal to have casualties. After all, in this situation, no one can protect everyone. Keep going. Under Roka's orders, the army continued to advance. The soldiers' death could not stop their determination to enter the fog. Reporting to the commander, there is a small town 1 kilometer ahead. Should we take a detour? Along the way, the houses on the roadside were occupied by various snakes, insects, rats and ants as their nests or breeding grounds. That's why the soldier suggested taking a detour. Besides, there happened to be a road that didn't pass through the town. No, just go through the town. We can't keep wasting time. Roka rejected the soldier's suggestion. Because of the constant attacks from fog monsters along the way, the convoy moved very slowly. If we continue like this, we might not reach our destination until tomorrow. This won't work. It would definitely be more dangerous in the fog at night. So either find a place to rest in the town or travel overnight. So no matter what, we have to enter the town. The soldier didn't say anything after hearing this. The convoy headed towards the town. Until it got dark. They finally arrived at the town. Kindness. Roka used his supervision to look towards the town, wanting to see if there was any danger in the town. But I didn't expect that there were still living people in the town. There is a group of people hiding in fear in the convenience store in the small town. It's just that these people seem a little stupid, daring to light lights at night. No, the convenience store has been attacked by scorpion flies that like light. Commander, surviving humans and flying monsters have been spotted ahead. Come closer, flamethrower ready. Yes. After receiving the order, the convoy immediately approached. Chapter 107. The people in the convenience store were also surprised when they heard the sound of the car engine. Great! Someone came to rescue us. Finally I can leave this damn place. Oh my god, I'm finally saved. Everyone be careful. At this time, the winged vultures that were preying on scorpion-tailed flies had broken the windows of the convenience store, and a large number of scorpion-tailed flies and winged vultures entered the convenience store. The unsuspecting people suddenly screamed in panic. The whole place was in chaos. Just at this moment, a lot of lights from outside the convenience store shone in. Attract the attention of the scorpion fly. Then, flames filled the sky, burning the scorpion-tailed flies and completely igniting the darkness. It's the army. The army has come to save us. Great, we are saved. When people saw the army outside the 753 convenience store, they burst into tears of joy. Even the shock of being attacked by the scorpion-tailed fly just now disappeared. The battle lasted for half an hour before the fire was extinguished. In order to avoid attracting more scorpion flies, Roka ordered all cars to turn off their lights and only allowed the use of low-power flashlights. Let's go check on the casualties at the convenience store, and then prepare a place to rest. It looks like we can only rest here tonight. Roka originally wanted to travel overnight, but the appearance of the scorpion-tailed fly made him completely give up this idea. The road was already shrouded in fog, and vehicles could not move without turning on the lights. If you turn on the lights, it will attract a large number of scorpion-tailed flies and other fog monsters to attack. So I can only rest here. Yes. The communications soldier nodded, and then took his men to the convenience store to check the situation. Soon he came out with 3 men in plain clothes. Reporting to the commander, these 3 people are from the troops stationed at the RD base. They purchased supplies at the convenience store after receiving the order, but because of the spread of the fog, they were left here. Kindness. Roka couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he looked at the 3 strong men in front of him. Could these 3 be the 3 soldiers in the plot? And the small town in front of us should be where the plot of the mist takes place. Tell me what you know. Roka asked. We only know that the fog is the result of a failed military experiment. Researchers believe that there are other dimensions in this world, so they want to create a portal to observe another world. In fact, the military obtained a frozen alien body not long ago. The 3 soldiers told what they knew without thinking. Roka was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these 3 people knew so much. They even knew that the military had obtained a frozen alien body. In his impression, this kind of thing seemed to have been mentioned in the movie. But no one took it seriously. I didn't expect it to be true. Perhaps it was precisely because of the remains of this alien that they were able to research a method to open a channel to another dimension. There is also a saying that these monsters are said to come from an unknown parallel universe called Planet X. Monsters like scorpion flies and winged vultures are the creatures that live on Planet X. Of course, this has not been confirmed. It's just a guess. Letting the 3 men go down to rest, Roka ordered the soldiers to take turns standing guard, and then he lay down in the car and took a nap. He didn't dare to really fall asleep. Otherwise, God knows how many of these soldiers will be left tomorrow. The soldiers also did not dare to rest all night. Fortunately, there were not many monster attacks at night. Until dawn. Get the convoy ready to go. After Roka woke up from his nap, he immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare to set off. But what about these people? The accompanying communications soldier asked. Let them stay in the basement of the convenience store. As long as they don't make any noise, not many fog monsters will notice this place. Roka waved his hand nonchalantly. Of course, even if the enchanted monster noticed this place, there was no way. He couldn't take these people away. It is also impossible to abandon the mission and send these people out of the fog. So they can only stay in the convenience store. If they are lucky, these people will be rescued once they close the extra-dimensional channel. If you're unlucky, just pretend he didn't say anything. Yes. The Sign Alman immediately understood what he meant and passed it on immediately. When the people got the news that they were asked to stay here, there was some commotion. But it was quickly suppressed. The convoy continued to move forward. However, before he had walked far, he was attacked by several tentacles covered with sharp spikes. A soldier was instantly rolled up and dragged away by the tentacles. Bang! Roka shot the tentacle in half with one shot, and then looked towards where the tentacle was. It was an octopus-like tentacle monster with sharp claws and teeth at the end of its tentacles. It looked like this creature could eat through its tentacles. Once the tentacles are cut off, they will turn into a pool of black water. This monster is called Tentacle Monster and it has appeared in movies. It's just that what appeared in the movie was just a tentacle, and now its true appearance is revealed. Octopus, that makes sense. Roka had always been very curious about what this tentacle monster looked like, but he didn't expect it to look like an octopus. But unlike ordinary octopuses, this octopus looks ugly and scary, and has sharp teeth. It's not too big, only about the size of a floor. Dozens of tentacles waving together were quite spectacular. It is somewhat similar to the alien insect meat mountain that Roka had killed. Commander, what should we do? Although the soldiers could not see clearly the situation in the thick fog, they instinctively sensed the danger. Prepare for RPG. Yes. After hearing this, the soldier immediately brought out the RPG rocket launcher. Roka took the 2.7 RPG with one hand and carried it on his shoulder. He aimed at the tentacle monster and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! Rockets shot blazingly into the fog. Next second. Boom! A huge flame shot up into the sky, destroying the surrounding mining gardens. This also allowed all the soldiers to see the true appearance of the monster. Hiss! When they saw the monster's appearance clearly, they couldn't help but gasp. It turned out to be a huge octopus monster. If they had just walked forward without any precautions. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Just thinking about it made them shudder. Fortunately, their temporary commander miraculously discovered the monster and fired an RPG. Any carbon-based creature will never be unscathed by RPG. Chapter 108. The flames that accompanied the explosion disappeared. Just when everyone thought that the octopus monster had been blown to death, a roar was heard, followed by countless tentacles swarming towards everyone. Roka took a closer look and found that the RPG explosions were all blocked by the tentacles of the tentacle monster. At best, it only broke a few of his tentacles. It didn't hurt him at all. This guy is quite smart. Roka was a little surprised, but he didn't have time to think about it now. Faced with the overwhelming tentacles, all the soldiers raised their guns and waited for his orders. However, the soldiers did not receive the order to fire, but instead saw a flash of red light. The next second, the huge octopus monster was split into two. Then he fell heavily to the ground. The soldiers were all stunned when they saw this scene. Did you see that right? Their temporary commander actually has lasers in his eyes? And cut the monster in half in one go? At this moment, the soldiers felt that their worldview was about to collapse. 18 ready to go. Roka ignored the soldiers' astonishment. His abilities would be exposed sooner or later anyway, so there was no need to hide them. With his current strength and power, there is no need to hide it. Even though the soldiers still didn't quite understand, they quickly got in their cars and prepared to set off after hearing the order. Wait a minute. Just then, a middle-aged man ran over holding a child. Kindness. Roka frowned and didn't intend to pay attention, but the middle-aged man seemed familiar. Bring him here. Yes. The communicator next to him immediately got out of the car and brought the man and the child over. Sir, could you please take us to the west side of town? I want to see if my wife is still alive. David, holding his son, said with pleading eyes. I advise you to stay here and protect your son. As soon as Roka heard it, he knew that this man must be the protagonist of the mist, the unlucky guy who was about to leave the mist at the end of the movie. However, because his psychological defenses were broken, he shot and killed his companions and son, and finally planned to commit suicide. But I didn't expect that the army's rescue was right in front of me. He shot his son but survived, but his wife was killed by the fog monster. Isn't it just unlucky? D.DZ. David wanted to say something else. But Roka had already ordered someone to drive away. David was somewhat unwilling to accept this, but he did not dare to take the risk of returning home with his son to find his wife. In the end, he listened to the advice and returned to the convenience store. The other side. The convoy moved slowly forward in the fog. Roka didn't take David's affairs to heart. It would be fine if this guy listened to advice, but if he doesn't, no one can be blamed if he dies. Stop the car, turn off the lights. Suddenly, Roka solemnly ordered all vehicles to stop, shut down their engines, and turn off all lights. Although the soldiers were a little confused, they quickly followed the order and turned off the lights and engines. It was at this time. Boom! 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 The ground suddenly began to vibrate rhythmically, as if something was constantly hitting the ground, causing an earthquake. Suddenly, in the hazy fog, a huge figure suddenly appeared. Seeing this blurry figure, the soldiers felt so frightened that they couldn't breathe. It is hundreds of meters tall, so huge that it blocks out the sky, with sturdy limbs and a footprint that is bigger than an SUV. In front of such a giant, humans seem too small. What is that? Finally appeared, the giant beast behemoth. Roka was somewhat shocked and excited at the same time when looking at the giant in front of him. It was worthy of being called the giant beast behemoth, as its size was really too huge. I just don't know if it can be put into the monster containment device. Do I need to feed it every day after I take it in? How much food does such a huge creature need to consume every day? Without thinking too much, just catch this monster first. Everyone, find a place to hide, don't expose yourself to the monster, and be careful of other monsters. Roka ordered the soldiers to hide. In fact, after the giant beast behemoth appeared, there were fewer monsters in the surrounding maze. Probably because of the influence of the giant beast behemoth, they dare not come out. This is definitely a good thing for him. Tell everyone to be alert around and wait for me to come back before setting off again. Commander, you. Before the communicator could finish speaking, Ka disappeared in the military headquarters. Helplessly, the communicator could only arrange for the soldiers to guard the surroundings and wait for the commander to come back. At the same time, Roka flew directly to the side of the giant beast behemoth. From here he could see how huge this guy was. This guy is probably close to a kilometer tall. Its upper body is shaped like some kind of beetle, and its head is covered with a large number of tentacles, and its skull is shaped like an alligator turtle. It has 6 thick, horsehoof-like legs, which are almost 2/3 of its height. There are many nests on behemoth's legs, covered with fur or moss. Some small flying creatures can be seen around the nest, which are scorpion flies, or it can be said that this is a mutually beneficial twin relationship. This guy seems to be quite